afternoon. It would be good to have a little sound, and now we're good. Okay, and we're framing things up as we go here. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Cannabis Chat, which is what we've been using as a working title for our live streams on our new Twitch channel that is now shared on all the Pro Cannabis Media social media sites. I'm Jimmy Young. I'm the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, and I'm joined by my good friend David Rabinovitz. And how are you, David?
I'm happy to be here once again.
It's 2 Fridays in a row, so you are now getting the gold star as the most active guest in our new...
In the past 2 weeks.
In the past 2 weeks.
Is this like Saturday Night Live where I get the 5-time smoking jacket?
Absolutely. We'll have a green jacket for you if you'd like. You know, obviously cannabis color. David is the new treasurer of Masscan.
I wouldn't say new. I've been treasurer for a while, but sure.
It's new to me and new to you, my audience friends, that he's the treasurer of Masscan, which is the normal chapter in Massachusetts.
No.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. We're not the chapter.
It's a good thing that David and I are such good friends that we talk so much. Tell me what's going on.
Oh, with Masscan?
Yeah. Let's start there anyway.
So the big thing in Boston in marijuana in September is the third Saturday each September for the past 31 years.
Right. This is the 31st year of the Freedom Rally. That much I remember.
The Boston Freedom Rally takes place on the Boston Common. This year, it's virtual. So if you go to masscan.org, it'll be streamed all day tomorrow. They've got great panels, a lot of good guests. There'll be some music, some giveaways. It should be very interesting. We're asking everybody, participate virtually. Don't show up at the Common. And whatever you do, practice social distancing and be safe.
Especially when you're watching virtually, too. That's interesting to me because it is also coincides with the Jewish New Year this Saturday,
yes,
right?
It does.
Okay, so it's a good thing that there wasn't that conflict for all my fellow tribesmen of what to do. Should I be in Shul or should I be at the Freedom Rally celebrating cannabis on the Common? And by the way, there is a video out there of an appearance I made at the Freedom Rally a few years back. It's out there in YouTube land, but I'm not going to give a plug to it just yet. But I did lose my dabbing virginity at the Freedom Rally a few years back, let's just say.
Good.
Just thought I'd throw that out there. So this is what we do for the next couple hours. Actually, we're going to have a shortened version. We're going to have a Rosh Hashanah version of this chat. David's going to be with us for an hour, and we're going to talk about all things having to do with finances, sales. He's involved with a company called Canna Venture. How'd I do? Did I get that one right?
Yep.
1 out of 2. I'll take the 500 batting average. It gets me in the Hall of Fame every year. Then we'll get to some news items. At 4:20, we always take a break at 4:20. Now, I'm going to ask David, because I don't know if I asked you this a lot. Did you know Jonathan Edwards? Ever heard of Jonathan Edwards, the singer?
No, but I know the song.
You know the song Shanty. Do you know the song Sunshine Go Away Today? Don't feel much like that. That was his best hit. That was his, I don't think it was a #1 hit, but it was certainly a very popular song. The cult song, though, is Shanty. And we'll hear Jonathan Edwards perform it on tape, courtesy of our friends up in New Hampshire, that radio station that he made an appearance at. And we are showing it every 4:20 on these live streams that Pro Cannabis Media is now producing on a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday basis, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. I'll be in studio. We have different guests coming in. It is evolving into financial information and laws and issues for Friday that we're kind of working with the title, The Green Rush. Mondays will be Medicinal Mondays, where we will be talking about cannabinoid medicine, using the cannabis plant as a medicinal plant, because that's really what God put it on the earth to do. And then on Wednesdays, we are going to have Professor Weed Wednesdays, where we're talking to educators about cannabis from all over the country. Various academic institutions now have embraced the cannabis culture to the point where they're creating curriculum and a course of study. Did you ever think that you'd see? I never thought in a million years that I'd see that day, David, let alone make it legal in my home state. But where you can study botanical medicine and having cannabis as the plant.
Here's how much it's progressed. There's a college down in New Jersey, and it's not legal down there yet.
And
they're already launching courses.
Stockton University? Because that's where Rob Mahee is a professor who I interviewed a couple weeks ago.
Be.
And he teaches it down there. And I want to say Everlasting Garden is his website, but Rob Mejia, Mejia, Stockton University, New Jersey, will get you to Rob and find out more about his curriculum there. The other thing that we do at the top of every show is we kind of look at the news of the week or the news of the day, because as a live streamed program, it is up to the minute at 4:07-ish on the East Coast time. And we always release our Weed Talk News on Fridays. Weed Talk News is a weekly video that is produced by Pro Cannabis Media in conjunction with the founder of Cannabis.net. His name is Kurt Dalton, and he and I get together on Thursday nights and we talk about the news items of the week regarding the cannabis industry, and then we release it at noon on our various social media platforms, and we will also be playing it again following this live stream on the twitch.tv/Pro Cannabis Media channel. You know, do you remember the day when it was channels 4, 5, and 7? Just saying.
2, 4, 5, and 7.
2, 4, 5, and 7, that's right. And channel 2, which was public broadcasting, used to carry soccer games from local colleges. And back when I was growing up, it was like the only time you got to see really live soccer on TV. You know, so that was courtesy of public television. But now we've got the billion channel universe, thanks to the internet. Everybody can have their own channel and their own shows and their own talk shows. So we have evolved quite a bit as a technological society with all this stuff going on. Let's talk about some of the news items today. First of all, the biggest story, and we did talk about this in We Talk News, is the U.S. House of Representatives was all set to vote on the MORE Act, which would have legalized cannabis, at least according to the House of Representatives. But as we know, there are a few other branches of the government that could get in the way of that, including the Senate, because the Senate was not going to hear anything having to do with cannabis. In fact, the Senate has pretty much rejected anything that the Democrat-controlled House of Representatives has presented to them lately. We have a stagnant government right now. They can't even get together and come up with another COVID-19 relief act. And that's just kind of pathetic, David, when we're in a democratic society and we can't even get our government to work properly. I'm just saying, that's how I feel. I don't know how you feel, but that's okay. So they've delayed the MORE Act. They aren't going to vote on that until after the election, which is, of course, probably the most historic election in American history, certainly in my lifetime of 63 years. Vermont has moved forward with their move toward getting open up retail stores. We talk about that on We Talk News. And here's an interesting item that I did not recognize and realize, but I can certainly understand it. Vape sales in the cannabis industry have now rebounded to where they were before the vape crisis from the fall of 2019. We had the vape crisis before we had the COVID-19 crisis. And interestingly enough, those vapes that are being sold now are pretty much being bought in dispensaries, not in gas stations. Please, if you are going to vape, make sure that you're using a product that is tested in it rather than someplace illegal, because there's still a lot of people out there that are making money off the cannabis industry, the legitimate cannabis industry. How frustrating is that, David? You work with people that are investing millions and millions of dollars into the cannabis industry, and what has happened because of the regulations is it's kind of spurred the illegal market. And I think that's something that people can't quite grasp. It's like, why is that happening when they know that you could get legal cannabis at dispensaries that's been tested? And
well, interestingly enough, Jimmy, you can buy product that's been lab tested, labeled, close to the legal requirements for labeling and that sort of thing on the unregulated market. Right? So everybody's up their game.
Right.
So
you can grow it at home and bring it to a lab to get tested.
Let's say you grow a whole bunch of it at home and you start to make edible products or whatever it is. You bring your your plant material to the
Yep.
lab, you get
Yep.
it tested, you do the extraction, you go through everything you have to do,
Right.
and then you make your products, you label them, generally in compliance with what would be legal, even though you may not have a legal brand name, and it gets sold in the unregulated market.
Right.
So there are benefits to, even on what people would call the black market, and I try to get away from calling it that.
The illegal market.
Right. But the unregulated market, unlicensed market, they've upped their game. Right? Where it was in the past, it's you get what you get. Now you got plenty of players that are lab testing it and labeling it, and they know they have to compete with the regulated stores.
Right. And also there's still plenty of illegality going on in the cannabis space too, that there are a lot of people out there that are selling it that aren't taking the time to get it tested. You
Yep.
know, they're just selling it. And a reminder, it is legal in Massachusetts, where this live stream is originating from, to grow 6 plants per adult per dwelling. So if you have 2 adults in your dwelling, in your house, it is legal to grow up to 12 plants. Now you could get plenty of weed out of 12 plants, including enough to sell on your own, gift to friends and family, or whatever. That's still a lot of weed, David, I just want to say. Just throwing it out there. That's a legal thing, right? Okay. So vape sales have rebounded. The MORE Act has been delayed. Vermont has passed it. And did you know that a new superfood, we're talking about actually growing cannabis, if you just take the leaves off the live cannabis plant and you put it in a juicer and you juice those leaves, there is now research that says that this has tremendous benefits to your endocannabinoid system and your system in general. It can boost your immune system. They do recommend, by the way, it would taste like crap, okay, to use carrot and weed juice. So I don't know if you'll ever see that at Stacy's Juice Bar or not, but leaves from the plant. And it's not the first time I've actually read about this. I've talked to people at various conventions in the past couple of years, and a lot of people swear by it. So another way to use this cannabis plant as a benefit to you. So that's one. They're now introduced a new bill in Congress to actually move the FDA forward and get CBD allowed into as a dietary supplement. That now will act in Congress because of the Farm Bill in 2018. Hemp's legal, but nobody has any regulations yet. And of course, the FDA and the DEA continue to feud over whose responsibility is it really to regulate this. And then you throw in the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and now you've got 3 federal entities all fighting over the responsibility to regulate hemp, which is 0.3% THC or under. It's just crazy to me how we haven't moved far enough in 2 years since the Farm Bill was passed in 2018. They're still fighting about whose jurisdiction is it to create the regulations. I guess that's just the nature of a democracy and federal government and bureaucracy and all that.
The wheels of government turn exceedingly slow.
Slow, exactly slow. They might be rusted. Those wheels, I think, are pretty rusted right now.
So what else do we have on that list?
I'm almost done. I did see a Michigan study that is concerning to me, that 19 to 22-year-olds in college, this was a study out of the University of Michigan, are actually youth use. They call them youths. I like it that you're old enough to vote and go to the Army, but you're still considered a youth when it comes to a research on cannabis consumption. I'm just saying, this is what I'm reading here. 43% usage is up in that 19 to 22-year-old category. And yeah, so that's what I read there on usage of cannabis. So that's the items for today.
Oh, let's throw another one in.
I knew you'd know one. Go ahead.
Well, this one I find fascinating, is the Marvin Washington suit is moving toward the Supreme Court.
Really? So that has nothing to do with Steve D'Angelo's amicus brief
Nope.
that was filed recently? Okay.
No, so this is Marvin Washington, if I recall, is a former football player.
Yes, he is a former football player.
And he sued the government, arguing that marijuana should not be on Schedule 1.
Right. Everybody's trying to do this now.
And it's moved through the courts, and eventually what happened is the court ruled, federal court ruled, look, you can't come into court because you haven't exhausted all your remedies, meaning go back and ask the DEA if they'll think about rescheduling it. But we know what the DEA does. They just don't answer until a judge says to them, if you don't answer within the next X number of months, we'll answer it for you. And that harkens back to the 1980s when a DEA administrative judge actually ruled that marijuana was safe and shouldn't be on the Controlled Substance Act. And that report, that judicial order got buried late December in the Bush administration.
That's right. That is good.
Bush
news.
won.
I
right?
like that.
So
Bush
here's
won.
what's interesting.
HW.
Right. Here's what's interesting about the Marvin Washington suit. Mm-hmm. It had, and I only skimmed the article, but what they talked about it was unique because there were about 8 or 9 amicus briefs. An amicus brief is somebody who has an interest but is on the outside or has some knowledge about it. It's a friend of the court.
Right.
So they have argued to the court that in fact the federal government, by looking the other way, by having some of the programs, by not prosecuting, has admitted that it doesn't belong on Schedule 1.
Right.
And by their actions, it's unconstitutional to leave it on Schedule 1. It's unlikely that the court's going to give a decision as to whether they'll take up the case until early 2021, but who knows?
Yeah, and again, at least they're pushing everything forward. This is all part of the green rush. This is all part of the green wave that's moving towards legalization. I think we all know now which party is saying decriminalize it, and the other party is saying leave it the way it is. Let's just leave it at that. Also, coming up in about 15 minutes at the half hour, 4:30, we'll talk to Blake Mensing, who's one of the premier attorneys in cannabis in Massachusetts. Pretty sure was he involved with the actual writing of the law? The question, do you know? I'll ask him that.
You'll ask him that.
Yeah.
You'll ask him that. Blake is one of the best attorneys in the state, I believe, and we'll ask him. He won an award for being one of the top cannabis attorneys. Very well known. He's also a licensee.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, very much an advocate.
Yep. Great. And he'll be joining us on the phone at 4:30. But now it's for 1930, which means we're going to explain real quick about 420. It all started with the Waldos, a group of high school kids in 1971. They used to meet at the Louis Pasteur statue in San Rafael, California, after school to catch a buzz. And that's how the whole 420 thing started. It's now a code for cannabis, and it also means it's time to take a break. Listen to Shanty, the song by Jonathan Edwards that was such a part of my upbringing when I was growing up, because in 1971, yes, that is the first year that I partaked in the substance. So without any further ado, it's time to hang around the shanty.
Yeah, this is a tune that I wrote back in 19... I'd forgotten. We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. There's nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm gonna sit down in my rented car. I'm gonna jam it into drive. Gonna head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Nice. It's Friday. Thank God. Thank God Jonathan Edwards is joining us live in the WSCA studios.
That was WSCA Studios. That was obviously not live. It was once. It's on YouTube, and now we appreciate WSCA from New Hampshire and Jonathan Edwards for allowing us to play that here on Cannabis Chat / The Green Rush. Right? Isn't that what I call it? The Green Rush?
Whatever you'd like to call
And
it.
David Rabinovitz is with us. At 4:30, we'll talk to Attorney Blake Mensing, and at 5 o'clock, we'll let David go home to his family. And we will move on with Rick Leneve, who's with a company that he's created called Accounting Buds. And what do you think he does? He doesn't sit around and counting buds in his shanty. He's an accountant for the cannabis industry. And you talk about a challenge, right? Did you know that the IRS actually helped cannabis industry out a little bit by letting them know how they can pay their taxes with cash? And actually, Rick will explain that to us, how the heck they're doing that. But how important is that? And how difficult is it to be in the cannabis business, David, with all these regulations? You know, you've got investors that have put millions of dollars into these things. And how do you account for your sales? Because they're making sales. And in Illinois and in Colorado this past month, they set records for sales. 63 million in Illinois in 1 month. That's a new state that hasn't been around that long. And Colorado, 10 years, and they finally passed the 200 million per month in sales in Colorado. That's pretty amazing, yes?
2.4 billion, that is.
If you right, times 12. Is that what
Right.
you did? You see how good he is with numbers? You really are. You know that, right?
So
You're
I'm always,
fascinating.
I always want to know what is the annualized rate, right?
Okay.
And because that's important, right? You look at the size of a business, that's going to tell you a lot about it. How much revenue do they do a year? And if your business is growing like this and you catch it right here, well, your revenue is equal to this plus all the smaller numbers. If you want to know what it's going to look like guaranteed going forward, well, maybe not guaranteed, take that 1 month number and multiply it times 12, and you know the level that you're running at.
And
that's important.
It's important because valuation of your company, because companies are getting acquired and they're being, they're merging with other companies and then they're being acquired on a somewhat regular basis these days. Well, tell me, what do you mean? What does that mean? I know there's a lot of merger and acquisitions
There's
going
some
on.
going on. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say there's a lot right now.
Okay.
I think that'll come around.
Okay.
When it's no longer illegal at the federal level, stand out of the way.
Right.
Because what people think of the big players in the market now, the real big players will come in.
Well, Curaleaf, right here in Massachusetts, is the #1 MSO, multi-state operator,
Yes.
in the cannabis space. And CEO Joe Lusardi, I think we can call him a friend of the show since he's been interviewed by us a couple of times. They've certainly acquired a lot of different dispensaries now, and they have hundreds across the country. Why is it that cannabis advocates see MSOs as a threat?
There's a lot of reasons.
So tell me why, because I think that's a good thing to talk about before Blake comes on in a few minutes.
So if you think about a balance, and the MSOs will argue that I'm wrong on this, but if you think about a balance, somebody who opens up a cannabis operation in their local community,
Yep.
they're known in the community, they don't want to screw up, they want to make money, but they're going to be more leaning to they also want to do good.
Okay.
You take a large operation that you can't see who the real owner is, and they're in another state, and they're worried about running 30, 40, 60, 80 stores in multiple jurisdictions. They're not going to have the same concern for the local community, right?
But the operating agreement and the license is still held at the state level.
It's still held at the state level, but I'll give you an example, and I can't disclose
Who it is.
who this is.
Right, we understand.
So, fully integrated operator with 3 stores, and that's the limit in Massachusetts, is 3 stores.
Right.
They decide they want a 4th store, so they twist their name a little bit and they say, well, we're a new company,
Right.
and they apply in another community. And everything about their application says, we've got plenty of experience. How you got plenty of experience when it's your first store is amazing, but they keep pointing to the other company where they have 3 licenses.
Okay, keep going.
Right.
Yeah, no, this happens. I get it.
Oh, it
That's
happens a lot, right?
Right.
And then when they talk about their website is the other company, the established one.
Right.
So if they can pick up that 4th store, which I understand the town caught on and is not looking very favorably on the application, but if they pick up that 4th store, A, they shouldn't have 4 stores, it's illegal. B, they're going to be trying to circumvent the Cannabis Control Commission. But just like what happened in the news with that program called Varsity Blues, where a lot of people with a lot of money were paying extra to get their kids into schools, the kid may get in if they didn't deserve to be there. The kid who was at the bottom of the rung got kicked out.
Right.
In this case, if this particular operator had made it through, they would have potentially kicked out. They would have kicked out one of the other competitors, one of which is social equity and one's economic empowerment.
Interesting. Which that law in Massachusetts was designed to help, not hurt.
Right.
So you don't like it when but they're actually doing something illegal or around, right? They're trying to
don't
get
like that
around the law.
There's nothing wrong with trying to get around the law. Right?
Everybody,
as long as you're doing it within,
excuse me, the
within
cannabis
the law.
industry's been doing that for
That's
decades.
it.
I just
There's
want to say.
If you're in this business, you're trying to get around the federal law, right?
Right, right.
So you're trying to maneuver to say, yeah, I'm doing something you may not have intended, but I haven't broken the law. But when you're blatantly telling communities, this is our new company, and you're pointing to the old company, you're trying to get a 4th store, that's a different situation.
Do we get his voicemail? Okay. We'll
Hey,
keep-
sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. Now we know that you're live though. Now, Blake. Okay. How are you?
I am well.
So you're on, as you know, with Jimmy Young. You and I have met a few times, I think, on the Cannabis Road, as they say. And of course, our mutual friend David Rabinovitz is in studio with us. And appreciate you joining us on a Friday afternoon.
My pleasure.
Hey,
There you go.
Blake, that's a beautiful new mailbox you have in front of your house.
Oh, thank you for noticing.
And if you had sent us a picture of it, David, we could have shown it. Okay.
Well, he still has the old one laying down
Oh,
flat.
I see. Oh, I see.
That's how
in
you know.
progress. It's
Yes.
in progress.
No, the new one is up.
Blake, tell us a little bit about your career in cannabis, and I certainly know your reputation is pretty good considering you're in a cannabis space and you're an attorney. You know, those are 2 things that are not easy when you go to a cocktail party or whatever and you introduce yourself
Absolutely.
as, right?
Well, I'll confess, I personally don't like most attorneys, so I try not to be your run-of-the-mill attorney. So, yeah, I have been an enthusiast of the plant. Some might call me a stoner for 23 years. So in that time, obviously, I've done some other things. I got a law degree. I got a master's in global environmental policy. I got an advanced law degree in environmental law. And then through my legal career, I've done a whole host of things. Transactional real estate work, consumer protection litigation, municipal law, representing 7 towns throughout the Commonwealth as associate town counsel. And really, honestly and truly, I have not enjoyed being an attorney until I got to pick my clients and the subject matter. So now I exclusively represent cannabis businesses and can say I enjoy being an attorney now. Not always, it's still a job, and frankly, the responsibilities that come with being an attorney, it's a lot to bear. But so far, so good. My approach is, I'm obviously human. I'm inevitably going to make a mistake. The reason I'm not afraid of making a mistake is if I do, I will admit it. I will do my best to fix it, and I don't know what else anyone could ask of me. But it's been great.
That's fantastic. Quite a nice resume. Interesting that you embraced the stereotype right at the top of your description. You admitted you were a stoner. And
That's
I think
right.
that's an interesting thing for me because so many people think that is a negative. And, that is the prejudice and the stigma that still exists out there. You've been pretty damn successful for a stoner, Blake, okay?
Well, I think it's about like anything. If you're an adult, you have to compartmentalize. So I don't consume cannabis until my kids are asleep and my work is done for the day. I'm an all or nothing kind of guy. I've had people, during the day say, "Oh, hey, do you want to hit?" And I say, "No," because then that's all I'm going to do for the rest of the day, and I have too many things to do. So yeah, I mean, lots of people, especially in the community outreach meeting context, will say derogatory things, and I'm upfront with them as well. I say, okay, you want to judge me? Do you have 3 graduate degrees? Because if you don't, you can't call me lazy.
That's right. Good job, Blake. I don't have
3 graduate degrees. Wait a minute.
I don't have one, just for the record, and I still embrace it. Okay, and I'm pretty much a similar user to you. It helps you sleep. It helps you relax. It takes a lot of edge off at the end of the day when you're off the clock, and you're obviously a parent too, so you understand and embrace that responsibility as well.
Absolutely. Yep. It's about just being a responsible consumer. So, if it was me having a highball glass of whiskey at night, no one would bat an eye, with a substance that could actually and does kill lots of people. Whereas, if I smoke a bowl at night, why would someone judge me for that? I don't go out and, do any violence or things that are ridiculous. I mostly just sit and watch dumb television.
There you go. And that
We're not going to get into what shows he watches.
no, well, he can watch whatever he wants. Look, I'm still enraged about the show I watched last night involving my favorite basketball team. Okay, I just want to say I take this opportunity once in a while. Oh, David's groaning because we're talking about sports. All right, I'm still extremely upset with the performance of the Celtics last night, and yet I understand why. So if people really want to talk sports, they know how to find me. But we're talking about cannabis now, so we're going to focus on that. And Blake, the biggest news here in Massachusetts, really, I think since opening day back in November 2018, is the fact that now delivery seems to be the best kind of license you can have to distribute cannabis. And it was driven, I believe, by the social equity movement in the state. Do you see that development as historic as opening day back in November 2018?
Definitely. And like you said, on the backs of social equity advocates and other advocates, the commission is poised to have a license type that actually functions. The way it was originally drafted, in essence, the delivery folks would be, couriers only. You have to be, in a contractual relationship with a brick and mortar retail. You buy it at their retail price and you charge a flat fee as a delivery. That is not a winning recipe to make money. And especially when you juxtapose that with the commission's, stated rationale for this license type and the exclusivity period, to lower the barriers of entry for the people most harmed by the failed drug war. So it's no good to lower the barriers of entry if the end result of that is, you go out of business in 6 months. So the revised regulations on delivery, make sense linguistically, policy-wise and legally now. So it's a true retail license in that, delivery folks with a license or an endorsement attached to a micro business or craft cooperative may, buy it wholesale, warehouse it, and distribute it. The prior model had you buying, picking up stuff at the retail store,
pick it up, not buy.
putting it in your car, and if you can't deliver that day, you have to bring it back to the retail store. So the logistics around that were just ludicrous, and the way the commission has treated this delivery-only retail license is just that. They've counted it against your rule of three, which I heard you guys talking about a little bit, in terms of how many brick and mortar retails. So this way you could have 2 brick and mortar retails and 1 delivery-only retail license, and that would be your cap under the regulations. That was the same as before, when they didn't have a truly functional retail. Instead it would be a courier license, and that was one of the comments I submitted to the commission. Hey, look, words matter here. If you call it a retail, treat it as against the 3, it has to function like a retail. So I'm very thankful that they listened to reason. I certainly can't take credit for getting them to make that decision, but I certainly was saying the same things that a lot of people were. Hey, if you really want to help this group of people, make it a license worth pursuing. So I am happy with that, and it's definitely a huge change.
In your opinion, Blake, and not a legal opinion, but in your opinion, you've been around, you've seen this movement grow to the point where we are right now. There's a lot of investment dough floating around still, getting involved with grow houses, getting involved with dispensaries, all these marijuana-related businesses that are out there. But nobody's making money, or are they? What part of the industry is really where you think has the biggest margin? And I know the gentleman to my left, David Rabinovitz, is a numbers cruncher. So I know he has an opinion on this as well. But I just want to hear what you think. Can you make money in the cannabis business?
So I am not a numbers guy, and certainly defer to David's superior brain on that front. My impression is that yes, people are making money, notwithstanding Internal Revenue Code Section 280E, which basically says you're naughty for making money with a controlled substance, but notwithstanding that, you still have to pay us taxes. So that means there are fewer deductions available because they're, again, considering cannabis businesses as naughty operators. But I think sort of right now today, it's probably pretty tough going for a standalone retailer to make too terribly much money. Certainly I think they do make some, or else they wouldn't all be propping up here. But what I think you'd have to do to ensure the maximum profits available under the tax code would be, to be a vertically integrated operator, meaning you grow, you manufacture, and you retail yourself. That way you're cutting out middlemen. Sort of fast forwarding a few years when federal prohibition goes away, my guess is that the manufacturing license in this state will be the most profitable. And the simple logic behind that is when your feedstock price goes down, and I think it inevitably will, if you can buy from someone growing, on 200,000 acres in Arizona or Colorado or California or something, and if you're turning it into some other product, it doesn't really matter what it looks like in the bag. You can, you're after the chemicals, not what it looks like. So, pounds in Massachusetts of frankly not that great weed right now at wholesale, it's like $3,800 to $4,800. That's a death knell for manufacturers if they don't have some of their own supply. The margins just get really low, especially when you look at the initial capital costs of those pieces of extraction equipment that most of the industry is using. So yeah, in the short term, I'd say cultivators are probably going to make the most because of the aforementioned retail, wholesale price, A little longer term, I think manufacturers stand to win that, the marathon there. And then, yeah, if you're a standalone retailer, do your best to negotiate with the wholesale prices. Just know that, you're getting the last link in that chain. That's has the fewest available deductions under the tax code. So you're paying a middleman and you're taking a big hit come tax time. So, but long story short, I think people are making money. It certainly appears that way from the outside in. And that's my hope as a proud holder of 3 provisional licenses myself. So we'll see.
Aha, gotcha. David is chomping at the bit to chime in on this, so I'm going to
Sure.
let him tell me a little. What, in your estimation, he's got 3 provisional licenses. What's the most valuable, and are they? Some of these states that have these licenses, they almost have like an auction on some of these licenses.
So, Blake, can you share with us what the licenses are for?
Sure. I am a minority partner in an adult use retailer out in Holyoke, aptly named Holyoke Cannabis. It says where we are and what we sell, so I think that gets straight to the point. And then I started a separate company with my younger brother. We're called Coyote Cannabis Corporation, and we hold a Tier 1 cultivation provisional as well as a manufacturing provisional. So both entities I'm hoping to be open in the December-ish range. And yeah, so I'm sort of quasi-vertically integrated. My majority partner on the retail side has a separate entity with a grow that he's funding, and then I hope to supply some of Coyote's products to the store as well.
You mentioned Holyoke. Their mayor Alex Morse just lost a kind of contested opportunity to get to Congress, but in the meantime, he's done a great job of turning that city into the center of the cannabis universe in Massachusetts. Quite a few dispensaries, quite a few grows. I mean, this was a town that was almost a ghost town before Alex took over as a mayor, and he's turned it around using cannabis as a business vehicle. How does someone, if you have 10 other dispensaries in your city, Blake, how do you differentiate yours from others?
Sure. So, I think a lot of people come into cannabis, and really I think there's a lot of overthinking. The people who say, yeah, we want to make the next Apple Store or weed, I find that wholly uninspiring and frankly just, copycats. It's too generic. So I think that sort of style of store where it's modern and flashy, that kind of thing, I don't think that's really trying to, meet the market where it lies. Meaning, these people who are going to be your best customers are stoners. They don't want to feel like they need to be wearing, black tie to walk into your store. So, just not taking things so seriously, right now, there's not all that much competition because we have, 60 stores open in the state, a state of almost 7 million. So per store, they don't have to fight money battles. I think ultimately what's going to win is people who are just, it's like anything, be genuine, hire people who want to be there. Certainly in the retail context, not everyone's going to stay there forever, and I hope they wouldn't. But, there's a difference from going to some, sort of big multi-state operator, polished and, heavily market research store as opposed to, a smaller mom and pop that, they actually love the plant and they care. So, I've been in Caroline's Cannabis, which I think is probably physically the smallest store in the state, and they couldn't be nicer and couldn't be more knowledgeable. I've been to some of the bigger stores, and you ask them a simple question, and they bury their face in their tablets while they look it up on Leafly. It's like, well, that's not really very helpful. I could do that myself. Right. So yeah, I think authenticity is going to win, and really, I'm hoping as a consumer myself that the product quality comes up quite a bit. Mostly what's available today, in my estimation, is grown only for profit. User experience be damned, and a lot of sort of the bigger companies are focusing and highlighting on their THC percentage. That's like going to a liquor store and buying Everclear. Sure, it's going to get the job done, but I think you're missing the point. That's not the point of cannabis. There's so many other things, to aid in the experience, and yeah, if you just focus on that, it's just not the complete picture in my mind.
He mentioned Caroline, so I want to go back to Uxbridge for a second, which is where Caroline's is. By the way, their T-shirts say "Be kind," and it's so true. This is what they believe in. I've met Caroline and her husband, and they're great people. Wasn't Uxbridge in line to have like the first prototype for a social club for cannabis? And
how about the drive-through, right? Drive-through was in Uxbridge, isn't it correct? Isn't that?
Yep, there's a company called Ironstone Express. It's the only drive-through I'm aware of. It is in Uxbridge. So it's funny you mentioned Uxbridge. The two municipalities where my companies are Holyoke and Uxbridge, and that is absolutely not an accident. I would say Uxbridge is the top town in the state for cultivators and manufacturers, and I'd call Holyoke, 1B to Uxbridge's 1A. And the simple reason there for Uxbridge taking the title for me is it's a by right use. There's no special permit. So on day one, you're going to save at least 3 months and, gobsmacking amounts of money to do all these little drawings. You'll have to do them eventually, but it's hard as a startup to write a big check in the beginning when you're so far removed from actually opening. And then the other major sort of structural competitive advantage that Uxbridge offers, unlike every other municipality I've dealt with in this state, and it's a lot of them, because this is all I do, they take 1.75% as a community impact fee. The state statute allows up to 3%. Almost every other town in the state ignores those words up to, and they say, yeah, 3% or hit the highway, pal. So not only does Uxbridge put a lower number there, they also cap it at $150,000 a year, meaning, and David, you can check my math, but if my company makes $8.599 million, we pay $150,000. If we, blow it out of the park and we make $85.99 million, we pay the same $150,000. So again, day one, we have a structural competitive advantage over every non-Uxbridge cultivator and manufacturer. Everyone else is paying 3%, forever.
Right. That's cool. And of course, Uxbridge is right next to the tiny town of Mendon, and I think it's actually a little bit bigger than Mendon, isn't it? I think. I'm talking about population.
I am geographically and demographically challenged, so
okay,
I have no idea how many is in either one.
That's fair enough. Will we see social clubs in Massachusetts? Obviously, with COVID-19, that has changed completely. No one's too motivated to open up a cannabis social club right now. But will we ever see that day happening? Maybe, 2 years from now, 3 years from now? When do you think that might happen?
We will see it, I think. This sort of goes back to my days as a municipal attorney, so this is why I know what I'm about to say. So obviously the regulations under the commission allow for it. What they've done that's a little bit different than basically every other way they interact with municipalities is they've allegedly, I haven't seen the form yet, I've asked for it, they don't have it yet, but there's a form they'll send to the town and say, hey town, are you okay with a social consumption lounge within your borders? So that's sort of the exact opposite of the mechanisms in place to ban this industry from town. So in my mind, and truthfully, I may end up suing my town because we have no adult use retail brick and mortar allowed. And under the state's regulations, that means I, as a private individual, can't have adult use cannabis delivered to my home, though as a patient I could. So there's all sorts of issues there. It's my property. It's a state right. Why should I have someone unilaterally say that I can't have something delivered to my house, especially when the regulations require that the delivery vehicle, be anonymous? What's the difference between that delivery and the gazillion other deliveries I get? It literally has no impact on anyone else. So I will be fighting that if they get in my way, and that'll be sort of something I do on the side. But yeah, long story short, the reason social consumption is far away is the Secretary of the Commonwealth, William Galvin, said, yes, the statute under the cannabis law says, there's a mechanism to have a vote for a town to opt in for social consumption. That pathway, that voting mechanism, isn't enshrined anywhere in any other state election law. So what that means is we're now at the mercy of sort of an unknowable legislative clock. And I operate under the assumption that law is complicated enough once it's on the books. I don't spend too terribly much time trying to read political tea leaves because frankly I don't like politicians, because they always say one thing and do another, and I just find that to be gross. And unfortunately I have a terrible poker face, so I'm not good at schmoozing politicians. If someone's saying something nonsensical around me, my face will tell it. So anyway, I'd be a terrible diplomat, but a good attorney. So anyway, I think we're a couple years off because we have to rely on the legislature, and I have no idea when they'll act, or I think they will because the political will from the populace is there, but I have no idea when they'll actually do the fix that's required.
Right, and right now with COVID, nobody, I'm not even dining inside yet for the most part. So, and I think that's true for a lot of people. They've extended the outdoor dining, I believe, until December in Massachusetts, which I think is going to be wild. I will admit, though,
people talking about bringing blankets to restaurants.
Right,
and that's going to be an interesting time.
It's like tailgating, but it's like tailgating in a football game. I can understand if you're prepared for it.
Yeah, but at a football game, people are tailgating are also
buzzed,
right,
with all sorts of things on them, right? That's how that works. So, anyway, hey, Blake Mensing, I just want to thank you for talking with us. As always, I've enjoyed your company, your counsel, your perspective. And I also want to give David over here credit for lining you up. So I really appreciate that. Plus, David has, as you know, is a numbers guy, and he's prepared about a 4-page PowerPoint to go over the latest figures and the trends in sales of cannabis in the Commonwealth. And I don't want to deny him the opportunity to talk about that, because I know you love
Let him
numbers.
do his
Well,
thing,
I
absolutely.
think numbers tell the story. But let me throw something else out. So in addition to Holyoke and Uxbridge,
Yeah,
for anybody who's out there looking for space,
yeah.
there is a new cannabis park that's being constructed down in Middleborough. I was down there yesterday morning, and this place is very exciting. They look like they know what they're doing. They got a lot of tenants coming in. I think they're going to have 6 buildings in the first 2 phases, and it may go to more buildings after that. And I actually believe those are the best places if you're going to situate a business, because no matter what you do, if you grow, you need to have somebody who's going to do some processing or testing and some transportation. And when you put a bunch of businesses together, I think it helps all of them.
Okay.
So-
And when you say cannabis park, what's going to be there?
It is large industrial, brand new large industrial buildings, about 20,000, I shouldn't say large, 20,000 square foot industrial buildings that they're dividing up for various tenants. They've got probably about 4 or 5 cultivators down there, 3 or 4 product manufacturers. I think there's 3 transportation companies. I think there's 2 prospective home delivery companies. Quite a few businesses going in there.
There we go.
Yep.
All right. Did we say, is Blake still with us?
Indeed.
All right. Well, again, thank you. Let's keep in touch. My studio is your studio.
You want to keep Blake on while we go through the
Do you
numbers?
want to? Do you want to hang through David's numbers presentation? That's it. Yeah. Okay. Do that. All right. So we're gonna.
So we're going to talk a little bit about what's going on
Right.
in the state of Massachusetts with respect to licensing.
Yes, please, and take us through the numbers and walk us through this. And I know Dan French, our director, is juggling both Zoom and PowerPoint and Twitch live streams. And I marvel at stuff like this when he pulls this off. And exactly what he's doing now is lining up the screens so that we can share what's in your hand with those who are watching us on the live stream. And I'll tell you, thank God for young people. That's all I got to say. All right.
Yep.
He's putting it into the presenter mode now. I mean, we'll get there. We'll get there. This is called filling, tap dancing.
You're very good at that, Jim.
Well, you know what? The mouth that roared. What can I tell you? Hey, we got it. All right.
All right,
And
so
look, I
let's-
noticed you put up Weed Chat. That's going to change to the Green Rush, but then we're going to let that go. Go ahead. Take
So
us
here we
through it.
are. So let's look at what the state of licensing is. And this goes back to, shouldn't say goes back to, this is the most current data out of the Cannabis Control Commission, September 10th, so it's not that old,
Oh, a week old.
right? There's 883 applicants somewhere or another within the queue.
Okay. And you list all those types of
And we
licenses
list all,
on the left.
all the licenses are listed on the left,
Yep.
and how they're progressing through is listed at the top. But I'll tell you, here's what is fascinating. If you take a look at the line that has the marijuana cultivators, you'll see there's a total of 250 cultivation licenses that have come into the commission.
Yep.
There you go. Dan just found it on the screen for us.
Yeah.
35 have commenced operations.
Yep.
Right?
Okay.
Or have been authorized to commence operations. Now, right behind them are 14 applicants with final licenses that are looking for their certificate to commence operations. But what I find most fascinating is take a look at what's behind that. 140 provisional licenses. So let's ignore those 14 people with final licenses and just look at commence operations and provisional license. Now, a cultivator from provisional license to commence operations probably takes the longest amount of time because they got the most build out, most complex facility, most amount of construction.
Most overhead too, I'm
Right.
sure.
But think about this. Let's assume that all 35 of those licensees are operational. Massachusetts has the highest price of weed in the country. That's because supply and demand are out of balance. As more cultivators come online, there'll be more supply.
Got it.
But take a look at 140, that's 4 times the current number that have been authorized to commence operations. By next May, next June, I would expect most of those 140 are going to be with the commence operations.
Are they
So I'm-
limiting the amount of licenses, those provisional licenses for cultivators? Is there a limit on it?
Uh,
Or is it going to be
absolutely
market dictated?
Don't know.
Okay.
Right.
Fair
Hopefully the cannabis.
There's no state limit.
Right.
Thank
There
you.
isn't a state
Thank
limit.
you, Blake.
The only mechanism for a limit is if you don't, and Blake, correct me if I'm wrong on these numbers, if you sell less than, I think it's 85% of your production,
Yeah.
then they're going to lower your tier class, so you
That was-
can't have as much canopy.
That was the
So
relegation.
it's 85% or more to move up. They do what's called relegation. If you sell 70% or less of your tier's harvest for the preceding 6 months, they'll bump you down.
Right.
Now,
So
I got a
that-
little anecdote for that. Can I throw an anecdote?
Throw
in?
your anecdote
I
in.
was at the Cannabis Control Commission meeting when Steve Hoffman suggested the relegation and made the analogy to the English Premier League in soccer, where if you don't win as many points, the last 4 teams get relegated to the bottom division, and then the top 4 move up to the top division. And I got so excited that they were actually talking about 2 of my favorite things, soccer and weed, in my home state. I was just blown away by it, and Hoffman, I know, will remember how excited I was. But I digress, as usual. Let you continue with your thing here. And I know that our 5 o'clock guy, Rick Leneve, is on hold, or he's on deck. He knows what's going on. So we're going to extend this a little bit. I know you
Great.
need to
That's
run
fine.
out of here too, but so it's kind of in your hands now.
Great.
David.
So if we're going to write down predictions, right? My first prediction is by next May, we're going to see the amount of product quadruple or quintuple. There's going to be 4 to 5 times as much product available in Massachusetts by next May or June as compared to today.
and a subsequent drop in price for that.
No, because there's going to be a lot more retail stores too. But
Aha.
the price compression will come.
Okay.
Now, here's another interesting one. Take a look at the number of marijuana retailers. Now, I think Blake talked about how 60 stores are open, 75 have commenced operation certificates. That means that those other 15 stores, and it could be a little bit more than 60 at this point, but those other stores are going to open soon. I would expect within the next 45 days, because from the time you get your commence operation certificate, you typically open within a number of days, not necessarily weeks.
Right.
So let's assume there's 75 stores open. Take a look at how many provisional licenses are behind it.
Right.
There's 183 provisional licenses behind those 75 stores. Add in even the final, it gets up to about 194. You're talking about 2.5 additional stores for every store that's open now.
Wow.
I'll make that prediction that we're going to be to that point by probably March or April,
Wow.
right?
Yeah.
So you're gonna where it's hard to find a store in many communities.
Yep.
By next April,
Except for Holyoke.
by next April, there's gonna be better than 250 stores open,
Wow. That's incredible.
which means we're gonna need the extra supply to supply them.
Got it.
And I'm gonna predict that about half the industry is gonna be integrated, meaning what Blake was suggesting about the operation that he's a partner in. They grow it, they process it, they retail it. And then there's going to be another half of the industry where people grow it, but they don't own retail, and there are retailers that don't own their own grows. That's going to be what's really going to help the ecosystem, because when you're fully integrated, you're kind of doing your own thing.
Right.
When you're not fully integrated, that's when you've got a lot of commerce going on, as people are buying and selling and servicing the business.
This is one of the reasons why I love the cannabis industry, Blake, and you can understand, you can relate to this too, I think. There's law, there's economics, supply and demand, there's botany with the science of the grow of the plant, there's chemistry. There's so many elements that touch this plant now.
Absolutely, and it's every standard business obligation and duty, then this whole extra heaping pile of stuff because people are scared of the plant. So yeah, I think the portability of one's skills into this industry is really cool. When I went to law school, I didn't know that cannabis law was a thing. I just consumed it. So, to have that sort of benefit of my resume to be useful to folks now, I couldn't have scripted it any better. So yes, I share that. It's very cool.
Great. So one more observation on this. We'll go to the next slide where I'll make a quick observation, and we'll get to the last one.
Okay.
So take a look at the bottom of the commence operations column, and you'll see 149 licensees have been authorized to commence operations.
Yep.
Look at the number of provisional licenses that are out there, 456. So we're going to take, the industry is going to quadruple in size
Wow.
in less than a year. But what's really fascinating is look at the number of submitted applications. Cannabis Control Commission has now gotten to the point where there's more provisional licenses than submitted applications. And they're now processing the applications at a pretty good pace. I've assisted people with the home delivery application, the pre-certification. One team submitted, and within 2 days they had their RFI back. This weekend they're going to address the RFI, and I bet by the end of next week.
Request for information?
Request for information.
Thank you. That's
right?
what I'm here for.
So their whole, if you count it by business days, they will have submitted, and within less than 10 days, they're going to be pre-certified for home delivery. That means the Cannabis Control Commission is starting to get their act together on processing applications.
Gotcha.
So Dan,
right.
can we flip to the next slide
Yep.
real quick?
Look at that.
Now this one
This
here,
one's got colors. I like
yeah,
the
this
one.
one's got colors. All this really is the last slide with the information from August and July in there.
I see.
And if you look at the far right, well, I'll point out two things that I think are interesting. If you look at the far right, where it says totals, if we can scroll over there, Dan,
Oh,
you look in July, there were 833 total applications.
He's got it.
By August, another 21,
Yep.
up to 854, and this month, another 29. So on average, we're bringing in about 25 new applications a month. But if you watch the Cannabis Control Commission meetings, the approvals are exceeding 25, which means a year ago, they were approving less than the number of new applications. They couldn't keep up with the pile. Now they're whittling the pile down. And I think we're going to, now that that's happened, that we've gotten over that hump, I think you're going to see the industry start to grow and build out very, very quickly.
There you go.
If you look at the home delivery, for those of you who are in the social equity program, because I invited them all onto to listen to the show.
Yeah. And thank you for that.
Yep. Notice that 35 operators have filed for pre-certification, have been pre-certified and approved. 6 of those already have their applications in.
Uh-huh.
And I expect that once they get all the new regulations in place, that'll move forward quickly.
All right. And the last
let's-
slide, big finish.
Well, second to last, but this
Oh,
is going to be
sorry.
this will be a big finish. So this just gives everybody a feel for what's going on with canopy in the state. So if you take a look, you'll see that we've got about, depends on who you talk to, but you'll hear that we need about 8 to 11 million square feet of canopy.
Okay.
What's presently licensed with provisional and final licenses, midpoint's about 4.4 million.
Oh, wow.
So we still got a ways to go, but that's a lot of space.
Right.
But when you now there's a slide that I didn't include in here. 1/3 of that is actually final license, and probably 2/3 is provisional.
Gotcha.
Which is why, even though it looks like there's 4.4 million, that includes the provisional. If you look at the number of pending applications and you add that in and assume it's going to be the same average canopy size, we're probably about 5.8 million square feet of canopy. While it may seem a little boring on some of these numbers, if you're looking to be in the business, that's important. These numbers are going to tell you where the industry's going and when to expect some price compression and help you do some business planning.
And Blake, these are called metrics, right?
They can be.
Indeed. Although I'll confess, spreadsheets make me feel very stupid in a hurry. So I rely on folks whose brains work that way.
Great.
But
Hey, Blake Bensing, thanks so much. I hope we get you in studio sometime. You're always welcome here in Wellesley, and appreciate you doing what
My
you
pleasure.
do for the cannabis cause, as it were.
my pleasure. Well, I hope you both have a great weekend, and I appreciate the chance to appear. So
All right.
looking forward to coming on again sometime. Thanks a lot.
There's Blake Mensing. David Rabinovitz, as usual, numbers fascinate you, and you do a great job of telling the story. You use your numbers to tell the story.
Well, thank you.
And I use audio and video and my voice and anecdotes to try to make it somewhat entertaining and interesting. So this is what we're going to do. Dan, I know you. This is going to throw you a little bit of a curve, but I think you'll like this. Do you have a Cannabis.net video ready to go? Awesome. Let's go to the Cannabis.net educational videos that we have that we use part of this program. And then when we come back, we're going to go to Rick Lanive, who's standing by in our green room on Zoom, and we'll get to that after this. Don't go away. Cannabis Chat continues. cool. All right, you're clear, Mr. Rabinowitz.
Thank
Make sure
you.
you clip your mic before you leave.
I will.
As usual, it was terrific. Man, I'll tell you, the show flies when you're on it because we talk, and we talk at a level I think that's really good. Let me ask our audience, Isabel, how we doing? All right, hi everybody, welcome back to Cannabis Chat and also The Green Rush. That was David Rabinowitz and Blake Mensing on the phone. We talked a lot about numbers and business, and who better to go from those kinds of numbers than to a CPA, a certified public accountant, who actually wants the cannabis business and wants to have access to those kinds of numbers so he can help you who happen to be in the cannabis business. We have Rick Lanive on Zoom with us, and let's check out, let's say hello. Hi, Rick. And hold on. Hello, Rick. Say hello. Okay. We're learning.
Hello.
We're learning by doing, right? Rick, you got to say hello so we know if there's actually volume coming through.
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, we got you. All right. Yes, we do. Terrific. Okay. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. I don't know if you were able to actually listen or watch the last 20. Okay. I actually see you shaking your head, so I know that means no, which is okay. But what David Rabinowitz does is he looks at all the public data that the Cannabis Control Commission in Massachusetts puts out on their website. And then he does his metric projections, and he looks at the market so that you can understand the supply, demand, the potential, and all that. And that's stuff that goes right over. It's like talking chemistry and science to me. But anyway, tell us about yourself and tell us about Accountabuds, will you?
Sure. So Accounting Buds is a newly formed entity. I formed it in January of this year to focus on the cannabis industry and the needs of the cannabis industry, specifically with regards to accounting, outsourced CFO, and just strategic advisory type of work. I've been doing that type of work under another banner for a few years, and I realized that after attending one or two cannabis-related networking events that the cannabis space really could use these types of services, so I started Accounting Buds.
There you go. And you are part of our team here. We want to let everybody know that you are part of our team, and I appreciate that. How challenging is it when you're dealing with a cash-only business? Because as you know, a federal illegal substance, anybody in the cannabis business, including pro-cannabis media, you can't bank officially. You've got to find banks that are offering high service rates to be able to actually have your money in it. But you have a lot of credit unions that are involved as well. So how challenging is it to actually find the right accounting? Because every dispensary, though, has to account for every sale, right? Because they have to report it to the state.
So one of the challenges is that the business is a cash business. So as accountants, we love to reconcile numbers to make sure they're correct. And one of the main processes you do is you reconcile the numbers that you have reported in your store or your own business against what's flowing through the bank. That's the easiest way to reconcile and make sure you've picked up every transaction. In the cash business, that's much more difficult to do. Now, on the flip side of that, a lot of the different states have their own systems in place for dispensaries and other type of cannabis businesses that have to be used to track inventory because it's a controlled substance. So we could use those systems to reconcile against as well and to pull some of the data that we need.
All right. Hey, this is the first, Rick, you're part of Pro Cannabis Media history right now. I just want you to know that, all right?
Okay.
Because we've attempted to do a Zoom call for the first time, and a lot of people know how Zoom works. But what we're learning as we go along here with our live stream software, exactly the capabilities, because you always want to push the envelope. So thank you for being our guinea pig, if you will.
There we go.
Hey, wait, but you know what? Lean out of the shot a little bit so we can see your logo.
Leaning the wrong way.
We want to see the logo. There it is, Accounting Buds. I like that. Now I got to ask you the question. You can come back in now and tell us who designed that for you, or is that something you actually did?
So the name I came up with myself.
Okay.
The name, I'm not the most creative person in the world as an accountant.
Yeah.
But over the course of about a week, I, came up with a name. I double checked it to make sure that the website wasn't taken, and actually it was, but we were able to shorten it to acctbuds.com, and the website wasn't in use. So I came up with the name. The logo, I'm not nearly that creative. I had a couple ideas, but like I said before, I've started one or two businesses before, so I had those, and she came back with a couple different options. When I saw this one, it just immediately I said, that's the one we have to go with.
It's good. We like it. We like it. And it's funny, the color green, it's like it's in every marijuana related business. I have yet really to see one.
It's almost mandatory.
That's right. That's all right. But as a Celtics fan, I'm certainly partial to the color green. But let's go. Let's ask. I got to ask you this question because we talked about this briefly before. The IRS recently released guidelines to marijuana-related businesses on how to pay their taxes in cash. How do you do a major cash transaction without rolling up to the IRS in an armored car?
And that's basically what you have to do. The reason they came out with the guidance last week was twofold. One of them was just to remind companies that even though you are participating in what is a federally illegal business, you still have to pay taxes. And let's not forget, those rules were initially put in place, which is how they caught all the mobsters back in the day. The mobsters weren't paying taxes on all of their, illegal activities. So the first part of the guidance they put out was just a reminder that, hey, cannabis companies, you're still responsible to pay federal taxes. The second part of the guidance was, and they didn't really get overly specific on this point still, but it was basically how to pay taxes if you don't have a bank account. And what was happening before is some cannabis companies were pretty much driving up to their local IRS office with a car full of cash saying, we're ready to pay our taxes, but we don't have a bank account. And the local office had no idea how to deal with that. So basically what the guidance does now is they've listed out certain offices in different areas that are equipped to take cash transactions as payment of your taxes, which still technically is against a bunch of IRS rules because you're supposed to be able to file and pay everything electronically.
Right.
But the guidance is allowing it right now. So basically, rent an armored truck, roll up to one of those locations, call them ahead of time, tell them you're coming, and they'll have someone ready to count the cash.
That's just crazy. This is another reason why things have to change. Certainly, I don't think anything's going to happen. No change is going to happen before November 3rd, I can tell you that. And then hopefully, well, let me rephrase, we don't know what will happen, but if there is a change, the cannabis industry will be celebrating, especially those who want just to have access to the banking industry. That's all.
Absolutely. And I actually think either way, you're going to see more access to the banking industry. There's a couple things out there that banks are trying to form, skirting around some of the current rules. And I think there's just one or two tweaks that may happen soon, even without making it federally legal. I think I heard the other day there's a case in front of the Supreme Court that could potentially get marijuana taken off of Schedule 1.
Right.
Which would then open up the banking industry as well.
Right. And I never forget Steve D'Angelo, who's been doing such a great job with advocacy throughout his entire life, explaining to me in Jamaica when I interviewed him, because I asked him, I said, isn't it possible that the current POTUS could make a change a week before the election? And he said, yes. He said, all he really has to do is pick up the phone, call the DOJ. It's an administrative activity to just change it from Schedule 1 to Schedule 2, 3, 4, right, or just take it off the schedule. And I shudder to think of the impact that might have on the election if he decides to do that. And as we know, yep, no one knows what this guy does on a daily basis. I'm sorry.
I think he decides on the fly sometimes.
That's right. That's right. Let's get back to the tax code for a second, because one of the biggest challenges, besides having to pay your taxes in cash, okay, is the fact that this business, the cannabis industry business, cannot take deductions, normal business deductions, because it's a federally illegal substance. And how does a multi-state operator like Curaleaf pay their taxes? I still can't quite understand how this works.
So what you're referring to is 280E, which basically states that you can't take deductions for illegal businesses, even though you have to pay taxes on illegal businesses. And therefore, it makes almost everything except for completely and utterly purely cost of goods sold, not a deduction. And even the cost of goods sold is technically not a deduction, it's a reduction from your income, which is a little bit different in the tax code. But so that's what you're referring to there. But what companies do is there's a lot of different ways to, I won't say get around it, but to still reduce your taxes. So one of those is setting up multiple companies. So you keep your grow operations in one entity,
yeah,
and you keep your administrative operations in another entity.
Gotcha.
Because that entity is not plant touching.
Right.
A lot of companies go through and they're able to take normal deductions from that entity. And they'll go so far as to allocate square footage in different different buildings they own to the different entities. So the grow section of the building will be in the grow entity, the bathrooms in that area will be part of the other entity because that gives them more square footage that they could deduct. They consider the bathrooms to be part of the administrative company, which has its own entity, and therefore they could deduct that as part of their taxes.
Gotcha.
So there's a lot of legal setups you could go through to kind of help a little bit.
So I guess this would be a hypothetical, and I hate asking hypothetical questions, and I'll never forget when one of my comrades asked Bill Parcells a hypothetical question, and he undressed him in front of the entire Boston media crowd. If the Democrats get elected, if Joe Biden gets elected president,
Yep.
he's already on platform, on record, saying he wants to decriminalize it federally and open up the banks, okay?
Yep.
The laws still are state to state. So as an accountant, don't you have to know the laws on each state, whether it's a medical program or an adult use recreational program?
Yes and no.
Okay.
I actually just had this conversation with a potential client
Aha.
earlier today.
I hope you got him.
So-
I hope you landed that client.
They're pretty close, I think.
Okay, good.
But from a tax perspective, absolutely. From a booking perspective, just pure accounting, not as much. You need to understand the tax implications so that you can make sure you put things in the right accounts to make it easier for the tax preparer. But as from a pure debits and credits perspective, not as much.
Gotcha.
And I try to focus on the debits and credits side. I have people on my team that can come in or I subcontract to, depending on the state. So one person doesn't necessarily know every state on the tax side. But that's kind of the best way, from my perspective, to get a broader knowledge base pretty quickly.
Great. And, a fear of mine, whenever the federal government gets involved with this, it's pretty obvious if you just look at their track record, they constantly change the rules. You'll get a notice in the mail of a fine because you thought you did something right and you didn't, and then they put interest on top of that. I just shudder again to think that if we get to that point, will the federal government screw it up again, I guess?
Well, I guess one of the good things is, and this is one of the reasons why I was comfortable getting into this business itself, this industry, and we could maybe talk about that in a minute too.
Mm-hmm.
But both the current administration and Biden's administration have stated they're going to continue the policy of basically letting legal businesses if they're legal in the state, continue to operate and not go through and freeze funds. If you do have money in a credit union, come in and freeze your credit union access,
Right.
That type of thing. So from that perspective, at least for the next 4 years, it seems like we're going to be continuing on with the current policies of, while it's federally illegal, we're not going to go through and prosecute or try to freeze funds.
Right.
And the other thing, I'm going a little off topic now, but when I started looking into this industry, there was a lot of peers of mine that were questioning whether I should actually come into this industry or not. And when I did the research, the AICPA and most of the state CPA associations had already all released guidance saying it's okay for CPAs to work with cannabis companies.
Gotcha.
There was quite a bit of questions about it in the beginning because as CPAs, we have ethics that we have to keep as well. And working with a federally illegal business potentially could violate those ethics. But since that guidance is out there as well, it increased my comfort level getting into the industry.
Gotcha. And let's talk about the comfort. Let's talk about the stigma. How has it been received? Have you run into any time where people will say, "Oh, you're in the cannabis industry. I'm not sure I can work with you"?
Absolutely. So, like I mentioned a second ago, some people that I know when I was mentioning getting into the industry were trying to caution me from getting into it at all. And I explained to them what I just explained to you about the AICPA, et cetera. And I said, in the two administrations, I said, you know what? The risk level for me is not as bad as it seems, and the opportunity is huge. But there still are people that don't like the stigma of the industry. So, for example, I won't get into names, but I was talking with a former colleague the other day about potentially, coming on board and helping me out and subcontracting with me. And it's actually someone that I had worked for previously. So, I basically called them up. We were talking in general and saying, look, for either of my two businesses that I had, because they both basically do the same thing, if there's something that comes up that I haven't experienced before, he's a few years old and has a little bit more experience.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to work with me? And on the non-cannabis industry, he said, absolutely. On the cannabis industry side, he said, I'm sorry, but I can't touch that industry. I've spent my entire career building up my reputation, and I can't have that, I forget his exact words, but like stigma that stain on my reputation.
Wow. And it's too bad. I mean, again, New Jersey, of course, is a medical state. I think they just added another dispensary. I think they're up to 11 now in the whole state of New Jersey. And I know that it's on the ballot for November for adult use recreation. Then you throw in all these regulations. Everybody's looking for reasons to retard the growth of the industry even before it starts. And yet you still are getting millions and millions of dollars invested in cannabis on a regular basis as the engine continues to chug along, this green wave, this green rush that's going on in our country. And I just hope one day we'll get to the point where people will understand God put this plant on earth for a reason, and it's been used medicinally for thousands of years. The stat that I love to throw out at these naysayers and prohibitionists that I've learned is in the 1920s, before Prohibition, 1937, medical doctors in the United States wrote 3 million prescriptions for cannabis for people. And it, it's like, so in the 1920s, heck, you could get it. You could get a prescription for cannabis. But, as soon as they prohibited in 37, it was done, and it became that evil weed. And it had a lot to do with the fact that hemp was part of the equation. And the people behind Reefer Madness were in the pulp industry, Mr. Hearst and Mr. DuPont. And they were the money behind the production of Reefer Madness and the development of the DEA and Harry Anslinger, who was the first drug czar.
I actually had never known until I got involved in this industry and I don't know the exact year when it changed, but in our early days of the country, if you were a farmer, you were required to grow a certain percentage of your crop as hemp.
Right. And it would actually be really good for the environment to do that again. But you know what? We'll see what happens. We're in a historic time. Happy to be part of it. Happy you're part of our team, Rick. And I'm so
very
appreciate
happy to be part of it as well.
You've given us a shot here on Zoom. And as far as I can tell, it's worked okay. Now, again, we have to go back and look at the video and see how it was recording and levels and stuff.
Yeah.
But I got to give Dan French, our studio director, a plug here because we don't know until we try it. So, Rick, thank you so much for being there. Look forward to working with you in the future.
Thanks for having me, Jimmy. Thank you.
All right, and there you go. That was Rick Lanief from Accounting Buds, ACCTBUDS.com. That's where you find him. That's where you will find him. And, of course, you're going to find us here Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. It looks like Mondays is going to be we're going to be talking about cannabis as a medicine. Wednesdays, we're going to educate you about the different ways you might be interested in getting into the cannabis business, what part of the cannabis business you might want to get into. And then on Fridays, we're going to talk numbers. We're going to talk finance. We're going to talk about investing in the cannabis space. So that's what's going to be coming up on Cannabis Chat, one of our new programs. We live stream it here in our Wellesley studio, and we want to thank you for watching this. And also, please subscribe, like, and share. We are trying to grow this thing, and if you believe in what we're doing, giving a voice to the cannabis industry, please share it with your friends. Tell everybody you know about it that we're out here doing this. I've done 2.5 years of content on cannabis. I've interviewed some of the nicest people I've ever met. I've gone from interviewing some of the biggest names in sports like Pele and even the late Joe Paterno, and yes, all the Boston sports guys as well. Henry Aaron in the 1986 World Series at Fenway Park, still one of the biggest thrills of my life. And now I'm interviewing Bruce Linton and Joe Lusardi, the CEO of Curaleaf, and Steve D'Angelo, who's fighting the fight for getting every last prisoner project out of jail who's been convicted of a cannabis crime. And these are really passionate people for this cause. So join the cause, subscribe to us. So for Dan French and Isabel Turner, who helped me put this thing on almost every day, every week, stay tuned, because now we're going to have our Weed Talk News, the latest in the news industry from cannabis with Kurt Dalton, cannabis.net. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Lashana Tova. Happy New Year to all my tribesmen. We'll see you next week.
are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to a special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. And today we are joined by the CEO and co-founder of a company called KushCo. Now, if you happen to study those penny stocks on some of those interesting exchanges out there, you might actually find KushCo listed. Nick Kovacevic. Did I get it right, Nick? Kovacevic?
You got it. You got it. All that practice.
Thank you very much. He's the CEO. He joins us from California. Nick, thank you so much for coming on today. And, you know, being a publicly traded company in the cannabis ancillary space is challenging, isn't it?
Absolutely. Look, it's not anywhere near as challenging as the companies that we service, which are the businesses that touch the plant. But nonetheless, I mean, we've been shut down by dozens and dozens of banks with the business and personally, right? All this scrutiny. And at the end of the day, we're just selling packaging and supplies. But people see the cannabis affiliation and they bring the hammer down. And it's tough. So we've navigated this, for almost a decade now, believe it or not. So we're pretty used to it. And we thought things would be a little better by now. But, unfortunately, without getting some of these laws passed, like the Safe Banking Act, we really haven't seen the progress we've all hoped for.
From a business perspective, I think you are accurate. And plus, you're in a mature market of California. I'm coming to you from Massachusetts, where legalization was voted in 4 years ago. And this week, just the second dispensary for adult use was opened in Boston. This past week, 4 years later. So we have Pure Oasis and we have Berkshire Roots now open in the city of Boston 4 years after the voters brought it in. So while you could take a step back, Nick, and I'm much older than you, and I could see tremendous progress being made, okay, you're right. From your perspective, in a mature market with a company with a pretty decent cap table, I checked you out, it is a challenge. And yes, even this little company had their bank account shut down when we took money from a dispensary. So I feel like I broke my cherry in the cannabis business a little bit too. Let's go back to the Safe Banking Act, because I'm very familiar with it. I know that it passed the United States House of Representatives with flying colors, and bang, it goes to the Senate, and those Republicans, they're the ones who shut it down. In fact, not only are they shutting that down, but any mention of cannabis in a COVID relief bill now is getting nixed. It is amazing to me that it is now a political chip in it when it has to do with public health more than anything else, public health and public safety. And now we've got Republicans against Democrats. How frustrating is that for you?
It's incredibly frustrating. And actually, I've spent a lot of time, in the political world as part of my role here. And, I met with a lot of the prominent leaders on both sides of the aisle, but particularly on the Republican side, given that, they're kind of the main roadblock right now. And Senator Cory Gardner out of Colorado, his name is on the Safe Banking Act, which is now stalled in the Senate. And he's trailing big time in the polls to former Governor Hickenlooper. And I was on a Zoom call with Senator Gardner a couple weeks ago. And I said, hey, look, Senator, me and other folks in our industry have supported you. You've done a tremendous job advocating for our industry, which is completely true. He has. But I said, a lot of people are starting to lose faith because it doesn't seem like your party is going to support what's important to not only our industry, but also to you. You're behind in the polls. This Safe Banking Act could really give you a big lift coming down the stretch here. I said, what do I tell my colleagues in the cannabis industry that are saying, hey, we love Cory, but he hasn't got it done. Maybe it's time to jump ship and think about flipping the Senate in November, right? What do I tell these folks? So that's the challenge is even though we have some good people on both sides of the aisle that support our issue, it has become a chip, as you say, and there's people that are digging their heels in saying, we're not going to give an inch on this issue, which has so much broad support. I mean, you're talking 70% to 80% of the people in this country want cannabis legalized, and we can't even get a small fraction of movement in certain bodies of the government. It's very frustrating.
Very frustrating indeed. In fact, I saw a Republican senator from South Dakota come out and basically say anything that has cannabis attached to it in the COVID relief fund, they don't want to have anything to do with it. Now, again, this has become a public safety concern. It has to do with banking. It has to do with health. And for some reason, that does not compute with some people who dig their heels in. I just don't understand. Isn't the role of a representative or a senator in government to do what the people that elect them ask them to do? Isn't that what democracy in a republic is? Did I miss something in college?
You know, you're exactly right, and I've been harping on this over the last couple months, actually. And you know, really, the call to action is getting people to vote, and a lot of people are becoming more aware that yeah, we have people in office that really aren't reflecting what we the people want, and the only way to fix that is to change the people that are in the office. November is going to be, I think, a huge turnout. COVID obviously is a little bit of a wild card, but one thing that we did is actually on June 12th, we announced that we're giving the entire company a paid day off, the full day, right? We're going to eliminate all excuses and allow our employees to be able to get out and go vote, volunteer at the polling stations if they feel inclined to, right? They've got the full day paid. We're encouraging other companies to follow suit. Several other cannabis companies have reached out to me saying that they're adopting the same policy. Even large companies like Twitter have announced they're giving the day paid off. So this is a movement of people kind of becoming aware that we're not being represented by our government, which is the whole point. As you say, studying history of how this country was founded was to give representation to the constituents. And when you have an issue like cannabis, it's very clear 70% of people supported for adult use, upwards of 97% supported for medical, and we can't get either of those across the finish line. Something is wrong here, and we need change. And I believe we will get some change in November because of the way that people are now motivated, not only on this issue, but on several other issues throughout the country.
Now, certainly, and it's good to hear it from someone like yourself who isn't just running his company. He's actually taking it to another level. You have a conscience. You really want to do right by your employees and by the in the industry that you're in. You know, it's one of the most fascinating things I found about the people in the cannabis industry is their true passion for this cause. And you know, you told me you've already paid your dues. You know, you've had bank accounts shut down. You've probably had personal accounts taken away or shut down or moved or whatever. There's nothing like this industry in history. No comparables out there right now. We're all kind of paving the way in this historical end to prohibition. And I am cautiously optimistic, but when I read about what's going on in some other these states and I see some of the actions by the true leader of us, I really am concerned. I really am. And I'm much older than you. I don't have much more time left. I want to see if we can actually get this thing done already.
Yeah. No, and I think November could clear that path, right? And people feel that. If it doesn't, things don't change in November, it might be 4 more years of cannabis, people getting locked up for cannabis. I don't know if you saw the other day, but there's a gentleman who's an ex-military veteran, happens to be black.
In Alabama, where I'm going to be talking about.
They're trying to give for medical marijuana, which, first of all, would never happen to a white person. But secondly, it shouldn't happen to anybody. Today, in today's day and age, with 33 states that have legal medical marijuana, it's absurd.
Right. Well, it's because, we've allowed racism to exist under the guise of the Civil Rights Act, under the guise of a lot of this. And this couple, I read the whole story, they had their music on too loud, and that attracted a law enforcement person. And what happened? He asked, "Can I search your car?" And the guy said, "Yeah, of course. Why not?" He didn't even think that, I got medical cannabis in my car. Again, this is what the problem is. And by the way, How many of those stories have you heard? And I'm sure you know about the Last Prisoner Project and Steve D'Angelo coming from California. He has dedicated the rest of his life to expunging the records of anyone incarcerated for cannabis crimes.
Tremendous organization, and got to commend the D'Angelos for all the work that they're doing and have done and continue to do. One organization that we're involved in is Mission Green, which is the story of Weldon Angelos, who was, as a young adult, caught, a couple times dealing to a federal officer undercover, small amounts. I mean, the total amount when you add it up was less than $1,000 worth of marijuana. But because he had a gun on him and because it was several occurrences, he ended up with a mandatory minimum of 55 years. The judge that gave it to him even said, "This doesn't feel right, but I have to give you this 55 years. He had 2 kids. I mean, just terrible. Luckily, I mean, it was the most incredible story. People like the Koch brothers on one side of the aisle, Republicans. On the other side of the aisle, you had Snoop Dogg and you had Cory Booker, all came to support, and finally they got him out after 12 years. There's a big documentary coming out on HBO. I think it's done by Mark Wahlberg, around his story.
My name is Weldon Angelos. In 2002, I was arrested in a sting operation for selling less than $1,000 worth of cannabis. I was forced to trial and I lost. Due to the mandatory minimum sentencing laws, I was sentenced to a 55-year prison term. I lost my career as a music producer. I lost my family. I lost the chance to raise my 2 sons for selling less cannabis than the current personal use limit in California. When I began serving my time, I never thought I would end up walking out those doors 13 years later. When I walked out those prison doors, I knew that I wanted to dedicate my life to helping those in situations like myself who did not have the luck that I did. This is my mission green. Through our specialized programming and initiatives, we aim to create change by providing relief to those who are still serving sentences for cannabis offenses, creating reentry programs for those who are integrating back into society after serving these sentences, assisting those who do not have access to legal counsel, and by working with policymakers on the local, state, and federal level to change the system at its core to prevent what happened to me from happening to others. This is an issue that affects all American families. This is Mission Green. Please join the movement. Go to theweldonproject.org to learn how to get involved.
And this is something that we're supporting, but similar mission to Last Prisoner Project, with the idea of how do we get everybody else out. Weldon got out, fortunately, but that's not enough for him. Now he wants to get everybody else out. So it's great to see people doing this. But, look, I grew up, funny story, my dad was a prosecutor and a judge. So, at one point before I was born, he was putting people in prison for, a little as a joint. And obviously times have changed a little bit. But one thing I learned from him was when somebody asks to search your car, the answer is always no. Because you have the right to say no. And it's just sad that a lot of people think, hey, why not? I don't have anything bad. Why not? Well, bad things can somehow happen even when you don't think you're in the wrong. And so to anybody out there listening, the answer should always be no. I mean, why? There's no need. We're all just trying to live our lives and have our own personal freedoms. And we don't need people intruding on that, especially when we have a right to tell them no.
Right. And eventually the laws will catch up with our own individual rights. And I really do believe that. And, you got to realize you're in California and I'm in Massachusetts. These are 2 pretty liberal communities, let's face it, Nick. It all started, that revolution back in the 18th century started in this area. Remember that it was something about representation without taxation, and now here you are in an industry who wants the taxation, okay, just to get it legitimized, just to get this thing going once and for all. Tell me a little bit about KushCo, please, because I feel like we've gotten into a political discussion because of my passion and your passion for this. But tell me a little bit about your company, how it started, and I'm intrigued with the fact that you are truly an ancillary cannabis business because your company does not touch the plant. You're just working with the people who do.
Yeah, exactly. We started, as we were talking before the show, we're coming up on our 10-year anniversary here in December. And so we started pretty early. It was in California. It was the medical marijuana market, which was the earliest medical marijuana market, started in 1996. And we came on the scene in 2010, and we each had one goal, and it was really to be able to support the dispensaries that needed these packaging goods. We started with selling child-resistant vials, and we thought, hey, this is an industry that's it's new, it's emerging. There's not a lot of infrastructure and support, but it's also something that needs to professionalize and destigmatize. And so we thought, hey, bringing a pharmaceutical grade option, right, child-resistant, and getting ahead of some of the concerns and fears that parents around the country would have when they hear about pot coming to their coming to a dispensary near their house. We thought this was a great opportunity to solve a real problem, provide value and service, but also help push the right narrative that people should be thinking about is cannabis as a real industry, a professional industry. So it was a great combination. It wasn't easy, and it took several years for the business to kind of materialize. Then Colorado legalized. Now we had the first state that required regulation for their packaging, and guess what? They wanted everything to be child resistant. So we were a little bit ahead of our time, but we gained the momentum because we were prepared. Jan 1, 2014, and next thing you know, Washington follows, Oregon, California, so all these states, and for the most part, they all have strict regulation around packaging. So that's been a core staple of our business, selling packaging. We've also expanded into selling the vape pens themselves, the cartridges, empty. And then we bought a company that sells the solvents. So you're talking about ethanol, butane, propane that's used for the extraction of cannabis oils and concentrates. So we provide those to our customers as well. So when you think about our customers, it's any operator in the cannabis industry that's growing, processing, packaging, branding these products. They're going to be buying supplies from us to be able to help them go to market, and most importantly, go to market in a compliant fashion. So they're doing the right thing, and they're able to hopefully have their brand stand out a little bit from the competition because of our emphasis around customization and innovation. So that's the thesis of KushCo, and we've grown the business tremendously, as I'm sure you know. From when 2014, when I officially became CEO, we were only doing a few $1 million in sales, and last year we did 149 million. So when people think of these, packaging vials, right? And I have one here that stores my my paper clips. These are cheap, but they add up, and this industry is only getting bigger. So we see a potential to continue to grow this thing.
Absolutely, and I will say this: while the government goes out of their way and the regulators go out of their way to make sure that the packaging is child-proof, the challenge to container manufacturers like yourself is to deal with those old fart baby boomers like myself who have arthritic fingers and can't open up the damn child-proof containers, okay? It hurts my fingers sometimes to work those things. However, I have seen a lot of progress in that department too, and I'm sure you're certainly aware of that too.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's actually, when you look at the federal regulation around its Title 16 CFR 1700, it actually not only deals with children under the age of 5, but it also deals with seniors over the age of, I think, 55. So you test both groups. So on one hand, you don't want the kids to be able to open it, but on the other hand, you need older generation to be able to open it as well. So it's a fine line, and people say child-proof. Unfortunately, a lot of these packages, vast majority, couldn't be considered child-proof, but you have a very high degree, like 97%, 98%, that a child will not be able to access it. So still the message is, be responsible in your own home, put these products out of reach of kids, but God forbid there's a mistake and something's left on the ground, hopefully these packages will prevent any accidental ingestion.
Puts a little more pressure on being a parent, which is by far the toughest job any of us have ever had to deal with. Are you a father by any chance?
It's funny that you ask, because I'm celebrating my son's first birthday on Wednesday. And, I agree. I've been a CEO for, 6 years now, and being a father for this last year is much tougher job and much more rewarding too. So it's been phenomenal. And one of the good blessings for me with COVID, being able to spend more time at home and at this critical age. So it's, there's pros and cons of what we're all going through right now.
Absolutely. And there's no bigger challenge for a parent than to chat and talk with their children about adult activities. And while we always say, we got to be careful, we got to keep it away from the kids, all I know is a lot of times those who think we need to keep it away from the kids, their kids know more about the product than they do. Okay? This is half the problem. Okay? It's about education. Look at Europe just for a second, and I'm going to move it over to alcohol for a second. There are fewer alcoholics in Europe because the European culture will introduce alcohol, wine, beer, early on in their ages to explain to them this is what it does to you. And, we're not telling you not to do it, but if you do it, you have to do it responsibly. That, to me, is far better than don't do this until you're 21 years old because, it's going to rot your brain. Now, as you can tell, I'm pretty passionate about this stuff, okay? But you as a parent will have those conversations in a few more years, and hopefully you'll remember this old guy from Boston warning you about that talk. But I will tell you, caffeine is the most addicted drug in our society today, and nobody seems to worry about that, right?
Right.
There was a great song by the Jefferson Airplane, Go Ask Alice. The ones that mother give you don't do anything at all. Meanwhile, Big Pharma dictates a lot of stuff, what happens in our medical community here. There's a lot of problems with medicine and health in this country. And here comes along a plant, people, okay? If you know anything about plant medicine or even plant diets, they're so far superior to what most of us have grown up on. Look into that. In the meantime, Nick, I want to get back to our discussion and talk a little bit more about fighting that stigma that all of us have to fight on a daily basis. And as is your company considered big business, or are you still a small business? How do they, I love the definition of small businesses, by the way.
Well, it depends who's asking, right?
Right.
The reality is, most people look at us as more corporate cannabis, right? We're, over $100 million in sales and we're publicly traded, but we only have 125 employees. So we still are pretty close in terms of being more of a small company feel. And we're all very passionate about the industry. So, I think that's what separates us. But, you brought up a lot of good points with how things are treated differently. And I think when we think about stigma, that's going to be the hardest thing to change. I think the laws will change, right? And we can get this thing to be fully legal here in the next few years, I believe. But it's going to take far longer for the stigma to change
By the time your child is 21, hopefully by that time. How's that?
Yeah.
And by the way, as a father of an adult child who's turned 30 in September, there is a lot of rewards as a parent throughout the first few years, and then the challenges of the 10 to 14, and then the teenager years come through. But when they finally get to the point where they are adult children and they understand the sacrifices that you as a parent have given for them, it's like so enlightening. It's so wonderful. It's like, welcome to the club, kid. Yeah,
that's the light at the end of the tunnel.
Too. That's right. That's exactly right. I want to ask you about COVID. As a guy who runs a company with a number of employees, we had a great interview about a month ago with two legends of the game. One is Joe Lusardi. He's the CEO of Curaleaf, the largest MSO. They actually are based here in Massachusetts. And the other is Bruce Linton, who helped build Canopy Growth into a huge company. And they both talked about how COVID has kind of taught this society that we can actually do business and keep your businesses going remotely, and what kind of an effect that might have down the road on getting into office space and how you actually do business. What are the kind of challenges you've had in your own operation as far as keeping it going under the COVID restriction?
Yeah, we're all learning and adjusting, and certainly I have a lot of respect for both those gentlemen. I know them well, Bruce and Joe, and they're the best of the best. So they've got far larger teams than I do, but we're doing a lot. We've been reacting to obviously what the state's guidelines are, what the rules are. We have two components to our business. We have our office team, right, which would include everybody in the corporate suite, HR, finance, legal, sales, and then we have our operations team, which they're in the warehouse. And cannabis has been deemed essential virtually in every state except for one. I'm not going to call out which one it was, but it starts with them. And luckily, you guys are back online now. But we've been able to navigate by saying, hey, we're going to de-risk and take the corporate staff that doesn't necessarily need to be in the office, let them work from home, and create an environment that's safe for our warehouse crew that does need to be in the warehouse shipping orders. And it's worked out well. We've also looked at how we potentially reopen the office, when and how. And, we have a plan for that, which includes, bringing people back in phases. It includes, health temperature checks and certain surfaces are being cleaned more often than others. Mask requirements, hand sanitizer, the drill. So there's a lot that goes into it, but I think the biggest takeaway from me and a lot of CEOs that I've spoken with is just, the need to work in an office. It's not as necessary. And, it's interesting when you think about hiring, because we just identified a few roles that we're going to hire for. Before I would have said, well, they need to be here and they need to be there. And now it's like, well, I'd like it to be there, but if there's a great candidate that's not there, they can work remote, right? Because we're in a new world. So I think, and we're not a tech company. I think we're at the one end of the spectrum. We're starting to embrace that. The other end of the spectrum, companies are moving to that full bore, right? There's going to be virtual offices all over the place, and we'll never return to what we had, in my opinion. So it's changing everything. And, one of the things that I tell my team here, and something that you certainly are going to be embracing, anyone in the cannabis industry, is change. Change is constant. We've seen it, almost 10 years now. This industry's changed, 3 or 4 times over. And now our whole society is changing with what's happening with coronavirus. So you just got to embrace the change, and you got to go attack it. And you're going to make mistakes, and you're going to learn from those mistakes, and you're going to adjust.
And that's what being in business is all about. Adapt, improvise, plan, and make it up as you go along, because it does change almost on a weekly, if not monthly basis, right?
Exactly.
Hey, one last question, because I know you were an athlete, okay? You're an academic All-American at Southwest Baptist University. How does sports prepare you for a leadership role in business?
Yeah, I think it's great preparation, right? Number one, if you're playing sports at a high level, it's not just showing up to a basketball game, right? It's a full-time job. Number one, your training is very serious. You practice you do film sessions, so you actually study, what you've done in the performance arena, and you learn from that. And you're really, you're a team, so there's this aspect of the culture, right, which is very applicable to the business world. And then ultimately you're competing. You're going out to win. And so, I take that same approach to the business, right? I want to have a company culture that feels like a team, the camaraderie, but also pushing each other, challenging each other. I want people to take the same level of dedication and preparation, the pride in their talent and their chosen field, right? And then ultimately we want to go out and win. We want to go out and compete for business, and we want to win, and we want to deliver results. So it's very similar, and I think it's a lot of that drive that has inspired me to not only start this business, several other businesses, and again, we're still at the early stages. So I see a big vision for our company in this industry over the next 10, 20 years, and all of that it reminds me of being a young athlete and thinking about going to the playoffs and winning championships in the tournament, and it's exciting, and that's what gets you up every day. And I think that I wouldn't want it any other way, right? This is the new playing field for me, and the grass is arguably greener.
That's right, or different colors these days, if you know what I'm saying. So Nick, I so appreciate you taking the time. Your PR team did a great job of hooking us up, and I think for good reason. I enjoyed this conversation. I hope we get to continue it offline at some point. So you are always welcome in Massachusetts to visit. Happy to show you around my hood, because after all, it did all begin here, but I can say that life has certainly flourished in California. Okay, I certainly get that too.
Well, we have a facility in Worcester, and when things open back up, I'm going to head your way, and we'll get together. We'll hopefully be able to enjoy a nice cannabis beverage.
Well, there you go. And we are on Worcester Street in Wellesley, Mass., which is west of Boston. So easy to find, but more importantly, Worcester is also the home for the Cannabis Control Commission, as well as a number of dispensaries. So it's almost becoming the center of cannabis in the state of Massachusetts. So certainly I look forward to that. I also know a few good restaurants in that area as well. So Nick Kovacevic from KushCo, I so appreciate you taking the time, and I look forward to more things from KushCo down the road. So for Nick, I'm Jimmy Young, the host of In the Weeds. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, a former Emmy Award-winning talk show host and sportscaster from New England. So we're going to interrupt the kind of promotion of a new cannabis channel to talk to you about the year of cannabis in 2020. That's right, it was quite a year for the green wave. It's why we have a saying here at Pro Cannabis Media, it's a whole new world of weed out there. So if I were to ask you, what are your top 5 stories of the year in cannabis? What would they be? Well, here's mine. We'll do it David Letterman style, kind of backwards. Number 5, Colorado. They've delivered close to $2 billion in cannabis sales this year alone, and now has passed $1 billion generated in state tax revenue since it legalized cannabis in 2014. Pretty amazing. Number 4, the World Health Organization has descheduled cannabis from the most restricted category to the least restricted category, and the UN then voted to remove it from its most restricted category. Now, of course, the door is open to recognize cannabis for its medicinal effects internationally. Number 3, just after the U.S. House of Representatives votes to open the doors for medical research of cannabis in legal states, the DEA finally issues its guidelines about research grants, and it denied that opportunity for scientists, spurning more and more research efforts that are out there. And what do you think happened? More lawsuits have followed. Meanwhile, number 2, back to the U.S. House of Representatives for passing of the MORE Act that legalized cannabis and expunged small cannabis sentences. But that bill will never see the floor of the Senate because, as you know, that is controlled by that other party. All eyes on Georgia's Senate runoff now for control of the Senate. However, considering that no House of Congress has even considered changing the law for 80 years, it was a pretty good year. What was the top story? Come on, Election Day. More people went to the vote, more people went to the polls, and more people voted in the United States of America. That meant 5 states had ballot questions. All 5 states passed those ballot questions, making 4 more adult use legal states: Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey. Mississippi, what did they do? They added a medicinal program. That means a majority of the states in the United States of America, over 33 now, have medicinal marijuana programs. So, what are your top 5 stories for 2020 in cannabis? Email us at info@ProCannabisMedia, and we might just read your list on one of our live cannabis chat shows that we live stream 3 days a week from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. right out of this studio. That's right, on ProCannabisMedia.com, Pro Cannabis Media's Facebook page, and the YouTube channel. We go live 3 times a week, and right now we're live streaming the best of our 2020 shows on all of our social media pages. So like, share, subscribe, and follow us, because the only socialization we're doing now during this pandemic is social media. So for everyone here at Pro Cannabis Media, happy holidays. I'm Jimmy Young.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. And once again, a very special guest joins us. Her name is Alyssa Merrill. She is the founder of Flower and Tonic. And I can be perfectly honest about this. Alyssa and I are friends. In fact, we've been friends as long as this podcast has existed. Alyssa, great to see you.
Thank you. Good to see you too. Not in person, but
that's right.
I love seeing your face.
There you go. Right back at you.
Will do for now.
Let's talk about Flower and Tonic. First of all, explain to the audience that's listening why you started this company and what it is all about.
I came from the pharmaceutical industry, and I was good at selling pharmaceuticals. I loved doing it. I loved working with doctors in Boston, and I sold a lot of Ritalin. And I basically, after having kids, was going back to work. And the day I was coming home from my interview to go back to my old job, I heard about CBD, and I kind of thought it was snake oil. I did a little research and basically just thought, more people should know about this. There's science. At the time I knew someone, a little girl who was struggling, and I felt like people should know about this and they don't. So I, set out to kind of be that pharmaceutical rep in this cannabis industry. And it's been challenging, but I've really gotten to meet some of the top opinion leaders, and there's some amazing science, but it's kind of the more you know, the less you know.
Well, it's that kind of a plant. I mean, because science and research has kind of dictated the growth of the green wave, and got that politician in Washington, D.C. to sign the Farm Bill a couple of years back. Didn't realize, I don't like to say his name, didn't realize the Pandora's box that he was opening by making hemp a legal crop to be grown in this country, and not recognizing that there are so many cannabinoid, or is that cannabidiols, chemicals inside the cannabis plant that are just now starting to be studied. And again, he opened a Pandora's box, and now everybody thinks, oh, CBD is legal and you can get it in any gas station. And you are of the opinion, as I know, how important testing is of all products that have cannabinoid and cannabidiols in them.
Yeah, like beyond important. I mean, there's no regulation. You have to assume that someone is taking a bottle of olive oil in their basements, pouring it into jars. Like, that's what everyone should assume, because it's so unregulated. There's no one's checking. Even, the COAs, which is their certificate, everyone says, make sure you look to see the COA. I could bring in a sample of anything, I could buy a sample of a good product, say Charlotte's Web, people know of, right? I could buy that. I could bring it to the lab with my name on it and get a COA saying it was Alyssa Merrill's, it's just not regulated, and people aren't aware of that. So I'm an advocate of it. I definitely think it's such a better alternative to to some pharmaceuticals. I think that it's just a alternative. For someone who doesn't want to put their kid on Xanax right now, I absolutely think it's a smart move. But at the same time, I've seen a lot of problems. There are side effects. Like, this industry has not done a good job of sharing, for those people who are using it for medicinal purposes, sharing how to do it properly, so.
And when you say sharing how to do it properly, by the way, your greatest accomplishment is you are indeed the mother of 3 girls.
Yeah.
And just balancing that in the last few months, you all deserve a week's vacation away from your husband and your kids, just to focus on yourselves. I just so believe it is such a challenge. I know how challenging it's been over the last few months, so I have tremendous respect for that. But let's get back to your comment about none of us really do know. And because this particular plant interacts with all of our endocannabinoid systems, and every human, or every mammal that has an endocannabinoid system, it affects everybody differently, because everybody's insides are different. So how in the world do you regulate something like that and test it? Because it seems to me, even if it is the most tested component, it may affect you differently than it's going to affect me.
Absolutely. What you just said, though, kind of is strange, because it's such a, I love a full circle story. But I was just saying to my daughters, I try to give them kind of I love science tips. I never knew I was just a science geek, but I've met all these scientists, and they just teach me run around your house if you need to focus, little just sciencey tips. I don't know. And one was that the one thing that every mammal has in common, every single mammal, is fear of the unknown. Not just fear, but that fear of the unknown is the one thing that we all have in common. I thought that's kind of amazing. And when you mentioned that with the endocannabinoid system, I never really thought of that. But yes, that's exactly, then it's the whole fight or flight. It's sad, though, how little is understood about it. So it can make people angry. It can activate people in ways that they shouldn't be activated. There are products that are categorized as a CBD, but it might have something called CBG and make someone tired. It's so complex that when you dive in, it's almost do I even want a part of this? Is sometimes how I feel, to be quite honest. But I've really gone on my way to find the exceptional products, and I think that those are worth it.
And on Flower and Tonic, you review the products and recommend certain products, correct?
Yes. Yep. So all the products on the website, we test. I literally buy them like anonymously. Like I don't even tell people I'm testing, because then I am shocked. Like I was the person who I didn't realize that people paid for. I just didn't know pay for play like was a thing. I just was naive on advertising. I had no idea how it all worked. But the better brands, I couldn't understand why they were selling so well, because they just didn't work in my opinion. And, come to find out they're offering like a 40% commission if you're, so I basically just tried to be very authentic. And a lot of the brands, I had to teach them how to do online sales and do affiliate marketing, so I have to say though, the most important thing, I think what I care about most is like that your doctor is going to approve. Like, I think that there's too much like clashing between alternative and traditional medicine. And I'm just tired. Like none of us are doing great, like our health system, like, our everyday chronic care conditions are bad. There are products that potentially help for weight loss, like diabetes and heart disease. So I can say for certain that the message, it's like not, doctors would be irresponsible to recommend a lot of these products right now to patients.
Now that's interesting, and I want to talk about doctors without naming specific doctors in this space.
Mm-hmm.
There is definitely a difference of opinion about the amount of dosing, about a total amount of milligrams that is a effective dose for any human. If you look at certain products, you'll see that it has, let's say, 10 milligrams of full spectrum CBD. When I talk to a doctor, they'll say, well, that's great, but it's probably going to be about 1,000 milligrams to be an effective dose. Is that accurate?
No, not at all. To be honest, like, you alluded to this before, like I test the products, but then after I tested the products, it was still clear that they weren't all working. So you can have all the correct amount of CBD in the product, but that doesn't mean it's going to work. There's this thing in the pharmaceutical industry called a delivery system that people don't really know about in the cannabis industry. So like there are products that like most of the drinks have no CBD in them. Like they just all stick to the walls of the containers, the plastics erode the products. It's gross. And people they have no clue. They're buying bulk amounts from someone because it's the new hot trend and they're sticking them in vials and they have no idea what's going on. But I have some pictures that gross you out, of things growing on the outside of bottles, and it's gross. And it can be dangerous, quite frankly. So.
And sure enough, you enlightened me to a lawsuit that's happening north of the border now in Canada, which is where it's legal federally.
Yeah.
And sure enough, there's a lawsuit against some of the biggest manufacturers in the cannabis space. The Tilroys, the Auroras, the Canopies are being named. And you've already enlightened me today, once again, as you always do, about the fact that a lot of these products are in plastic containers. And when plastic interacts with this particular chemical, it screws it up, basically. Is that right?
So the products that actually work better are interacting typically with others. So there's the amount of CBD of the product. There's how it's delivered into the body, like a certain water soluble, like it has to be water soluble to work as a water. You know what I mean? Like most of them are just called one thing and will never deliver anything into your body. But then on top of that, the better products I find are combined with something. So it might be like a CBD and a limonene, which is a terpene. But the limonene, like, the whole vape concern, that was basically because people weren't testing. They test limonene, but they don't know what's going to happen when it's heated. So, that's where vaping gets dangerous, because some of the pesticides that are perfectly safe to eat eat or drink are toxic when you inhale them. So like this is the stuff that people are just throwing things together, and then they're having chemical reactions in bottles, and people are buying things with like white crystals growing on the outside. Like it's and disgusting smells. Like you would be horrified. They don't know expiration dates. They just are mixing things. So there are definitely chemical reactions happening. Scientists are not, we're not buying from the scientists. A lot of people are buying from marketing people who do not know what they're doing. So yeah.
And yet, again, with this plant, and again, we're talking about a plant medicine, okay, that produces these chemicals like a CBD, you mentioned CBG, CBN. You really do need a chemistry degree to even understand what these chemicals and this plant does with the human body in interactions. We're all guinea pigs. We're all self-medicating, and we're all using ourselves and our endocannabinoid system as experiments.
Yes. Which is why doctors.
Go ahead.
No, this is why, and that's what I wish. Like, I get it. We need it. Like 40% of people can't swallow a pill. Like, we need some alternatives. But that's why doctors cannot responsibly. Like, I used to kind of be like, my thoughts have changed. Like, I used to be kind of, how do doctors not, recommend these things? But now I get it. Like, the chances of them recommending, how could they recommend a product? They're not testing. They don't know, and it's just unregulated. And it is. But at the same time, Prozac, I'm not necessarily saying that any of those products are safer or better, but at least they're warning people. So I just feel like that has to, first and foremost, I still believe these products are so much safer and so much better, but people just have to be warned,
And be careful and be knowledgeable as much as possible. Read as much as possible. Check out the reviews of the products. Go on Flower and Tonic to see those things. But it is, again, you look at the differences between Western medicine and Eastern medicine, and the cannabis plant is right in the middle of this debate, and yet you still have a federal government that is trying its best to limit the amount of research that is being done on this plant. Even though the substance abuse community has researched cannabis for generations, for decades now, and they still can't find really one or two things other than, well, if you do too much of this, it's really going to be bad for you. Duh. I mean, if you drink too much coffee, it's going to be bad for you. If you do too much Coca-Cola, it's going to be bad for you. Moderation is one of those things that humans have a challenge with every day, trying to figure out what it is that is the right amount for me and my system. And not allowing the federal government to actually give out grants to researchers is now, sure enough, in the news. There's a Scottsdale Research Institute, I believe, that's suing the federal government again to try to get access to more research on the amount of the type of cannabis that's being sold in dispensaries. As a medical card holder in Massachusetts, I trust the fact that when I go to a Rev Clinics or I go to any of the other dispensaries, these products have been tested by our friends at the different labs.
And they have. You should trust those. You should 100% trust those. And I'm sorry, I should have clarified that. Those products I trust, and I'm a huge advocate of people getting their card. It's an opportunity to collect some data to further the information that we can collect, because the dispensaries, that you can just look at trends even if you're not getting specific patient information. But no, that's a different ballgame. I think we're talking about I'm talking specifically in this case about the products that are at retail stores, and we'll dive into the products at the dispensaries, because oftentimes I'm talking to someone like my dad's friends, and he's got a knee pain, and it's just the same exact story over and over happens. And he's got a knee pain. I recommend a product. He tries it. He loves it. And he's like, oh, I might try a tincture as well. He tries a tincture as well, loves it, and then gets his card, and again, I find more often than not, people have a lot of success and are able to, go off some pharmaceuticals. Right now, I don't know, cost-wise, your thoughts, in terms of how it compares to what you would be paying for a pharmaceutical?
Well, it's interesting. If you get your little RX card, there's a discount prescription program, and you get to be older, like your dad and me. I'm embracing my OWG status these days.
Yes.
So everything's expensive, but how important is it for your health? If I find something, and you mentioned Charlotte's Web, to this day, that is the only CBD full spectrum product that I have ever used that has had a positive effect on me. And I've tried other products that you've recommended, no disrespect. I've tried them. And you know what? It just doesn't have the same effect as Charlotte's Web had on me. And again, that's me, right?
Yes, and that makes sense. I mean, there's like a genetic, huge. I guess the one thing that really made me decide to leave pharmaceuticals, was the pharmaceutical industry, was that there's like all this genetic data available. Like our genetics play a huge role in how we're going to respond, and I don't think the pharmaceutical industry looks at all at that. How your body specifically does with adaptogen versus melatonin, and so there's just so much to learn, though. It's overwhelming. I'm nervous that the industry, like, to your point, some of these bigger companies, they need more scientists, and there are some amazing scientists out there. And it's frustrating because they're not good at selling themselves and trying to sell them, to let people know that they're there. They want to share the information. And that's what, in the end, that's what I'm trying to do. So it's taken me a very long time to launch, this official website with my recommendations, but it is live, and I will be continuing to promote it, but more like with the help of scientists. I really struggle because I don't want to look like I want to be everything that the affiliate blogger, you know what I mean? I want to be opposite of what I am, like in terms of, I don't want to look like all the affiliate bloggers that I'm not, that are I'm disgusted, and then I'm kind of right next to them. So it's a hard.
Trying to distinguish yourself from those phonies is really what you're saying.
And I was doing before COVID. So that was, So before COVID, I decided, you know what, I can't do it online because it's like, it's very hard to be authentic online. I just, no matter what I spent on marketing, I couldn't get myself to make myself look different. So I was working more with like the patient advocacy departments at Dana-Farber and Brigham and Women. And that's like where it gets exciting. The doctors and nurses want to learn, but they wanted to know about side effects before they happened. Like they're hearing about side effects and problems, which are fine. Like they're fine with side effects, that's part of medicine. But they just are unprepared, and it's the way we're approaching it. I think it's disarming, I think, for physicians, to be honest.
Well, I will tell you, I've interviewed a few of those scientists, and I am extremely intimidated by the intelligence factor there, because when it comes to my own personal experience with science, it ended with the dissection of the frog in 10th grade, perfectly honest. What would you like to see in the CBD industry? Obviously, more research, more testing, more regulation?
I think I'd like to see myself removed from the CBD. Like I think the CBD industry has a rap for being snake oil at this point. And it has been. I don't know if it can like pull out of that. And I think a lot of the scientists that I look to are referring to like words like cannabinoid medicine, because, like in the, cannabis, marijuana world, how we say sativa and indica, but that's really like not like we wish we got away from that, right? Like it doesn't work at all. So like I'm just hoping to separate. Like I don't even want to say CBD anymore, but I think that so my hope is that there's more separation, and there's a real medicine, because very soon, like one of my favorite scientists, Mara Gordon from Anselda, she was Weed the People. The doctor there, she's amazing. And so she's got a product that's in, it's in stage 2 clinical trials, very close to being, available for things like insomnia, Parkinson's. I forget the exact indications that were close, but so those same products though can be at a dispensary, and that's where I want to see things going. So more regulated, more science.
Research. Yep.
Yeah. And more
Absolutely.
medicine. Yeah.
There you go. Because I will tell you, there's so much information out there. It's one of the reasons why I love doing what I'm doing now, is I am fascinated with knowledge. And once you figure out enough just to kind of be intelligent about your buying decisions, sure enough, there's another study that comes along and refutes it, or at least puts a curve in it, and you're back to almost square one again, because there's always going to be more research that has to be done on this amazing plant. It's plant medicine. That's the incredible thing. And when you talk to the scientists and they can explain to you that they can actually dictate the DNA now of the plant, that's so far above my pay scale. I don't even know how to handle stuff like that.
Well, I know, but then you can also simplify it down. Like I like the analogy of like tomatoes. You've got like your green tomato. Like I remember when I saw my first sunburst tomato, how now like when they were yellow and we thought it was weird. Like there are different strains and different, like within each strain, there's different vitamins. Like we'll have that another day because I love using those analogies. It helps. It's not that confusing, but it is. The more you know, the more educated you'll want to be, I think, and that's what I want people.
The more you know. That sounds like a network theme, perhaps, that perhaps we might be able to get out there. Oh, it's already out there. Anyway, hey, Alyssa Merrill, always a pleasure to chit-chat with you. You really are the most knowledgeable person I know in this space. You can be found where?
flowerandtonic.com. There are products that I've tested and recommend. Feel really confident. A lot of people, especially right now, can benefit, from trying some alternatives, even some mindfulness tips, things like that. You can find there.
There you go. That's Alyssa Merrill from Flower and Tonic. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening to In the Weeds with Jimmy Young.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another special edition of Weed Talk Now. I'm the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, Jimmy Young.
And I'm the founder of Cannabis.net, Kirk Dalton.
And we are so lucky to have alongside with us, all the way from South Dakota, Melissa Mentiel. Did I do the last name right this time when I was under pressure?
Nope, it's Metley. It's okay though. It's better than mental. People get it that one too. So I appreciate not going in that direction.
And you said you have a lot of relatives, like 300, and everybody has a different pronunciation of the last name, right?
We do. I married into a family that doesn't know how to pronounce their last name, so they all wing it.
There you go.
Always err on the side of caution with a mentally, just go safe.
Just go safe. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
But didn't I write it down as Mentley? I did. There it is. It's just, looking at your notes and doing a million things at once just never happens. Okay, let's just keep it going because I don't want to redo the open. Let's just jump right into it. Melissa, what is the current situation with marijuana laws in South Dakota?
Ooh, that's a good question. South Dakota currently has the harshest marijuana laws in the United States. We do have a felony by possession charge, which is felony ingestion. So say I got off a plane today from Colorado and for some reason had a law enforcement interaction and had to give them a urine sample. That would be a felony for consuming cannabis in this state. Our laws are set up to fail immediately because we don't have small possession laws. We have basically, you can have 7 pounds and under, and it's the same charge. Ooh. So yeah, it's tough. So South Dakota is in a dire need of some reform. We do need patient access, and we do need straight across the board open access to and for adult use. And so, yeah, we're number one for bad laws in our state on this one.
And what you explained to us earlier was the fact that you're in charge of the medical side of the question. There's two questions on the ballot. One is a medical cannabis policy amendment to the Constitution, the state constitution, and the other is a adult use recreational. At this time, with 5-6 months to go, 4 months, I don't know, I lost track of the time during this whole COVID thing. How confident are you? What are your poll numbers looking at? And do you have any more money to spend on the campaign?
Well, good questions. So we have two issues on the ballot. We have the Constitutional Amendment A, which is adult use, which also has a section in it to ensure that hemp is allowed to be grown in the state of South Dakota. Our governor, for the last 2 years, has basically kind of set our farmers aside on the hemp issue. So we passed it this year, but still do not have any crops in our fields. And then Amendment A also does have protections for the medical statutory issue, which will absorb the statutory once they both pass. We are the first state ever to have both issues on the ballot at the same time, which I think is really exciting. And I think it's great because our state has been known to decimate voter initiatives. 2 years ago, they took apart IM-22, which was our anti-corruption bill. And so that was a concern when we did ironic, huh? Anti-corruption. Let's just dismantle that. But so for the statutory, having Amendment A pass alongside it does give us those constitutional protections, and it does protect our patient program from being absorbed further down the line, such as happened in other states. And so it does keep them in two separate paths, and it does create two really strong programs for the state.
Hey, Melissa, how does this play in with Native Americans and tribal associations? What's South Dakota's stance, and what are tribes trying to do as far as cannabis within the state and getting permits? Are you working with them, or is this kind of a separate avenue to get legalization, or what are they up to?
Okay, so tribes are managed under federal law. So this year we have tribal partners that have put hemp in because their programs were approved by the USDA. And so we do have tribal hemp. We have 3 tribes in the state that have passed resolutions throughout their reservation to legalize cannabis, whether for medicinal use or for adult use. We do partner pretty heavily with the tribes in the state. We have great allies in them, and we support what they do and they support what we do. I always say that we take them off the island because currently with tribal laws, they are only within the reservations. Once our state law passes, they're able to transport and move their product, into our state shelves and also reservation to reservation. So we've had great relationships with the tribe ever since Flandreau had their grow facility here back in, it would have been 2016.
So are there tribes within the reservation growing and selling in a retail level?
Not yet. Okay. They're just starting to get up and running with that. I think everybody's pretty cautious after what happened with Flandreau. And so they're taking it slow but steady and making sure that they know all of their rights. With the Cole Memorandum and the Wilkinson Memo being taken away by Jeff Sessions, that did change things a lot for tribes and how they felt about their sovereignty and how they were going to take that path forward.
Part of my question had to do with how much money was spent, and I was looking at some notes, and it looks like you guys spent $1 million just to get the signatures and to get it onto the ballot. Like everything in America, sometimes it does come down to fundraising. Obviously, you're still continuing to raise funds, and I did happen to notice that you have skin in the game, Melissa. Way to go on that one. I think that was awesome.
Yeah, just a little skin in the game.
Well, it's $2,000. I'm going to say it. It's public record, okay? So you gave $2,000 of your own money because you believe so much in this cause, right?
I did. I actually have given $60,000 over the past 5 years. So my husband and we funded the issues prior to gaining partnerships with national partners. We wanted to try and do it grassroots, but we learned a very valuable lesson. $60,000 in the state of South Dakota on a ballot initiative is a penny in an ocean compared to what you need to actually make the ballot.
So you said 5 years and 60,000. What was your passion? I mean, that's a long time we're talking, even looking back on when Colorado went. Was it personal? Was it medicinal? Or kind of what got you in the game? That's serious. 5 years ago. What motivated both of you?
I worked in nursing up until 2012 when I had a patient accident. I was lifting a patient out of a chair and we went to go turn. She had Alzheimer's and got very nervous and threw herself back into the chair, and in the process caught my thumb on her belt loop. And when she did that, she hyperextended my left arm and destroyed my shoulder. So she pulled my bicep out of the attachment, tore my labrum in my shoulder in 3 spots, tore my hip, and herniated 5 discs in my back. Effectively, she ended my nursing career is what happened. And I am a chronic pain patient now because of that. But opioids and my body do not mix. They make me vomit. I have allergic reactions to them. So we started looking for an alternative and found a salve that actually worked to take the pain away and gave me some functionality in my hand. For about 2 years, I had a contracture where my hand bent forward almost in half and it faced up my arm and I couldn't use it and I wasn't able to use my arm. And so cannabis changed that for me and it made it very personal. We also have a daughter who has seizures. She grew out of them when she was little, but started working with patient communities and asking around and doing some research and found with epilepsy with children, it was really effective. And so it became personal on 2 levels for me. My daughter had her first set of seizures in 15 years a year ago. And so we really have some serious skin in the game. I like to say we have a whole body in the game. It's something that I really believe in. And my husband was really nervous when I started this. We live in a community of 400 people. I'm not from a small town, so I don't adhere to small town politics or understand that you're supposed to act differently in a small town and apparently can't have political positions. But I just said, this is really important to me and I'm going to do it. And so I drug all 3 of my kids to a rally and he was mad at me for about a year, but here we are 6 years later.
That was my next question. When did he switch over and say, I'm going with you on this? So 3 years later?
No, he's still not switched over. It's been a hard road in our house. He's very conservative. This is terrible to say, but I married a Trump voting Republican and I am a diehard Democrat from a Republican family that believes in, I'm very motivated to help in social issues and social justice is big for me. And working in nursing and seeing so many demographics over the years that I've worked in mental health and Alzheimer's care, it was important. But he just knows better. He just knows that you can either be with me or be in my way, but if you're in my way, I'm probably just going to run you down and do what I want anyway. So he just provides support services, which means we get dinner maybe once a week from him.
Mm-hmm. And I'm hoping he has equal time when it comes to taking care of your children too. I really do kind of hope that's true. Is that true?
They're 21, 20, and 16. They don't even like us anymore, let alone let us take care of them. I mean,
did it ever come to a point in your house though where you wanted to use cannabis for the seizures and he's watching his daughter saying, I don't want to do this? Or was it, I see the results, let's do it?
She was old enough to make a decision without us and told us after the fact is how that worked. And
probably the best way to do it in that house.
Yep, it was. And for me, how do I say this without sounding like DSS needs to come knock on my door? I was appalled and absolutely elated because yes, I was like, you did such a good thing for yourself. And she's been seizure free now again. I mean, we went 15 years without anything, had 3 within a 2-day period. She did what she had to do and she doesn't live with me anymore. She's engaged to be married and bought her own home. So it's not as though the use of cannabis did anything to detrimentally affect her life. She is an amazing kid.
And I'll tell you, there's nothing more amazing as a parent to have eventually get them to be adult people, adult children, and actually talk to them almost eye to eye, almost face to face. You know, you can only get them to the 18, and then they're pretty much on their own. They have to make those decisions. So it sounds like you did pretty good there, Mom.
I think I did. I always say that. I'm like, wow, I didn't screw anybody up. We haven't paid for therapy. I mean, we're doing good. Everybody's got a job. Everybody graduated high school. I've got one graduating college in December. One, they're amazing kids. And, I've always been really upfront with them. And when I started cannabis advocacy, I had more big conversations with my children than I did with my husband about it. So
it can put a lot of strain on a relationship when there is a pro-cannabis and an anti-cannabis male and female, or male and male, or female and female these days. But point being, that can put a lot of strain on a relationship. Yes?
Yes, and it did, and it still does. But he's learned over the years that I'm really pig-headed, and if I want to do something, I'm going to do it. And when we didn't make the ballot 2 years ago, he's like, well, are you done yet? I'm like, no, we're doing this. Like, I made a promise to a little boy in his family that we would not stop till his dad didn't have to commit a felony. And I'm going to keep that promise.
Do you want to walk us through that story, please?
Yeah. We have a family, the Hendrickson family, who has a son with Dravet syndrome. And we've worked with Elijah now. He started with us when he was 2.5 or 3, right under 3, in a wheelchair, made no eye contact. His dad would say he was just kind of this lump of a child. Started working with him. And back in 2016, sent him to Colorado, started helping their family do what needed to be done. And last year I walked Eli into a meeting with me, made a promise to his dad that year that I would make sure that, he didn't have to commit a felony. He's a former police officer and his wife is a nurse for the VA hospital. And he knew every day what they were doing. And I said, I can't watch this as being a mom who has had a child that has had seizures. My daughter had a cardiac and respiratory arrest with 2 of them. We almost lost her. I've been there. I know how hard it is for parents with children with seizures. And I told them, I said, George, I will not stop until this is legal. I will make sure that you do not have to worry about going to jail and your son, because the concern is when you have a special needs child that if they end up in foster care and a foster parent isn't able to care for them and adjust the monitors and the medications and doesn't know that your child could end up dead. And that was their greatest fear, is that he would be taken away. And so I keep promises. I'm really big on that.
Well, you certainly kept your promise to come on this show, and I appreciate that. Kurt, I know you have another question because you're so good
you
at
have both amendments or ballots are both on. How can people, whether they're in South Dakota or outside, after hearing your story, support you? What is the best thing for them to do? Online, donation-wise, what can I do right now?
You can go to South Dakotans for Better Marijuana Laws. I'm actually going to look it up because I'm terrible about remembering it, and don't tell my boss that.
Well, I looked it up, but that's correct.
Good. I don't remember if it's a .org or a .com. That's my bad.
Well, if it's a nonprofit, it's probably a .org.
.org. So South Dakotans for Better Marijuana Laws.org or newapproachsouthdakota.org. We have 2 websites. You can make a donation through either one of them. We will have a merchandise store up next week. So if you want a really nice shirt to support both issues, we do have those. We have yard flags. We have hemp hats that are really awesome. So, you get to rock a piece of history is what I tell people. Is South Dakota is the reddest state in the nation. In fact, my Instagram handle is Red State Advocate because of that. Our soil bleeds red. So this is a chance for people to really look at our state for once and buy something that we're going to make some history. We're not going to be last in the nation. We're going to be first in the nation to pass both, hopefully. Crossing my fingers, knocking on wood.
What do your numbers say now about the support you're getting?
Numbers are really good.
I mean, you must be having a poll. Somebody's taking a poll out in South Dakota, right?
There's been lots of polls done in South Dakota, but for some reason, I did not get. We have our big meetings on Tuesdays, and last Tuesday we only kind of talked about this, and I didn't get full numbers. But polling is phenomenal for medical. Medical is a slam dunk. However, adult use, it's gonna we're going to struggle a little bit, but we're just going to keep doing the best that we can and being honest and transparent and having hard conversations. In South Dakota, we've done some things differently. Like we went to the South Dakota Chamber and to like the Sioux Falls Chamber and all of the chambers of commerces and approached them with this as a business and a compassionate business. And for the first time, I think ever, the chamber for the state didn't come out in opposition to a medical cannabis bill. They came out as neutral, which was pretty amazing. And that included all 3 health systems for our state.
If on midnight voting night you go 1-1, you win the medical and lose the rec, how do you feel?
Torn and scared. We'll be honest with you. After what they did to IM22, we're scared. We're scared that if we don't pass both of them, they will take out home cultivation or remove our caregiver program or change the bill into something it wasn't intended to be. And that's scary for us. Fortunately, we have had the same language legislatively sponsored in its entirety twice. So it has went through legislative session 2 times. But having both of them not passed does create a little bit of nervousness and a little bit of fear. And our patient families are very concerned that, most of them would never support adult use. It's not on our radar, but having the ability to know that we have some constitutional protections is really, really important.
How frustrating is it as an American citizen when you know for sure that this is the right thing to do for our humanity, and you still have to educate and sell that to your legislator? People that are supposed to be listening to what the populace wants and still resist change.
It's frustrating. We do gigantic call-in and letter writing campaigns during legislative session. We actually start a few weeks prior to them going in and run it all the way through, and then we do a lobby day. But it's very frustrating to have people look us in the face and say, nope, that's political suicide. Well, I'm sorry, but I don't care if it's political suicide for you. What you're supposed to do is grant and represent us, the wishes that we have. So if your political career stops at being a South Dakota senator or a South Dakota House member, I'm okay with that. Like, I'm not here to take you to Congress. I'm not here to make you governor. I'm here for you to listen to what I'm saying to you because you took a job to represent us. And I feel that if they don't need to go anywhere else politically. I mean, you failed the first test you had, and that was to represent your constituency.
We have a similar situation in Massachusetts, maybe with our government and our governor and recreational. A lot of feet dragging and not listening to what people told him. And he wanted to do wasn't a fan and dragged a lot of feet and slowed everything down for years, really. So we can relate a little bit.
And go ahead, Melissa.
Well, with the medical, after the first year being in Pierre, so when I started doing legislative policy work, I went to Pierre. I'd never been there before. I didn't know the House, the Senate. I didn't know who anybody was. I basically went up there and was like, let's just put this to bed. Let's legalize medical marijuana. Let's all go back home, and we're just going to have this happy, hunky-dory, very Pollyanna approach to it. And I got kicked in the teeth and learned some very hard lessons that first year. But what we did do is, if you look at our medical bill, it ended up being 25 pages, 95 sections. I call it drawing pictures and using crayons. So hopefully there's no feet dragging because we didn't leave anything open for them to drag on. We gave them a literal roadmap from the day it passes and step by step, every single thing they need to do, all the way to Jack's Law at the very end of it to implement a program for our school children. We did all of the work for them. I don't know if either of you have had the chance to read the medical bill, but it is one of the most comprehensive that the United States has ever seen. It's a big bill, and we wanted to make sure that we covered everything. And I went to the governor, and I went to the Department of Public Safety, and we went to the Department of Health, and we said, we are going to do this. We are going to take it to the ballot. You tell me now what you want before we take it to the voters, because once we're there, you don't get to make changes. So give me your wishes now. and we had good conversations, and we adjusted to things that they thought were important, and we changed those.
One of the themes of the last few months as America's gone through this whole COVID-19 thing is the fact that cannabis might be in a position to benefit, to kind of restore the economy, expand the economy with jobs. Are you sensing any kind of help from the COVID-19 pandemic in your grassroots campaign?
Whew, that's a big question, because right now it's just killing us. They canceled every event that we would normally do, every fair, parade, everything. I don't want to say COVID has been a benefit. I think it has made many of us see, and basically everybody in America see, that we live in a country that is so, a pandemic puts us on economic collapse. We need to have a more sustainable economy that we're doing, whether it be statewide or federal wide, that has jobs, that is sustainable through a pandemic. And one of my biggest things is we've had lots of great conversations about funny money, and how during a pandemic, we've seen so many people that live off credit lose things, lose everything, because they don't have actual resources. They're just kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I think cannabis gives people more of a stable ground, because you can create a business out of it. And it doesn't have to be a big corporation. It could be a small mom and pop business. You can do small scale cultivation for some dispensaries. You can have a small dispensary, but it is something that can support your family. And I think now with COVID, a lot of people are understanding that sustainable jobs and the ability to support your family without slashing a credit card is super important.
I don't know if I told you or Isabel told you how this whole thing came about, but one of our partners in distribution is the podcast out of Washington, D.C. called Vote Pro Podcast. And, when you do a podcast, you get to see where your downloads come from. And they've been in like 36 countries, and 49 states in the United States have downloaded their podcast, except for one. That would be South Dakota. So we're hoping.
Melissa might be the first tonight.
That's right. Well, it's a Vote Pro podcast. They're great guys, and they contribute to our weekly news video as well. I hope. But
no, we're number one.
Well, you know what? I give Melissa a lot of credit. She's trying to change and be part of history. That's one of the reasons why I built this little venture of mine too, is I recognize that we are part of a historic time. And this was way before the pandemic. And now, we're right in the middle of that, or at least we're trying to come out of that. And now we're moving forward and trying to figure out what that, and I hate to use the term, that new normal is going to look like. Kurt and I talk about this a lot on our show whenever we do get together, and none of us really know what's going to happen in November. Okay, we really don't. I mean, I was shocked when it happened 4 years ago. And I guess we all kind of learned our lesson, at least up here in the Northeast. And I know you probably guess which way I lean. I don't know what's going to happen after November. But the fact that you guys are out there pounding the pavement and pushing the envelope and trying to get this movement going, I give you so much props, so many props. I wish I could write you that check to equal at least what you guys put in, but I'll give you a forum. I will give you the forum and let you again tell us how people can get involved to help this cause. Because if South Dakota can turn it around, what's left? Nothing, right? I mean, we can take on the world.
I tell people it all the time. If we can pass this in South Dakota, we can get federal legalization through and federal banking, so we can put our money somewhere. Thank you. Thank you about the history comment. South Dakota is a hard state, and it's been a journey here. And I think you're right on the money. We don't know what's going to happen in November. My husband and I, I'll say my husband and I, just for credit for him, but I bought a farm a month ago, a little 2-acre farm, because what if the whole world burns down in November? I mean, It could happen.
It's not 1%er. It's not 1%. You're right.
Yeah.
Yep, 100%. We don't know what's going to happen.
We don't know.
No, and we are, we talk about new normal, and we're supposed to be on this downward trend of flattening the curve, and then we have the highest numbers and months come out a couple days ago, and then we've got Texas back on stay-at-home orders and California going back on them. We just don't know, and I think that for South Dakota, our biggest thing, if we have South Dakota listeners, I'm going to say this: fill out your absentee ballot request. That is so important. Make sure you're registered to vote. Fill out the absentee ballot request and vote absentee, because in November we may have murder hornets. We don't know. We could have earthquakes that split the United States in half.
The locusts are coming.
Exactly. Then you don't even have to go outside. I will send you the stamp.
We're all smiling about the 10 plagues right now. I just want to say that's really not something I want to deal with right now. On top of everything else, one more South Dakota quick story. And I was a history major many moons ago, and Kurt always has this thing whenever we have cannabis guests on. To you know where I'm going with this, Kurt?
Yeah, it doesn't take well for me.
No, it doesn't. Who? If you had a Mount Rushmore of weed, who would you put on the Mount Rushmore of weed? And I'll be admitting this, I did not know that Mount Rushmore was actually in South Dakota. So I admit that, and I have learned that. Now that I've given you a little time to think about that, have would you like to nominate someone for the Mount Rushmore of weed? At least one person, perhaps. You have a shot at it, by the way, in your state. I want to tell you right now.
I have to say this. I would nominate nobody, because I think that there's so many people that have gotten into this that did it for reasons that were really close to our hearts. And that goes for all of the friends I've made nationally. Nobody that I work with got into this because they wanted to be recognized or they wanted to be famous for cannabis. People got into this because they wanted to change people's lives. And any person that I know personally that I would say deserves that honor would be offended that I said that, because that's not what they're here for. So I would leave the mountain in its beautiful natural state, and we take our souls to bed every night, and most of us know what we do and what good we do. So I think that's good enough for a lot of us.
Well, we salute your efforts. We support them. It's been a pleasure having you on this show to talk and enlighten us Northeastern, liberal Democrat snobs, if you will. I'll admit it, okay? And I feel very guilty about it. There might be hope in South Dakota after all, and I really hope that in this particular case, you win out and you go 2-0, not 1-1, 2-0.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Come in November. If we don't have the 10 plagues of the world, you're welcome to come hang out with us on election night and see. It's being part of history. You could podcast live from our offices.
I might buy Jimmy a ticket for that November night to South Dakota. You better watch it.
Come on.
I will tell you.
That's what you wish for, Melissa.
I will.
I'm not scared.
I will make
I definitely know you're not. No, you are not scared.
I will
not
make
at all.
Note. I will make a note to check on that for sure. And again, we wish you the best of luck. And of course, you did mention something I'm just going to reiterate again. The most important thing when it comes to an election, especially in this one, is to vote. Perhaps the greatest thing that might happen in November is that we have the largest turnout of voters in my lifetime, because it boggles my mind when I find out that, only, 45% of the whole voting voted. That makes no sense. You talk about what people have sacrificed. People die for that, okay? We want to make sure that those people that are over the age of 18 get out there and cast their ballots one way or another, because that is what this country is all about. So, Melissa, thank you.
One last thing to share with that.
Go, girl. Go ahead.
So, South Dakota, for our absentee ballot applications, we are at 4 times right now what they were in 2016. So we are at over 100,000 people that have requested to vote absentee. We're making history with that right now. Our Secretary of States and our county auditors were blown away. So
good.
Yep. I think voter turnout is going to be big this year. So I'm
Certainly.
excited.
Certainly.
All right, well, that'll do it for another edition of Weed Talk Now. I am the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, Jimmy Young.
And I am the founder of Cannabis.net. And thank you, Melissa, for joining us on this episode.
Best of luck in South Dakota.
That'll do it. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. And see you next time on Weed Talk Now.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, Cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, a former Emmy Award-winning talk show host and sportscaster from New England. So we're going to interrupt the kind of promotion of a new cannabis channel to talk to you about the year of cannabis in 2020. That's right, it was quite a year for the green wave. It's why we have a saying here at Pro Cannabis Media, it's a whole new world of weed out there. So if I were to ask you, what are your top 5 stories of the year in cannabis? What would they be? Well, here's mine. We'll do it David Letterman style, kind of backwards. Number 5, Colorado. They've delivered close to $2 billion in cannabis sales this year alone, and now has passed $1 billion generated in state tax revenue since it legalized cannabis in 2014. Pretty amazing. Number 4, the World Health Organization has descheduled cannabis from the most restricted category to the least restricted category, and the UN then voted to remove it from its most restricted category. Now, of course, the door is open to recognize cannabis for its medicinal effects internationally. Number 3, just after the U.S. House of Representatives votes to open the doors for medical research of cannabis in legal states, the DEA finally issues its guidelines about research grants, and it denied that opportunity for scientists, spurning more and more research efforts that are out there. And what do you think happened? More lawsuits have followed. Meanwhile, number 2, back to the U.S. House of Representatives for passing of the MORE Act that legalized cannabis and expunged small cannabis sentences. But that bill will never see the floor of the Senate because, as you know, that is controlled by that other party. All eyes on Georgia's Senate runoff now for control of the Senate. However, considering that no House of Congress has even considered changing the law for 80 years, it was a pretty good year. What was the top story? Come on, Election Day. More people went to the vote, more people went to the polls, and more people voted in the United States of America. That meant 5 states had ballot questions. All 5 states passed those ballot questions, making 4 more adult use legal states: Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey. Mississippi, what did they do? They added a medicinal program. That means a majority of the states in the United States of America, over 33 now, have medicinal marijuana programs. So, what are your top 5 stories for 2020 in cannabis? Email us at info@ProCannabisMedia, and we might just read your list on one of our live cannabis chat shows that we live stream 3 days a week from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. right out of this studio. That's right, on ProCannabisMedia.com, Pro Cannabis Media's Facebook page, and the YouTube channel. We go live 3 times a week, and right now we're live streaming the best of our 2020 shows on all of our social media pages. So like, share, subscribe, and follow us, because the only socialization we're doing now during this pandemic is social media. So for everyone here at Pro Cannabis Media, happy holidays. I'm Jimmy Young.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another edition of Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net.
And today we've got all sorts of international business news for you, both from north of the border, here in the United States, and we've even got delivery coming to New Jersey. We've got labor unions issues. It's almost like the cannabis industry is a mature industry, Kurt.
Oh, it's going through quite a hard landing and a few hard bounces, but we're getting there.
And perhaps the biggest story, Kurt, outside of this Acreage and Canopy Growth one, is your pal, your friend Adam Levin. He's not really your friend, I know, but he's from High Times. He's calling the shots, and it looks like High Times actually closed on the Harvest deal.
Yeah, Jimmy, it looks like things got adjusted to about 8 locations, and it's a $61 million deal roughly. The interesting part is on that kind of deal, I think it's about $1.5 million in cash and $60 million in stock that doesn't exist and may never exist. So 98% chance, this deal was paid for with paper money that doesn't exist. Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Do you get an ATM card with that? All right, that'll do it for that High Times thing. Now let's go to New York for the Green Market Report. That's our pal, Deb Borchardt, with the big deal on Acreage and Canopy Growth. Take it away, Deb.
Thanks, Kurt. Thanks, Jimmy. And happy Pride weekend, everyone. Wow, we had some big news in the cannabis industry this week. Canopy Growth and Acreage Holdings have changed the terms of their deal. Now, you may recall in 2019, Canopy Growth said it was going to buy Acreage Holdings for $3.4 billion. Well, a lot has happened since then. Now Canopy is only going to pay those shareholders $37.5 million, and they changed the terms of some of the shares. Also, CEO Kevin Murphy is out. Aurora Cannabis also announced some big changes. The company's laying off 25% of their employees. Another 30% is going to be cut over the next 2 quarters. And they are closing 5 of their facilities. They're only going to focus on the cultivation facilities that are large and efficient. And Jushi Holdings is buying Pennsylvania Medical Solutions from Vireo Health in a deal valued at $37.5 million. It's expected to close August 20th. This deal is the plan from Jushi to really solidify their holding in the state of Pennsylvania. And that's it for this week. I'm Deborah Borchardt from the Green Market Report for Weed Talk News.
Thanks, Deb. I guess it's inevitable, Kurt, in a very fluid environment in the stock market, whether you're in the cannabis business or not, that valuations are always going to change. And isn't that what we saw with the Acreage and Canopy Growth thing?
Oh, absolutely. And you're dealing with, turbulent times with COVID. You're dealing with marijuana legalization not looking good with, William Barr this week. You have people looking at valuations, not only on like a MedMen, which is in trouble, but you got Gotham Green Partners they sent the debt notice to Ithanis. So we're not through this ugly turbulence, Jimmy. It's going to bounce hard across the bottom of the runway a few more times before we get calm and we get some sort of stability.
It's all about this adjustment deal. All right, and speaking of big marijuana companies, Curaleaf has amended its deal to acquire another multi-state operator, Grassroots Cannabis. Now, that company is based in Chicago, Illinois, and originally that deal was announced in July of 2019 for $875 million, but now with stock prices down and valuations changing, that deal has been lowered to $700 million, with $75 million cash being eliminated. Now, that's a pretty good discount, Kurt, isn't it? Saving $75 million on a deal. I'd like to get a coupon for that.
Yeah, you're seeing it where cash is drying up for this industry right now. There's no good headlines for it federally as well. So everything is coming down to cash payments being removed, just like we talked about High Times. Curaleaf's removing cash. It's just a really tight cash market, and companies, it's going to be interesting to see who survives here in another 6 or 8 months.
But Curaleaf seems to be very stable. In fact, now their presence moves from 18 to 23 states, with the company now having over 135 dispensary licenses, 88 operational dispensary locations, and over 30 processing facilities and 22 cultivation sites. That's according to the Curaleaf press release. That's a giant of a company right here, and it's in our native Massachusetts.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're very stable. They're not going anywhere. They're going to be a player and a survivor. I'm just saying the cash part of it and the access to cash is just not there right now. You're seeing some interest rates like our loan sharks are charging for short-term interest rates to cannabis companies who are publicly traded. So you're seeing huge demand right now. I said, if you need the money, you're going to pay like it's a loan shark. And there's not many companies that are going to come out of that looking good.
Didn't I see a 60% interest rate in some deal having to do with cannabis recently too?
Exactly, and it's like I thought it was a payday loan that gave him the loan, but it's actually a legit person. They just said, "Really, no one's going to give you cash? Guess what? How about this number?" And they said yes to it, and it was only $12 million. That's not a lot of money for a public company. It was only a $12 million deal.
Right, but again, $12 million. In US dollars, Canadian dollars. Anyway, for a perspective on that Canopy Growth and Acreage Holdings deal, let's go north of the border to MJ Biz Daily's International, Solomon Israel. Solomon?
I'm Solomon Israel from Marijuana Business Daily, and this is the Weed Talk News Canadian Cannabis Report. Canopy Growth Corporation is amending its 2019 deal to acquire U.S. cannabis operator Acreage Holdings. The original deal was worth about $3.4 billion. The new proposed deal values Acreage at much less, perhaps $900 million, according to one analyst. The acquisition will only be triggered if the United States legalizes marijuana. And Aurora Cannabis announced major cuts this week. The company is laying off about 700 employees, including some executives. It's closing 5 smaller production sites across Canada to focus on growing at larger, more efficient facilities. Finally, the biggest cannabis market in Canada is at last starting to get the number of stores it needs to succeed. Ontario surpassed 100 retail cannabis store authorizations this month. That's to serve a population of about 15 million people. To put that in context, the province of Alberta has almost 500 licensed stores for a population of about 4.5 million people. That's it for this week's Weed Talk News Canadian Cannabis Report. I'm Solomon Israel from Marijuana Business Daily.
Now that coronavirus has wiped out in-person conventions, MJ BizCon is putting on 2 online events from June 29th to July 1st, MJ BizCon Direct and the Hemp Industry Daily Conference Direct. Both events will feature industry speakers and exhibitors, and you will be able to communicate directly to them in this state-of-the-art online event. You can register today at mjbizconference.com. That's MJBIZ conference.com. Michigan is updating its labor agreements with cannabis workers. That state has been working under an emergency requirement that required operators and licensees to have a labor agreement in place with their employees. Now, state regulations will no longer require labor peace agreements with employees. Sure enough, there's a Republican-controlled state Senate in Michigan, and one of those state senators, Eric Nesbitt, a Republican, described this whole thing as a mob-style shakedown of these new businesses that are growing. And he said, at least the mob lets you get going first. They won't even issue a license unless you sign one of these labor peace agreements. So, Kurt, is this just another example of a new industry kind of sowing its oats, trying to grow and actually get along with its employees, whether they are unionized or not?
Yeah, I think at the $15, $16 level of employees, without federal legalization, this probably isn't needed or a good idea. It's going to add cost. I mean, if you just look at union membership in general at the 50,000 foot level over the last 25 years, there's a reason it's just straight down. I don't think we have the pricing power for employees without federal legalization to make the numbers work for a union. It's just too fragmented because of no federal legalization. And remember, unions have been trying to get a piece of this for a long time, in that they wanted that transportation deal in California. They want to be able to transport only in union trucks from a grower to a dispensary. And Steve D'Angelo talks about that. So they're just looking for a way in. But you're right, it feels too early, and it's going to add a lot of cost to those paychecks, which aren't too big. And without being able to get that mass membership, I just think it's a bad idea right now.
Well, it didn't stop the Cresco Labs Illinois marijuana dispensary in Lakeview to unionize. They just announced that just a few minutes ago, and it is the first unionization since the COVID-19 pandemic, and sure enough, workers voted 16-4. They're going to be represented by the United Food and Commercial Workers Local 881. So Cresco, as you know, is a multi-state operator. And again, they're just all trying to deal with these kinds of things that happen in all businesses as they grow.
Yeah, like you said, maybe it's a little too early, where you got to let this industry get on its feet. As you said, there's cash is drying up, interest rates, people are barely staying on. And, we may be at a point, if there's a COVID resurgence, where just having a job is pretty important. And I don't know if unions protecting those rights and really fighting for things is the best idea right now, but they're not going to listen to me. So we'll see what happens.
But anyway, plenty of news coming out of Washington, D.C. this week. I think you know who we're going to be talking about next. The Attorney General, William Barr, has the cannabis industry in his crosshairs. And Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast in Washington, D.C. has our story.
Hi, this is Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast. And this is the We Talk News DC Report. Testifying before the House Judiciary Committee on Wednesday, John W. Elias, an attorney from the Justice Department's Antitrust Division, told the committee that Attorney General William Barr ordered inappropriate investigations of several cannabis industry mergers. Elias claims Barr ordered the probes despite the fact that the deals in question did not meet the criteria for such investigations, and that Barr rejected the analysis of career staff members that these mergers presented no competitive concerns. The DOJ Office of Professional Responsibility defended the probes, saying that it was reasonable to seek additional information from the industry, and that antitrust prosecutors, quote, didn't violate any relevant laws, regulations, rules, policies, or guidelines. A federal commission, in a rather surprising report, is calling on Congress to promote research into the potential benefits of treating military veterans with cannabis and psychedelic drugs such as psilocybin and MDMA. The Creating Options for Veterans Expedited Recovery, or COVER, Commission was tasked with providing recommendations for better mental health treatments for veterans. The panel, chaired by presidential appointee Jake Leinenkugel, has determined that cannabis and psychedelics represent promising treatment options that should be explored. The COVER Commission report goes on to cite the DEA's Schedule I classification as the main obstacle to further research. A new Gallup survey shows that a majority of Americans now consider cannabis to be morally okay. 70% of respondents told Gallup they believe smoking cannabis is acceptable, while only 28% said it is morally unacceptable. That's a Weed Talk News DC report for this week. I'm Phil Adams from Vote Pro Podcast.
Well, I'm certainly glad that my medical cannabis use is now not considered immoral by most Americans. Kurt, how do you feel about 70% of Americans basically saying, you know what, weed's okay now? I certainly hope not, since I take those Tylenol just about every night
You did all three immorals, don't worry.
And finally, one more note about the state of New Jersey. You know, there's only 11 medical marijuana dispensaries in New Jersey, and now they're going to be able to make deliveries. And that's a big step forward in New Jersey, but that's a big state for just 11 medical dispensaries, Kurt.
Yeah, and the delivery, this is what we talked about where the COVID rules that are what's positive about it coming out. These state deliveries and these curbsides won't get rolled back, as Chris Walsh has told us, at least he hopes. And at least New Jersey, I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of miles put on a few of those cars. If they only have 11 dispensaries to service that entire state, you better get your Goodyear and your Michelin contract up, because I got a feeling they're going to be busy.
Well, you know the joke about New Jersey. Hey, what exit, right? They're going to be going on a lot of exits up and down the New Jersey Turnpike. Well, that'll do it for another edition of Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net.
Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
Weed Talk Now, Weed Talk News, and In the Weeds are all available on most major podcast distributors like iTunes, Spotify, Google Play, and our friends at clnsmedia.com and our flagship, Cannabis.net. So subscribe, share, and like our videos on all the social media networks out there, including LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, the WeedTube, and YouTube. Weed Talk and In the Weeds are two productions of Pro Cannabis Media supported by Revolutionary Clinics, one of the top medical cannabis dispensaries in the Massachusetts area, now with 3 locations in Greater Boston, 2 in Cambridge and 1 on Broadway in Somerville. Rev Clinics has a patient-first mission. They will customize your needs as a medical patient with the proper titration and combination of strains, flavors, and products. Rev Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, a former Emmy Award-winning talk show host and sportscaster from New England. So we're going to interrupt the kind of promotion of a new cannabis channel to talk to you about the year of cannabis in 2020. That's right, it was quite a year for the green wave. It's why we have a saying here at Pro Cannabis Media, it's a whole new world of weed out there. So if I were to ask you, what are your top 5 stories of the year in cannabis? What would they be? Well, here's mine. We'll do it David Letterman style, kind of backwards. Number 5, Colorado. They've delivered close to $2 billion in cannabis sales this year alone, and now has passed $1 billion generated in state tax revenue since it legalized cannabis in 2014. Pretty amazing. Number 4, the World Health Organization has descheduled cannabis from the most restricted category to the least restricted category, and the UN then voted to remove it from its most restricted category. Now, of course, the door is open to recognize cannabis for its medicinal effects internationally. Number 3, just after the U.S. House of Representatives votes to open the doors for medical research of cannabis in legal states, the DEA finally issues its guidelines about research grants, and it denied that opportunity for scientists, spurning more and more research efforts that are out there. And what do you think happened? More lawsuits have followed. Meanwhile, number 2, back to the U.S. House of Representatives for passing of the MORE Act that legalized cannabis and expunged small cannabis sentences. But that bill will never see the floor of the Senate because, as you know, that is controlled by that other party. All eyes on Georgia's Senate runoff now for control of the Senate. However, considering that no House of Congress has even considered changing the law for 80 years, it was a pretty good year. What was the top story? Come on, Election Day. More people went to the vote, more people went to the polls, and more people voted in the United States of America. That meant 5 states had ballot questions. All 5 states passed those ballot questions, making 4 more adult use legal states: Arizona, Montana, South Dakota, and New Jersey. Mississippi, what did they do? they added a medicinal program. That means a majority of the states in the United States of America, over 33 now, have medicinal marijuana programs. So, what are your top 5 stories for 2020 in cannabis? Email us at info@ProCannabisMedia, and we might just read your list on one of our live cannabis chat shows that we live stream 3 days a week from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. right out of this studio. That's right, on ProCannabisMedia.com, Pro Cannabis Media's Facebook page, and the YouTube channel. We go live 3 times a week, and right now we're live streaming the best of our 2020 shows on all of our social media pages. So like, share, subscribe, and follow us, because the only socialization we're doing now during this pandemic is social media. So for everyone here at Pro Cannabis Media, happy holidays. I'm Jimmy Young.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Live from the Visual Radio TV studios in Quincy, Massachusetts, it's We Talk Live with Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net and Jimmy Young from ProCannabisMedia.com.
Yeah, I want to actually give you guys.
Here we thought we were going to bring food to us. Like right now, now we get T-shirts.
So you said
a few articles on Cannabis.net about margin compression, and how I think when this 2 to 3 years out, we're going to see the price of this flower come down, down, down.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to Weed Talk. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net.
Man, Kurt, we got an amazing show tonight, and it's amazing that it actually came together in a short period of time as we were able to do it. You excited about this, Kurt?
I think we have some great guests, some great content, and people are going to be very happy they're watching.
And we want to make sure, because we do have Dan McCarthy in the studio tonight, we want to make sure that we do get a few words in so that we too can enjoy this and people can hear everybody besides Dan. We do love that Dan McCarthy came here and actually saved this show and brought in a very special guest, and we're going to refer to him as David Y, and we'll explain in just a moment, because first I want to kind of give a highlight. We got some other stuff going on too, Kurt. Tonight we've got a few interviews from Sensi Connect that was in Cambridge on Tuesday night, and we also have a little interview with a woman from New York City, Tribal Toke's Chief Marketing Officer, Kim B. Burns, and we'll be talking with her in between breaks. And, of course, later on, Hillary King will be joining us in studio as well. So that's what we got going. But first, let's talk about the people who support this venture. At least they do on this show on We Talk. And that means we're talking about Legal Seafoods. And remember, if it isn't fresh, it isn't legal. Some guests appearing on our show do get those gift certificates. And, check this out. This is Weejits. This jumped right ahead to Weejits. And we'll talk about Caroline's Cannabis. But check out what you're looking at. That's smoke, even though it looks like little bubbles. And it's the Weejit titration system. That's right. It starts when you flame up your bowl, which is on the left there. And the smoke goes right through these 4 chambers. It cools down the smoke from 1,300 degrees down to 80 degrees before it gets into your lungs. It takes out all the crap that you find in resin and on the inside of your bowls, and all that stuff gets filtered out. And the best part is it's washable. You can clean it right after every use. This is Weejits.com. And if you do decide to order something, weed, GETS.com. Use the promo code WeedTalk2020 and you'll get 10% off. So that's worth it. It's only like $40. It's a pretty cool deal. And I think, Kurt, have you and I ever tried it together?
We had it in here a few weeks ago, and it was a really nice, very easily taken apart. You can actually clean it, and it has a very nice stem to it, if you would. It's not a hard thing to use. So
that's right. And it also fits pre-rolls, too, the filters on the pre-rolls. And we did see a flash of Caroline's Cannabis out of Uxbridge. We want to thank them, too. We'll be talking more about Caroline's
You want a prescription for a good...
on. And let us go right now to our guests, and this will be fun because David Y is a chef.
Pro Cannabis Media.
Even though you're looking at Pro Cannabis Media's logo, but that's okay. David Y is a chef, and Dan McCarthy is a freelance writer, former editor of Sensi Magazine. And Dan, are we friends?
Wait, are you? Can we put your microphone on? There you go. Now say it
am I
again.
on now? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, now we answer the question. Are we friends, Dan?
I'd like to think so. Yeah.
I'd like to think so too, and I appreciate you for being you and helping me out with this program tonight. But let's talk about David Y.
You're not going to attempt it? I mean, you can attempt it. There's no.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
All right,
Attempt it.
All right, I'm the professional in the room. I think the Z is silent, so I'm going to go Youssef Zadeh.
Youssef Zadeh.
It isn't silent.
Youssef Zadeh.
Youssef Zadeh.
I'm going to go with Youssef Zadeh.
Ding, ding, ding.
Kurt, you win. So anyway, let's talk a little bit about David Youssef Zadeh. He's a chief and food designer based in Boston, Massachusetts, of all places. And he spent the majority of his career in fine dining restaurants and hotels around the world. A couple of celebrity chefs that you might have heard of, because I know a lot of people watch the Food Network out there. Jean-Georges, Von Gerritsen.
Von Richten.
Yeah, that too. Von Richten.
Go
Mario
Von
Batali.
Richten.
That's right. Mario Batali. I can do that one. And Richard, is it Ekabus?
Ekabus, yep.
Ekabus. Just a few of the chefs that David has spent time with professionally. He is also now the CEO and founder of Cloud Creamery, a cannabis ice cream company based in Boston, because after all, New England eats more ice cream than any other place in the world. Don't know if you knew that. Just one of those stupid facts that I know. And, he also has EatSacrilegious.com events, which means he will cook for your event. Isn't that true, David?
That is very true. Yep.
Tell us how the heck you do this and how you got into the cannabis space, because that too is a pretty good story, and that's one of the things we like to do with Pro Cannabis Media, is actually tell the stories of people in the cannabis space. So take it away, David.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I mean, ultimately, we're able to do what we do because we have great friends. We have great support. Dan in particular, always helping, always, serving at events, helping bring things together, whether it's last minute, whether it's properly organized. But as you know, anything that happens in the restaurant industry, something is always bound to go wrong. So having great support is really how we pull it off. So I can't pretend to take credit for where we've landed, but I spent my career in restaurants since I was 14. My first job, I was baking croissants from scratch with a very angry Vietnamese lady in a coffee shop, and I still remember her yelling at me. And I really love food. My parents are both great cooks. Neither one of them cooked professionally, but I was always excited by what they were making. I always, was ready to eat. Holidays were a blast. My mom would always bake all types of cookies and bars and different things, and I wanted to help her. I have two older brothers. They were both, big into sports, and I wanted to cook with my mom. So I used to watch the Traveling Chefs of Europe on PBS, pre-Food Network, and record it and really just, copy down recipes. And these guys were doing opening live scallops, lots of cooking techniques that were extremely advanced for a 9-year-old, but I was intrigued, and my parents saw that, and I think they really just facilitated, a little more energy into that. At Christmas they'd buy me, my mom bought me how to make bubblegum kit one year, and my dad bought me a book on how to bake bread. So they saw it, and they were really helpful, and they really,
bubblegum, bread, and cotton candy. Those are the three food groups, aren't they? I mean, come on.
That's Christmas.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
Christmas.
Yeah, so it was a fun environment, and it was easy to learn in and great, and kind of went to culinary school out of high school. Got a great internship in Atlanta with an amazing chef named Ruben Garcia, who now runs the Masters tournament in Augusta, Georgia. And I think he really.
Whoa, hang a second. You just kind of floated through that a second here.
Yeah, the sports thing.
He dropped in the Masters golf tournament. Did you hear that? So
Jimmy's sports, spider sense just sent all the hairs up the back of his neck.
And by the way, I still have the recording of Tiger Woods, the final round on my DVR.
Oh, man, I thought that was going somewhere else. I was like, come on. Now we got viral content.
Yeah, right.
So that time when he won, the cheering, I was cooking in tournament headquarters at the clubhouse, and we could hear the actual cheering from outside from the back patio. So it's not because of me, it's because of Ruben, but I think.
So wait a second, hang on a second.
Sure.
You have driven down, is it Marigold Lane? What's the lane? Is it
no, it's Magnolia.
Magnolia. I knew it was an M.
Yep. Many times. Got pictures right in the front.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh God, am I jealous of you? Holy! Do you need somebody to carry your gear and stuff like that?
I'm more of a mini golfer. I'm not. Golf is. I enjoy.
No. I was talking about kitchen utensils.
No, I understand.
I was looking for a way in. Is kind of where I was going on that.
It's shocking how the waiting list for tickets, it's really I didn't know. I didn't realize it was such a deep want.
My name's not on the waiting list. I'm just waiting for somebody to take care of me like America's Guest.
I'll
That's
see what
all.
I could do. Yeah, I'll see what I can
Well,
do.
no, don't. I'm going to hold you to that, please, because that is on my bucket list. Dan McCarthy, amazing enough. We've kept you somewhat quiet over the first few minutes here. How did you get to know David? And tell me about what you've been doing, because I know you've actually been in New Hampshire on the political trail.
That's right. So David and I connected a couple years back while I was running, when I launched the Boston edition of Sensi Magazine, the national cannabis sort of city-based regional lifestyle publication. And while doing stories for Sensi and kind of being in each other's orbit, and he actually slowly came in and did some stuff with some of our events. As I moved on from Sensi and wound up working for a while with Cannapreneur Partners, which is that local cannabis investment holding company, an entrepreneurial sort of connector firm. David, actually, I tapped into him when I was sort of tasked with doing a bunch of events for the investor community and connecting different operators and investors. So in order to sort of try to move the needle and make some new waves in the way a lot of these perfectly acceptable, perfectly enjoyable, networking events that really kind of pop up all over the city within the cannabis community, especially as the cannabis community more and more is not only being normalized, but it's really starting to be accepted, and there's a lot more overlap in traditional business services and business type networking events. So as we began to form some of the early ones through 2019, and at the end of 2019, I grabbed David and his team and had them provide food for one of our investor events. I got into a video. Now, what happened from there is the more and more David and I started to work around each other, and he started tapping into different things I was writing or different projects I was getting into. There was just a lot of overlap, both in terms of sort of personal philosophies, business philosophies, and exactly where, a lot of people are in the cannabis industry right now, which is that this is an ascendant industry, okay? And everybody's grasping for their piece to varying degrees. Some people are carving out pieces within media and content. Some people are trying to be just a cultivator and dispensary outfit. Some are ancillary services. Some are trying to carve out new portions of traditional services like being a CPA or accountant services and say, hey, I'm the closest that's maybe come to solving traditional accounting services in the age of the dawn of banking services for the industry. So as we began to work more and more in each other's circle, and now that I'm more in just pure what I've been doing for 15 years, contract work and floating around, he works in orbit with me. So as I begin to do stuff and get more involved in the different side projects I've been doing for years, like the Boston Institute for Nonprofit Journalism, bingeonline.org, where we just had dispatched over 24 reporters for close to 40 different pieces of content and features of covering the entire campaign trail, pretty much like nobody else covers it, where a lot of people are concerned with the horse and pony show, the dog race elements of it, the sort of regurgitated aspects of the news. We covered that, and I worked in some of the actual drug policy and drug policy reform coverage that people in Massachusetts are looking for that are also involved in the cannabis space, and I've already gotten David plugged in with that network as we begin to expand out his Eat Sacrilegious high-end gourmet cannabis-infused dinner series.
Take a breath, will you please?
He's good at that.
He can carry it.
So
Kurt, go ahead.
What does Cloud Creamery make specifically with cannabis, and where can someone get it? Start with that.
So we make our flagship products are ice cream and sorbets. We have established Cloud Kitchen, which will be our parent company, where you can have an array. But we're definitely starting with ice cream and sorbets. We are not available in any stores yet. We are waiting for the last part of we're waiting for our provisional license. We've been in the queue for about 9 months now, 8 months, 8.5 months. So we're hoping any day now, but as we all know, there's no definitive timeline for when that'll actually come through. But
in fact, it's a store. Some friends, Wicked Chronic, have been asked to cease and desist actually selling some of their CBD stuff.
Interesting.
In their items, and it's out of their store now.
Right.
But
why is it? Because
Town of Natick said, you know what, you got to comply. You can't. They're just. You know what it is? It's freaking town council people and city council people just saying, "Well, we can do this because we're the city council. We got to preserve
all CBD or just
No. Their oils are still there and all that stuff. Their T-shirts are still there. Everything. It's just infused in food.
Oh,
and right,
okay.
Right, David. And that's a no-no. Right now, that's a no-no. It's a stupid no-no. Okay, it really is.
It's really just it's managed poorly. It really comes down to poor management, in my opinion, from the top. And I think, and I don't want to put all the blame on the CCC because there's lots of things that they are being, held to. But I moved here from Illinois, and the Chicago market already is just its trajectory is going to put us to shame, and frankly it's embarrassing. There's a lot of people that need a lot of food, that need a lot of cannabis through food to help them digest. People like myself that are going through Crohn's disease, and we can get to that. But it's really beneficial to balance nausea, help people get their day started right, and if you can get good rest and have a good diet, you're really in the best place to battle anything that's coming your way. So it's amazing that flour and all these things were legal first. Frankly, it's baffling, but it's a business, and I think we all just have to remember that our generation is here to clean up a lot of things that have gone.
That my generation has screwed up. It's okay.
And before you.
Yeah.
It's not all on you.
I appreciate that.
It started, in the Industrial Food Revolution, but I really think that we are here to communicate the benefits and really, point out with our technology that there's so many federal research projects that showed positive results that were not funded by the federal government. And we're happy to do it.
You mentioned right now the federal government is just non-operational, okay? And later on in the show, we're going to be talking with Morgan Fox from the NCIA because, well, I don't need to get into politics, but we all know how I feel about politics. And the fact that they still haven't passed the Safe Banking Act out of the Senate is just bizarre to me. And I had an incident personally for my company where a bank, and I'm going to name them, Santander, shut down my business account, and they took my personal account down too. Why? Because I took cannabis money from a member association that is not selling it out the door. They're just a member association. Anyway, I'm really mad, and now I have found a very friendly credit union in Rhode Island, Greenwood Credit Union, where I will be doing my banking. So there. Anyway, what did it take me? 15 minutes to do that?
That's not bad.
I was horrible. Anyway, what do they call that? I popped my cannabis financial cherry, I guess, because people have gone through this. I mean, Kurt, you like that, Dan?
I do.
You like
that?
Yeah. Kurt, you've gone through that.
We've had merchant accounts shut down for us, just because of the name.
Right, just because
we don't sell anything with THC, and we were shut down. So,
And
welcome to the club.
And David, your experience with any banking issues or anything like that?
We are working with Gardner Federal Credit Union, and
we love Tina Sprague. We love that group. I wish they would have returned my calls. Tina, I would have worked better, but whatever.
They're busy, and they've been more than kind to us and extremely thoughtful. I think the management there, they are aware of what is coming, and I think they're making the right steps to get themselves in place. It's never, there's lots of work to be done on all fronts. However, I think their heart's in the right place, and they're working on it. So.
That's good. I think, look, it's great that the people in the credit unions are working on it and giving the break, if you will, open. Sure. And they have this policy and this questionnaire that I had to answer before my account was opened and all that.
Right.
And it's definitely put in a special category in the bank. I found that out this week when I tried to make a deposit at a affiliated federal credit union. But, it was like, oh, no, you got to tell us you're going there first before you go. And I'm like, okay, I'll figure it out. It's all a workaround. We're still part of a very early stage, huge industry, right, guys? And patience is built into you if you're in this industry. Don't you think?
It's a marathon, not a race.
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, you've been in the queue for 8 months with not a lot of communication on, hey, you're 2 more weeks, you're ready to. You're just like, could be tomorrow, might be in 3 months.
Zero communication.
That's tough to do.
And we don't have any retail space. We're a manufacturer, so no one is coming into our storefront. So our security measures, everything is. I mean, in general, I think much more straightforward than what a dispensary would have to go through. But in addition to that, I've opened 6 restaurants. My business partner has opened 2. So between us, our food safety, our track record, this is what we do. We're just merging cannabis in as another ingredient. So we were hoping that would leverage some credibility in our, being tasked with providing something safe and nutritious, but it really doesn't seem to matter.
Infused into a food, are you worried about the FDA at a federal level, even if you got a state clearance?
I mean, there's a couple answers here. So I mean, the FDA, with all due respect, needs more inspectors, to say the least. They can't cover. There's restaurants that get passing grades that should not have passing grades, and I'll spare you on that. But I don't believe that they are given the tools to do what they need to do properly, in fairness. So I hesitate to put it all on them, but I don't know that, frankly, most people that are in cannabis policy seats really have any idea of what's actually going on, because none of them are on the ground talking to us. And so to your point, in a roundabout way, the communication, in my opinion, should be constant. We should be ping-ponging back and forth all these things to make it as best as it possibly can be for our patients.
So the NCIA, the National Cannabis Industry Association, they're actually having a show next week in Boston, their Northeast Cannabis Business, and we'll be talking with Morgan Fox about that. But I know that they've put out a multi-page policy paper to share with those who are governing, to enlighten them and tell them about what is going on in the trenches, if you will, and how they might want to think about creating their policies. And so, and it's frustrating because it's falling on deaf ears, because the FDA, they're clueless. It's sad. It just
and I think that's why that's what I meant earlier with our generation is more of the avenues we're taking to make changes. I think we have to really stop asking and really start making some demands. So,
absolutely,
it's a little too late for these things.
Can I tell you who I blame on this?
Sure.
It's Mitch McConnell, and the reason why is he was the one who got the farm bill through the Senate, and signed his little paper with his hemp pen, not realizing that in hemp there is CBD, and he didn't understand what CBD was. He thought it was CVS, I think.
You might have.
Right? That's a consumer value store, kind of the big chain. Sorry, I had to do it. And it's Pandora's box. Once that opened, everybody's like, hey, check this out. We got a non-intoxicating chemical in the cannabis sativa plant that we can actually infuse in different food items. Ooh, and it's not going to make you intoxicated. Ooh, and there's nothing negative about this. Ooh, so why are they dragging their feet? Because they want a piece of it.
Well, I think
they want a piece of it.
I mean, we approve lots of chemicals that are in food that are extremely harmful to all humans, especially the youth in every fast food restaurant. And I've spent, my education, my graduate degree is in U.S. food policy, so we've gone through lots of different context, even from what used to be food stamps and SNAP, what it's turned into SNAP, and kind of what people can buy with these things, and how they weren't able to buy vegetables and or diaper with them, but they were allowed to buy 2 liters of Coca-Cola. So there's a whole. It's not. There's you peek behind the curtain. It's ugly, but we vote with our dollar. So frankly, when you go buy cannabis at certain dispensaries, when you go buy certain products, you're advocating for it. And I think people really need to switch their mentality of who they're supporting.
Oh, goodness gracious. Isn't that the truth? And speaking of support, Dan, you were right in the trenches. I again, a few things. I still can't believe that I've lived to see the day that cannabis is a legal product in my home state. But the fact that it is a political issue in an election year, and we're seeing incredible movement in states like Kentucky today, I'm pretty sure, move forward with it. New Hampshire now, I believe you can pass the House where you can now grow it. So we're making a lot of progress. The green wave is continuing to evolve here, and it's part of the political scene. What I'm sure when you were right in the middle of it up in New Hampshire, you got some feedback about how people, are you pro-cannabis, anti-cannabis? Are you pro-hemp, anti-hemp? You tell me.
Well, I mean, the campaign trail is the great equalizer, right? Because what's happening in particular in New Hampshire, because of the timing between Iowa and the subsequent primaries, New Hampshire, and people will continue to debate, and I hope so, the outweighed importance of the New Hampshire primary. But the reason why the New Hampshire primary really sets a new precedent in each cycle is that it gets people up close and personal with these candidates, right? Everybody famously remembers what happened in '92 when James Carville enacted the town hall that gave younger Bill Clinton the ability to spring off those stools and directly go address and do his Clinton thing right in the eyes of the voters, where George Bush Sr. is checking his watch and has creaky knees at that point. The ability to actually interact with the electorate is what draws people to the circus that rolls through town every 4 years. And while out there, I mean, just very naturally talking to people about what and how they feel about cannabis legal reform, but more specifically as it relates to their own lives in the Granite State. And you'd be surprised how many people aren't following. It's just sort of out in the ether. So when you're like, yes, just recently by voice vote, they passed it in the House legislature that therapeutic use home grow is going to be allowed. People have no idea. Yet on the flip side, that same person who is a voter registered in a upper middle class affluent suburb north of Boston in the southern part of the state that was going to predominantly go to Pete Buttigieg, he has his own plan, which some say could be revolutionary, some say is absolutely ridiculous, that it was called the Plan B plan of cannabis reform by this particular candidate, which was to properly use, in his own words, in his own ideas, Air Force One as a vehicle to fly into the home districts of any congressional lawmaker creating a roadblock for full wide-scale legalization to basically educate them on what they don't know. Okay. Now, this is in contrast to now the eventual leader of the Democratic frontrunner Bernie Sanders, who his whole plan was to legalize on day one by presidential decree. Now that's wonderful sentiment, has a whole other construct of legal issues around it. Right. But at least there is a clear and present plan laid out, where then you had the other sort of members of the field in different hemming and hawing, wrapping it up into larger scale criminal reform plans, which also comes back to Mayor Pete on the campaign trail. Anytime he was given a sort of specific question about plans for legalization, he would regurgitate some kind of platitude, and then usually in his case refer to his policy, which is this thing called the Douglas Plan, named after Frederick Douglass. And the ostensible plan is to basically elevate and empower all of Black America from all different spectrums of life, but wrapped into that is comprehensive crime and penal reform, and within that the disproportionate amount of people of color that have been arrested for low-level non-violent cannabis possession crimes, which puts them in the boondoggle of forever being within the penal system, which can now extend to the other billionaire trying to get into politics, Mike Bloomberg, who, of course, with his stop and frisk program, that was part and parcel of a wide-scale racial profiling law enforcement platform in New York City that now he's backtracking on, and he's the same mayoral entity and now presidential candidate that said medical marijuana was a hoax. Like the passage of medical marijuana itself, the concept of medical benefit to cannabis, was a hoax.
Do you see the red light?
I do. What is that?
This is a new thing. It's a 1 minute warning sign before we take.
Is that when the bombs fall? I've seen The Day After Tomorrow. Is this the alert?
This is the alert, and basically we don't want to go over a certain amount of time, so that the simulcast that we are providing to the Investor News Channel down in Florida won't get screwed up. That's pretty much what it comes down to. Great. And I give Mike Zotos, our technical person here, it's his studio, and to put in also more bells and whistles. And I bet you like the bells and whistles.
And lights. Bells, whistle, lights.
Bells, whistles, and lights. And, of course, this is We Talk. I'm Jimmy Young, your host from Pro Cannabis Media. Kurt Dalton is here, and Dan and Dave are here as well. And we're going to have more of this show coming up in just a little while. And in the second half hour, we've got a very special phone guest with a gentleman who's going to tell us about a product that can detect what is hemp and what is cannabis sativa. Okay? That's coming up. Don't go away.
A philosophy of you can't pronounce it and it's not from nature, we're not putting it in our products. And then from there, we kind of decided, well, I've been a Pilates instructor for over 20 years. I love fitness, and I decided that we should really launch some wellness products as well. So Tribe Tokes grew to Tribe Brands, and we've been going strong in New York City ever since.
Do you support more regulation in your industry?
I do support more regulation in some ways, but I'm also very specific. We have to make our regulation affordable. And so that small businesses like myself, I'm a woman business, and my business partner, I work really hard, and we would want to keep doing this, but we're also scared that our government is going to make regulation out of our reach, and that's really effed up, and that's what concerns me. As far as health regulation, I don't believe in over-regulating, but I think it's really important to list all of the things that are there, to have lab testing, to have batch testing. Like, it's important. There are a lot of CBD companies out there, and I won't name them, but they're getting sued for not actually even real CBD in there, synthetic marijuana and CBD products. It's disgusting, and I want to expose that. That's not okay. We work very hard, and we have a high-end product, and we're not able to cut our margins because we're not filling or lying, so I hope our government can see that small businesses is the culture. The traditional market was the market before there was legalization, before any of this happened. So anybody that's been in the business for more than 5 years understands that it's a cultural thing too. So I think we should honor some of that as well.
So now's the time to put on my headset again, right? All right, welcome back to We Talk, everybody. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, alongside
.net.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. We're back.
Say that again.
Kurt from Cannabis.net. We're on.
There he goes. And one of the most popular websites in the world of cannabis is Cannabis.net. That was Kimby Burns. She's out of New York City. She hosts a podcast. She works for a CBD company. You saw Tribal Tokes. You can check that out for you. And we'll be having the entire interview on an upcoming edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, the podcast that really started this whole pro cannabis media thing way back in March of 2018 at NECANN. And since we're talking about NECANN, the New England Cannabis Convention, I'm going to tease the guests for next month because Mark Shepard and Jeff Lawrence, the two founders of that, the two principals, and have agreed to come in about a week before their big show, which is the biggest show at the Heinz. And Kurt, I know you've got some experience going to some conventions. NECANN is still the giant.
It is for Massachusetts. I think they were first boots on the ground maybe 6-7 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's grown to, boy, if you've been to the Heinz in Boston, it's now both rooms, the hallways, and honestly, when other shows come in, we have an events page at Cannabis.net, so I know when the Boston shows and other brands come in, NECANN, for New England, at least, is the industry standard here.
There you go. All right, let's bring back in Dan and David here. And in just a few minutes, we'll be talking to Greg Giantini, who has this really cool product, guys. I don't know, have you ever heard of this thing? It's brand new to the market. It's taking off. Obviously, law enforcement loves it, but it's a product. It's a doohickey, okay, that is also an app on your phone that just in case you got a big truck full of hemp and you're stopped by law enforcement, you can actually show them, test it right on the spot. You see, there's no THC in this green plant that looks like cannabis sativa, and it is. I call hemp impotent weed. Is that accurate? What do you think, guys? Is that because I don't like to use the M word?
Is that what it does for you, Dan?
I don't like to use the word marijuana. I just don't. I mean, it's a horrible word that means nasty things, and I just don't want.
I think millions of men have called it that about midnight and across this country on certain nights. So,
although it really depends on body type, like everything within cannabis. I mean,
right.
I've talked to several middle-aged men that came to cannabis late in life, and said this is the special Spanish fly root they were looking for.
The little blue pill of the green plant.
I mean, you know what I mean. If it's natural, then it works.
Right.
Hey, if it works, you don't knock it, right? All right, David. What do we got? Dan, we got Greg on the line? Not yet.
You
1
asking
minute.
me?
We will in 1 minute. No. I'm going to David. I'm going back to
Yes,
David
sir.
because we've got about a minute.
Sure.
If I wanted to hire you for a private event, how would I go about doing that?
Yeah, usually, either our website or Instagram is kind of the best way to get started. We typically, we want to really evaluate what event you're looking to do. For us, high quality food is number one. Cannabis is, merging into that. So if you're asking us to come, make some cheeseburgers and grill some hot dogs for you, we might not be the right group. But if you'd like something that's thoughtful, curated, really built around an experience, we are absolutely the people for that. So Instagram is a great vehicle. It's really something where lots of people we from all different walks, events we've done in other states can kind of reach us and connect. Typically, it's a quick email, usually a quick phone call, and take it from there. But
is Cloud Creamery the Instagram account? Just tell people.
Cloud Creamery is Instagram.
Okay,
account,
Cloud
yes, sir.
Creamery, Instagram.
Okay.
Quick email.
I feel like we should slide this around.
How many courses
There
are we
we go.
getting?
Oh,
how many when you
we
do
have
a
some stuff here.
We do. Show everyone what it is. What do we have
no
here?
THC product. Let's make sure we understand that. We're not drinking on the air either here.
It's a little loose. I've been out all day running errands, but it's in a freezer bag with some packs. So if you
it's
reach,
soft
if you
ice
reach
cream.
in the center, you'll get a scoop. But it's
So if someone books you for a cannabis-based dinner,
Right.
we talking every course with cannabis. Explain to people
How
what
do
do they expect at their house.
Sure. We typically, and part of the initial conversation is really gauging your cannabis use or your,
And you talk to
guests.
everybody at the party, right?
Correct.
Individually, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, we talk to everyone at the party. We talk to everyone individually. It's a salted caramel.
Salted caramel. Is this ice cream or sorbet?
It is ice cream.
So there's cream in this.
Yep.
Now there's a finger in it.
There are
Well,
spoons.
That just ruined it for everybody.
I was like, you guys can have it, guys.
There we go. So it is a little loose just because it hasn't been in the freezer as long. So don't worry about that. But you can see the consistency. It looks very ice creamy. And I may be a regular at Richardson, so we'll see how this compares. So.
All right, so while he's tasting the ice cream, I believe we have our interview. It's good, isn't it?
Oh, that's good. It's got a little salty to it, too.
Well,
It's
salty.
delicious.
It's
Salty caramel.
Salt caramel. That's the flavor, Dan.
All right.
Come on. Kurt, what's
But
the deal?
wait. This is the ice cream. Tell me if I want you to come to my house and
Sure.
use cannabis in a meal. We talking appetizers with cannabis and
Everything
everything?
start to finish. Yeah, usually we do a mocktail, so we don't serve any alcohol. So usually there's
Okay.
a mocktails infused with terpenes, just to kind of get you going.
Good that you would mention the fact you don't serve alcohol
Zero.
because we
Zero.
know that's an 8 times is situation, and we don't need to get into that. However, we do need to get into how do you tell the difference between hemp and potent cannabis? So we have impotent cannabis, which is hemp, or potent cannabis. And I believe we have Greg Giantini, the Director of Market Development at Detectichem. And Greg, are you there?
I'm there. Hey, good job with the last name. It's about 1 in 100 that nails that.
Thank you very much.
That kind of night, believe me.
Yeah, but I'm afraid of the other guy in the studio here, David, but that's another story. Greg, tell us a little bit about Detectichem. How cool is this product, and how is it taking over as far as what law enforcement is always asked for when they stop a big old trailer truck that's filled with hemp and they want to arrest the driver because he's got weed. He's got potent cannabis in his truck. No, he has
Or
hemp in his
sorbet.
truck. So let Greg stop. You could just eat a little bit and let Greg talk. Go ahead, Greg.
There's a lot of good talk about ice cream and such. So I like that. It's a good primer. But yeah, the company is Detectichem. We've been around since 2005. We're based in Houston, Texas, and our whole game's been on the law enforcement side and the military side, doing trace explosive detection and trace drug detection, and we're used by every federal agency in the U.S. and hundreds of state and local law enforcement, bomb squad, military groups. But yeah, the CBD THC thing for years. We had a THC kit as a very well-known chemistry, a Duquesne-Levine chemistry that has been scientifically able to determine THC, but as you guys know, every law enforcement guy in the country was saying, well, that's our problem. We've got a truckload of what looks like marijuana, and they're telling us it's hemp or vice versa, or from an agricultural standpoint, what we heard about a lot is DEA and such, that they'd be legally growing hemp, but then illicitly they'd have, a quarter acre in the back of one of their many acres where they're growing marijuana and selling it illicitly or making hash oil or something out of it, which is big bucks. There's no way to field test it. There's no way to field test and differentiate the two. So our company, we got enough requests where a lot of the other chemistries that we do are based off NIJ standards that have existed since the 70s. So we had to create a completely custom chemistry to be able to do this, because they're both, as you guys know, they're close chemically. The indoles are close together. So a lot of the previous tests would it doesn't matter if it was CBD or THC, it would just come up as a cannabinoid. So we basically had to just take thousands of samples from different states, different types of CBDs, different concentrations on THC side as well, and create a chemistry that could really differentiate the two, and it came out really well. So when you use this $4 field test and you swab anything that has CBD content or THC content, even hybrid material, it can not only differentiate what's CBD and what's THC, but it can show you a hybrid of the two. And arguably most important from a law enforcement perspective was it can also differentiate if it's above the 0.3% legal limit for THC, because that was another huge thing from a grow perspective, making sure it's harvested before it converts over above the limit, and then also for trafficking and with customs and such. So it's been a huge product. We launched this in October last year at the Chiefs of Police conference in Chicago, and we sold thousands of kits the first week, and it's been just escalating from there.
Well, they certainly have the budget for it, and I'm glad that they're actually finding this product, because it was one of the more frustrating things that happened after my pal Mitch there signed the farm bill with his hemp pen, not realizing that he was opening up a Pandora's box. And I believe it was even within 2 weeks, a huge trailer truck, I want to say that it was going to Idaho maybe, and it was filled with hemp, and then the guy, they got it absconded from them because they said, nope, you can't do that.
Yeah.
So I'm
Did you hear
glad.
about that big thing with NYPD? They had 128 pounds of, they thought it was marijuana, but it was hemp, and it was a whole mess. And they use our stuff too, but I guess they didn't use it that day.
I was just going to say, it might not be the one you want to put on the billboard.
That's right. They already screwed that up.
Story on that. That's pretty funny.
That's a perfect example. I mean, that's a perfect example of why the kit's needed.
Greg, this is Dan McCarthy. Nice to meet you. I had a quick question. So, I'm always interested in the advancement of these kinds of technologies, and in particularly then get interested, especially, sort of the journalist in me, thinking about the ways in which you're working, across state lines and across agencies, particularly within law enforcement. So just out of curiosity, when the field kit test, it's called Mobile Detect, is that right?
That's the app. That's the free app. And then there's separate drug test pouches that the app analyzes the color. So
Got it.
Two things together, yeah.
Okay, so in the case of the app, right? I'm sort of a hound and very obsessed with security and data security. So, I read something sort of in advance of this, and while you guys the product can look at the THC content that registers above 0.3%, but after it does that, it says it's something like it generates and sends out probable cause reports, photos, GPS mapping, that sort of thing. Have you guys on your side, has there been any documented cases of false positives of something where something got tagged as THC and then it went through and actually in fact it wasn't, and how did that sort of troubleshooting take place after that?
Mm-hmm. So I can tell you we have not heard of, I can't say it's never happened, but we have not been, and we're usually told, we have not heard of a time where there's been a false positive or false negative on CBD and THC, and I think the product's great, of course, but it's been out since October, so maybe that will come up. But when we did, since, like I mentioned, we had to make a custom chemistry here, we, of course, try to break it because we need the stuff to be as accurate as possible. So we tried to run everything we possibly could that might hit on a false positive. So I haven't seen it yet, and hopefully we won't. But the touching back on the probable cause reports, you don't have to use the app. The kits can work like the old-fashioned field test kits where you just look at the color and you make the determination. But the app is a free app basically to generate those PC reports, where it takes a picture of the reaction, it GPS maps it, time, date stamp, officer ID, custom note fields, and then you hit one button in the app and it generates a PDF report instantly that you can text or email directly from your phone. So a lot of agencies will put together an SOP where they set up an evidence alias, evidence at xypd.com, and as soon as they get any drug result, they can send it out immediately and put it in a repository. And it's a stronger piece of PC. The attorney's not saying, well, have you had your eyesight checked, and where were you, and did you keep the kit? And if they can punch a hole in something, they will. So we basically reverse engineered this from what we knew a defense attorney would try to poke holes in. So that's been hugely successful, especially for the app being free.
I was going to say, Greg, this is Kurt from Cannabis.net. You walked right into my next question and saying, since October, it's been out. Has it been challenged in court? Has someone either overturned it or has a department used it for a conviction? And a judge has said, yes, this is the gold standard, or this is true.
I can tell you that the chemistry used has been validated by two very large federal agencies that I won't name, but you could probably guess. And it has not been upturned, and it has not been challenged.
Well, that's a good
as far
thing.
as I know of.
Okay.
Yeah, as far as I know.
And now, and I'm gonna. One of the first things when I first heard about this product, law enforcement is really looking to do their jobs, and they need tools to do their jobs. And this is obviously handing them one that can help them do their jobs. But the first thing I thought of was this is a test of the plant. It's not of a person who might be under the influence of. Correct.
Correct. And I was actually just in Colorado, Department of Agriculture 2 weeks ago, and they were saying, "Can you guys figure out a breathalyzer for cannabis?" And I know everyone wants that, but you're correct. It does not do that.
That's thank goodness. I'm sorry. It's just how I feel.
As long as it's not that breathalyzer that went around the internet over the last month or so that has the single most ridiculous image you've ever seen of the guy that has this huge rhinoceros horn of. Have you guys seen this thing where you hook it up to your nose and apparently it's a piece of tech that allows you to like register the actual THC in the air? This was actually on, I think it was Business Insider or something. And anyway, whatever the tech may or may not be and how it may or may not work, it just begs to be lampooned. So whatever tech you do develop, make sure you keep the optics in mind.
Greg, just curious, is your company the company when you go through the TSA line and they pick you out and they swab your bag with a little alcohol? Are you the Detectacam guys up there? You're that guy? You're the guy that makes us do that?
Yes, I'm literally there in line.
Yeah. All right, good. You're that guy that's checking my bag for, I guess, explosives residues.
I'm the guy that needs the secondary and third pat down for you. Yes.
And you're not looking for any cannabis. You're looking for explosives at that point. So.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But yeah, it's a good extension of our product line because we've had our fentanyl, coke, meth, synthetic kits out for a long time. So this was the first new kit we've put out since our fentanyl kit. So
I bet with federal legalization and crossing a state line, you're in a very nice position right now. So good for you.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's funny. We even have police departments that even though CBD stuff is legal, they just don't want their cops to be using CBD products. So they'll test their own guys on CBD material. So there's a lot of interesting markets for it. And it's the first product we've put out that has had a big consumer purchase, because we don't have any restrictions on who we let buy our stuff. And then obviously all the other kits have been law enforcement and such or first responders. But, every day it's, XYZ, Hayes Incorporated and all these types of things. So interesting.
Well, before you go, I believe we have some video, Mike, that takes us through the process and actually sees the process. And I wonder if you can, I don't know if you're monitoring this on the internet, but walk us through a little bit about how this stuff works. It's talking about hemp and CBD products, and you're able to actually fill the need of what the law enforcement folks do.
Yeah, so I know the video you're referring to. Yeah, so it's easy. So the kits are little field test kits, and they have a removable swab inside the kit. So you would remove the swab from inside the kit. There's a little application end. All you have to do is, this is a residue test. This isn't even a bulk material test. So you just have to, in that video, rub it onto some of the bud. One of the pieces of bud is hemp. The other bud is marijuana. And then you insert the swab back into the kit. You manually crack the 2 ampules on the side that have these custom chemistry reagents. Their chemical reagents flow down to the bottom. They make contact with the swab. They saturate it, and they will turn a color. It'll turn either a reddish for CBD or it'll turn blue for THC. So you can be done there manually, but then if you use the app, you'll notice there's a QR code on every single pouch. All the app does is it looks at the QR code and it looks at the color reaction at the same time with your camera, phone or tablet. And so all it's really doing is registering the pouch with a specific ID. Everyone has a specific ID, and then it looks at the color reaction, and if the hues fall within a certain scale, it makes the determination. And on the THC side, depending on the concentration, the darker the blue, there's a threshold where it can tell if it's above that 0.3%. So it just, our technology we call automated color metrics, and that's what it is. It automates it for you, and it takes an algorithm based against DEA standards. We hold a DEA license, so it makes a very highly validated legal determination of the color.
Fair enough. Hey, Greg Giantini, Director of Market Development of Detectacam, I really appreciate you calling in tonight. I understand you are a New Englander. You're in New Hampshire.
New Hampshire, yes, sir. Been a busy week.
Yeah, I've heard. I think something's been going on up there. Anyway, really appreciate you taking the time. That video was awesome, and so was your interview. So again, thank you again, and we'll look for this in our law enforcement logs, I guess.
I hope I never see your product up close,
That's
but
right.
Congratulations.
I don't know how to take that, but
Right,
yeah, thank you.
It looks like it works, so no thanks.
It's a working product. Thanks so much. I appreciate it,
deal.
Craig. All right.
Thanks,
Craig.
So that, guys, I mean, now I got to ask you again, what's your reaction when you see something like that? To me, it's serving a purpose, yes?
Dan.
I mean, it's serving a purpose, yeah, but I mean, again, this is, as you mentioned earlier in the show, we're at the dawn of an industry, and there are a lot of, what was interesting from what one of the things I heard was that he'd already actually, had a technology based on swapping for fentanyl and some of these other compounds. And, it sounds like they've worked out something for both THC and CBD. I'd like to see field test data. I'd like to see it in the hands of people that understand the plant at the molecular level. I'd like to see if it understands the difference between root cannabinoids and not. I'd also just like to see the ability for which something like that is a cutting-edge technology that is coming from outside the cannabis world, trying to understand and then have applicability to the cannabis world. Right. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm saying I'd like to see what that data looks like and what that legitimate field test looks like over a very wide berth, because I think there is... I just think any new tech coming into the industry right now, especially anything that is basically saying this thing is going to give conclusive results for X, so that the specific intent is something regarding law enforcement, counter-enforcement, whatever the case may be. I always walk very carefully into that, and I know a lot of people in the legacy industry do as well. It's one thing if this is something coming from the cannabis industry that's been working on these different tests so they can understand genetics better, or they could better splice something within the hemp plant for crop creation. I just think any tech like that, I want to see a lot of field test about it.
Would you ever have a use for that in your world?
I would have a use for it specifically because I stopped taking all synthetic medications. So for me, cannabis use is not just reactionary. I don't wait for a flare-up from Crohn's disease and then treat it. I use it preventatively. So I think it would be useful to measure the same way you measure your blood sugar, different diabetes tests. If you can measure your, more or less think of loading cannabis, right? Over a 3-day period, you're taking XXX milligrams, so it's in your blood constantly, keeping, certain inflammation from growing in intestines and in your stomach. I think it'd be really helpful to wake up every day and take a breath and acknowledge, be able to understand what's currently in your body from whatever, if you went to the gym or you went for a run and you could tell, you sweated out what's in your body. I think it'd be really helpful to know, just to keep the level that you want consistently.
And kind of like Dan said, and the reason I asked him that question is, the Leafly article that David Downs did about the lab shopping and how, a supplier can go to different labs and get readings all different, and he chooses the highest THC. And the thing I thought of was so all these labs with these scientists aren't getting it right, and they have the thing right there. They can work on it for 3 straight days, and and he solved it. He can tell you 0.3 above or below, and it just seems like, well, wait a minute, why can this group of scientists that Leafly showed, hey, take a sample to 3 different labs, you'll get a different reading, but his, which I'm not saying his product doesn't work in a 50,000 foot level to say, okay, but all of a sudden he's dead on at 0.3 above or below. And I just wonder, that's why I asked him, has this held up? Has anyone said, there is no history to this test, sir?
Right.
You're throwing it out. So,
yeah. I mean, and this isn't to disparage whatever he's doing either. I'm very cautious at the early days of the pre-days of federal legalization. Right, we're not even quite at the early days of that.
Yep.
I'm just, because of so much activity within the industry, so much settling of the tectonic plates of the industry as it continues to kind of get lock and step. There are missteps. For every 2 steps forward, the Safe Banking Act, and then the MORE Act, which rolled in the Safe Banking Act, and then all of the elements of criminal record expungement and all of the other aspects of social justice restoration. While that was a big moment forward, and it did have the kind of support it needed, as of yesterday, I read a story that top congressional GOP lawmakers thanked the Banking Services Committee for not pushing the MORE Act through or making a priority, especially during the impeachment trial, because that would have created new avenues up. The point being is this: there is so much activity happening that almost taking the Buddhist approach of, if somebody says they figured it out, chances are like that's a very pejorative way of looking at it from one silo. Because they're just like there's many different people saying to different degrees they've figured out one of the other major problems in the industry. Let's say it's from the tax side, right? If somebody says they've stamped it, I have 100% locked into science. I know how to sort 280E out. Maybe they do. But if they've not done it in such a way that it is such a blanket statement that something that needs that 50,000-foot approach, like you said, like the FDA, can't stamp it on it, that next stage can't quite get there. Look at the Department of Veteran Services and the VA, right? They can't, no matter how much anecdotal evidence, double-blind, placebo, peer-reviewed academic journals of actual patient experiences over the last 30 to 40 years, let alone what's happening right here in Massachusetts with C3RN launching their veteran study in association with Alternative Treatment for Veterans, where they profiled just under 600 veterans nationally that actually created qualitative and quantitative data on how veterans are using cannabis, CBD and THC, but specifically cannabis as medicine, what it's doing to reduction of their VA-prescribed medicines, how that's affecting them in terms of out-of-pocket expenditures, and what that means for the social contract that originally got those veterans to go to war, that they said, yes, I understand that you, the military, when I get out, if I'm hurt, you will help me in the best way possible. You will cause the least amount of harm to my body. And after some veterans, Stephen Mandilli and some of these other ones, right, after 10 years of VA-prescribed opioids and fentanyl patches for his heart with a fistful of oxy and all these other stories he's told 100 times, it took him 5 months of a cannabis regimen under a patient care advisor to actually get him to get off pharmacology. So what that actually means is that with all of these things shifting, until there is actually an industrial and an effective lodestar for other people to follow, anybody that has something that is already being jumped on by law enforcement and from federal service as something that, okay, yeah, we can definitely rely on that, where it's such an early part of the game, it's just one of those things, like, sounds great, I'd need to see a lot of field tests on this. I'd need to see a lot of running through the ringer.
That's what they're going to be doing now, because they have the opportunity to do it. At least now they have a little plaything they do it, and it seems to be working. David, before we go, can you talk a little bit about how you discovered how cannabis can help your Crohn's disease?
Sure. I moved to Boston for grad school. I ended up graduating early. I went in for an infusion. I would go in every 8 weeks and take 400 milligrams of a drug called Remicade, the original chemotherapy drug. And I went in, it was like mid-August, and they told me my insurance had been dropped.
Okay.
I said okay. There was no notification, no email, no call, no nothing. There's nothing available. So I went through 2 days of extremely frustrating phone calls, and eventually I called and said, how much is it out of pocket? I'm getting ready to go to Asia for a few weeks. I don't want any issues while I'm there. What do I have to do to get it? They said it's $1,800. I said, great, I'll put it on a credit card. I'll figure it out later. It's not what I want to do, but at this point, I don't have enough time, and I'm traveling out of the country to sort it out. My personal health is worth $1,800, so I'll sort it out. I show up the next day for my infusion. It was $18,000.
No.
Oh, they missed it by 1-0.
Yeah. Oh. So I'll spare what I said, but
I know what you said. We all know what you said, and I don't blame you at all.
It was tough, but it ended up forcing me to really go full time on cannabis and really find what worked, and found it actually fairly quickly.
And because you're a chef, you can actually infuse it in your daily intake of food. Could you not?
Right, which is kind of the whole goal of our business, is to really merge it into people's lives so it's not so medicinal.
Yeah, well, how about that? Well, you've been great. I look forward to actually sitting at a dinner table with you at some point.
We'll make that Cloud Creamery on Instagram if you'd like David to come to your house and make you some infusions.
Thank you.
And good luck. I know you're heading out to hang out with some pretty impressive people out in California, the other planet, the other planet that is California. And Dan McCarthy, can you stick around for a few minutes more, or do you have to run?
Do you want me here, Jimmy?
I would like to hear from
you guys are friends.
I'd like you to hang out for a few more minutes. Hillary King's on the other side. I want to bring her into.
I got you.
All right, cool. Fair enough. Well, now we're going to take another break, and we'll be back with more of We Talk after this.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. Why? Because we are a media company that is pro-cannabis.
Pro-cannabis, because those stories are not being told.
We are live streaming from events.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the live stream from the New England Cannabis Convention. Hey, Unbelievable. Here we are again in the Performer TV studios. Hi, everybody. Welcome to We Talk Live. I'm Jimmy Young.
And I'm Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net.
We are blogging on all topics. We are partners with Leafly, Weed Mask, Green Flower, MJ Headline News, Sensi Magazine, and The Weed Tube. We are Weekly News Dabs with Jimmy Young.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to another edition of News Dabs. I'm Jimmy Young reporting for the Pro Cannabis Media Group and ProCannabisMedia.com.
From New Orleans, Liz Dameron, Pro Cannabis Media Network.
We are interviewing cannabis experts on the podcast In the Weeds with Jimmy Young.
You were one of the co-authors of Question 4, which paved the way. First of all, how did you get picked for that honor, if you will?
We write laws and regulations. We advocate for them. And we get licenses and keep them compliant.
But I do believe that Bruce is on the phone with us, so Kurt, you can take it away as I go into my Rasta mode here.
Bruce, are you there? Can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. I'm just being quiet because I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's a rowdy show tonight, I got to tell you. So I have to lead off right now. You left Canopy Growth, as you said. No, I was fired. The entire cannabis stock market crashed. Did you cause that?
Well, I didn't fire myself, so I don't think so.
We are a digital media company for the cannabis industry, telling their stories in their words.
There's nothing like having patients come back and say, I feel better.
I am confident that Congress is, at the very least in this current Congress, by next year, going to make it legal make it clearly legal for banks to take marijuana accounts, which is a big step forward.
I never thought I'd see the Red Sox win a World Series, let alone 3.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd see the Patriots win a Super Bowl,
Me neither.
let alone 5. This is taped. Okay.
It's a whole new world of weed out there.
We are ProCannabisMedia.com. Subscribe today.
The last one, put them on. And we're back. Welcome back to the second hour of We Talk. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
Oh, there we go. I'm Kurt from Cannabis.net.
Gotta put Kurt's mic on. Anytime my
All right,
mic's
that's
on,
why I was
you gotta
getting
put Kurt's. All right, that's cool. I know. It's hard. You're no less important than I am.
Well, I'll move over to your camera. There you go. There you go. Got to be in the good camera.
All right. First of all, right off the bat here, we want to thank some of the supporters of our program here. It is Legal Seafoods. It's Caroline's Cannabis in Uxbridge. And, of course, the Weegit system. We showed a little video of the Weegit system to you. It is a 4-filter titration intake. It's a pipe with a whole bunch of filters, guys. And you can wash it and clean it. And it takes this is the little smoke particles going through one of the filters, and it starts at a 1300 Fahrenheit heat, and it takes it down to 80 degrees Fahrenheit when it goes into your lungs, and it feels smooth, and it's like a vape. It really is. It's very smooth, but you are combusting at the beginning and you are enjoying it at the end. That's Weegets.com, WEEDGETS.com. And remember, if you do order something, please do Weed Talk 2020. It'll get you another 20. Make that 10% off. All right, I'll make up the other 10. All right,
It's on Jimmy.
That's right. It's on me. What can I tell you? Please use it. All right. Now we welcome in a couple of, we welcome in Hillary King, who's back with us. Let me tell you a little bit about Hillary, if you don't mind. And Hillary, you don't know this, but I actually took this right off your LinkedIn profile. Okay. You have an insatiable hunger for knowledge. You have strong interpersonal skills and a diverse hybrid professional background. And you are an undeniable asset to any team. Welcome to our team. I think that's accurate, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Good to see you again.
You too.
And we hung out. We let Dan McCarthy hang out too. So I'm gonna throw this out there to these two guys because they are very much tuned into the scene of cannabis and what's happening politically. If you had to pick one story that really stands out over the last month in the world of cannabis, okay? Dan, I'm going to start with you. What's the biggest story? What's the biggest thing that has happened in the world of cannabis over the last month? And then Hillary will go to you.
The biggest thing in the world of cannabis over the last month. I mean, It really depends on where your periscope's set to. If you're looking at aspects of, as you brought up, politics or social justice, one of the new narratives coming out of the 2020 presidential race is now that New Hampshire has passed and the front runners are out and the results are there, and now all the new narratives are being restructured. You're seeing candidates getting their backgrounds really dug into, and with all the talk of, say, Bloomberg getting in the race, there's a renewed interest in obviously all of his connections with stop and frisk in New York City, which was very disastrous and unfairly targeted minorities and people of color, and he had to later apologize for it. The cannabis argument has been wrapped up into that. So I think actually over the last month, from what I've been paying attention to, especially because what I've been doing with the Boston Institute of Nonprofit Journalism as we were up in the New Hampshire primary, was I was really focusing on bringing what I'd been focusing on in cannabis for the last 9 or so months and looking at it through the visor of where the candidates stand. While I was up in New Hampshire, as I mentioned earlier, I got to interview a retired Texas police officer that works with a former GOP congressman to do drug policy reform. And what they basically said was, look, we're actually the people that are pulling for Tulsi. Tulsi, her not only her military background far surpasses Mayor Pete in every conceivable way, but she was one of the few actually working to pass bills of reform. Everybody else, and they actually had a lot of bad things to say about Sanders, where they're just like, look, we love Sanders' whole legalization on day one, but until 2016, he wasn't taking any actions at the federal level. Right. It was something that became a campaign stop where Tulsi, for years, for them, had actually worked in hand with Cory Booker. So for me, the last month is the true national stage platform that the legalization movement has really hit as people start to pick their horse in the race.
All right, Hillary, you get your chance now. Tell us a little bit about what you think might be the biggest story, either locally or nationally.
The biggest story I think locally is probably the host community agreement bill that just passed. We could talk about, the story of what's going on in Cambridge, but I think this bill passing will impact that and will impact situations like this across the whole state.
So it won't happen again.
Hopefully.
And that basically, I think that, and you know what, step back for a minute and look at what's been going on in Massachusetts over the first year and a half of adult use legalization of the product. The Cannabis Control Commission has been overwhelmed with things they've had to do. And now this is really the first time that they recognize that there was a problem in the law getting this host security agreement before you even applied for a license. And the legislature has done something about it. And I'm going to give them a round of applause for that.
Hold on.
Yeah, I would give a round of applause to the legislature for that too, but only because they had to. I mean, the commission took a vote sometime in the last year, 4-1, that we don't have the authority to regulate these host community agreements. That's why it required a legislative change.
Well, again, because there was a flaw in the law when it was written. That's as simple. And it also fed the egos of the local towns and also some of the pockets of mayors like Mr. Fall River guy, right? Yeah. Well, how's he doing? I can't even remember his name. What's the mayor's? Come on, Dan. What's the guy's name? Fall River guy.
I absolutely refuse to even give him a moment's more of a platform.
Fair enough. Good job.
The
Fall River guy.
Let's just say that sort of the archetype villain has yet to be filled in the bad side of the cannabis space within the state, and eventually those heroes and villains always emerge. They do in every single state where legalizations happen until actual federal legalization moves on. But moreover, you've got in the last month Baker's stoned driving bill dead. It's
Hannah Kane's task force bill.
Yep,
dead.
Moved right in the last couple of days. That was moved to study. Pod cafes, social consumption. That's actually being moved forward a bit more.
Yay!
So again, this is the ebb and flow of a settling industry, not only nationally but in the hyper localized way. Everything right down to what's been happening in Cambridge, right the way to the HCO overhaul. And look at the stories that have just come out in the last couple of months. That big one that ran in Forbes. Chicago versus, Illinois versus Massachusetts, a tale of two states. Where Illinois took a lot of the great moves and a lot of the stuff that was championed by a lot of the subcommittees and a lot of the great moves that were made for focusing on social equity in concept before some of the shenanigans came in.
Yep.
But those kinds of movements set a precedent that Illinois followed suit in, developed, built upon, and executed in a different way. And some would say better, some would say worse, depending on who you're talking to. But at the end of the day, the fact remains, when they went adult use, when their actual ballot initiative, when the people that spoke, that voted for this, said on this date, this industry needs to be open. On the first day, that state opened with the amount of actual legal cannabis entities that we had 4 to almost 5 years later, unless you're talking about medical going back to 2012. So Massachusetts is starting to drop the ball. It looks like in fits and starts, they're starting to polish and bob and weave a little bit on trying to make up for lost time and maybe start to rectify some of the Byzantine laws and the Byzantine ways that the actual HCA process worked, let alone what's been happening at everything at the lower level, like when David was here, and how those MDAR reports started to affect all the CBD companies that were starting to do hemp-derived CBD distillate compounds in very simple foods, and then that got wiped off the map, let alone then came the actual vape controversy, right? So we've packed a lot into, again, as I keep coming back to, we are in the tectonic plate settling phase of this industry, and it's only the first one. There's earthquakes to come, and then there's settling to come. Until the day of full widespread federal legalization, criminal expungement, social restoration, and the entire thing starts to get wrapped up, we're always going to be in this state. It's like we're on a cooling planet, and people are surprised when volcanoes blow.
Yeah,
you know
but
what
I think this bill is going to go a long way towards correcting just that, right? Did you hear about that story that happened in Salem, where a cannabis prospective licensee actually sued Salem because their mayor did not agree to enter into a host community agreement. So they claimed that the process was unfair, that these agreements were going to the highest bidder, the people that could fill the city's coffers the most, above and beyond what's allowed in the scope of a host community agreement. And a judge actually sided with Salem, with the mayor, and kind of honored what was baked into the law that needed to be corrected, that these cities and towns have, no pun intended.
Baked into the law.
Yeah, that they have the discretion, so they upheld this mayor's decision to say, no, they don't have to give a host community agreement to anybody. So now this bill is going to hopefully level the playing field a little bit more and hold municipalities accountable for actually accounting for these costs incurred, because it's supposed to be tied to actual expenditures.
Right.
I think on the national and international level, just thinking about the 30-day question, and we do like 300 articles a month, and I get to edit all of them. The cash crunch as the whole industry, just lack of funding from the very top. When the market crashed in Canada, and the ripple effects, the layoffs starting in Canada, now we're seeing them come to the U.S. Not the no ability to declare a bankruptcy, for these pot companies in the U.S. I don't think people on the outside of the industry realize how bad it is. You can't get money publicly. The banks everybody's, even
really
VCs.
Privately right now.
Privately.
Yeah.
Even and it's causing people that took career jumps. If you're like we talked about earlier, CPA, I'm going to do this. I mean, massive. It's hitting everyone from actually who's selling the product and has revenue, all the way to digital companies that are just going bankrupt, websites that are giving up. It is a huge problem right now that's a little bit underreported, I'd say, for the last 30 days is what I think of.
That's and also when we talked earlier, you talked about what's going on in Oklahoma.
Yeah,
which is just like, speaking of the wild, wild west. So how many licenses?
I don't know.
Give
Dan
out?
probably knows about this. So I was on a call with a gentleman from Oklahoma who's got 10,000 acres and another 10,000. So I kind of, I'm a little familiar with the Oklahoma, and I know they had medical. And I go, well, how many dispensaries you guys have? And he goes, hold on, I'm on the Oklahoma 5,280. I go, you're kidding. That can't be right. That's got to be like applications, right? You don't have 5,000 people in Oklahoma. Well, they do. And I said, how many grow licenses? Because you guys are all farmers out there. 800 grow licenses approved. And what they've done in Oklahoma, as fast forward the story, is kind of done the Oregon thing. Show up at the town hall. I think it was 2,500 for something and 1,000 for something. You're good to go. Thanks for coming in, like an inspection sticker. They literally, you talk about the opposite of Massachusetts.
Right.
There's literally he says he's got 7 dispensaries like in his little downtown road right now open for medical because they don't have rec. Right. They're like, talk about the opposite of like, just let everyone have one. Let's grow it everywhere. And I said, are you guys cornering the southwest of America? Because you touch Texas, you got New Mexico, which just said no to rec this year. And I go, you are just taking that entire swath from east of Vegas and you're gonna be the man. You're the Colorado of that area.
And that sort of underscores too, as states have been coming online over the years, right? At the statewide level, the joke's always been like, well, if you're in a state that is, I'm good. If you're in a state that is basically surrounded by legalized states, medical or rec, and your one state is still the holdout. John Oliver years ago did a great on the HBO John Oliver show, did a great segment on marijuana legalization right after the 2016 elections, and he highlighted some veterans that were in I think it was Kentucky, or maybe it was Tennessee, and they were just showing how this has medicinal benefit. Vets are getting their quality of life back and are maintaining their own symptoms, and yet here's the problems with the VA. It was one of those stories. So when you're in a state like Oklahoma and you've got this widespread licensure happening and you've got everybody getting their hand in the pie, it basically means that as the other states start to come online very quickly, as consolidation and market correction begins to happen after the cash crunch, let's say, is lifted and cash is starting to come in, or at least traditional banking services are coming in, or at least the ability for these companies to not actually have the threat of a shutdown happen specifically because of paperwork that was overlooked months ago. And you're talking about small businesses. You're talking about people that took out mortgages. You're talking about people like River Run Gardens, these guys that were just month after month after month just laying out cash on the table saying, why is this taking so long? I'm draining all of my resources. At the dark side of the industry, at the very top, there's a lot of entities that are waiting for some of those fires to burn out so they can come in and pick up what's left of the ashes and then sweep into these companies that maybe 6 months ago, maybe 3 months ago, we're still in a position to actually argue and retain certain amounts of equity to get certain cash injections. You're going to have bad people in the industry that they're more than amply out there, but they're going to start to come into the state when they see that the states, a lot of the businesses are at a certain vulnerable point, and they might just get swept up with a large multinational. Now, hopefully, when the fourth estate is doing their job and when the press has come forward and actually put some of these dodgy HCAs months ago out under the spotlight. No pun intended to the Boston Globe, but I guess pun intended. It was their spotlight series,
and they did well.
Yeah, they do. And as they were covering that and starting to bring this issue to light, fast forward months later, and we're all sitting on a podcast talking about how the CCC did vote 4-1, that they were not wrangle and control, and then the actual community raised up and said something has to be done. This is clear and wanton abuse. I personally, when I was covering Question 4 in 2016, went to a special town hall through the town of Milford and listened to people stand up at these town halls and saying, I've actually moved here because the last town I was in, I went up to the town manager with my EEP paperwork filled out. They had all the different qualifiers to make sure that they were getting to the front of the line as a small business with economic empowerment, and a town manager looked at them and said, yeah, well, this company promised us $12 million, so it's my choice. Basically, because there's no actual governing body to step in and say there is actual aspects of how these negotiations are happening that are not only going against the letter of the law, they're going against the spirit, right? And that's where the community is really rising up in different ways in Massachusetts. You're getting these outbursts at these CCC meetings that got all this local and national attention. And then yet, as say what you will about civil disobedience, on two sides of the coin, it sort of worked on one hand, and then the second time it happened, it just became a spectacle. But you're getting people that are reaching their breaking point, because you are getting people that are basically about to go under while they were trying to get something off the ground that should have been an egalitarian measure, that we had enough states that had tried it before that did it wrong, and we had the right spirit, and then somewhere along the way that spirit got twisted and mangled. And now we're in the pickup phase.
I think it needs to be said too that there's a lot of this as a result of a disconnect in the equity provisions of the law. So the Cannabis Control Commission they have the mandate to include people that have been disproportionately harmed by the war on drugs. They have the mandate to, include, people from certain areas and zip codes. So that's why we have economic empowerment and social equity at the state level, is because they have the legal mandate.
Mhm.
Municipalities in Massachusetts do not have the same requirement. So that's kind of a barrier to the CCC actually succeeding in those goals. So I know they get a lot of crap, but it's certain ways in which the system is kind of the foundation had been laid that some of it's out of their hands, and that's why I think legislation like this HCA bill is going to hopefully help course correct.
Yeah. What's amazing to me is it instead of helping new business grow, they've done everything they can to make it slow. And it has really frustrated hundreds of thousands of people who want to get into this industry at the beginning. And I'm not going to keep knocking politicians, but they're in charge here. They're supposed to do what the people want them to do. And the people have voted, and the people want it to happen, and it's not happening.
And that's not obviously a shock. I mean, look what happened after 2016, right? Question 4 passed with a majority. And it took 6 months for the legislature up on Beacon Hill to actually take the matter seriously and begin to enact the early stages of how this law will be enacted, what the early mandates were going to be as they were going to build something from scratch. Now, I do applaud the CC. I'm not here to bash them. I mean, there are good and bad aspects to it all. I always applaud Shailene Title, but there have been efforts that have moved forward. There have been efforts that have moved forward that, in their way, have put us 2 steps back. This is a collective effort. This is a community and an industry getting off the ground on the local level. And because there are all of these different fiefdoms, right? There are all these different tribes within localized cannabis, let alone the national cannabis scene. But specifically within the local market, you're already starting to see this fractured, almost Fibonacci sequence cultural impact, where we keep splitting everything in halves. And every time you've got 2 polarized ideals on the same matter, all in theory fighting for the same thing, eventually something sets it off where it cuts that in half, and now there's 2 more camps, now there's 2 more camps. And that kind of infighting and disarray is going to be present the longer people remain frustrated, and the longer these businesses getting off the ground are either A, not getting there fast enough, and it's the hurry up and wait game, or they're watching other things get there quicker and with the greater avenue of resources afforded to certain entities that might have had more resources, more capital, more backing, more political influence. The same things that plagued the 6 months after Question 4 passed, and all of these legislators had 6 months to actually get things in motion, and they started working on things right towards the end. And you had Jim Borghesani and all these activists and all these people at the State House were literally stomping down their door being like, the clock's, you can't keep passing this off. And when that actual rushed attitude infected the early days, there were some early corrections. But what we're seeing right now is an industry that's yawning to life, where it should have been dawning to life, right? And that's
Man, you have such a way with words.
Write
Have
that
you ever
down.
thought about
Yawning
being? You got that?
to
Write that one
life.
down.
I'm going up tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean that was brilliant. Hillary, you're kind of a champion of the people here. I hope that's okay if you're willing to.
How do you
take
feel
that
about
one.
that? You all right?
Yeah,
That's fine with me.
And since you're the only female in this room, I want to ask a question about the role of the female in the cannabis space, because I have met some of the most incredible people that I've met in business, in the cannabis business, are females. They're passionate about it. They want to be part of something. And I also believe that this is an opportunity for the female to really own a more, instead of a niche, a larger part of a growing industry, because industry in this country has been dominated by males for generations. This is a great opportunity for the females out there, whether they be scientists or business people or whomever it is, to get involved. You know these people. I know you do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the industry overall is an opportunity to kind of do things in a different way. And a lot of the kind of things that I would indicate or imply are kind of the ways in which, masculinity, the patriarchy has kind of imprinted on, the way everybody does business and like our entire economic system. And cannabis, this industry, we say it's a new industry, but it's really been around, for such a long time that now that it's such a unique thing to have something that's existed now, trying to be coming above ground, these networks and what the legal regulated industry is trying to interrupt runs deep, so it's an opportunity to kind of establish, if the state and the legal and regulatory environment would allow it, to set up different structures around the way we do business that's not so dominating and extractive and monopolies and crush the competition and, that kind of, extractive masculine style. And, there's tons of great female leadership around, the cannabis industry in Massachusetts. It's amazing. We all actually had a get-together the first week of the new year at Beth Waterfall's house. Lots of really strong women in this industry that I'm seeing, nominated for a lot of awards next week at NECANN as well. So yeah, you're totally right, and I hope more females, whether they're pivoting from another industry or are already involved, try to step up to the plate, because we need all kinds of ideas, including the more feminine, energetically.
Right, I get you. And Kurt, I know you've been on the national scene a lot longer than I have, certainly. What do you see as far as the evolution of the female in the cannabis industry?
Certainly seeing it from a grassroots level, like you covered the Vegas,
the Women in Cannabis Conference. Yep.
We had done a pretty controversial piece with Stormy Simon a week
Why was it?
ago.
Why did you say it was controversial? Just let's talk about it. Go ahead.
I was not aware of the phrase "the glass cliff" before doing some investigating on this piece and getting an interview with Stormy Simon, who is the new CEO of High Times, who I feel is a very nice person and was very gracious in her interview. But I get a feeling there's a the phrase "the glass cliff" is bringing in a female presence at a high level when a company is on the precipice of failure and a lot of bad things are going to happen.
So you think they're setting her up for failure?
Yeah, from the interview and from talking to her and doing some background work, it feels like something's amiss in this CEO position, that she is being set up for the fall when the High Times IPO will eventually, I feel, fail, and their books become public. And that Stormy, even though she's a CEO of a very famous media publication, is being kind of put out there for the slaughter when the stuff hits the fan. So that plays into, yes, we want females in these roles, but not because they're getting set up for failure by male-dominated. Right. Well, that's my opinion, and you can read the interview. It's a pretty different interview than you'll read as far as with there's not a lot of softball questions. I'll say that, and it got a little hairy, as we'll say.
Well, since I'm a softball guy, I too interviewed her before she became the CEO of High Times at that Women in Cannabis Conference, and just to tell her story, so at least you can hear her story, and then you can flip over to Kurt's to see where she's at now. Dan, High Times. They have been around longer than anybody, and they've had a lot of, I don't know, did they make a few business mistakes along the way? Did they have too much product? I mean, you tell me, what's your feeling about how High Times has kind of screwed up their number one brand?
Well, I mean, it depends who you're talking to. I mean, I'm sure if you talk to Stormy Simon, she's got very keen intentions, and I don't know Stormy personally, but I know sort of people in her orbit, and a lot of people have high confidence in her. High Times is an interesting case. Anytime you watch something come out of the subculture and kind of go through the prism and sometimes the poison chalice of coming out of the subculture and be accepted into the mainstream as much as it can be, you're going to have a changed animal. Look at what happened with Vice. Vice for years was one particular entity, and then as it came through, got corporate backing, and now, longtime watchers don't care anything about it. I see a lighter.
That's right. You get it.
You get about 30 seconds to go, I guess.
Isn't that a great thing? You get the red light going. We don't have a red light camera, though. That's the thing. We know that it's going on, but there's a red light blinking, and it's telling us we got a minute to go before we take our next break. And in this break, pretty sure this is the one that we did with Sensi Connect night, Tuesday night at Sonia's in Cambridge, and got to meet a lot of really nice people down there, including the Salient System securities that are out there. And there's so many ancillary businesses out there that are flourishing because they see the opportunity to sell their wares into the cannabis space, and Salient is certainly one of them. And I just thought I'd throw that out there because you're going to see what being in a network environment is and how much fun it can be. And I give credit also to one of our partners, Sensi Magazine, who of course was the host of Sensi Connect at Sonia's. Check it out.
You want a prescription for a good weeknight out? Put a little food, drink, and music together, and now add a little cannabis, and bingo, you got it. That's what Sensi Magazine does with their Connect Nights, Sonia's live music venue in Cambridge, The Place, on Tuesday, where a few hundred cannabis business people got together to meet and grow, not the weed, but their businesses.
2020 here this year, we're seeing a lot of brands start to come to fruition. We're seeing a lot of retail and cultivators start to connect with each other and do business amongst each other, which is going to be great. And so we are kind of giving environments where that can be fostered.
It's so crucial, honestly, across the way. It's so crucial to have networking events like Sensi. Sensi opens up the pathway to success in businesses like ours. You know, as we're trusted advisors in our industry, we want to be that source. We want to be that person that somebody comes to us and says, hey, teach us how to be the best, how to do the best. And so that's, you know, these events help us to grow our business, our partnerships, and through connections.
Referrals and connections are what helps build any business relationship, and the cannabis business is no different. Every day of its existence, it gets closer and closer to a new normal where cannabis is just like any other product on the market.
We need to make this a normal, everyday thing, just as you would with any other consumable product out there. And this is just another one of those things. And yeah, you know, it's going to take some time. It'll take a little bit of digging to get there, but we're going to get there, and I think we're going in a good direction.
People in the cannabis industry are looking for people they can trust, because it's about respect and it's about trust. And those are what we offer.
I like respect and trust. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Pro Cannabis Media's We Talk with Jimmy Young. That would be me. I'm the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, and my sidekick on this show is
Kurt from Cannabis.net. And we still have Hillary King here. There she is. So we're all back. And we lost Dan. Wait a minute. Not all of us. We lost Dan.
That's what we were saying about it. Dan McCarthy, who,
Yes.
is just, there he is. He's the empty chair now.
Yes.
Which is okay. He did a great job, and he really helped us out today, kind of fill the void, if you will. And I don't want to get into details because it's not worth it. But I do want to thank our supporters, because it is time to thank our supporters. Legal Seafoods and Caroline's Cannabis from Uxbridge. And one of our cool little products is the Weedjit. And even though I've misplaced mine, we do have an example coming up in just a few seconds that you can see this really cool titration system. It's a 4-filter titration system that cools the smoke from when it gets inflamed, when you actually light the bowl, and then the little bubbles, I guess, are the tiny bubbles, are going through this one channel after another, and then going through another filter, and then another filter, and then another filter before it gets into your lungs and cools the smoke down to 80 degrees. It's a smooth draw. You can clean this, and it's a great way to enjoy your favorite substance. And that is the Weedjits.com site, WEEDGETS.com. Make sure you use Weed Talk 2020 so you can get 10% off. It's only $40. So, you know what? Save some money. Check it out. I think you'll enjoy it. And plus, that little tip at the end also has a little filter on the end, and you can stick a pre-roll in there or a self-roll in there. And it, again, gives you a more filtered enjoyment of the cannabis plant. So, that's what we're going to do. In a few minutes, we're going to talk to Morgan Fox. He's the Media Communications Director of the NCIA, the National Cannabis Industry Association. They're holding a show in Boston next week on Wednesday and Thursday, and PCM will be there. And there's some great speakers, and I've already got a one-on-one with the keynote guy, who I'm going to just throw it out there. I hope you guys are going to be at that show. I know that we can offer some discounts, too.
Yep, I was going to say I don't want to make you nervous, but we got the red light on again. So does that mean Morgan Fox isn't coming on?
No. The red light.
No, wait a minute. Red light's off.
Derek Kayango is the guy that is the keynote there, and he has an incredible story behind him. And he's the founder of the Global Soap Project, a humanitarian aid organization that collects discarded and unused soap from thousands of hotels, worldwide, reprocesses it, and then distributes it to in-need populations around the world. Now, I know for a fact that there are people out there of the greatest generation that hello, goodbye. I have no idea who that was, unless it was Dan, that hoard the little soaps. You know, when you get down to the bottom.
Hotels?
No, just people in general.
Right.
I know for a fact. I can't remember who did it, but I remember when they were cleaning out this woman's apartment. And they're saying, and she, because she lived through the Depression, she wanted to hold on to every little sliver of soap just in case. And now there's another, sure enough, there's a way to use them again. I like that.
Yep. Good thinking.
I like that. Let
me ask you a question. How, if somebody wanted to sponsor our show and be on the show,
yes,
like
sir.
like a CBD medic here?
That's Perry Entelman's group.
Perry Entelman. This is Gronk.
This is Ron
CBD
Gronkowski Company. We have all sorts of.
How does
things.
a company contact you to get sponsored? Like if we wanted to put a big 5-foot this thing back here, like a prop or a brand, how does a brand get on this show?
Info at Pro Cannabis Media comes into my inbox, and then I, of course, return the call. And now I'm also being told this is the universal sign for someone's on the phone, right? And that someone is Morgan Fox from the NCIA down in Washington, D.C., in the trenches. Hey, Morgan, how are you doing, man?
Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, yeah, you must be excited to come back up to Boston and run what used to be called the Seed to Sale show, but now it's the Northeast Cannabis Business Expo? Did I do it right?
The Northeast Cannabis Business Conference. Yeah,
there you go.
It looks like it's going to be really exciting.
And I just talked about one of your keynote speakers, Derek Kayango. Can you give us a little bit more? I looked at the roster of your speakers, and it's truly a who's who in the cannabis industry, not just from locally here in the Northeast, but really around the world.
Well, I think that there are going to be a lot of interesting opportunities to learn a lot from everything from the actual nuts and bolts of working in the industry and a number of different processes and technologies, but specifically a lot of things on the policy side as well. We like to offer as broad of a educational forum as possible. But I think that one of the most exciting things is going to be the panel featuring the results of the Illicit Market Summit, which is going to be happening before the conference. And then on Thursday morning, they're going to the panel of regulators, members of NCIA, and various other groups will be presenting these the findings, basically of best practices and recommendations for public and private partnerships with law enforcement and government agencies and stakeholders in the industry to try to eliminate the illicit market through humane and creative methods.
Well, that was the whole point, I thought, of legalization, was to actually be able to track where it's from. No more parking lot rendezvous. It's that is one of the things that I was most intrigued about, and I certainly welcome that and champion that as well, because I do want to know where it came from, what it's going to do for me before I partake as a medicinal user of cannabis. So I think,
absolutely.
Yeah,
we
that's the
really
whole
need to
point.
get this substance regulated and tested so the consumers know what they're getting. Unfortunately, cannabis businesses have so many unnecessary financial burdens placed on them that it's very difficult for them to be able to compete with the illicit market, which can undercut them on prices. And for a certain portion of the population, price matters more than anything else.
No question. Now, can you bring us up to date on what's going on in Washington, D.C. right now? Because I got a letter from the NCIA to Mike Crapo, the senator, I think he's from Idaho, to get going, get off your schneid, and get the vote on the Safe Banking Act through. How possible is that going to happen in what is going on in Washington, D.C. now, which has been, let's just say, challenging?
Now that the Senate can get back to the normal flow of business, I'm very hopeful that we're going to see a markup on the Safe Banking Act very soon. Unfortunately, Senator Crapo has a number of concerns about the bill as well as about cannabis policy reform in general that are not directly related to banking issues. So we're trying to urge him to really just address this bill in terms of the narrow intent that it was designed for, which is to allow banking access for legal cannabis businesses and allow traditional lending for small businesses as well. So hopefully we'll be able to convince him to do that and move forward with the version that was overwhelmingly passed in the House last year. Right now, there are a lot of industry groups and advocates that are working night and day to make sure that he's educated and getting the right information, and trying to work with other members of the Senate Banking Committee to try to move that through.
With the divisiveness that has really stalled government in Washington, D.C. over the last few weeks, months, if you will, are you confident that you guys can get this thing done, get it going again? There seems to be so much backbiting and finger pointing and, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican, you're good, you're bad, you're good, you're bad. I mean, that doesn't work with a true democracy, does it?
Well, actually, I think that that's something that might work in our favor in this particular instance. I get the feeling that Congress really needs to show the American people that they can still legislate and do their jobs. And the SAFE Banking Act is a bipartisanly supported bill that addresses a public health issue upon which the vast majority of Americans agree upon, and it's something that they can actually get done in this session in terms of the time available. So honestly, I think that it's an excellent vehicle for them to restore, or to try to restore faith in the legislature in terms of the eyes of Americans.
I'm with you, Morgan. I'm with you on that. If you need any help with that, just call me. I'll call. I mean, I'm from Massachusetts. I'm going on a limb thinking our senators are pretty pro-cannabis at this point.
Morgan, this is Kurt from Cannabis.net. What, other than being obviously supporting pro-cannabis candidates coming into November, what is the NCIA looking at coming into November's elections, or what are they supporting or really focusing on, other than the obvious, right? Candidates that support cannabis. Is there certain areas of the country or certain districts or elections that you're really looking at as an organization to try to support come voting day?
Well, I think that just over the course of the year, aside from supporting the SAFE Banking Act in the Senate and working to get a House floor vote for the MORE Act, there are probably going to be a number of other bills being considered. So we're going to try to push them along as far as we can, given that a lot of attention is going to be diverted to electoral politics as usual. In terms of things to look out for in November, there may be more than 10 states that are looking at various either medical or adult use ballot initiatives. Some of them have already gotten approved, like in South Dakota. So those definitely a number of states that should be watched. And the Northeast in particular, in terms of state legislatures, is going to be a hotbed of activity this year. We're looking at New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, possibly Delaware. We're looking at movement in New Hampshire and Vermont. Things are really progressing at an increasing rate.
Not fast enough for me, but at least it's going in the right direction. Hillary, you got something?
The sort of progress is unprecedented, but I think that it's only going to accelerate.
I think so too. Hillary, you got something?
Yeah.
For Morgan?
Hey, Morgan. This is Hillary King. What do you think about the recent news that President Trump didn't include protections for states in the federal budget? What do you think that's about?
Honestly, I think that it's sort of just him trying to make sure that nobody tells the Department of Justice what to do in terms of what laws they're going to enforce. But we're extremely confident that Congress will once again include those protections in the appropriations bill. And Representative Matt Gaetz from Florida, well-known Trump supporter, but also a supporter of cannabis policy reform, has gone on record as saying that he doesn't think that this is going to stop those protections from being added at all.
Yeah, I would hope not. I mean, at a certain point, it's kind of on the wrong side of history on this one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the fact that it was included in the base bill last year and very easily passed, I think it just shows that it's, protection, medical cannabis programs is just a non-issue for Congress at this point. Ideally, we'd like to see those protections extended to adult use states through the McClintock Amendment. But I think we're going to have to just see how that plays out. But that's definitely something that we're going to be working towards.
Hey, Morgan, following up to exactly what Hillary asked, the provisions for, was it the DEA and the FDA to kind of study cannabis and CBDs? Is that the good news in Trump's act? If the trying to pull back the protections, which will be put back in, is there any silver lining in what you saw Trump put towards CBD and education?
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly tremendous demand for research and for clarity in terms of where the FDA stands on CBD, and I think that this is just a natural reaction to that. I don't know if $5 million is going to be enough to expedite this process in a rapid manner, but at least it's something. And the fact that it's being explicitly mentioned, I think, is pretty important.
And pretty amazing. I mean, I continue to pinch myself that in 2020, we're actually talking about these subjects in Washington, D.C., in our local communities. And, it truly is a whole new world of weed out there. And everybody is learning more and more and more about it. One of the frustrating things that I have as far as media goes on this, Morgan, is that there's no public service announcements in traditional media that are educational in nature on the cannabis side of things. Now, each state obviously has different rules about that, and it's frustrated me a lot here in Massachusetts that I still haven't seen that, so that the public, again, is being they're still living in the past. All they know is what's been told to them over the last 80 years, which we all know is bunk. And no one is saying, look, if you have this symptom, if you use this, it may actually help you. Get educated. Go to this site. We ever see, and you know what happened in the Super Bowl last year when Acreage tried to run a public service announcement with 3 amazing stories, and of course, it got nixed by the network. Are we ever going to see public service announcements that are pro-cannabis?
Well, I think that they've occurred in some places before, but I think there's still a lot of stigma associated around it, and particularly governmental agencies sometimes are a little bit loath to get involved in that. But luckily, we have the internet and social media, and I think that has been one of the biggest propellant for information about cannabis and its potential health benefits, as well as the overwhelming benefits of ending prohibition socially.
And you know what? Cannabis.net has all that information on it. You didn't mind me telling people
that's a
that,
plug
right? I know
there.
it's a plug. And by the way, you check out your site, and you can spend hours sifting through. How many pieces of content do you put up there almost every day, Kurt?
15. Not all just on the site, but 15 about total through all the social media. But speaking of plugs, Morgan, for people in Massachusetts that aren't as familiar, this is your inaugural one up here. B2B show. Who should go? How do people get tickets? What can they expect? Give us the plug.
Honestly, I think that anyone should go. It's really a wonderful opportunity to get educated, but particularly if you're interested in any aspect of the cannabis industry or in cannabis policy, it's a wonderful resource. And again, the results of the summit on Thursday are, I think, going to be really amazing. It's something that's never been done before, and we're really looking forward to seeing the results of that. But that's Thursday in Boston from on the 19th and 20th.
Yep.
And you can find out more about that at thecannabisindustry.org.
That's what we're looking for, cannabisindustry.org. And if you do search the NCIA, National Cannabis Industry Association, there's a whole bunch of stuff that'll come up. Morgan Fox, you know what? This is the second time you've been on our show, and I thank you immensely for your time. And the best part is, I know the last time you were sick, and it sounds like you're feeling better now, right?
Oh, yeah, luckily.
Great. Well, we'll see you next week, yes?
Yeah, unfortunately, I won't be able to be there, but I'll be there in spirit.
All right, fair enough. But Morgan Fox, thank you again for taking the time. Appreciate it.
Thanks again for having me.
Thank you, Morgan.
You bet. Actually, I feel so much better now about the Trump thing, because that was a big deal. It came across as like an alert.
Oh, it was. The headline, the clickbait was Trump's ending all protection for medical marijuana.
I mean, we've got bigger fish to fry, don't you think?
It's a 90%.
Him. He's the bigger fish. I'm sorry, but he is the,
I think it's like up to 70% even with Republicans who represent states with medical programs as well as rec creating nice tax dollars. That was never going to get through. Like, people are like, whoa, no, that's protected. So
let's hope so. And never a dull moment. Now, Miss Hillary King, you have asked me about my lighter.
Oh, yeah.
So you got to show this.
Product review time.
This is product review time. And Hillary always finds the coolest gadgets and gizmos.
There's your camera.
And
let's see it.
Now you can show right to your camera so you can see how it works. Look, ask me about my lighter.
Flicker World. So this is the Flicker lighter. Isn't this cool? It's like a combo fidget spinner and lighter.
Well, that's stress relief right there.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, I don't usually carry like a lighter around in my pocket necessarily, but I have been for the last couple days since I got this from at Scentsy Night, actually.
Right. Scentsy Connect.
It's a little addicting, these guys, too, that started this company, they're just a couple of like local young entrepreneurs that just have such a great attitude. That's what I love about them, is that they're always just so positive, such a class act. So this is just a cool little thing. It's 3D printed. You know, I could see these being like a cool swag item for companies and brands to have their logo, their branding on them.
And you can't use it while it's spinning, right? I mean,
no,
you can't. Right?
I don't know. I mean,
that would hurt.
I bet
it would definitely hurt at some point.
Give this to some YouTubers or TikTokers, and I'm sure we would see some, some Flickr tricks. But
I get you.
Yeah.
You can always try anything when you're feeling good. Let's just say.
Also, shout out to Leandro. He's also he's one of the founders of Flickr. He's also got a podcast called The Enlightened Millennial. Got a lot of great content for young entrepreneurs and motivated millennials. So definitely
and I don't
check that out.
I absolutely do not qualify for that. I just want to say I've got a kid who's a millennial, but that's about it. I am definitely painfully unhip and all that, but I do like some of the gizmos and certainly the younger approach to this industry when you come on our show, and I always how I feel about you.
Thanks, Jimmy.
So Kurt, question again. Let's go back to the big picture here in Massachusetts. I believe there were 3 more dispensaries that opened. We're still in 33, 36 open? Is that the number, guys?
High 30s? Have we hit 40?
High 30s.
37, 38. Is that rec? That's rec, right?
Adult use rec.
Yeah. Most of those were already existing as medical, though.
Yes.
Well, and hang on a second.
And Kobe, your friend Kobe,
my
first one in Boston.
Kobe Evans, Pure Oasis has gotten their final licensing and is just waiting for their commence operations. And I know that there's been another delay. He's just overwhelmed with all the stuff that's going on. But I guarantee, and I told him this, I said, you got to get us there for the opening because in a lot of ways that's going to be a historic moment because they've been waiting for. It'll be 3.5 years after the question passed that we'll finally see an adult use dispensary in the city of Boston at Grove Hall, right across from the Franklin Park Zoo. I'm pretty sure, right in Dorchester.
I think we do a live stream, live broadcast, like go location, mics on, opening bell.
And the only thing we're going to need is somebody who will underwrite that and support that.
Or a mobile studio, which we're trying to get going.
That's right. We were, yes, indeed. We were going to have a big announcement, and you know what? We'll get there. I am too determined to not make this. I want to make this happen, and we'll get there one way or another, for sure. So, guys, a little bit more about what is next on cannabis.net. What can we look for, and why should people go to your site, Kurt? And why do they spend so much time on your site?
It's a super interactive site, so you have the full mapping to check out all cannabis businesses, not just the usual dispensaries and doctors. So you'll have attorneys on there if you want to start a business, talk about CBD. There's a job board for all cannabis jobs that are open right now across the country. It's a full social network, so if you have questions about growing, you want to put up pictures, you want to ask about a strain for anxiety, we have a lot of that going on the social network. We have an events calendar that covers North America, so you can type in your zip code. It will tell you all the way from if there's a painting night that features a CBD product, all the way to the big shows like NCIA. Obviously, we put up a lot of content in video and text every day, but a little more opinionated, a little more than just republishing a press release about something. We'll certainly take an opinion on something and ask for comments and stuff like that. So a lot to do on there.
You repurpose social media information pretty regularly. You're always out there looking for different things. I mean, I got something like 8 to 10 newsletters a day in my inbox. Is traditional media finally, are they getting any more normal as far as the coverage goes? Because right now social media seems to be dictating the direction of the cannabis industry.
I would say it depends on the ownership group. If it's a kind of Republican conservative ownership of a certain newspaper, without getting into names, you're not going to see a lot of pro-cannabis stuff. But obviously, if it's a more liberal-based media source, and obviously with so many people, at least in favor of medicinal, which is like 90%, even over.
91%.
You need people to read your stuff. You need clicks. That's how advertisers like. That's what authors like. So it would be kind of going against the grain, much like politicians against this subject. Hey, if you get 90% of the people want to hear about this and to support it, maybe your article should also reflect that.
And again, I keep harping on the public service announcement. Some doctor, some medical company needs to step up and underwrite the production of this, because there are ways to get the messages out that will enlighten people about the proper usage of this product. And it hasn't happened yet in my home state, and I keep harping on it, and maybe one day we'll actually produce it. Info at Pro Cannabis Media if you want to talk to me or blast me, whatever you want to do.
Well, you actually gave the Globe a plug tonight, and you throw around compliments for the Globe like manhole covers.
But I love the hang on.
Dan Adams, the Globe has their own staff working on this stuff.
Hang on, let's not name names.
Naomi,
okay?
Felicia,
exactly.
And we like, and I love the Daily Rip. I love the Daily Rip. I love Felicia and Naomi. Okay, and let's leave Dan alone for a second. Okay, let's just leave it alone for a second. I love the Globe. Do not get me wrong. I read it every single day, but I start in the sports section because that's my love. That's my passion. I mean, I've probably read 98% of every word Bob Ryan has ever written in that Boston Globe newspaper.
You wake and bake to the sports section, and
I did not wake and bake. First of all, on the clock, off the clock. We could talk about that. Okay, I get that, but yeah, I mean, I always start with the sports section. Right. I know how big a Celtics fan you are, as am I, and I'm very encouraged about that. But let's go back to Hillary just for a second. Let's get her involved in this. What are the biggest challenges that you see the cannabis industry facing in the next, again, 60, 90 days, both in Massachusetts and tell me.
Financing.
Money.
It's
really bad.
Yeah, it's
really bad.
kind of, if you're watching, and obviously Kurt keeps his finger on the pulse of news across the country, but you know, the cannabis related stocks, if you look at that segment of the stock market, and you know, it's kind of a bloodbath out there. And so I think we might start to see a lot of companies kind of, you know, fall off and not survive this, but the ones that do are going to be the ones with access to financing and, most importantly, like a clear path to revenue. Right. Because that's been a lot of why this crisis is kind of happening, is because people aren't actually making the kind of money that they were projecting to. So, you know, I think that's probably going to be the biggest challenge, especially for, you know, bringing it back home. Companies in Massachusetts that are, though the path is kind of being cleared for licensure, they're still going to hit a wall of needing money to open up their businesses that's not coming, you know, from like predatory investors that are going to try to control more than what's fair. You know, I think that's kind of...
It's a cash crunch out there, no doubt.
Cash crunch.
Do you know any female-based investment group in the cannabis space? Because that, you know what, when you talk about big marijuana and big money, it's male-dominated. I mean, it just is right now. How is that ever going to change? You get what I'm saying? I mean, it's almost like they're controlling and dictating the investment. And if they're losing money, and by the way, you only invest what you can lose in business, right, Kurt?
Yeah.
I mean, I learned that the hard way.
Well, a lot of people did, with like Hillary said, we've had our first bubble crash.
Yep.
We had the excitement, and it's a pot leaf, and oh my God, it's going to be huge. And we had the crash with Bruce leaving. Canopy kind of, like we said, kind of started that. We're back to reality, and exactly like Hillary said.
Another bubble too, though. I mean, look what's going on with MedMen and.
Oh yeah, they're hurting as well. I mean, we're talking distressed debt, no way to declare a bankruptcy by U.S. bankruptcy laws. Canada's kind of saying, not really, sorry guys. And will we have another bubble again? Absolutely, with federal legalization. When all the trillions around the world can flow into this without fear of repercussion from the United States, yes, we will have another bubble. But right now, it is, like as we said over and over, it is a bloodbath out there for getting. Investors want to see revenue. They're very tight with a buck. There's no more dreaming about, I want to own a dispensary. And who cares what the numbers look like? That's gone. And it's tough.
Yeah. And also federal legalization will relieve the burden of Chapter 280E in the tax code, which is another reason why a lot of cannabis companies are struggling towards profitability.
And this election, again, is probably going to be certainly the most historic in my lifetime. There's no doubt.
I think so.
You know, I mean, everybody knows which side of the fence I'm on, and the fact that I even go near the fence is ridiculous because I'm way on the left. I'm a radical from the 60s, and what can I tell you? That's just how I was brought up. There's been a lot of injustices in the cannabis space and in cannabis businesses specifically, and I just want to see them succeed because there's so many things. I saw hundreds of thousands of jobs into America. They have raised millions of dollars in taxes that are going back into the towns, right? I mean, all of these are the good things. No other industry that has accomplished so much has been vilified so much. That's what bothers me. And again, it's my friends in the old traditional media. They're looking for reasons for this industry to fail and falter, and that bothers me.
That's happening now. There's failures. There's, like Hillary said, for those that don't know, 280E means you cannot write off basic things that legal businesses under the federal law can. So I think it's wages,
business expenses, business services.
You cannot
like
write
tax,
off. You
your
cannot
legal
basically write
fee.
off your expenses.
Yeah.
And people think there's margins of like 300% on the flour, so who cares? That's not true. So if you're a business who couldn't write anything off legally because you're federally illegal, it's pretty hard to stay in business when you can't write off any expenses. I don't care what your margins are. So that's and again, I just saw something today about the taxes are really killing California companies because they have to pay them up front, and there's just not enough cash to do everything.
And this is why I say if you really want a solid investment in the cannabis space, find a law firm, because the lawyers are doing great because they're interpreting new laws, and they haven't even gone to court to challenge some of the things like this that are happening, right?
Yeah, I think one of the things Dan brought up too is that it's a buyer's market. There's assets for pennies on the dollar, and you want to keep those predatory MSOs, whoever it's going to be, just coming in and just scooping really good companies and people up and just becoming, the evil empire. If we take Larry Lucchino phrase, how does that not happen if they're the only ones with money a year from now?
That's right. Well, again, guys, we do this once a month here at the Performer TV studios in Quincy. We do this Weed Talk thing, and then we cut it up and distribute it into little podcasts. So, whether we do this and we have millions of people watching us live or not, all this content is available on demand on the Pro Cannabis Media YouTube channels and on the Facebook pages of Pro Cannabis Media as well. And now we go to work because now we take 2 hours and we chop it up into about 15 different pieces. And I really appreciate, Hillary. Your presence is helpful and wonderful. You have great insight. And again, a thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Glad to be here.
Kurt Dalton, always a pleasure
Always
at
fun.
Cannabis.net.
Yep.
Mike Zodos is our technical director and keeps it all together. Dan French is running around doing all the different things that you need to do to put this program on the air.
He's eating all the
or
ice cream.
on the internet. Is he eating all the ice cream?
Probably he's eating all the ice cream by now.
And it's non-infused. I want to make sure, just in case anybody knows, we're not going to be on the roads with any kind of influence under us, at least not because we're here. Okay?
Consume responsibly.
Please do. Right. In fact, that's my closing line, as you know.
Oh, sorry, I stole it from you.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. It's a whole new world of weed.
Yep.
Use it responsibly. I'm Jimmy Young for everybody here at Pro Cannabis Media. Thanks for watching. We Talk. We'll be back next month.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
at Revolutionary Clinics on cooking with cannabis. It's one of my favorite things to do. Of course, most people are familiar with cooking sort of brownies. You start with flour and plant material, you bake it in the oven, and then you mix that into butter, and then you use that butter to make sort of cookies, chocolates. That's the traditional way people think of making edibles at home. But my favorite way is to use distillate oil that you can pick up at a dispensary. And then you can basically make any food you like, and then you just put a little dollop of oil at the very end of your process. It's a lot easier, but we made a whole Thanksgiving smorgasbord last year, and we actually put out some new videos this year on how to basically make an entire medicated Thanksgiving. So I love infusing food and consuming edible cannabis.
Well, I consumed on my Thanksgiving day edible, and it was, let's just say, enlightening. How's that? Is that a good word? That's a good word, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd agree.
I was lit up the whole day, basically. Now, I'm not quite sure I was totally under control the whole day, but no one in my immediate family really cared. So that's the most important thing. And it was extremely relaxing and certainly memorable. But speaking of memorable, we've got two major stories in the cannabis space to talk about right off the bat here, Andrew, and both have to do with the world starting to accept the medicinal benefits of the cannabis plant. We're going to start in the United States of America, and we'll get into this a little bit later on the show as well. But I do want to start with this, the fact that the Congressional Committee, the U.S. House of Representatives Congressional Committee, has approved the passage or the acceptance of moving the MORE Act onto the full floor of the U.S. House of Representatives. And this is really the first step towards legalization of cannabis in the United States, opening up the banks, expunging records, and there's all sorts of different caveats that have been added now to this. But first of all, what's your reaction to the fact that we're actually moving forward here in the United States towards a step towards legalization?
Well, I'm really excited and am glad to champion any and every step towards legalization federally across the entire United States. I think there are a lot of really ridiculous, counterproductive laws currently in place, right? We have the U.S. government holds patents on certain forms of CBD. The U.S. government is researching certain forms of CBD, which is derived from cannabis, is derived from marijuana. And then at the same time, you have a Schedule I narcotic classification, which by definition, it's the same. It's up there with methamphetamine. Cocaine is even a Schedule II. So marijuana, according to the government as it stands today, marijuana is just as dangerous and deadly as methamphetamine. It basically, there are some really counterproductive laws that I would love to see stripped back, frankly, making it easier for legitimate businesses to enter the cannabis space serves everyone, right? We see crime rates go down. We have examples like California, Colorado, Oregon. We've seen property values go up in locales where we have dispensaries moving in. There's a lot of money to be made in the cannabis space. I think we're growing faster than the technology sector at this point, even throughout COVID. So there's a lot of opportunity in cannabis, and frankly, I'm glad that even if it's baby steps, we have to take baby steps to make real progress.
So the idea here that the MORE Act would be removing cannabis from the Controlled Substances Act, and that's the referral that you made towards that Schedule I classification that has been really hypocritical, if you will, because you mentioned the fact that the government had a patent on CBD, which is derived from the cannabis plant. And if you're a Schedule I drug, you're not supposed to have any medicinal qualities at all. And oops, I guess there actually are. And again, all those people who have been in the trenches, the people from NORML and Marijuana Policy Project and so many other advocates and the NCIA, the lobbyist group in Washington, D.C., have worked so hard on moving the green wave into Washington, D.C., and moving it towards at least some legitimacy and some respect for what this plant has done because of all that anecdotal evidence out there. And, it's not lost on me that this is the U.S. House of Representatives that is controlled by the Democratic Party. We all recognize that the Republican Party controls the U.S. Senate. So just because this vote, a historic vote nonetheless, will go to the floor, the U.S. House of Representatives, on Friday of this week, okay? We all know that even if it passes 310 to 130 or whatever the numbers end up being, it's going to fall flat on its face. It's never going to reach the floor of the Senate, certainly not during a lame duck Congress. Kind of frustrating, but those are the facts. And I think this is more of a symbolic vote at this point, you think, Andrew?
I would agree. Even if we are locked up, frankly, I think it's about shifting people's minds over time, right? Famous example, Vermont state, famously the Green Mountain state. I believe it was 2016, they chose not to legalize cannabis at the same time that Massachusetts did choose to legalize cannabis. 2 years later, the question was back on the ballot. So Vermont saw the success in Massachusetts and they changed their tune because they see that there's a great deal of money to be made. I believe Colorado in their first year brought in $1 billion in sales to their state. That's $200 million in tax revenue that they're now putting into homeless initiatives, that education. They're calling these green projects. They're building affordable housing. There's all of this incredible work that can be done through legal cannabis, through taxing a product, not so differently than we tax alcohol, another substance that we tried prohibition with alcohol. It didn't work very well. So little by little, even if it takes 10 votes or 2 votes or 5 votes to shift people's mind, even I think there's a lot of power to symbols, Jimmy. So I think even if this is symbolic this time, it could mean real change the next time. That's what we got to fight for.
And in the House of Representatives, it is a bipartisan support for this bill. It's one of the reasons why they want to get it to the floor, because they recognize that there is a consensus between both Republicans and Democrats to move forward with this, sending a message perhaps to their Senate brethren that perhaps they shouldn't just vote along party lines and actually look at the bigger picture on this. And I am not confident that the Senate, led by Mitch McConnell, is going to do anything at all. In fact, he's one of the biggest prohibitionists. You can call him a few other names if you'd like. Turtle Face is one that I actually think is accurate. But I do want to mention one quote from Stephen Hawkins, who is the executive director of the Marijuana Policy Project. He says, following today's favorable vote, and this is the committee, members of the U.S. House of Representatives on both sides of the aisle now have the opportunity and responsibility to come together and pass the important piece of legislation that is the MORE Act. The prohibition and criminalization of marijuana has led to decades of injustice and devastating consequences, and it's clear that a strong majority of Americans do not support the status quo. It is past time for Congress to take real action, and of course that is supported by the latest Gallup poll that was released, I want to say 2 weeks ago, maybe 3, where 68% of Americans favor legalization of cannabis. So this is a pretty big moment in the historic time that we are in right now. And one of the provisions of this MORE Act has to do with allowing VA physicians to recommend medical cannabis to veterans. I don't know if you know this, Andrew.
I do know this. So I'm happy to take this one, Jimmy. So right now, as the system exists, for veterans who receive medical benefits through the VA, right? So the VA, the Veterans Association, which cares for wounded and returning veterans, who provide psychological counseling services, doctor's appointments, just as Planned Parenthood does a whole lot more than, what we might think of Planned Parenthood for. They do all kinds of preventative care and health checkups. The VA does that in much the same way, a similar gambit of services from psychological, medication. But if you are a veteran who is taking advantage of VA benefits, the VA is a federally mandated, funded program. And this is the same issue we run into where cannabis is still not federally legal, which means the VA will not have anything to do with you. So we've worked with veterans at Revolutionary Clinics who've told us that I have a choice. I have a choice between all of the opiates and pain pills. I can eat them like candy until they kill me, or I can, and all of it will be paid for. U.S. government will pay for every pill for me to pop, or I can pay my own way with medical cannabis. And we have so many people who are making the really difficult choice to turn to cannabis because they've tried opiates and the painkillers are either in the best case making their lives harder to manage, and in the worst case really having severe detrimental impacts from dependency.
Right. And I know, and both of us have met plenty of people who have said how cannabis has saved their lives or changed their lives because they were addicted to opioids, and it did give them that opportunity to get off it. So again, the MORE Act, which by the way, I'm pretty sure was co-authored by a certain vice president-elect named Kamala Harris. That's not lost on me either, that they're moving this forward. It really is a symbolic gesture. I'll be shocked if it ever sees the light of day in the U.S. Senate, as long as Mitch McConnell is breathing and running that show. But, you know, this has been a very strange year, Andrew. A lot of strange things have happened for the first time. That word unprecedented has been used quite a few times to describe what's going on with the pandemic. And now I think you can make that same analogy with what's going on with cannabis in Washington, D.C. right now. Pretty amazing. But
really amazing.
As we say in the broadcast world, that's not all, because there's another big story going on, and this one's international. And again, I'm not sure that this is as symbolic, perhaps, because the United Nations Commission on Narcotic Drugs on Wednesday, that would be today because we are live, accepted a World Health Organization recommendation to remove cannabis and cannabis resin from Schedule 4 of the 1961 Single Convention on Narcotic Drugs. Now, unlike the United States, where Schedule 1 is the most restrictive, I'm pretty sure that Schedule 4 on the international arena is the most restrictive. And they would certainly like to remove it. And we'll have to see. I know that the UN in the past, they've had a few votes in the past and it didn't go very well, let's say. But in this particular case, they are the Commission on Drugs is basically saying we should be removing this. And like so many associations and bureaucratic organizations, they've got to go through these committees first before they actually have a big vote to make the change. But there's a lot of this stuff going on. It's pretty amazing what's going on, all in one day, I might add.
Yeah, really incredible. It seems like the whole world is, like I said, baby steps sometimes are what it takes, but it's really exciting to see how progress in one state in the United States is allowing, like our progress here in Massachusetts is empowering states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Vermont, New Jersey, as they build their own fledgling cannabis programs. But every system is coming up a little bit on its own, right? Because we don't have federal legalization. If we did, we might see something more akin to a top-down, like consistent strategy of implementation. Right now, everyone's still experimenting.
Right, and this really will open up international research, which I think is really one of the most important things, to study how this plant that God put on this earth for many reasons, one is to balance many humans, can have medical benefits. So Andrew and I are going to continue to talk about the news of the day, but as we do every time we do a live show on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays here from the Pro Cannabis Media Studios, we take a break around 4:20 and I get to talk about one other little item that's been going on. And I'll mention that the MJ BizCon is going on right now live all over the internet. Hundreds of countries are involved. They've had their keynote address by the CEO of Whole Foods Market. His name is John McKay. And Chris Walsh, who's the CEO of MJ BizCon, welcomed everybody today. So that is going on as well. In fact, it was about a year ago, almost to the day, that we were covering the MJ BizCon in Las Vegas, Nevada last year, and we all hope to be together again next year in Las Vegas. But as we get closer to 420, quick mention of the fact that this 420 code that is embraced by the cannabis culture started at the high school of San Rafael, California. A bunch of guys called the Waldos. They used to meet at the Louis Pasteur statue outside the high school at 20 past 4 to celebrate the end of the day and catch a buzz. And sure enough, law enforcement, being those sharp people that they are, figured out that perhaps they should start using that code 420 as a code, public consumption of cannabis going on at the location of wherever the 420 was called in. The cannabis culture now embraces that. They celebrate April 20th. They celebrate the 20-minute past 4 o'clock time. And that's why we celebrate by sharing a song that had that same effect on moi back in the day in the 60s and 70s. It was called Shanty. It was written by a guy named Jonathan Edwards from New Hampshire. He performed it live. We got it on YouTube. So sit back and listen to the words and sounds of Jonathan Edwards as he sings one of my favorite songs, Shanty. We'll be back with more after this.
Yeah, this is a tune that I wrote back in 19... I've forgotten. We had a saying in our old band, one of my first bands in 1966 or so. What are you going to do tonight? Oh, just, you know, like every other night, just going to lay around the shanty and put a good buzz on. Gonna sit down in the kitchen, fix me something good to eat. Make my head a little high, make the whole day complete. Gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. Pass it to me, baby, pass it to me slow. We'll take time out to smile a little before you let her go. We're gonna lay around the shanty, oh mama, and put a good buzz on. You're on something. Go ahead. Rick Brodsky, everybody. Nothing to do and there's always room for more. Fill it, light it, shut up and close that door, baby. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. Take it, okay. Prohibition never works, it's time to realize it. It grows in my backyard, it's time to legalize it. We're gonna lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on. I'm going to sit down in my rented car. I'm going to jam it into drive. I'm going to head on out and play at WSCA with Sean. I'm glad I'm alive. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on every night and day. We're going to lay around the shanty, mama, and put a good buzz on.
Take your Zoom call podcasts or webinars to a whole new level.
Nurse Mark and the Green Nurse Podcast. We are here.
That's right. PCM can animate your logo, add eye-catching full-screen graphics, and lower third identifying motion graphics. Look like the network. Act like the network.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Gonna sit down in the kitchen. Oh, hey, everybody. Welcome back to Cannabis Chat for Wednesday afternoon. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media, joined by Andrew Elk from the Revolutionary Clinics. And what's up? What's new at Revolutionary Clinics, Andrew? What are you guys up to? You're always up to something there.
We are. Latest updates from Revolutionary Clinics are, just taking COVID precautions really seriously and reinvigorating those precautions every day. We're really proud of our remote team. This is a group of individuals. Basically, we've created a new service at Revolutionary Clinics that I think is unique in the cannabis dispensary world right now, where we actually have a dedicated team of folks who answer the phones, right? They don't come into the store. If you want to schedule a virtual consultation, like we still have, we have doors open at our Central Square location so people can walk in and place orders. But we're still guiding people through the online pickup process, right? Everyone, it seems, has become a better online shopper during this COVID time, and that is true of the cannabis industry as well. So we're really proud of both our gains and our remote team. So right now you can go to revolutionaryclinics.org or RevClinics, RevClinics.org. And right on the menu bar, there's a button that says Become a Patient. And then right under there, you can actually click a button. It's one click to schedule a virtual appointment with one of our fantastic team members, our Canna Mom, Barb Van Hoosen, a top 25 nationally ranked bud tender. Or actually, we have two nationally ranked, our Canna Mom and our Canna Kid, Barb Van Hoosen and Joe Casper, who have been with us at Rev Clinics now for 2+ years. And they are leading our virtual consultations team. So folks who need like an hour conversation to figure out what the right product is for them, people who need 5 minutes just to ask a very, very specific question, somebody who just needs to know a little bit more. We're really proud of being able to offer this service in a way that we never could before when we had the doors open. We didn't yet have a dedicated team. And then delivery, right? Delivery, we're ever expanding further and further out into Massachusetts. So again, revolutionaryclinics.org, there's a button that says order online right on the menu there. You can select the delivery menu. And we are delivering to more and more locations every day. So it's really convenient. Again, all of these changes we've made to make ourselves a better business during COVID.
And I'm a very satisfied customer. I've used the online service a lot. And I've also used the delivery service, which I found intriguing. We come on this live stream and I find out, by the way, we're being viewed all over the world, which is fascinating to me unto itself. Italy, South Africa, Australia. We get comments from people in our chat room from all over the world now, which is fun. I mean, I think that's the beauty of being live, because you really don't know who's out there watching. And not only, by the way, are we competing against MJ BizCon, which is going on right now, but we're also competing against the National Football League today. And I got to tell you, this may be the first time that I really didn't want to be here. I'm sorry. I mean, I'd like to see if the Pittsburgh Steelers could stay unbeaten against the COVID depleted Baltimore Ravens. I think they've got something like 20, not just players, but staffers, all on the COVID IR list, which means they're not eligible to play, but they are going to play today. In fact, Wednesday afternoon as we speak, since we're live. But before we digress even more into other discussions, I do see that our special guest is getting situated in front of her camera as we speak. And we're so happy to have reconnected with Dr. Mary Clifton. Hello, Dr. Mary. How are you today?
Hi, just great. Just great. Great to connect with you again. How are you, Jimmy?
I'm doing fine. And I'm joined by Andrew Elk, who is a...
Hi there, Mary.
Hi.
He is with a medicinal dispensary in the greater Boston area, Revolutionary Clinics. It's where I go for my medicine. And I've been working with them for at least since 2018 when I first started this whole thing. And I'm big fans of their operation and how they handle things. And it's really interesting. Andrew actually mentioned something, and I'm going to digress a little bit here, Mary, just for a second, that there's actually rankings of bud tenders. Did I hear that right? There's actually
I didn't know that.
Right?
There is. I didn't know that.
Andrew, is that
Yep.
true?
Yes, there are many organizations, the most famous, like bud tenders, cannabis plants themselves, genetics, like there's many, many professional ranking systems in cannabis. The most famous ranking system is probably known as the Cannabis Cup, right? That's an award show
well,
that
of
happens
course.
in California, Colorado, has been going on since the 90s.
Right.
Relatively recently, yes, this was a Sensi magazine, which I believe is a national cannabis publication, put out their top 25 national bud tenders. And we had two team members make the top 25. Our Canna Mom, who's been on the back of several magazine covers, she leads our virtual consultations team. And then the Canna Kid, who is very sort of baby-faced but incredibly intelligent Joe Casper, who is just a phenomenal patient advocate bud tender. We're so proud to have both of them on our team.
Boy, I have somebody I could nominate. I mean, I worked with a bud tender back in Michigan, but I'd love to connect with some of these people and, bring some of their knowledge into my training program, and make sure that we have, because I'm sure they have tools and information that I haven't even thought of sharing yet. I mean, they are just such a wealth of knowledge. Like they say about doctors, that when you get a doctor first out of medical school, they're really smart, but they just haven't seen a lot of patients. And then they get their feet under them. And, by the time a doctor hits their stride in their 30s, probably up until sort of my age, that they do okay. But when you get into your 50s, if you're not reading and if you're not keeping up on your continuing med, you're going to fall behind a little bit. But, a doctor in that 35 to 50 range is a good spot where they can say, I've seen, or my experience has been, and it matters. It doesn't matter when they're saying that when they're 25, and they might be just a little too old when they get too old. But that's what I love about the bud tenders is they have that experience. They're standing in front of people every day and they can say, my experience has been, and then that's super powerful.
Now let's. I'm going to read the quick bio of Dr. Mary Clifton, if you don't mind. I think anybody who's watched this show regularly recognizes who we have on, and I appreciate that. But she's a board-certified licensed internal medicine doctor, a recognized expert in CBD, cannabis, and the founder of CBD and cannabisinfo.com, which is where you can find that. She gives a professional certification in the cannabinoid protocol. And you've also had time to write a book, The Grass is Greener, Medical Marijuana, THC, and CBD Oil. And then I love this, Reversing Chronic Pain, Inflammation, and Disease, and Get Wasted, as well as 5 other companion cookbooks.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you do in your spare time, Mary? Come on.
Well, you know what? I actually have a book that is so gorgeous that I'm really proud of. That's not that I don't love my other work, but this is such a nice book coming out. It's going to be available at Barnes and Noble April 20th. Is the launch date. It's the Cannabis Handbook. And we're going to put together, I'm hoping for a really beautiful documentary to support the book, at the same time. So that's my spring project. That's my winter and spring project. While the snow is swirling, it'll give me a good excuse to not go outside.
There you go. And I'll tell you, I'm going to, it's not a competitor because as you know, we're all about educating the public, right? And we all know that there's a ton of public and a ton of education, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are other people out there who have books. I want to give equal time if that's okay. Ruth Fisher, do you know Ruth Fisher?
Yeah, I think I've seen this book.
Yeah, this is really, again, it's a primer, okay? And ushering in the golden age of marijuana. And we interviewed her and she sent me this book. So I'm obviously looking forward to reading your book too. Don't kid yourself. And more importantly, we'll be happy to air that documentary too. But they really, it's an incredible tool. There's a chart now in my office about the ratio between CBD and THC and the different diagnoses and what they recommend or at least have heard anecdotally about the type of ratio between CBD and THC. And of course, this lends itself to a conversation about that entourage effect, because the whole plant medicine, CBD versus THC, just two of the most well-known cannabinoids in this plant. There are so many that they're still discovering every day now that research is ongoing. So I look forward to seeing your spin on this. And, you know, the word fascinating describes what's going on with this green wave. We talked about at the top of the hour, the World Health Organization and the UN looking to perhaps reschedule, if not deschedule, cannabis internationally. We heard about the MORE Act moving into the House of Representatives, perhaps to get a whole floor vote on Friday.
Yeah.
There's a lot of moving parts going on here. How do you?
And you heard about the UN this morning. Isn't that so neat? Isn't that so neat?
Look, I think it's amazing. And I'm going to say this internationally, and, you know, I have a background in sports, so I always throw this out there. You know that the FIFA World Cup in 2018, okay, this is the biggest sporting event in the world every 4 years. It's an international soccer tournament. And they were the first major sports event to not test for CBD as a banned substance. And that was 2 years ago on an international, and here we are 2 years later, finally seeing another international effort to perhaps give it some respect as a medicinal product. So I guess my question to you, Mary, is as you look back at the last half dozen years, I'm amazed at how quickly we have moved the needle.
Yeah. Oh, I really think when it came into my perception was when the cannabis workers were considered essential workers. It was clear that they're recognizing cannabis as medicine and as valuable medicine that people can't do without. That was a very powerful moment for me, that the dispensaries were able to stay open as essential. And I think you're right. I keep watching all of these developments and being amazed one after another at how we've gone from something that is under a strict prohibition, and really in the space of a couple of decades, I think we're moving to federal legalization. I was just at the MJ BizCon in Las Vegas. You know, of course, it's all so unfortunately and so depressingly online because there's just no place in the world that's as much fun as Vegas, in my opinion. But so I sure wish I was there. But online I'll have to do. But the speaker said, you know, that what was her point? That 70% of adults have access to legal cannabis, and 30% of adults have full access, and 70% have access to medical. You know, so we're really at a point where the majority of people, if you need it, you can access it. That's wonderful. And I think even if you say you're using it recreationally, I think there's a medicinal component to the recreational use, because we all have social anxiety when you're getting into a, social environment with your friends, and you're stressed and anxious and worried that you're not going to, that you didn't wear the right clothes, or that, you're not as comfortable at this particular location, or you're not as successful as that friend. And all of those feelings really pile on when you're in social environments, and using cannabis in those circumstances really helps to just let you relax and enjoy the experience, and that's where you see all of the great healing hormones and the neurotransmitters that deliver and that people benefit from with social experiences.
Yeah, Andrew and I, we talked a little bit about MJ BizCon before you got into the Zoom room with us. And we mentioned the fact about Essential. And Chris Walsh, who's the CEO of MJ Biz Daily and gave the initial remarks at MJ BizCon today online, talked about that and how that was such a significant development in the legitimacy of the movement. And even John McKay, who is the CEO of Whole Foods, Chris asked him a great question right off the bat. And he said, we've been after you to be a speaker at our convention for a number of years. You always said no. Why did you say yes this year. And his answer was along those same lines. He says, well, even 4 years ago, I talked to my PR group and got consulting from them. And they said, the downside to appearing at a cannabis convention probably outweighs the positive. And that was 4 years ago. And here we are reversing it. And now he's speaking there, so we have, even in that 4-year period, a major company like Whole Foods recognizes that perhaps, it might be time to get on this bandwagon, because even the Gallup poll says 68% of Americans want to see this thing legalized.
Yeah. Well, and that's really, his point, I enjoyed that interview so much, where he talked about how, they wanted to get into it, and there's certainly a market share to get into it, and there's value, but then there's also the issue that, if it gets shut down, you don't want federal people raiding Whole Foods. So he really let everybody else take that risk ahead of him. And then once it had permeated pretty well, he makes a good point that as an industry, we have to work really hard to provide products that have value, and to be very clear in our messaging about their level of function, what people can expect, so that people really feel safe, and that they have a clear understanding of what kind of result they're going to get from using the products. We don't want to sell this, even though, the problem is, though, fundamentally, is that in so many situations of ill health, you're dealing with inflammation. And if you control inflammation, you control all kinds of things, right? You control arthritis syndromes and painful muscle syndromes and muscle spasm and headache and low back pain. There's and all kinds of abdominal symptoms. So really, it's, if you're treating like in this very base way, it makes sense that an aspirin works in a whole bunch of situations,
Right.
And the same thing with CBD, but that sales pitch sounds really snake oily to a lot of people, that it can work in so many different ways.
Yeah, but you even mentioned it, and Andrew, I'm going to bring you into this because you're in the trenches. You're at a medical dispensary just outside of Boston, 3 locations, and the recreational versus the medicinal use, or even the perception. How and all, I get it. Rev clinics, all 3 medicinal dispensaries.
Happy to talk about that. Yeah.
Right. But as Mary talked about, even those that are going to recreational stores, they don't realize, I don't want to say the ease, but the process of getting your medical card has become easier for the public. Yes?
So, yeah, I'll start by talking about ease of access. So I'm very happy to see that now I think COVID has motivated so much technology change and growth in such a short period of time. I remember pre-COVID, my sister, who's going to college in California, she was basically bugging me to, like, when she would come back home, to like get her illicit cannabis. And I said, you're going to school in California. It is so easy to get legal, easy, excellent cannabis. So she had a med card to her name in about 45 minutes. She virtualed, she FaceTimed. This is pre-COVID with a doctor. The doctor's office was set up to do that. It wasn't until COVID in Massachusetts that we now have that same technology, right? There was nothing holding us back from that, rather than a lack of desire to innovate. But the difference between recreational and medicinal, I'm very proud and happy that we've been able to stay open throughout the entire time. We've had an extraordinarily small, I believe it's 4 total cases of COVID, each of them in our entire company. Each of them has led to exactly 0 cases of intercompany spread. So we identified that employee, they tested positive outside of the work environment. We locked down the facility, we sanitized, we put really strong procedures in place. But getting to the difference between recreational and medical was one of the very first lessons I learned when I entered the industry. The company I was working for did a really excellent talk. They brought in a cannabis doctor who specialized. And what he said is that you basically have 2 customer types. You have customers who want to feel normal. We might call these the normal patient customers. They are using cannabis to achieve a very specific result. Cannabis is allowing them, whether it's CBD that's allowing them to do more with their daily routine. They can be slightly more active over time with no psychoactive, with no stony effects, essentially. So there's that group of customers who is seeking a product to solve a problem, right? They are looking to achieve a very specific, like, bodily or mental result. Then there's another group of customers who sort of wants the hottest thing, the newest thing, the highest testing thing, the most exciting thing. We might call those the traditional adult use or recreational customers. They're the customer who is excited when there are new products on the menu. These are the customers who are like, I've tried that before. I don't want the same thing I had last time. Versus the medical customer who generally, once they find a product that works for them, what their main concern is, like, is it consistently available? And that's what will solidify a relationship between a patient and a provider, like a dispensary like ours, is can we provide them consistently a product that's giving them the result they want? To me, that's the primary distinction between, I mean, I am also someone who started out as an adult use user. And as Mary said, I'm someone who benefits from reduced social anxiety, right? I use cannabis to fall asleep. I use cannabis in place of many of the medications that I used for a decade to manage attention deficit disorder. So there are all kinds of ways that we can introduce cannabis into productive, high-functioning lives that do not translate to, like, the stereotype, I think, that we were all raised with on television of, like, the super stoner, right? Like, there are a lot of very high functioning, intelligent people and every kind of person in between who can benefit from cannabis, medical or otherwise.
You know, I really think that in a lot of situations, these blue zones that you hear about where people live longer lives and they live highly purposeful lives well into their advanced age, and everybody's always trying to uncover the secret of the octogenarian, like that is still operating in the operating room, or the octogenarian who's still carrying the water for the family. Like what makes that person in a higher number in certain populations, where in other populations like ours, a lot of 80-year-old people are just sitting in a chair, without any value and without having a lot of fun, and I think in a lot of cases, you're really underestimating the amount of use of products that reduce social anxiety and help to ease the situation and make people feel better, that makes life so much more valuable for them and keeps them in a community. A lot of people tend to isolate and start to take things personally and start to not, interface with other people as effectively, especially as they get older. But, you look at the Italians, these blue zone Italians that live forever, and they drink a bunch of red wine, and everybody says, oh, it's the resveratrol in the wine, or it's the Mediterranean diet. But what I think it actually is the alcohol in the wine. and they feel fantastic. They hang out with each other. They have conversations. Nobody's taken anything personally. And, and I think if we looked into these pockets in China, we'd be able to identify that there's some mood altering product, and it might be cannabis in that case, where people are able to just relax and chill with each other.
Relax and chill. Now that's nice to hear, especially during these difficult times. This has been the most challenging time, certainly of my lifetime. I mean, I do remember the 60s. I do remember the protest era. I do remember three of the greatest leaders of my lifetime getting shot. So there's certainly been some tumult in the 60s and 70s during that protest era, during the Vietnam War. But this particular time period, it's affecting everybody, and it goes across political lines. It goes across socioeconomic lines. It goes across racial lines, although we've seen more cases of those people who are people of color have had more problems with COVID, and it reflects, and it goes to cannabis again. Anytime that there's something going on, it does seem to be exacerbated by our socioeconomic divisions. And even John Mackey talked about this a little bit in his speech today, his talk today at MJ BizCon, that the one percenters, you know what I'm talking about, right? They're the ones that are getting all the benefits, and they seem to live in that ivory tower, if you will, and the rest of the world has to handle all these challenges.
It's so hard to know, Jimmy, which direction to be sad about first. I
Right.
mean, our government is in such disarray, and then I find myself dreaming about the pandemic a lot. And last night, that was a good share of the evening, and working on novel ways to stimulate the immune system. I was like, I mean, it was a pleasant evening because I spent the whole of it in a laboratory, and that was fun. I do like to spend time in a laboratory.
Are you a science geek or what? I mean, that's great. You have a home lab. You have a home lab.
Yeah,
Right?
I suppose if somebody else dreamed that, they'd wake up having, I'm hearing that the dentists are saying that people are fracturing their teeth. They're finding teeth fractures a lot because people are grinding so hard at night. But, but it is really changing the structure and nature of my sleep, and I've been trying to crack that egg for myself and for my patients during this whole pandemic, really trying to ease on sleep and sleep efficacy. And I wondered what your experience has been at your because like I said, you're getting a whole bunch of people in front of you at your dispensary. I've been seeing a lot of people upping their CBN, and I know that the research on the CBN is a little where the laboratory data suggested that it had more sedating potential, but then subsequent small studies didn't necessarily support, but some animal research supports. So, I mean, what's working? What's working for people?
So we are absolutely seeing an uptick both in purchasing, in spending, we're specifically seeing an increase in, we always see, whenever you see an increase, you see increases in flour, edibles, but we can't make CBN fast enough, frankly. So we have a unique cocktail, unique to Revolutionary Clinics. It is a 4 to 2 to 1 ratio, 4, I believe, THC, 2 CBN, 2 CBD, 1 CBN. But basically the plan there is that we anecdotally absolutely are hearing feedback that CBN is effective for sleep. So the cocktail that we've put together is really meant to CBD to reduce inflammation and to sort of THC for pain management, and then CBN for provoking drowsiness. So we've had tremendously positive feedback. We call that our Astaria, sort of like stars in the sky as you go to sleep. So our Astaria cocktail. But we call that our sleep cartridge. And we have an entire laboratory devoted to turning THC vaporizer oil into CBN vaporizer oil. At any given moment, we've got like 80 square feet devoted to, 20 some odd like hot plates that are just, because it's quite a process.
I was going to say, do you just put it out in the sun?
Oh, I wish it was that easy. But yeah, it is truly like a bunch of Lazy Susan hot plates that sort of stir and stir for about 2 weeks. Because we found out that if you make CBD pure, you actually will create like a little bulletproof brick. You can't vape it, you can't smoke it. You can make an indestructible barrier out of it, but it basically turns to plastic when you have pure CBN. So you need, in order to maintain a liquid state, you need THC, or you need all other cannabinoids in there, basically. So we sort of stumbled upon this happy formula of THC, CBN, and CBD as this cocktail together, and we've had really positive feedback.
Well, now what if you had the pure? Oh, really? Your mom uses it? Good for you.
Yeah.
That's awesome that you've been able to work with her and help her. Let me ask you this: when you're using the CBN and it turns into a solid, if it's administered as a solid, as a pure CBN, does it disperse with the exposure to the hydrochloric acid? I've been hearing about hydrochloric acid exposure and the way that it might change THC and promote the production of THC from other cannabinoids, but I don't really have that research solidly.
So I'm not exactly familiar. I know that there are many cannabinoids and terpenes which increase the efficacy or absorption rate, basically that increase the your body's ability to absorb. I actually don't know if we've done studies with the solid. I think initially we were really, the product for the masses that we've found seems to be this vape oil cartridge, just as a way to cheaply and mass produce as many of these things. Because frankly, we kept upping the price on CBN for a while and we kept selling out. So we were not able, because frankly, it's much cheaper to produce THC than it is to produce CBN. So for us, we were trying to make business sense of how to serve a medical customer base and have product that's readily available.
Wow.
So we landed.
I
it's a
love
challenge.
the vape because the vape is brilliant for serving a medical customer base, because here you are trying to fall asleep and you finally decide I'm going to do something, and you take an Ambien or a prescription therapy, and then you wait for 40
Right.
or 50 minutes or an hour. And at this point, if you're already coming up on where you only have 7 hours left to sleep and you can't fall asleep, then you're not you've already lost. But the
Right.
inhalation methods are such rapid onset, so you could put a product together like the one you described, and somebody could take one inhalation and literally wait 2 minutes, and then if they aren't totally feeling it at 5 or 6 minutes, one more inhalation, and voila. That's a brilliant way to do this.
To solve your question about edibles, of course, there are customers and medical users who don't want to do any form of inhalation. So I know that we are working toward an edible sublingual form factor, like a breath mint style, sort of an Altoid
Right.
style.
Mhm.
We have a brand that we work with that is a mint maker, Mr. Moxie's, and so they have one of the number one sublingual edible mints in the California, Colorado, and Oregon markets. And so right now we're making sativa indica hybrid, right? It's really rare to find truly full spectrum edibles, right? Edibles that actually convey the effects of the flower that they originate from. Most edibles are made with raw THC oil, which is why so many people their reaction to edibles is, oh, edibles make me drowsy. People tend to love edibles, or they say edibles make me drowsy. So that is a goal for us. We currently are making these lineage specific sativa indica hybrid varieties, an energizing edible, a relaxing edible, a one-to-one sort of centering edible. But CBN is the next major cannabinoid. It's definitely the fastest growing cannabinoid in our business, next to CBD.
Yeah, CBN
I
has
just
a
hope
lot
we
of
don't
potential.
see CBN at a gas station like you see CBD. Okay.
No, that stuff terrifies me.
I'm with you on that. I will. And you mentioned the mints. I've had the mints. That's why I raised my hand. I've used the mints. I've liked the mints. Edibles.
I think I have those right here.
Yeah, and you can hold them up. Terrific. Edibles.
Very pretty
versus
packaging.
Inhalation.
Nice.
Okay? Edibles give you that whole body effect, if you will. Certainly great for pain. But there's that uncontrollable feeling sometimes, the titration and the dosage. And
Oh my gosh.
Right. I'm still a little uncomfortable when I take an edible, and I might get a little too buzzed, and it happened on Thanksgiving Day, guys. Okay, I'll be perfectly honest with you. And I use straight CBD out of the bottle, like 2 droppers full, just to calm myself down. And I was amazed that it worked.
It's a perfect parachute. It just pops the THC off the receptors and then and helps to just promote relaxation instead of that excessive high. I'm so glad that worked for you, because everybody who has used an edible has a very bad story about using an edible. Everybody. So you got to
their nightmarish edible experience. And Andrew, as someone who's in the trenches, I mean, how do you explain that to people? And I know the mantra is you start low and you go slow. And we know that there's a delayed onset, right? And by the way, that delayed onset, I have found, depending on your metabolism and who's using it or whatever, could take 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours sometimes. There's no predicting. So I guess as a doctor, Mary, okay, how do you can certainly do the preaching, go low, and see how it reacts. You have to self-medicate and use yourself as a guinea pig. And that can be scary for a lot of people who don't have, let's say, as much experience as a 63-year-old guy like myself.
Yeah, they need to have a parachute in place. I mean, I think anytime, but I really like to start with an inhalation model and give people an easy to titrate product, and then or a sublingual, and I don't know. I'd really like your opinion on this too. I don't know if you go by Andy or Andrew.
And I love Andrew.
Mary,
do
you?
Thank you. And do you prefer Mary or Dr. Clifton? I'm very happy.
I don't know. I guess whatever. Dr. Mary is kind of my game.
Dr. Mary. I like Dr. Mary. Thank you, Dr. Mary. Yes, Andrew is perfect.
Really, Andrew. I think I would go by Andrew too, or maybe Drew. Did you ever go by Drew?
It's funny. I went by my last name for a while. My last name is Elk, so sometimes people called me Moose. But Drew, my girlfriend sometimes calls me. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's probably what I would do if I was you, but it's such a great name because Mary is just Mary. You can't use no other choice. but yeah, going back to the different methods, I really like to start people on something that they have 100% control over. But it's amazing how many times people will tell me, I want an edible. And then I tell them, I'd really like you to try, an inhalation first. We'll figure out what you need. And then we'll transition you to an edible 2 or 3 times a day. And then they basically say, I want an edible. People just don't see a danger to a gummy bear or a cookie. And it's hard for, I can't really be clear about, I just have to be clear about being very careful with your dosing when you're using an edible. But it's a hard sell to convert the person who really wants to use an edible into an inhalation, because they're just not going to do it.
Interesting. Right. I want to ask a question. First of all, Dr. Mary, can you hang out for a little while, because we really don't have anybody lined up next, and we'd love to continue this conversation. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. I appreciate that. We are going to take a little break. We always do about a half hour in or so. So let's take a little break. We'll come back on the other side. And I do want to talk to you both about the vaping. And, we've had some discussions in the past about the dangers of vaping. We understand what happened with vitamin E acetate, and that was horrific. But I do want to talk about the benefits of vaping as opposed to smoking or not. So we'll have that after this. Don't go away. Hi, I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media. And as a sportscaster on TV and radio for 25 years, people always thought I was an expert on sports. They used to come up to me at bars and go, "Hey, sports guy, are the Bruins going to win the Stanley Cup or what?" I didn't know then, and I don't know now. Just because I reported on sports and talked intelligently about my love for sports, I was not an expert. I was a talk show host, an anchor, a reporter. Sure enough, the same is true in the cannabis industry. Now, even though it's been around for thousands of years, research is just beginning. The difference, of course, is that there are no real experts in the cannabis space. However, we all believe that we're experts in our own field. For instance, we at Pro Cannabis Media have 75 years of combined experience in commercial media, buying, production, and strategic market planning. Now, we want to help you control your message. After all, you're probably considered an expert in your field, whether that's lighting or containers, law, interior design, or even security systems. We already have an expert in the insurance business for MRBs, that's marijuana-related businesses. Bill Perrier from Charles River Insurance is our expert. He's a member of our PCM Gold Club of experts, and he explains that one of the largest insurers in the world is now writing insurance for cannabis farmers.
Lloyd's of London, 325 years old, the standard bearer in the market, is with a company called Chesterfield Brokers that have launched this parametric insurance for crops.
Insurance is all about timing, and it's a shame we couldn't have got these programs up for the farmers and the other cannabis growers who've been really affected by those West Coast fires.
We also have an accountant for the cannabis space. He's a CPA, Rick Leneve of Accounting Buds, and we rely on both of them for their expertise, and we showcase their expertise in our news and talk shows. In fact, we'll put them inside our original content, and we can talk to them. It's kind of like product placement. So show off your knowledge inside our content as we position your expertise in your field. And you do that by joining our Cannabis Gold Club of Experts. That's where you get a chance to show our audience your expertise in your field. This group of entrepreneurs will serve as a referral network in order to generate leads for your business and, of course, build your expertise because it'll be shared during our weekly news and talk shows. So if you want to take advantage of our following and the original content we produce on a weekly basis, contact me, Jimmy Young, or our sales team today. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Take your Zoom call podcasts or webinars to a whole new level.
Nurse Mark and the
Hey.
Green Nurse Podcast. We are here.
That's right. PCM can animate your logo, add eye-catching full-screen graphics, and lower third identifying motion graphics. Look like the network. Act like the network.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
And welcome back to Cannabis Chat for a Wednesday afternoon. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. We're in the studio in Wellesley, just outside of Boston, but we're also talking with Andrew Elk, who's in Somerville, Davis Square, another place outside of Boston, and Dr. Mary Clifton, who is down in the what we call the tri-state area. Is that right, Mary? I mean, New York is part of the tri-state area, is it not?
Yeah, I'm sort of in a suburb of Boston, basically.
Well, we are in a suburb of New York.
That's what I was going to say.
It is. It's just a shoot, you know?
I just like to remind everyone that it all started in Boston. Let's just say with a party, and I guarantee you, not that I was around in 1774, I think, Boston Tea Party. I guarantee you there was cannabis somewhere in that area going on somewhere.
The founding fathers were obsessed. I believe Abraham Lincoln, the famous line goes, Abraham Lincoln separated seeds to determine which of his hemp plants were most potent. It's like the founding fathers famously smoked cannabis. They spoke and wrote on the idea that it was like Abraham Lincoln wrote in his diaries that this is a plant that is intoxicating, but it grows from the land and it should not be like the same way back in the day they didn't want alcohol prohibition. They were saying the same things in the 1700s about cannabis, which is wild. But we have historical records that are like, Westerners have been having this argument for literally centuries.
That's fantastic. I didn't know. I mean, there must be somewhere like a group of quotations from famous people in cannabis. That would be a fun thing to put in, in future books or documentaries. That would be a lot of fun. I could see how there'd be a million great ways to use that.
And I think I know someone who's working on a documentary in a book too.
I feel like the time to work on the next big project is, right after you finish the last big project. So I do have to get the marketing and everything pulled together around that book, but then you are like, what's next, But actually, more video assets around that book is going to be a good thing to help it. And then we can do, master classes around it and sell it with the document, we just pull things together into really cool little, all kinds of different things that we can provide a lot of high value for. I'd like to get a gorgeous journal together for people who can write down how they're choosing and using and how that response is. There's just so many great products that people need when they're starting out in cannabis, or even when you're in the middle of your journey, like a coloring book, something that has some coloring and some spaces where you can write down your thoughts and opportunities for abstract coloring. I have this great coloring book that has these really beautiful women in it. And I've been putting tattoos on them instead of just coloring them like ordinary coloring. But that's, for very certain times. That doesn't happen often when I have that time to relax. But sometimes when I'm with my grandkids, I'll, fool around with crayons and have a lot of fun, playing with that kind of stuff.
You do not look like you're old enough to have grandchildren. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jimmy, you have to find a great plastic surgeon and then you just do every single thing he says. That's the secret to looking young. just fake
we understand that. And thankfully, I was blessed with the last name.
And cannabis, yeah.
Thankfully, I was blessed with a last name that will always keep me forever.
Oh, yeah. You will always be Mr. Young.
There you go.
I think when you think about cannabis and cellular apoptosis,
I think about cellular apoptosis all the time. I have no idea what that is.
all the time. Well,
What is that?
well, I mean, your body's cells turn over, at there's a process it goes through where a cell is created, and then there's the reactive oxygen species pathways. When you burn oxygen, you create those reactive pathways, and the MAPK pathway and ceramides are all closely associated with cellular longevity and aging, and helping a cell to move to the identification that it's time to die. And cancer cells often get around all those pathways, and they learn how to be immortal, or they learn to live a lot longer than an ordinary cell should. So when you introduce CBD and other cannabinoids into cancer cells, at least in petri dishes, it helps all of those cellular pathways to go back into a more normal apoptosis, which is just cell death. That's the apoptotic pathway. Normal death.
Normal cellular. So I think I've heard some of obviously, Dr. Mary, I'm so grateful to have your incredible detail and background. I think what I've heard maybe you talk about, sometimes described as like homeostasis, right? Like people have a hard time understanding how cannabis can do all of these different things. And really they're doing what you're talking about, which is like any cell that starts to get itself out of whack, any bodily process that is deviating, either because of inflammation, which means that your body is sending more cells to an area to fight that inflammation. That's where that redness comes from. Cannabis is actually bringing like homeostatically, homeostasis is this idea that your cells are right in the range they want to be. If they get too high on that range, that's bad. If they get too low on that range, that's bad. But I think that's tying in, just this is the little bit of nugget I had.
Yeah, it works the same way in inflammation to stabilize, but it also helps cells that are on a weird pathway and not recognizing that they should die. It helps them to, move toward a normal cellular death. Because cancer cells, like, you remember that book, The Immortal Life of Henrietta Hacks or something? It was about those cervical cancer cells that are still being used today because they refuse to die. They're in petri dishes all over the world, and we study cervical cancer with them. But that's how cancer cells work. But then they get too big for the organism to support. But I do think that you can see less aging with regular cannabis use, because you do drive cells toward that normal cell death and allow things to regenerate on probably a faster path. Because I think that cellular apoptosis, the whole process decreases, as time passes. You don't regenerate as quickly as when you're a youngin' like you, Andrew.
Oh, thank you.
I got a few years on you.
I get it. I get it. Okay. I get it. I do want to go back to what we talked about right before the break about the vaping. Okay.
Oh, yes.
When I first got my medical card in 2013, when Massachusetts first started its program, and I went in and had my little discussion with my patient advocate / bud tender, and got poor advice. It wasn't Revolutionary Clinics, by the way, because you guys didn't.
I'm so glad to hear that.
You didn't exist in 2013. Okay.
Not yet.
That's right. But I do, I talk to a lot of nurse practitioners and registered nurses and cannabis experts about the vaping of the oil, and how some doctors believe that vaping of oil is not natural in your lungs. But what I try to say to them, I say, now, wait a second. When you have a child and you're a parent and your kid's coughing, you put steam on in the bathtub, in the bathroom, and you bring the kid in so he can breathe vapor, which eases the hacking of the cough. So now I understand that's vapor of water, or, becomes steam. Okay. Right. And vapor of oil isn't steam, but it is still a vapor. So I guess my question is, what's safest?
Well, I mean, I absolutely want to defer to the doctor in the conversation for safety. I can provide maybe just a nugget from my anecdotal experience, what we preach at a medical dispensary, and then I'd really love to turn it over to Dr. Mary. So as our head of production, this is the guy who leads all of our new product development. This is the executive in our company who looks after new product creation and development. What he likes to say is that no form of inhaling any kind of combusted material, whether it's like the 2014 slogan from Leafly back in 2014 was "Be wise, vaporize." And Jimmy, what you're getting at is that if we're comparing combustion of flower versus the vaporization of flower, you're talking about smoke that you're inhaling that's at about 1,000 degrees. That's the temperature of a lit tip of a joint. Our throat doesn't like anything that's 1,000 degrees. That's why water pipes are popular, right? They're using either long glass systems or water to cool, condition, and smooth that so that by the time it gets to our throat and lungs, we cough less. Now, vaporize, but the choice, this is what our executive says to us, the choice to use any kind of, for him, vaporizing is safer and healthier. And he is frankly medicating for an injury that he sustained pretty early in life. And him using vaporized cannabis means that he doesn't need to use opiates. So he is making an informed choice that using vaporizer products are the right product for his set of needs. But when it comes to like vaping oil, what's safest as far as I understand it is we don't want additives. We don't want cutters. We don't want thinning agents. We want pure cannabinoids or terpenes, which are THC, CBD, basically the cannabis chemical compounds. But really, for safety and health, I gotta turn it over to Mary. Thank you for letting me go first.
Oh, go ahead.
Dr. Mary.
No, that was really great input. I mean, I love the point about no additives. It was really it's the glycerol and it's the sugars that are breaking down into the formaldehyde, which is really, I mean, the vapes came into the United States with the idea that they were going to decrease tobacco addiction, that they could help with tobacco cessation programs, and they actually, I think, ended up increasing tobacco use. And there's so many people who really are heavily addicted to their vapes. But then there might be an issue with the way that the vaporizer is made, if it's made with a cheap metal like cadmium, or if it's instead made with a stainless steel. So the quality of the vaporizer itself is important. But I think a lot of it has to do with the additives, and particularly the flavorings, because the diacetyls, the products that create the flavorings are generally recognized as safe, but for oral ingestion. And we know that some of these products can cause irreversible lung disease in people who started out with healthy lungs. We know that they can cause, asthma attacks or COPD exacerbations for people who have lung disease. So the inhalation of these flavorings are in large part the problem. And also, as Andrew points out, you're really looking at vaporizing pure cannabis rather than these additive oils too. I mean, the oils you have to use with tobacco, or you have to use them with, CBD, because the best cutting agent for CBD is THC. But if you're using a pure CBD vape, you can't do that. And then you're adding the oils. And then I can't remember. Can you remember, Andrew, which product it is that creates that beautiful big white cloud? And
polyethylene glycol, PEG. Yeah.
And I mean that's no good. But the consumer really, I mean, you see that all the time in advertising, where somebody is just completely obliterated when they exhale with this big white cloud. And that's, actually a sign of something you should never exhale. Yeah. But I agree with you. When you burn the product, you release, 80 different carcinogens, right? And if you vape, and you do that, even if you just vape whole flower and you're toasting it rather than setting it aflame, you're releasing 1/10 of the carcinogens. So it's a great idea in terms of reducing risk, but still helping to reduce inflammation, not only in the lung tissue, but also systemically, if the vape is done properly. I mean,
exactly.
Yeah.
Like safe products. That's what you want. Sorry, Jimmy, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, that's why I go to Rev Clinics. That's why I go to a reputable medical dispensary, because they are there to provide you with medicine that will be safe to ingest. That's the idea, right?
To give you an example of what Rev Clinics, what we might call an honest and good operator, is doing. So we are sourcing. So let's start with some of the great points that Mary made. with, first we got to talk about what is the technology. There's the product itself, there's the vaporizer oil, which needs to be free of additives and thinners. Revolutionary Clinics was born in 2017. We were actually born after. You can actually go back to 2013, 2014, when the first like polyethylene glycol crises were sort of popping off in California markets, in Massachusetts markets. The reason that PEG, this thinner, sort of like came into notoriety is that in the beginning, when cannabis producers were creating their very first vape oil cartridges, right? So they didn't know what they were doing. Mary was talking earlier, and I talked earlier about how in order to stabilize certain cannabinoids like CBN, CBD, you need either THC or some kind of oil base in order to be able to inhale these cannabinoids. In the beginning, none of the operators really knew what they were doing, right? They were making like these dark, thick, black, very purple colored vape oil cartridges, and no one, like, you couldn't heat them up and inhale them, which is why compounds like PEG, vitamin E acetate, these are chemicals that's what they do. They thin things so that they can aerosolize like more effectively. And then that is what led, it was those aerosolizers and thinners that led to what Mary was talking about with irreversible lung damage, right? I'm very proud to say the Revolutionary Clinics, because we were born after the PEG crisis, we learned from other operators like sort of early mistakes. So we have never in any way, shape or form used cutters, thinners, thinning agents, aerosolizers. In no way, shape or form ever have we used those. And then after VapeGate, what I like to refer to as September 2019 in Massachusetts, Governor Baker changed laws such that now every single vaporizer product, whether it's a vaporizer cartridge, whether it's a vape oil applicator, anything that has the word vape associated with it, you get a little card that shows you that Rev Clinics is buying the absolute highest quality stainless steel and platinum coated, like medical grade stainless steel. Like it is not cheap for us to do this. There are absolutely inferior like hardware out there that we could purchase and make more money on, but we're a medical dispensary. Our first priority is serving medical patients successfully and safely. So it comes down to quality product and quality hardware. And you know, it's not easy to source that, but it is essential. We have found.
But you know, I mean, when this whole thing went down, people I mean, all of a sudden I saw cigarettes on the streets of New York, and and it occurred to me that I never saw anybody smoke. Everybody is vaping. And then after that crisis in September, everybody started to smoke. And then it wasn't 6 weeks. It might have been 2 months. All of a sudden, nobody smoked again. You know, it just, people love to vape. It's so private. And I don't know what the tobacco industry is doing or how they're thinning their products anymore. But I'm just not interested in the tobacco industry enough to try to figure it out. I mean, that's just a product. We need to use more CBD and cannabis to get people off their tobacco, right? But I do love when you're putting together just a gorgeous vape, you know, that you're cutting the waste. I mean, I've had lunch with my friend Warren Babrow in New York, and he'll be just back from a California trip, and he'll be like, you know, try this, taking out like, and he's got something in every pocket. He's so adorable and pleasant to spend time with. He's just such a delightful man. But if you ever get a lunch date with Warren, I mean, just at 100%, that's a date to go on. But then, you know, then it's just it's a vape. It's got 40 inhalations, and when you're done, you throw it out. How is that a good idea? There's a whole bunch of work that went into the creation of this vape. So when you're creating a super high quality stainless steel and platinum, I'm sure that your little cartridges snap in and snap out, and the only thing I'm throwing out is this little bit. You know, I appreciate that.
Absolutely. I'm actually going to grab my product I've got right here, but I adore this thing. But again, you're right. Like at this point, I remember in 2017 when I joined the industry, back then every cartridge you had to
I'm all like, can you?
Yes, so it just like magnetically drops in there.
Oh, I love it when it's magnetic. Yeah, that's so neat.
I use the C-cell. The C-cell cartridge.
So yes.
Yeah.
We do have the C-cell, that's sort of little palm battery. We carry many different types of batteries. This is sort of our latest and greatest.
It's solar powered?
Pro. Just shy of, but it is USB-C. And actually it has this lovely little like nonagon 9-sided shapes that when I lay this down, it doesn't roll like all over my desk. It actually stays stationary. So you can stand it upright. But again, like you're saying, Mary, it's these little adjustments that make the technology more user friendly
and decrease waste.
Exactly. Reduce waste and bring more people into cannabis consumption, right? Like my mother, for example, has zero interest in smoking a joint, doesn't want anything to do with it, but she'll do edibles and she'll do vapes. It's like you got to find the right product for the right person.
Andrew, how old's your mom?
My mother is, I don't think it's polite to say a woman's age, but she
Give me a
is
range.
62.
All right, so she's all right, fair enough. Thank you. She's my age.
That's a good range. You know, she's somewhere between 61 and 63.
Right, that works for me. I'm in there. I call that age appropriate. I think that's awesome. You know, one of the things you talk, the disposable vape. Now, is that recyclable or not recyclable? I mean, really great question, Jimmy.
So there is not a single operator from California to Maine who has figured out how to successfully recycle vaporizer cartridges. And I'll tell you why. The second you put marijuana vape oil, whether you're in California, Colorado, Massachusetts, doesn't matter where you are, every state in the union has what are called hazardous waste protection measures. It's part of the compliance industry that goes along with many industries. But basically, the second vape oil touches this product, the U.S. government considers this hazardous waste, which means no recycler can take it, touch it, or do anything with it until you have a certificate of authenticity that proves that you have less than 0.03. That is the federal limit for THC in products. Like you can sense if CBD has less than 0.03 THC, you can move it. I'm sure Dr. Mary knows this. You can't move any CBD product that has more THC than that. So in order to recycle, remember, what is recycling? Recycling is taking a product from one place, usually a house, to a recycling center. The reason the recycling center takes your product is because they are going to wash it, process it, and sell it to someone else. Like that is what makes a product recyclable. Like it's why some days like plastic milk jugs are recyclable, and the next day, if the price of plastic drops, that jug just became trash, right? That is the recycling system as it exists in the United States. So in order to recycle these, you, either the individual who is buying these cartridges, or if we took them back, we basically have to set up an entire processing center where all we did all day long was sterilize cartridges and then pay about, I think it's $35 to $75 a test. Maybe it's more than that. I haven't checked the laboratory standards, but every single cartridge will need its own test where we prove that you boiled every little bit of THC out of there. So there are actually
just so you could fill it again with THC.
Just so you could fill it again. In order to do this legally, Jimmy, that's what we're on right now. As the law exists today, there are art collectives. There are people in California and Colorado who are making sculptures out of empty cartridges. They're actually buying empty cartridges because remember, you can't make this into an art installation because it is a hazardous waste product. And if we don't prove that we are destroying these to the state, and what does destruction mean? It means we put in an industrial blender with kitty litter. That is destruction at most dispensaries. Like if you don't do that, you're shut down. Like that is the status of recycling. So people say to me like, oh, I wish that product, it's not recyclable, is it? And like, it's not recyclable anywhere in the world. There is no way to recycle these cartridges right now. So
well, you learn something new every day. I mean, you would think now with the cost of gas going so low that it's going to take the bottom out of the recycling industry because they'll just have a ton of plastic to be able to produce.
Well,
for a very low cost.
But it's a complicated problem to solve, Jimmy. That's what I'm really trying to get at. Recycling is a tricky issue.
Yeah, and I interviewed a guy out in California recently who's all about that, creating that zero waste industry that inside the cannabis space. So he's got a lot of work to do too. But I got to tell you, Dr. Mary Clifton, I think we could talk for the next 4 hours and we'd still learn and be entertaining and educational. And that's why we do what we do. And I so appreciate you taking the time today to join us again. And I can't wait to talk with you off air, as we say, to kind of continue how we might be able to work together, because I so respect what you do. Your knowledge base is incredible. I wish I understood half the words you used because I'm like a history major, you know?
I wish I knew anything about history. I always have to ask
I'll
people
try- you
like
teach
exactly
me
when
chem-
things
you-
happen.
You teach me chemistry, I'll teach you history. Andrew taught me a history
Perfect.
lesson today. So we all have something to learn from each other. And that's why I love Educational Wednesdays, Professor Weed Wednesdays. So Dr. Mary Clifton, first of
Dr.
all, how
Weed's
can people
Wednesday.
find you? How can people find you? Give yourself a plug.
Oh, well, check out my certification program at the Cannabinoid Protocol, and available for bud tenders or for dispensaries to use for all of their bud tenders, or just for coaches, for individuals who want to work in a coaching aspect in their community to help people learn how to choose and use cannabis.
Fantastic. Well, we've got another couple of guests coming up in the final
Great.
half hour. The Kanakuk couple from Arkansas. It's Chris and Chelsea Miles. Hang in there. We'll be back with more. Dr. Mary Clifton, thank you so much. Andrew, you don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Dr. Mary. We're going to connect you and I. I'm going to connect you with those bud tenders.
Awesome.
Thank you. And
Amazing.
we'll be
Thank
back
you.
with more of this show after this. Don't go away.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Well, hello there. Here we are again, another live stream from the new studio of Pro Cannabis Media. This is Cannabis Chat, and I'm Jimmy Young. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Weed Talk News. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton, the founder of Cannabis.net.
Every week, Kurt and I get together to review some of the biggest stories in the cannabis industry. He and I talk about them. We have a few comments, and then we get reports from Canada, New York, and Washington, D.C.
And this week's no different, Jimmy. We finally have Vermont moving toward recreational cannabis with retail opening in their state. We have an old state and a new state, Colorado and Illinois, both setting cannabis sales records in July, as well as multiple efforts to legalize the cannabis plant in America, including our friend Steve D'Angelo getting involved.
But first, let's go to Deborah Borchardt in New York to check on the financial weed scene. Deborah?
Thanks, Kurt. Thanks, Jimmy. Well, things seem to keep going the wrong way for Charlotte's Web.
Whoa, Jimmy Young, in the weeds on the water this week. We've got the CEO of Kushco, Nick Kovacevic, with me. This guy has built his little company in 6 years from $2 billion in sales to $145 million in sales.
We can get this thing to be fully legal here in the next few years, I believe. But it's going to take far longer for the stigma to change.
I think you guys are the pro cannabis story.
And I love Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Jody Roberts with Eastern Security State, and I love Pro Cannabis Media.
Hi, I'm Laura Beener. I'm the president and co-founder of The Healing Rose, and I love Pro Cannabis Media. It's been such an integral part of our success here at The Healing Rose.
And you know what? The best media company out there is Pro Cannabis Media. Look out for them. They'll make you famous.
Hi, I'm George, and I love Pro Cannabis Media. I also love Western Mass Hydroponics, where we've got everything you need from seed to bloom to bud, and then to smoke it afterwards.
Take your Zoom call podcasts or webinars to a whole new level.
Nurse Mark and the
Hey.
Green Nurse Podcast. We are here.
That's right. PCM can animate your logo, add eye-catching full-screen graphics, and lower third identifying motion graphics. Look like the network. Act like the network.
Cannabis Media.
All right, we're back. Welcome back to Cannabis Chat for a Wednesday afternoon. We are head-to-head with the National Football League. We're head-to-head with MJ BizCon, and we're still generating audience, and I so appreciate that. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media. We're here every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And what we do here is we talk about cannabis. It's a talk show about cannabis. And on Mondays, we call it Cannabinoid Medicine Mondays, Medicinal Mondays. Wednesday, Professor Weed Wednesdays, when we talk to educators. And of course, there's a lot of doctors, nurses, and that sort of thing involved with education, because we all have something to learn. And Lord knows, after the last hour, my head's exploding with chemistry terms. And then on Fridays, we call it the Green Rush. I'm joined by David Rabinovitz in studio. He's a financial consultant, and we talk about the business of cannabis. And that's what we do on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays here on Pro Cannabis Media. And of course, we live stream it on all of our social media outlets out there. But now we're so happy to welcome in two people that are really newcomers into my world, because we've connected through this show, through LinkedIn, through a connection that we share with Kurt Dalton and Cannabis.net. And it's Chelsea and Chris Miles from Arkansas, and they are the principals of CannaCook.com. Chris and Chelsea, thank you so much. Hey, good to see you guys again.
Thank you so much for having us on.
And can't wait to hear what's going on in Arkansas when it comes to cooking with cannabis. Tell us a little bit about your background, how you came upon creating a cooking channel for cannabis.
Sure. All right. Yeah. Well, we started last year in 2019. We both are medical marijuana patients here in Arkansas, and I was doing web development at the time and started doing some stuff in the cannabis industry. And Chelsea and I saw a real need, especially here in Arkansas, for education with cannabis. We both have seen how it works medicinally in our lives and in our families' lives, but still in this state, there is such a stigma attached to it. And
unfortunately,
and the way that the medical program is in this state, it's caused products to be very expensive, especially things to cook with and edibles and things like that. So we really decided to take, she was working in the medical field in 2019, and we said, you know what, we're going to start this at the end of 2019, and in 2020, we're really going to go for it. And so that's how CannaCook.com was born.
There you go.
That's awesome.
And Andrew Elk is with us. He's a director of training and education at Revolutionary Clinics, which is a medical dispensary here in Massachusetts.
Okay.
And, yeah. And Andrew, we become friends, and Revolutionary Clinics is a very, well, they've been big supporters of my dream here and my shows over the years. But Andrew also is can I call you an amateur chef, Andrew?
I think that would be fair. Definitely amateur. Chef, I like the word amateur better than chef.
That's cool though.
So
that's
I do
all
cook with
about
cannabis.
is showing that anybody can cook with
That's
cannabis.
right.
Before we started CannaCook.com, I mean, we weren't cooks or chefs or anything
No,
like that. We
far
did a little
from
bit
it.
of cooking at home, but for the most part, you know, we weren't like professional chefs or anything. And that was our aim too with CannaCook, was to show that, you know, anybody who is a cannabis patient, they can learn to do this
That's
with their
right.
medicine.
You don't have to be professional to be able to cook with cannabis.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
And one of the things that we wanted to do too was take the stress off of the patients from experimenting with medication, because again, of how expensive it is in this state.
Mm-hmm.
So we take all the risk in experimenting with different recipes and things, and really making some cool things happen, like,
Yeah.
you know, infused bee pollen or,
Yeah.
you know, infused salt, things like that. We've really been able to do.
Andrew, I know you have questions for these two, so I want you to just jump in any old time. But
Absolutely.
I do want to ask a little bit about we talked offline a little bit about the challenges of being a medical patient in Arkansas, because
Yes.
of the various, they still don't recognize a few of the most, what I would consider to be the most obvious diagnosis that cannabis can help. They don't recognize. Is it
Yes.
PTSD? Isn't that one of them?
No, they recognize PTSD. It's anxiety and
ADHD.
ADHD that they don't recognize.
Which is what I am certified for in the state of Massachusetts.
Right,
Yeah,
and
and
absolutely should be on there. I mean, ADHD
Completely.
has awesome, treatment with cannabis.
It's
and,
helped me a tremendous amount.
and luckily, you were able to get your
Yes.
certification due to a migraine still. But yeah, Arkansas has some really funny rules, and like another weird rule we have: we can't have pre-rolls in this state, so we can't go buy anything pre-rolled because I guess they think we're gonna smoke it. I really don't know.
It is, they are convenient. The pre-roll is a convenient, but I will tell you, with the expense of the product now and the intensity of the product now, using a pre-roll, you lose a lot of the smoke. You lose a lot of the product in the air because you're either passing it or you're taking an inhalation and then it's burning. So what I've done actually, and Andrew, I think you'll find this ingenious, is I take my pre-rolls, obviously, and open them up and put them in my little dugout or my one hitter. And then I use my little Weejit on the end for a little filter. And it's a very smooth experience, let's just say. And it's basically one hit at a
Smart.
time.
Very smart.
Yeah.
That's what
I
happens
think you
when
guys
you get old and you've done it for so long. Anyway.
But I think what you're getting at is the flexibility, right? There's still a lot of options that aren't available in all the markets across the United States, right? Like you might have tinctures, but you won't have pre-rolls, which really it's about, like, to your point, like, of course people want to smoke it. I mean, in Massachusetts, we have different silly rules, right? We can't call a product a gummy, but we can make and sell what we call a fruit chew, right? And it's just very silly because gummies are for children. Adults don't like to eat gummies. I love to eat gummies.
Right.
Me too.
Yeah, us too. Absolutely.
But these silly loopholes that are
Right.
very specific state by state. I'd love to hear some of the other specific like challenges that you face in Arkansas, because every state is so different.
Sure. Well, one of the other things that's really crazy is, like you were talking about with the gummies, is all of the candy has to be black colored or white. It cannot be like a bright color or anything. They consider it that kids would maybe want it. You can't get anything above 10 milligrams a serving in this state. So if you buy, say, gummies, it can only be 10 milligrams per serving. If you buy
in the whole package, or can you have multiple in a package?
Per serving. Yeah.
Got it.
But
Got
there's
it.
only 10 per package.
So,
it's
you're
all
getting
very
100 milligrams for 10 gummies. I mean, you got to eat the whole package if you have a tolerance. And another really odd thing that we've run into in this state is the shortage of flour. We recently, we've got almost 100,000 patients now in Arkansas. And I think we only have 4 or 5 producing cultivators still, even though there's 8 licenses.
Wow.
And this,
it's been going on for a year and they're still not growing.
Well, and we became legal in 2016, but a lot of us who got our cards early, it was useless, and no dispensaries came out until 2018, I think it was. Yeah.
What are the rules about home grow?
Oh, no way here.
No way.
Nope. Although all our neighboring states, well, I don't know about below us, but anyways, Oklahoma, Missouri, and Tennessee, I believe, all have some sort of growing.
You can grow, but in here you cannot grow.
Right. And then, of course, we've got Oklahoma right next door to us. We can get a temporary card for Oklahoma, but then we can't bring it across the state lines. We face prosecution if we bring it over the state lines.
Yep.
And that's the same in Massachusetts and Rhode Island and Connecticut, actually, right? All these states around us. Massachusetts has the Massachusetts medical certification. Like, I think California and Colorado, they're simpatico. Like, you can walk a med card from California to Colorado and back and forth, but you can't. Massachusetts doesn't play with anybody. So if you have a card, which I think is probably similar, it sounds like, to Oklahoma and your situation in Arkansas. It's like we have a deal with Rhode Island. But yeah, it's so random. It's so random.
Mm-hmm. Well, and another thing too is we have patients come into our state and purchase. But then we can't go out of state and purchase. So that's why we're running out of flour in the state. We've got patients because Missouri, recently passed. They're coming down because their cultivators and dispensaries aren't all set up yet, buying flour here, and then they've got no limit. They can buy 2.5 ounces. Walk out of the store, walk right back in. Whereas we, as Arkansas patients, can only buy 2.5 ounces per every 14 days.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So how do you get your stuff? I mean, if you're limited that much, and I know when you cook,
you tend to go through more.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. It has been a struggle to get stuff.
We get luckily we get a few little donations here and there of trim to work with. And but otherwise, we also spend probably $400 a week on cannabis right now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wow. So how many operators, like how many storefronts do you have? You have 8, you have 4 growers, it sounds like.
4
How
or
many
5, I think, right now that are growing, but we've got 33, I think, operational cultivators right now, and I think 36 is total. But there's a few places where they're petitioning to get another dispensary because of the population size. I think Pine Bluff, Arkansas, is one of those places.
Yeah.
And Fort Smith maybe is one
Little
of those
Rock,
places.
I think, was one of them.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, there's a few places petitioning to get additional dispensaries down there, but the thing with the cultivator has been just ridiculous. And then it came out recently in the local news that Arkansas has what's called a medical marijuana commission. The lead guy, it turns out he's a lawyer. He had ties to one of the cultivators and was representing them as a lawyer before awarding them a cultivating license.
Wow.
So
major conflict of
yeah,
interest.
there's a lot of shady stuff going on here. So, I started a petition for that. We got some signatures, but he's, I think, out of there now as of November. So thankfully for that. But it's just been a lot of shady stuff in this state.
Oh my goodness.
What's your favorite dish to create? What's the favorite product that you've been able to cook?
My favorite thing to make is gummies. We go through batches of gummies.
Yeah.
I don't even know how many times a month in this house. I mean, we are constantly pumping out gummies. And one of my new favorite ones is cannabis infused hot chocolate.
Yes.
Oh, primo. I'm
Sounds
making that
amazing.
tonight. It's amazing.
How do you infuse the hot chocolate? I'm sorry, I want to hear.
Use almond milk. I infuse the almond milk, and then I use the almond milk and the hot cocoa.
Oh,
and it is
amazing.
amazing.
Wow.
We've
that
also
sounds so
we've
good.
also infused sugar. We've used a can of an alcohol extract and then soaked the sugar in it and let the sugar dry, and then you've got cannabis infused sugar as well.
That's
so
a
that's
fun
another
one.
you can actually double
exactly.
double do that
We'll have to
recipe.
do that tonight.
Double dose. That's incredible. Now, do you guys ever work with like distillate or CO2 oil? Do you ever use like cannabis concentrates to make edibles, or are you like a flower only operation for
Right now we have been flower only because we just the pricing and stuff like that. So we've been trying to play with it right now, and we want to eventually expand and have a section on the site for that.
Absolutely.
But yeah, right now we are flower only, but we do have some videos on the site that have some, working with distillate and all that from other people.
I'm looking at your dosing calculator, and I think I've used literally your dosing calculator. Right? We did a big Thanksgiving smorgasbord last year, and so we
that's
infused
cool.
like cranberry sauce, gravy, mashed potatoes, like stuffing, there was a dessert as well. But it was this dosing calculator. So I'm on your website.
That's cool. Very cool.
That's what I want to do one of these years is make a whole infused Thanksgiving meal and just have a lot of people over and eat.
Yeah, we've got an infused gravy recipe on
Yeah.
there, but we haven't gotten to do a whole meal. We did this year, when nobody really got to come over, so we didn't get to make a huge infused meal for everybody.
I was going to say, how many people were at your Thanksgiving table this year?
Just the two
Just
of us.
us, yeah.
But that actually
Everybody
leads
quarantined or at home.
Right.
This is my other question, because it relates to like gathering and bringing people together. How have you found in Arkansas it's been for like, how are the people who live in the places where these businesses are popping up? Are the people of Arkansas you found, are they receptive to cannabis? Are they excited about new business coming, or is it mostly skepticism that you've encountered?
I would say it's a dichotomy at the moment. I would say more of the majority of people are for it and support it, but there still are the older generation here or the religious, religious population here that are still pretty against it. In fact, I forget the name of the group, but they still make a lot of propaganda against it here in the state of Arkansas.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the NIMBY group, the Not in My Backyard group. This is
Which is wild, because we've seen in the Colorado and California markets that property values increase around cannabis like operations, right?
Yes.
Like we are bringing, like our factory, for example, we have 1 million square foot of factory, a former shoe factory, dead center in the center of Massachusetts, right? We're a small state, but right there in the middle, and that's our production distribution center. We have 2/3, about 1 million square feet of this, like if you imagine a big horseshoe building, and it's us next door to like an old folks home. And they love us. We're great neighbors. But we have brought, I think, like over 150 new jobs, like high paying entry level jobs, to like a depressed factory town. You know, there's a lot of good that comes out of cannabis businesses.
Well,
That's great.
This is what happened. This is what happened in Holyoke under Mayor Alex Morse's leadership. There, they have embraced the industry and they have turned that whole city around, basically repurposing a lot of those old factories that have closed. And that's exactly what you guys did up in. It's in Fitchburg, isn't it?
Fitchburg, Massachusetts.
Yeah,
back in the center of Massachusetts.
Literally in the center of Massachusetts. Where do you, I don't know, have you guys heard the news today? There's been two very major news stories regarding the UN, the World Health Organization, and also the U.S. House of Representatives Committee is going to push the MORE Act onto the floor to vote on legalization and expungement of records on Friday in the United States. And we all recognize that that really won't mean much. It's more of a historic and symbolic vote, because we both recognize what will happen next is it'll end up at the Senate, and you know who's involved with that, let's just say. Little turtle face there is not going to do anything to help the cause. You guys know who I'm talking about when I talk about turtle face?
Yeah.
Mitch McConnell. And it was not that was not my name for him. It's just my brother came up with it, and I just thought it fit so perfectly.
Oh, it is. He looks like a caricature of that or something. Absolutely.
It's Yertle. It's Yertle the turtle. Okay.
Now I'll never be able to think of him as anything else but Yertle the turtle.
And Lord knows we know Dr. Seuss may have partaken. I'm just going out on a limb here. Just going out on a limb here. Where do you guys see us in 6 months, 5 years?
6 months, I think that we are still going to be facing a lot of the challenges that we are right now, but I hope to see some movement, with the new changes in offices taking place and all that. I think in 5 years, I think by then we will see a federal legalization by then, and a very loosening of regulations and things like that.
I think a lot of people will be more accepting of as well. I think people will realize that, hey, cannabis is actually great and helpful, and people will start recognizing that. And I think it'll be less stigmatized in 5 years than what it is now.
Absolutely.
Hopefully.
I mean, if you could take a state like Arkansas and have 100,000 cannabis patients when they projected like 5 times less than that at the beginning, and it grows that fast here, I think just seeing the change in a lot of attitude here, I think in 5 years we're going to see a nation where it's become just intertwined with us. And not to sound grandiose, but just like you were talking about with bringing jobs and things, I really think cannabis is one of those things that could bring not just the U.S. but the world out of a lot of problems. I mean, we could find sustainable housing. We could, there's just limitless possibilities with it. So if we can see legalization, I also think that we're going to see a lot of things that open up jobs in for housing, or like facilities to grow or whatever, and I really think that it will help our economy for the United States. It might be something that really turns it around and starts getting us away from debt rather than further into it.
Right. Well, I'm all for that. I just want to live long enough to see it. I didn't think I'd get to this point where I'd be talking about it on a regular basis in a studio outside my hometown, but it's come to be here, and we're talking about it and we're learning about it. In fact, every day, I always say somebody always has something to teach us. What was the last thing that you learned about cannabis that perhaps you didn't understand or realize? And I'm going to go, Andrew, I want you to answer that too.
Goodness.
Oh, I can remember this. This is actually super relevant because we're talking about edibles. So terpene. Terpenes are these flavor and aromatic chemicals that are known to cannabis. They play a role in the effects that cannabis has on us, right? So sativa or energizing, uplifting strains, there's a class and family of these aromatic smell chemicals called terpenes, right? Wine has terpenes. Any botanical source has terpenes. They're basically smell chemicals. They have names like limonene that comes from lemon peel, pinene that comes from pine sap. Some of them, like myrcene, are really prevalent in indica strains that make people relax, their body relaxers. If you give myrcene to a sumo wrestler and a boa constrictor and a 35-year-old woman, it does the same thing to all those three groups of people. It relaxes their muscles. So terpenes are sort of at the cutting edge of what we understand in contemporary cannabis science. For a long time, we just thought it was THC, CBD, these cannabinoids. But now we're starting to understand that cannabinoids and terpenes, or terps, are about two sides of the coin. But what's exciting about terpenes, people love to talk about terpenes in what I call inhalables, where you're like smoking flower, where you're dabbing marijuana concentrate products. But a lot of times you'll also see terpenes in edible products. People like we at Rev Clinics have made our, I think it's called our strawberry cheesecake bar, which has a straw nana. It's a white chocolate bar base with straw nana terpenes. Has this real and puffed Rice Krispie cereal in it. So it's got a little bit of crunch. It's very white, very sweet. Has this strawberry banana note. But people will ask me, oh, you put strawberry banana terpenes in this bar. Is that going to impart the effect of a straw nana flower cannabis strain into that chocolate bar? And unfortunately, that we find that not to be the case, at least right now, because it's very different when your body digests terpenes from when they inhale terpenes. So terpenes are this sort of ubiquitous term in cannabis. If your product has terpenes, that means you've got a good product, is sort of how a lot of people talk about. That's the shorthand. It's like, oh, does your product, is it terpy? Does it have terps? Sort of like an insider's term. But edibles, like, it's very cool and exciting to flavor things with terpenes because it stays all within the cannabis product. But it's important to understand that, like, terpenes and edibles and terpenes and edibles are for flavor, where they're much more for flavor and effect when it comes. That was a very new realization. I thought that terpenes were the same, whether you rubbed them on your skin or whether you ate them or whether you inhaled them. And they're actually more specific than that. That's the last thing I feel like I learned.
Tough act to follow, Chris and Chelsea.
That is a tough one.
Education's my job. It's my bread and butter.
Well, I did want to say one thing about that is we've teamed up with another company, and we're working on something. It's like a terpene guide with temperatures and stuff. And another thing in the future on Kanakuk we're working on. We've been collecting information on it now for a while, and we've got another person that's helping us with it, is working on a pairing guide. We want to create a pairing guide with food and terpenes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the future.
So it's like I'm trying to come up with something I can't, like, I've learned recently. I would say learning that cannabis was so prevalent in the beginning of Christianity and used in like anointment oil and things like that. That for me was something learning recently that was very cool to kind of relate to people here who, maybe are really religious or things like that.
Whenever we first started cooking, we kind of just jumped right in with cannabis. We didn't do anything with hemp or CBD. And so when we actually started cooking a lot with CBD this year, we realized that, wow, you have to cook a little bit different with CBD, like when you're decarbing and CBG and, all of the different things, they all cook a little bit different. At first, I just kind of assumed, oh, it's all the same thing, but it's definitely not.
Like,
so that one was something for me to learn.
Yeah, so like CBD, you want to decarb that at 215. Yeah, 215, and CBG at 215 for 60. No, yes. Hemp is 70 to 80 minutes at 220. CBG is 215 for 60 minutes, and THC is also 220 for 60 minutes.
So, got different variations there you have to do.
And then with different terpenes and stuff too, you can do different temperatures that will help release those a little bit better. And that's something we were working on on a product later that we're going to release. It's going to be pretty cool.
Very cool. Well, you guys are pretty cool as a couple. I got to tell you, I've enjoyed getting to be friends
thank
with
you.
you.
Thanks. You know what? We've known each other now over half our lives. Yeah. We were originally college sweethearts, and then we kind of went on our separate ways for a while because I went down a kind of a crazy journey. And then after I got my acts back together, she came back into my life. So it's I'm really with my best friend doing
Makes
this.
it easy. Makes it really easy.
Yeah, it does.
Fantastic.
We're constantly each day like we have the coolest job in the world.
That's right.
I wouldn't
And
change it for anything.
that's great. And it's going to get better, guys. We're looking forward to working with you, checking out
Yes.
your shows and stuff and growing and learning together because
That's right.
that's the thing about the plant. And Andrew, you and I have discussed this, the socialization of the plant and the
True.
fact that, it all evolved with, back in the day when it was really illegal, right? And we'd
Right.
sneak around the corner and we'd be passing a joint and someone would smell it. A complete stranger would come into the circle and would, hey, come over here. There's that socialization thing and that bond.
Absolutely.
And now it goes on in the industry and now it goes on amongst other people from different states. And so the socialization is still there, but it's just a different way of coming together. And of course, now with COVID, where we're all trying to stay, socially distant and apart, and stuff, we're states apart now. So we're definitely distanced, but in a lot of ways, we've bonded together because of this. And that's really important to me. But I want to, again, where can people find you?
Hey, you guys can find us at cannacook.com. Or you can find us on social media. Same thing. Just search the word Cannacook and we'll come right up.
There you go. And that's Chris and Chelsea Miles from Arkansas, Andrew Elk from Somerville and other places, and Revolutionary Clinics. Andrew, thank you again so much. And one more plug for Rev Clinics. Go ahead.
Revolutionaryclinics.org or on Instagram, Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube at Rev Clinics, REV Clinics, revolutionaryclinics.org. Thank you.
There you go. So everybody can be found on the internet. You can find us here at Pro Cannabis Media. We so appreciate you taking the time out of your day to learn a little something about this amazing plant. So for everybody here at Pro Cannabis Media, I'm Jimmy Young. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Let's use it responsibly and safely.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
When Warren Bobrow isn't writing for Forbes magazine, he's probably mixing up his favorite rum drink or consuming his favorite blend of cannabis sativa. Bob Rowe is a party master, and now he's on In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first.
He's an Emerson College graduate, class of 84.
85 was my graduate year, but I should have been 84. But anyway,
And
I took a lot of drugs.
Well, it was the 80s after all, I just want to say. That being said, Warren is also a freelance writer for Forbes.
Correct, yes.
And Forbes magazine, obviously the premier business magazine in the United States and around the world. And one of their great additions every year is when you guys rank the sports teams, because I am a sports
nut. I heard that you were a sports guy, and it's very funny that I would not be a sports guy, but sports and not sports, there must be something there.
But more importantly, there's other things that we do have in common. One, I'm not an author. He's had 6 books.
6 books, yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about the 6 books without going into each detail? Because you are a mixologist, a master mixologist, which means you're comfortable with alcohol, and I think you're also comfortable with cannabis, but we'll get to that in a minute.
I wanted to write books that introduced a consciousness of the way things were done back in the 1800s. So I wrote my first book, Apothecary Cocktails, set up the stage to be able to discuss things that went on in the early apothecary. Little did I know that alongside the early apothecary, there was an apothecary that used cannabis as healing. And in the early part of the, the 19th centuries, the 1800s, in the United States, they were using cannabis as an adjunct to healing, as well as alcohol. So alcohol, you would go to your pharmacist to be able to have a cocktail. But the only ingredient that really did anything was potentially the cannabis that they were using at the time.
So you're basically a medicine man when you get right.
Well, a snake oil medicine man. And that leads into, my family background in snake oil, because my grandfather, everyone's of a certain age, they might not know this, but he manufactured a product called Geritol. And Geritol was little more than whiskey. It was ethyl alcohol, caramel coloring, and flavorings. And it was meant to cure something called iron poor blood, which no one had, iron poor anemia. But it was snake oil, truly snake oil. So when people come to me and they say, will you please write about my CBD product? I say, my grandfather made it, Geritol. Look it up. Snake oil, same thing.
Same thing. And yet it does have medicinal qualities. You know, this is the whole point.
Well, whiskey did. My grandmother lived to 105 and she drank whiskey every day. So go figure.
Quite the family. The Bob Rowe, but okay, what's the other side?
She was the Bob Rowe side. The Geritol side was Rosenhaus.
Like Drew Rosenhaus.
Yeah, my cousin.
Hence the cousin, right? Okay, there you go. And still, you don't like sports. You're not into sports.
Not at all. Yeah.
Warren, I know you and I are kind of age appropriate. This is what I say. Anybody within 10 years of my age of 62, I like to talk to because you can relate.
My wife's older than you are, but I won't tell you what her age is. She's 7 years my senior, and I'm 58.
Okay, so you do the math. Fair enough. I got it. I actually could do that math. That being said, I want to go back to one of my kind of go-to questions is, did you ever think in your lifetime, and I'm just going to use Massachusetts because you went to school here, that cannabis would be in a legal state in Massachusetts for adults in 2020?
Well, I always knew it was liberal here, and being probably the last liberal in New Jersey, I would say that I was not surprised that New Jersey is still illegal because they're so stigmatized against it. But Massachusetts and Maine have more of an open perspective to cannabis and cannabis propagation, and also to the enjoyment of cannabis in public. I mean, I walk down the street in New York City and smell cannabis burning, and I smell it here in Boston as well. But there are other places that I don't smell it, and that would be like Morristown, New Jersey, where I live, because if you were to smoke cannabis in the street in Morristown, New Jersey, you'd probably get arrested.
I know I'm going out on a limb here, but one of the things that I rail against in either We Talk with Kurt and Jimmy or on In the Weeds is the injustices of our criminal system, the fact that our jails are filled with people of color who have been arrested over the years for not only people of color, a majority, however, for drug offenses.
Personal experience with this in New York City, and
tell me about
it. Was not pretty. It was during the Bloomberg era, and I was with my then wife, first wife, and I was smoking in front of a restaurant named Eska, which is down on 42nd Street off of 8th Avenue, I believe. And I walked outside to smoke a joint because I'm not a big drinker, but I, do drink socially.
But you're a mixologist. You're a master mixologist.
But I wasn't then. I was working in a bank, and I was pretty conservative. I didn't have this, long hair or anything. And I went out to smoke a joint, and the police who arrested me said that they smelled it over 3 blocks away. It was BC Bud. I had just been out in Vancouver. I brought some back with me. I lit it up, and boy, the world came down on me.
And how did that work out for you?
48 hours in Rikers Island. It was not pretty.
That kind of shakes me up a little bit, because when I hear stories, and I go back to those who have been most affected by the war on drugs and filling our prisons, I say the only difference between me and those guys is they got caught and they're black and I'm white. I never got caught.
It's easy to get caught, and it's easy to get arrested, and it's easy to not be given the phone call that everyone else gets, and it's easy to be held in protective custody because they didn't charge me, so they could hold me indefinitely. It wasn't fun. And my late father, I remember at the time, he said it was probably the best thing that ever happened to me. Yes, it was a good thing that happened to me. No, it wasn't a good thing that happened. It was a good thing for the future because now I have credibility, but it wasn't a good thing because they literally took 48 hours of my life.
It's obviously, I can see the change in your tone, and not pleasant 48 hours to say the least.
They were animals. They were animals, and at least the black kids, they stick together, and and the first thing that one of the biggest guys in the holding cell came up to me and said, "What are you here for?" And I said, "I got caught smoking a joint." And he said, "Don't worry, you'll be okay."
Wow.
He said, "Good thing you didn't hurt a child because we'd be dead by now."
Well, I teach kids anyway, so I try to give back to the next generation with some of the wisdom that I've learned, and I'm guessing that you probably have a little wisdom since you're a writer and you've been through some things that I would never have been through.
It's not Law and Order.
No, it's a boom, boom. I had to do that. So let's talk a little bit about the future of cannabis, because right now we're in the most challenging time in my lifetime for a political situation, one of the biggest elections in the fall. It has become a political issue, more obviously on the Democratic side, because there's 10 people in that race, maybe 8 or 9. I haven't checked. You know, people are dropping out.
This morning.
That's right. But you mentioned Michael Bloomberg. What are your impressions of him, and does he have a shot here?
Oh, he absolutely has a shot. I think anyone has a shot. If I wanted to run for president, I would have a shot too. Just look at the person that's up there. He has no experience. So, I mean, really, anyone could be anything they want to be.
This guy has kind of lowered the bar, hasn't he?
He has absolutely lowered the bar. It is just pure scum.
Well, another thing we have in common.
My late father was, edified this man, and that's why we didn't speak at the end, because he, the man couldn't do anything wrong, and I knew better.
Yes. So, in fact, barely a day goes by where he doesn't do anything wrong.
What is right then?
Well, and we're not getting into right. That's right. Ethics. How about morality? How about respect?
There's no ethics, and there's two different types of law in this country. If I was to drive down Newbury Street at 100 miles an hour the wrong way, you bet that they would arrest me.
Absolutely.
You bet they would.
And I actually would prefer that, because you would be the threat to public safety.
Of course, but there's an imminent threat right now in this world, and something has to be done. And the best way to do is to register and to vote.
Yeah, and it's what I tell these kids in my class every day. If you're over 18, it's probably the most important thing you'll ever do in your life.
So in 2016, I was over in Moscow, in Russia. I was teaching a class at the Moscow Bar Show, an advanced class of rum. And every single person in the room did not want to talk about rum. They wanted to talk about why American kids don't vote. That's what they wanted to hear. That's what they had an American in front of them. I was the only one there at the Moscow Bar Show that year. And they wanted to know why Americans their age don't vote. And what could I say? I was told, I had 2 handlers, and they said, don't talk politics. And I know not to talk politics in Russia. Everyone wanted to know about politics. And that was the most interesting conversation that I've had in many years, because they would give their left arm to be able to vote and vote in a free election, yet American youth does not vote.
And I'm not quite sure we can debate the free election part, since you have to drop billions of dollars on media to even run in this country.
Oh, yeah.
And that eliminates just about everything.
That's why Bloomberg, he is who he is, and I think he's good. I think he's a good guy. I haven't met him. He's a self-made person. I'm self-made, so I understand completely where he's coming from, and that scares a lot of people.
He softened his approach on cannabis. I believe it just came out today. He's talking about decriminalizing it.
Good. I mean, because Biden has done nothing but speak out against it, so he lost my vote. Even though I would still vote the party line, still, as a person, I felt very poorly about him that he would say that it was stigmatized still. And it is stigmatized still, and that's the difficulty that I see. There's a huge stigma.
We're moving closer, though. We're moving the envelope. And look, the NCIA, the lobbyist group that's running this Northeast Cannabis Business Expo here at the Heinz Auditorium in Boston, which is where we're doing this interview and where you and I met, they've done a great job of at least getting attention and pushing the federal government to at least recognize that the states have a different idea about this and really just want to be left alone to do whatever they want to do.
Good luck with that in New Jersey, because drugs are bad. I mean, truly. And even though I have a cannabis card in New Jersey to be able to smoke as any place that cigarettes are smoked, still, I don't like to smoke in public, because I would have to go into the system. If I was arrested, they would, check my name out, make sure I have the right supply, what I have in my bag here.
Really want to go into your bag, don't you, Warren?
I have stuff from all over the world. Maybe not all over the world, but all over the United States. And the problem is, it's illegal. So we have the Shaolin Canagar.
Yeah. Can we open this one?
Yeah, sure. You can open it up.
I used to call this a Boomba. Here, you open it, because I've got arthritic fingers. These containers are not made for people with arthritic. They're made to keep children out. But and
keep kids away from
right.
it.
And
so this is a Shaolin Kanagar. This is a handmade, beautiful.
I'm showing it tight to the camera for those of you who are watching as opposed to just listening. Yeah. It's a true cigar. It's like a Dutch master.
It's wrapped in rice paper and gold. There's different cannabis strains. There's different oils and waxes and resins. And
it's a mix. It's a mixologist joint.
Yes. Very much so.
Did you purchase this? Make this?
I did. No, I purchased it. This comes from a young man named Chris Louie. He lives in Denver, Colorado. It's the Shaolin Kanagar.
All right. And you actually told me how much that particular item cost.
It's over $200.
$200 for that one thing. Needless to say, you don't smoke it all in one time.
It lasts like 2 or 3 hours. Do you know I wrote a book called Cannabis Cocktails, Mocktails, and Tonics that we haven't mentioned, and I teach you to put THC into craft spirits and then mix tasty little cocktails. I destroyed them on live TV on Vice, and they wanted to have a CBD cocktail that they could feel, and that's the biggest crock of what. Because CBD doesn't get you high, it doesn't do anything.
Well, don't say it doesn't do anything. Well, now I'm not sure I'm going to agree with that. I've talked to a lot of scientists about not just CBD but CBN.
CBN, yeah. So this is a ganjarillo. Yeah, careful with that one. That was
a ganjarilla.
That's a Cuban leaf tobacco. I very rarely smoke tobacco, but this is a Cuban leaf aged 5 years. And then the cannabis is from Northern California. It's really gorgeous stuff.
From Humboldt County.
From Humboldt County, correct.
Which still, I believe, 80% of the illicit market comes from Humboldt County.
Isn't it amazing? And good people get arrested for doing not so good things.
Yes, and I think that law enforcement really doesn't want to do it anymore, to be honest with you, because there are attorney generals that don't want to prosecute crimes for cannabis because there's so much, movement on making this product a legal product across the world.
This is a dog walker or a friend maker. Do you know why?
Well, it's short and sweet.
Short and sweet, right? Because it only has enough. Right, exactly. You do. You absolutely go to the head of the class. I would light this up here. No, okay.
Let's not do that, okay? Yeah. We're not. By the way, even if it was a cigarette, I wouldn't want you to open it up or light it up because we're in a public. We don't want to do that. I don't want to cause any more trouble. And by the way, Warren, I think you're a troublemaker. I just want to say deep down.
I am absolutely. Yeah, it probably comes from a lot of things. Do you know I'm coming out with a beverage?
Yeah, this is what I want to talk to you about is the infusion world, right? Because we had a chef on that infuses private dinners with THC and CBD products. And why do you say that's trouble?
Because you can't. Because there's no way of telling what the dosage is. They have very little ability of telling what the dosage is.
Well, actually, they talk to each individual person, so they want to find out your history with the product. And then they do know in each individual what they insert in the product because they have a dropper to do it.
But everyone is different, and everyone has, what affects me might not affect you, what affects someone else. What did I do with my telephone?
Did you lose something? This is what happens when you smoke weed, You never remember where your keys are, right? Am I right?
Oh, absolutely. Keys, wallet, phone. Keys, wallet, phone. I had it somewhere. Anyway, it's in my...
Can we go back to the infusion debate, please? Because as a mixologist, though, I would think that you do support the idea that in 10, 15, 20 years from now, we will have an infused menu available at restaurants and then they'll have licenses. Or do you think that, am I too radical on that?
I think you're too radical on that. I think there's a lot of stigmas that are still around. I'm going to be speaking about that at Benzinga next month in Miami Beach. I think that we live in a stigmatized society. And it's troublesome. It really is. What it does is it perpetuates the idea that drugs are bad, and they're not. If anything, alcohol is bad. Alcohol is poisonous. Absolutely. And I feel very, very strongly about saying that because, well, it's just my own personal experience. I don't drink anymore. I developed glaucoma, and I felt that drinking had a lot to do with it. and I was being very careful of my own body and the way I took care of myself, and I wanted to live another 100 years. So I knew I wasn't going to do it with booze. And cannabis for me is my elixir. It also lowers my eye pressure because I have glaucoma. So my eye pressure has dropped down below normal, which is pretty good considering I've only been in the program in New Jersey for about 3 years.
New Jersey has a medical program. They have, I believe, 6 dispensaries, I think I read somewhere?
That's what they have right now is 6.
And there's pressure to obviously open up a lot more in that state. What holds up? What is is stigma still the biggest thing that holds up any legislature from moving forward on this?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up, I'm probably the only Democrat in Morris County. I think we have a Democrat mayor, but who knows for how long. And, the people are really conservative, and they are really closed minds. And I look to my own family. I mean, they look at me, and I'm certainly persona non grata, and
that's gotta hurt.
Made me the black wool. They have no idea what I do. They have absolutely no idea what I do.
They know you're a writer, I'm guessing.
No, not even that. Not even that.
Do they know that you're the black sheep of the family, pretty much?
Well, I was signed off on. Yeah, I think that's the word. Signed off.
Another thing we might have in common, although I don't think my family would ever admit that. I have a great family anyway.
They wouldn't admit that they had that I was their son.
That's a tough thing to handle. Any regrets, Warren?
Any regrets? No, not at all. I'm my own man. I support myself. I do everything I have to date by myself. And it's the person that I want to be when I grow up because that's who I am now. So I'm trying to find a picture of the beverage that I'm working on. I'm coming out with a beverage in hopefully by April.
Why don't you text that to me? Is that an iPhone?
It is an iPhone.
So you can airdrop it to me if you'd like. Don't do it while we're recording though. Okay. Appreciate not that. Right. Right, but I'll show it.
The cocktail is called Klaus. It's a mocktail. It's a THC infused. It's live resin, water soluble nanotechnology. It hits in 3 minutes, and it sends you. Well, it's about a 25-foot ceiling. It sends you up there.
It's a La La Land. Where no alcohol? Where are you going to sell it?
Only California. Yeah. I'm having a producer put it together for me. We're using Mango Trainwreck as our strain, and the drink it's similar to a mule, but I take it into another direction because of the quality of the ingredients. I'm using a ginger syrup, which is a spicy ginger syrup from Pickett's in Denver, Colorado, made by my dear friend Matt Pickett. We're using the Boiron fruit flavors, the lime flavor from France. So it has a very distinctive European flavor.
Is that an aluminum can?
It is, but it's a very special aluminum can because the THC does not stick, and the person who's doing the production owns the patent on this can because THC does not stick to the inside like the other cans on the market. So we investigated that one very deeply. There's also 2 different types of bitters, an orange bitters and also a lemon bitters, which deepens and balances a craft cocktail.
Can I ask a question? How many ounces is it?
8 3/4.
Okay, so you have created a product that you said if you have how many sips?
It hits after 3 minutes or so. So I would say
you don't have to down the whole can, though.
No, you don't. I would say each can would probably suffice for 2 people.
Okay. So that's my point.
Expensive enough. I mean, it's gonna be about $14 a can. So that would probably get 2 people a nice, comfortable buzz. And if they were listening to me and have read my book, Cannabis Cocktails, Mocktails, and Tonics, they would know that this type of drink would be delicious with like a 4-square rum. And then you get that nice
a rum drink.
And then you get that crossfade. Well, I'm a rum judge, so it's a crossfade.
There you go. So that's Klaus, and we'll be seeing that in California at some point.
California.
Now, do you need a license to sell that in California?
Yes, it's crazy, the amount of licenses. But that's why I have other partners, so they can hold the license. I hold the LLC. The LLC is in my name.
That's fantastic. And now, Warren, you've shown us a little bit about what's in your bag, okay? You're now showing me a product. Right. What's a typical day in Warren Bob Rowe's life?
I do a lot of traveling. I just got back from, where was I? I was in Sacramento a couple weeks ago. I was in Denver a couple weeks before that. I was in San Francisco recently. I do a lot of traveling out to the West Coast. I really enjoy the West Coast. It's where I belong. So
Probably where you belong. That's where I was going with that too.
here. I don't belong here.
You belong at
even though I love New England, but it's so damn cold here. You know, I like a nice temperate environment. As I get older, not that I'm old, but as I get older, I'm more sensitive to the temperature.
I can totally relate to
and falling down on ice. I do not like falling down on ice.
We've had a very interesting winter here in Boston.
Than any ice. There's a little
any snow. We're about 40 inches
snow. Exactly, compared to last year or the year before. Yeah.
It does not bother me at all. Warren, what's next for you? Do you have another book on the horizon? I mean, you just so you got 6. I mean, what's 7? It's like the Patriots championships. You know, you have 6. We'd like 7.
I don't know. You know, my publisher is Cordo over in Beverly, Massachusetts, and I think the book I wrote on THC is probably the last book that they'll publish on THC, even though they did just publish an excellent book on CBD, but I have a lot of difficulty with CBD, perhaps because I haven't figured out what it actually does.
Well, it works in conjunction with the THC. That much I can tell you about the entourage effect, right?
But most individuals don't know about that because I get emails every single morning on my computer for CBD is the cure for cancer, and it's not. And that's, you know, I know it's all spam emails, but it's like the unregulated vitamin, you know, explosion in the 1990s. It's what is old is new again.
I'm going to throw this theory at you, something I've talked about many times on my In the Weeds podcast. I've talked to oncologists about this. I've talked to Dr. Ryan Zachlin about this, who's a cannabis expert in the area here. In 1937, I think you and I both agree, they outlawed the wrong drug.
Exactly. They should have outlawed alcohol and made that prescription only.
Right. We know about DuPont and Hearst and the pulp industry and all this and Harry Anslinger and all these evil things. We've gone over this a million times. I get it. I asked an oncologist this. I said, you know, everybody's been looking for what caused cancer. How did we get to this point where it has been one of the biggest problems that we've had in modern society? You know, thinking back to the 40s and 50s when the first cases started to right? Yeah. So my point, you took
manipulation of genetics. That's what it is. But we look back and
it was used as a medicine and then taken away from humanity.
They took it out of our diet, which was really important for it to be in our diet. The endocannabinol system is in all of us. You know, for me, it goes back to absinthe. Absinthe was vilified as being a hallucinogen. There is more thujone, which is the active ingredient in absinthe, in an orange or in an onion than there is in 10 bottles of absinthe. But the problem is that the French government saw that absinthe sales were cutting into the sales of wine, so they vilified it. And they said it caused uncontrollable hallucinations, which led to Van Gogh cutting his ear. Well, big deal that he cut his ear. That wasn't the issue. The issue was that it was overreach by the government to regulate something which really did have beneficial, you know, proponents to it. And the thing that absinthe did so well is it had wormwood in it, and everyone had intestinal worms because there was no refrigeration. So wormwood rid the body of intestinal worms. That's what it was for. That's what wormwood was for. And also, you know, thujone is another wonderful thing which works really well at, at body lice. You could put the absinthe over your hair, over your body, and it'll kill the lice. We shower today, so we definitely don't have those problems. But back in the 1800s, there wasn't really good indoor plumbing, and there wasn't really good, you know, people weren't taking care of themselves like they take care of themselves today. So the fact is, there were a lot of things that were cured, quote unquote, cured by alcohol as a medicinal purpose, not as a recreational purpose. Right. Same thing with cannabis.
Yeah. And here we are still trying to educate the public, undo 80 years of propaganda and stigma. And the science and the research is really leading the way. When I first got my medical card, I really wanted to learn about this new medicinal product that was being sold legally with the card, right? New product. Well, you get what I'm saying. I mean,
of course.
Grown new. How's that?
Yes, of course. And it's something that has brought us to where we are today in this conference, where people get together who might not necessarily even smoke weed, but I'd like to call them out. I said, what the hell are you doing in our business?
That's right.
Is this an investment for you? I mean, really.
Pretty much a lot of them are. And when you try to explain to them that you have this endocannabinoid system in every mammal, including humans, and this product is designed to interact with that to build your immune system.
Exactly. Oh, absolutely. It made me feel better. It reduced the pressure in my eyes. It preserved my eyesight. It makes me a nicer and possibly kinder person, and I'm easier to get along with. And it probably saved my marriage as well.
And you are a true party master. To me, that is absolutely one of the greatest compliments you can give anyone.
Absolutely. Yes. Yeah. I can smoke all of you under the table. No problem. That
would not be difficult with me.
It's easy. Well, we can get started whenever you like.
I appreciate that. 420 is only a few hours away. Let's wait to the celebration of that. Warren Bob Rowe.
Mangled.
I got Warren right.
You did. That was easy.
Thank you very much. Warren Bobrow.
You got it.
Warren Bobrow is his name. You can Google him, and you can come up with a whole bunch of stuff about him, including your story, which is pretty compelling. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
It's my pleasure. It's really my honor, and I'm so happy that you're teaching at Emerson, my alma mater. I wish they would spend more time paying attention to me rather than some of those people like Henry Winkler, but that's okay. He's famous for who he is.
What are you doing at noontime? You know, I control the class for an hour and 45 minutes. These kids have to sit there and listen to me.
I would love to come in and talk to you.
Well, we'll talk. We'll see about that. I have to go. I have this really good lesson plan that I worked on all day yesterday, so I'm really looking forward to that. But perhaps another time.
Oh, absolutely. I would come back up to do this.
I actually think we'll do something. I will pitch that to the Speakers Bureau because I think you would be terrific.
Thank you. I'm honored. Truly.
I like that. All right, well, as again, this has been another edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. And remember, folks, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly.
Don't look now, but it's a whole new world of weed out there. Pot is flower, it's Bruce Banner and Blue Dream. You've got bongs and dabs, resin and shatter, vaping and edibles, new terms, new strains, and new ways to use cannabis sativa, the plant. Some just made with CBD, and hemp has minimal THC. There's sativa and indica strains and 100 chemicals, all legal in 10 states for adult use. There's a lot to get to know. Get used to it, folks, because it's legal in the Bay State and it's not going away. Neither is In the Weeds with Jimmy Young next. Revolutionary Clinics is just one of 49 medical cannabis dispensaries in Massachusetts, but there's a reason why it's one of the most popular. It's their patient-first philosophy. All day long, they teach, they educate, they communicate about this complicated plant called cannabis sativa. That's true whether you visit their Cambridge location in Fresh Pond at 110 Fawcett Street or at 67 Broadway in Somerville. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
I'm Christina DiGiovanni.
She's a media mogul from New York City and an entrepreneur. Christina DiGiovanni wants to tell the stories of the cannabis industry through their own words, and also with her company, the Emerald Media Group. No wonder I took an immediate liking to her, and that's why she's on In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, the podcast that's supported by Revolutionary Clinics in Somerville, and now with 2 locations in Cambridge. That's where the patient comes first. Hi, everyone. Welcome to another edition of In the Weeds on the road at the NCIA Northeast Cannabis Business Conference in Boston, Massachusetts at the Heinz Auditorium. I'm Jimmy Young, the host of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young, and I'm joined by Christina DiGiovanni, which is one of the great names in cannabis. She's the editor of Emerald Magazine. Christina, always a pleasure to hang out with you.
Always a pleasure to hang out with you, my friend.
Tell us about Emerald Magazine. What's your vision for the magazine? Why did you start it?
Sure. I started it because of a cannabis-related arrest that I had experienced. I felt my rights were violated during that process, and it was important for me to create a platform for the little man to be heard, to develop a microphone in this industry to prove that we're not degenerates, we're not criminals, we're actually contributing members of our community, and so that's how Emerald was born. We're from Humboldt County, which is in the Emerald Triangle in Northern California. I like to call it America's cannabis heartland. And, we did a monthly print magazine for about 7 years. And then in the last year, we relocated our headquarters to Brooklyn. And so now we're expanding on the East Coast, but we are much more than just a print magazine. We are a full media group. We have daily digital content. We send out a newsletter 3 times a week. We do podcasts. We do videos, live interviews, and still a magazine, although we're quarterly now. And so, we're really just working in this space to create a positive image and representation of cannabis.
Pro Cannabis Media. What an idea. I love that. Christina, take me back. You obviously dropped in the fact that you had a bad experience with law enforcement. This was a traumatic story for you. I have heard this story. Would you take us through it? Humboldt County still produces 80% of the illicit cannabis market in the United States. That's a huge number coming from California, pushing out their stuff all over the United States, and yet they too are in a legal state, an adult use legal state. And I know what goes on in Humboldt is a lot of battles back and forth with law enforcement and government, and it's a constant, it's the constant survival in that area. Yes?
Well, historically speaking, these are 3rd, 4th, 5th generation farmers up there. This is their livelihood. And we all know that going through the permitting and the regulation process is very expensive. And not a lot of people can just afford to pull out, not everyone has deep pockets. So, you have to look to partnerships and investments. And, given the history and the culture of the Emerald Triangle, it was typically a highly sought after place for privacy. A lot of people moved from San Francisco up north in the 60s and the 70s. There weren't a lot of roads out there. There wasn't a lot of law enforcement out there. And that's kind of how they liked it. And I enjoy my privacy as well. So, but getting back to
your story,
my story a little bit. So yes, I went to Humboldt State University. I got my degree in journalism. And during my last semester of college in 2012, the individual who I had been dating and living with was caught on an Amtrak train with bulk currency. He was not arrested, but they did seize his property without a search warrant, and they called law enforcement in Humboldt County, and they said, go to this guy's house. He could be up to no good. They come to our house. I get this abrasive cop knock at about 9 in the morning. So I fly out of bed, and the entire Humboldt County Drug Task Force is on my lawn with bulletproof vests and their guns strapped across their chest. And, they accused me of growing cannabis. They said that they could smell fresh growing cannabis, and based on that, they had a legal right to enter. So they entered. We were not growing any cannabis. And so they proceeded to search my home without a warrant for about 5 hours. They detained me for about 5 hours. And then they did get a warrant. And the last place they looked was our attic, where my partner had his life savings. And so they seized those funds. I was arrested and taken to the Humboldt County Sheriff's Department, where I waited for about 3 hours to be bailed out. I was arrested for possession of marijuana with intent to distribute because we had a couple pounds of cannabis at our house, but under California's medical laws, the amount that we had was perfectly legal and acceptable. I also was raised in Texas, and so I do own firearms, and so I was arrested for possession of firearm and the commission of a felony. I went through court for 9 months. I got all my firearms returned to me. And the last thing that they arrested me for, actually, I chuckled to this day. I had a grocery bag, a paper grocery bag in a spare bedroom full of trim, old trim. I should have thrown it away. I just forgot. And so I got harboring a room for drug manufacturing. So they really did try to slap on what they could to make a valid case to totally seize the funds that were in my attic. I will say, in my personal opinion, law enforcement is also a business and that they have a quota to meet as well. And so, you know, when I got out of jail, I'll never forget this, but I came back from jail to my house completely raided, took lots of pictures, and there was my bong in the center of my bedroom with one nug this big sticking out of the bowl. That was bizarre. It was certainly not there before. And they had thrown all of my clothes on my bed, and in a red thong, they had laced a $20 bill right in the center of my bed. So, you know, I mean, that's who you're dealing with up there, you know, for law enforcement, at least for the Drug Task Force. And so all of that just kind of built, and I felt like my civil rights were violated. I felt like, you know, your civil rights are just an illusion to keep you docile. I mean, that's how I felt in that situation. And so I decided, you know, the pen is mightier than the sword, and I'm going to create a media outlet that has a voice for the little man. Because, you know, my mugshot was all over town. I was essentially guilty before I even had a chance to go to court. And so that really enraged me. You know, the media should be out there to, you know, provide justice and clarity in certain situations. And I feel like some are quick to jump. And so that's why, you know, it's important for me as a media outlet to try to hear both sides of the story, never rush to judgment, and to, like I said, you know, be a platform for people to be heard.
You actually said a few things in that story. One is bulk currency. May I ask how much bulk currency? And by the way, you're on a train with bulk currency.
Yes.
And this was enough to get suspicious, I just want to say.
Well, law enforcement told me that anything over $500 is suspicious. So
wait a second. Let's just let that sink in just for a second. Bulk currency, anything over $500, that's 5 $100 bills that fit in your wallet.
Right. Well, they think that the average person doesn't walk around with $500.
I don't.
I mean, sometimes I do. Sometimes I'm going to buy something, right, you know, and or, you know, you're getting a cashier's check or something like that. You know, I mean, you never know. I mean, $500, sure, it's a lot of money, but it's not a suspicious drug copious amounts of money. So, or, you know, I mean, it's not on that level. That wouldn't be my first rush to judgment if I cross paths with someone with $500.
Right.
So
you'd say, let's go out to dinner and have a nice time or something like that. That's right. What, especially in New York City, $500 is a good meal, right? A couple bottles of wine, you're done.
That's a meal for two.
That's right. How important is it to you, and you talked a little bit about the reasons why you wanted this to start your company, and how important is it to you to continue to be the voice? You keep saying the little man, but honestly, it's the beginning of $1 trillion industry. And the people in this industry who you've met, who I've met, I feel are getting vilified
by traditional media. I think that the traditional media in newspapers, even television now, with shrinking audiences, both on traditional live news, local news, and also in print newspapers, they are looking to continue to drive revenue, to drive audience, to get sensational headlines. And they're looking for this industry to fail, or more importantly, talk about the failures of a new industry. There's no other new industry that I know in history that has been held under the microscope as much as this one. Does this enrage you about as much as it enrages me?
I mean, we are under the microscope, and I think everyone is watching and looking to see what cannabis is going to do next. I remember when Colorado went recreational, we all kind of watched Colorado and then Washington to see how they did it, what worked, what didn't work. And some people were quick to judge them for certain decisions. And so I think that, you know, with any new emerging industry, there's going to be highs and lows. And you know, I mean, we are scrutinized, and you know, sometimes some of the headlines that I do read, I think one of the things that we have to get over is all of the representation of cannabis from like the 70s onward. You know, the grungy stoner, the hash, and the, excuse my language, but the tits and ass. And, you know, it's just not like that anymore. It's not like that on the inside. And so, you know, Emerald, we try to portray cannabis, the industry, in a positive light and be the voice of the big sister in the industry. You know, we're experts in the space. We go to the events. We test the products. You know, we're really trying to show the great things that this industry has, you know, and that it is no longer the devil's lettuce. And so I think that we still have a journey to go. We're not quite there yet, but I think that every conference, you know, every year that passes, we get better and better and better.
You know, first of all, I want to make sure everybody understands. I understand the media fairly well since I've been around it now for 40 years. And the writers, the journalists who tell the stories, supposedly using all facts, both sides of an issue, okay, do not write the headlines, okay? And that is one of the biggest problems I have, not just with traditional newspapers, but with also television news especially, because they have to get your attention. They have to tease you going in so you stay tuned.
Well, have you heard the expression, if it bleeds, it reads?
No, it bleeds, it leads.
Oh, well, okay, it leads, it reads, you know, they want those clicks. They want, you know, everyone, it's a battle in the internet world, you know, it's to get the majority of the clicks, to optimize your headlines, you know, for search engines. And so yes, I mean, it's there.
It's there. And it's part of our industry. We have to generate information and share it with the public in order to monetize our audience. Yes?
Yes. So
that's by the way, that was on my quiz last week.
Oh, well, did they pass? Did you pass?
I passed because I gave the quiz. But yes, basically, they did. My class at Emerson does a great job. They really do understand what's going on in the media in these days, because after all,
they have a great teacher.
I was going to say, they have a guy who likes to talk and they can't move for an hour and a half. I know I have them in my class. Something happened yesterday here about the media that I'd like to talk with you about, because, you know, you've read the report that was in the Globe yesterday. The Boston Globe has 3 beat writers that follow cannabis: Dan Adams, Naomi Martin, and Felicia Gans. And I read them just about every day, similarly to how I read the Globe sports page. I won't tell you which one I read first, okay? Because after all, I was a sportscaster for a long time. I still love sports. But those Globe writers were part of a panel that was supposed to talk about the illicit market. And there were other people that were on that panel, including Dan Adams, who I consider to be a columnist for the Boston Globe. And when Andrew Klein, who's one of the executives at the NCIA, he wanted to close that so that the people on the panel would feel more comfortable talking off the record. Now, when someone says something to you off the record or on the record,
seems scandalous. Well, if it's off the, well, I don't know. You know, to ask those journalists to leave almost seems like something scandalous is up.
You're trying to hide something.
Yes, you know, I mean, why can't the press be in there? You know, I hate to bring up Trump, but I mean, hasn't he done this before? Asked the press to leave, and you know, it's just like, why do we need to leave? Why can't we cover this?
It's actually a great analogy of the
disconnect now between traditional media and politics. And don't forget, the NCIA, a lobbyist group, is based in Washington, D.C. I don't think there is a lot of trust now between the industry and media. And here, the two of us are trying to give a voice to the industry so that they feel comfortable talking about what they're doing. Now, I think one of the interesting things that's developed in this is the illicit market has actually thrived in the beginning of this industry. Most of the people who are advocating for legalization of cannabis in this country want it regulated so that those who are using it and enjoying it responsibly, which is what I preach about all the time, will know where it's coming from, what it's supposed to do with you, what strain, how it's supposed to work. And I applaud that, and especially when you are an investor and you've put millions and millions of dollars into this new industry, you'd like to have it be treated with a little bit more respect than it has.
Right.
I'm asking you, I guess, if you heard of something that you found to be newsworthy, obviously you'd print that, wouldn't you?
I would cover it if I felt like it was relevant to a lot of readers that would, find it interesting, but also can educate the masses. We do get a lot of stories that come through our desk, and not everything is necessarily newsworthy. I mean, we ask ourselves, how many people does this apply to? Is this relevant to more than everyone in the room? And so that's kind of how we source and decide, what it is that we're going to cover. Is we want to make sure that it's relevant to men and women of all ages, not just, the 18-year-old or just the people in the room, like I said.
And the 18-year-olders that aren't 21, that aren't supposed to have access to this product for the most part.
They have never.
And therein lies another issue that they were talking about. Even at this panel I was in, I listened to in the auditorium a few minutes ago, was talking about we've got to protect the kids. Now, look.
The children.
I was a child once. In fact, a lot of people still think I have never grown up, okay? And I test out on Lady Jane branding as the eternal child. What are you going to do, okay? I try to be a contributing member of society. I supported my son until he was 27 years old and ready to go off into the real world as an electrician. I'm proud of what he's accomplished. I've held a job for a long time. I had a decent career. And now all I'm doing is trying to do the right thing in an industry during a historic time. I feel like I am part of history. I feel like I am
pioneering this industry. You're helping us pioneer it. You're helping us set a tone and a standard for the industry. By bringing credible news and credible interviews, you are helping us work towards the light.
Yeah, well, the new normal. We're all part of this new normal, and who knows what's going to happen in the next 20 years or even the next 2 years or even the next 10 months before November 2020.
Who knows what's going to happen by the end of this year? Anything could happen. I mean, coming from California, being in the media, we've got this bird's eye view of the industry, what's going on in this state and what's going on in this state. And in California, I could say, my peers out there that have products on the market, they're struggling with package compliance. I feel like every other month or, every so often the state says, well, you need this on your package. You need this on your package. There are times when I've been in a facility in Oakland sitting there for an afternoon putting stickers on a package to help a friend's business out because there was a new regulation that came in and they had already printed all their packaging and they can't afford to just do another packaging run. So I think it's really important to make sure that, the media shines light on all different aspects of the industry.
This is my biggest beef with the media, okay? My beef is if you're going to do a sensational story about a very little detail that may have happened or not happened, let's just say, I'm not saying that they create news, but there's certainly a tendency these days to perhaps not do as much research on the story as I think you should as a responsible journalist to tell both sides. To me, if you were going to do a story that is embarrassing to either a dispensary or to a part of the industry, balance it out with a story about a veteran who has served our country, who suffers from PTSD and has to get off his opioid habit and use cannabis to do that. There's so many of those stories out there just with veterans, let alone those who have actually had their lives saved with this cannabis plant.
Right. we have interviewed Rick Simpson before, and
He's got a good oil.
I mean, for those that don't know, Rick Simpson, he's a Canadian. He had skin cancer years ago, and he had essentially, in a nutshell, boiled down his cannabis into this thick black tar-like substance, and now he's a household name. People that have cancer, or they have MS, or colitis, or anything like that, they say take a 90-day treatment. And so it's important to shed light on kind of what you were saying, like the positive and the way that things in the industry have helped people like veterans and stuff like that.
And you said, if it bleeds, it leads. We understand that. But again, a balanced story, a good story, a story that sheds positive light on this plant, this amazing natural plant that has been part of our world for thousands of years, which, by the way, is older than a lot of the media entities that are out there. Let's face it, right? The newspaper industry was pivotal in paying the government to put this propaganda campaign out in the 1930s to stigmatize this.
And hemp and cannabis have lost its history. Where was it the last 100 years, or where was it before then? We don't know. I mean, we know a little bit, but we also know that it's almost been erased deliberately.
So tell us where we can find Emerald Media on the internet. I'm going out on a limb. I know you're a digital media person. You're starting to create content and you're sharing it out there. Where can we find the Emerald stuff?
Okay, well, you can find our print magazine throughout Northern California and select locations in New York and on the East Coast.
May I ask how many issues you distribute?
So on average, during different times in the industry, the highest run we ever did once was 40,000. We averaged about 20,000. We stopped doing monthly last year. We've been doing it for 7 years, and so now we're doing quarterly. And by
the way, that's an industry trend. I've been a subscriber to Sports Illustrated magazine since I was old enough to read, and they are now in the bi-weekly. So they've gone from 52 weeks of editions down to 26, and that Sports Illustrated, I think, is owned by Time Warner.
Well, I mean, you have to adjust with your industry. I mean, in 2017, before California went recreational, anybody could advertise. It was kind of the Wild West. And then after recreational came through the state, we could only work with compliant companies that had their license. So, you have to fluctuate with the industry. Now what we're doing is branching into the digital space. Being in Humboldt County for so long, print media really worked very well for us up there, because when you're out cultivating your cannabis on the hill, your internet reception is not that great. So you want something to read. You want that physical print magazine out on the hill, and so that was our bread and butter for many years. And then in recent years, we've expanded out of the Emerald Triangle. We are now based in Brooklyn, and so we do. As of 2019, we really started to branch out into the digital space. So we do podcasts, we do daily digital content, newsletters. Videos. People can find us on all the social platforms, the WeedTube, YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn. We're also at theemeraldmagazine.com.
That's what I'm looking for.
And so people can find us on our website and through partners such as yourself.
I was just about to say that. Christina and we are going to share content.
Yes.
So it's about sharing, it's about subscribing, and it's about liking.
And it's about, being more impactful in numbers. The more that we team up and partner together, the stronger that we are, the bigger impact that we make. We have a sister publication, Edibles Magazine, based out of Los Angeles. They've got distribution in Hawaii and Oklahoma. We work together because we realize, well, A, we're two female publishers in the industry, and B, we're stronger together. And so, now we're going to be even stronger.
Even stronger. That's what it's about. She is Christina D. Giovanni, and the editor of Emerald Media Group, as opposed to Pro Cannabis Media Group. So for Christina, our photographer Dan French on the other side of all our cameras here, I'm your host Jimmy Young of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. Remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly.
We are Pro Cannabis Media. We are Pro Cannabis Media.
All right, we are back. Wait, here we go. We are back on Weed Talk. I'm Jimmy Young, the founder of Pro Cannabis Media, and
I'm Kurt Dalton with Cannabis.net.
Man, did we just give you a big plug, Kurt,
that was awesome. I was watching on our studio production area. It was great.
That is awesome, and I appreciate that. With that interview that you just saw was with the Cannabis Society of Massachusetts. You know, in our last half hour, we talked a little bit about an association of like-minded people, and that's what the Cannabis Society does, and they have these Toasty Tuesday things, and Jeremiah was nice enough, one of the founders there, to sit down with me and hang out and talk, and Michael Latulip, I think is his last name.
So, yeah.
Yeah, is also a co-founder of that. We also want to thank our supporters. You saw briefly their logos. That was Caroline's Cannabis of Uxbridge. It's Legal Seafoods, and it's Weedjits.com. And remember, if you go on that Weedjits site, use Weed Talk 2020 as your code to get 10% off. Please do it, and you should try this product out. And you know what? I think it's like $40. So save some money and save your lungs. That's
get
really
healthy.
what it's about. Get healthy, get a little more healthy anyway. All right, Hillary King and Kurt Dalton are back in studio with us, and we welcome in an old friend, Rich Guerra, who was one of the first people on my podcast, In the Weeds, over a year ago. He was with Sensi Magazine in Colorado at the time, and now he has relocated here to New England, to Boston, where he went to school at BU. So, Rich, welcome back to New England.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Shane.
Tell me a little bit about Sensi Magazine. How's it going? What's going on over there?
Yeah, we are growing and changing. Sensi Magazine, city lifestyle, health and wellness. Get it a little closer.
Yeah, that's what that was. That signal.
Relaxing.
Right. That's all right.
Yeah, so Sensi Magazine's city lifestyle, health and wellness publication that is pro cannabis, and we are expanding into new markets all the time. So since last we spoke, probably doubled the amount of markets nationally that we are printing magazines, local publications.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
how many?
We've got 13 live right now.
Okay.
So we're going to be taking off in Tampa Bay, and we just got started in Pittsburgh, Philadelphia. We're pumping in Detroit. We opened Coachella Valley and North Bay, California.
Coachella Valley. Now the second time I've actually heard of Coachella Valley, California. Call me crazy. I live in Massachusetts. I don't even go into North Shore or South Shore because I'm in Metro West. But Coachella Valley in California is quite the place, I understand. It's not in the Emerald Triangle. California's a big place.
It's the opposite of the Emerald Triangle as far as like location and terroir, and I mean just the whole. Yeah, it's like desert versus. Woods.
The woods. Well, the hills. The hills are alive, right? And
Rich, for people that aren't familiar, you have it's a really nice looking magazine in that camera right there. Kind of give people who might not be familiar with the brand and the magazine kind of what it's about, and if companies that wanted to get in touch with cannabis consumers, why they'd want to choose your magazine, say for ads.
Sure. Yeah. So recently we did a redesign of the logo right here. And just generally, we've redesigned the font. We've got new sections in here. Let's see real quick. We've got the buzz in the front. So that's going to be kind of like all kinds of things happening locally, culturally. We've got, looking through here, you can watch me do this. The life. So that's going to be kind of right. This month, we're discussing local food, local restaurant, the scene. It's got a cultural calendar. In some markets, we've got like horoscope, that kind of thing. And just ultimately, as far as who our demographic is, I mean, it spans from about 25 all the way up. And just people that are progressive, people that are professionals, and obviously local. So generally, especially in this market, I think for a business that is talking about products, talking about dispensaries, retail locations. Right now, especially, that is kind of exactly who you're looking to reach and sell your products to.
And where can you get Sensi Magazine? I mean, it's mostly, I see them in dispensaries.
Right. And that's because, in whatever, because we have cannabis businesses, we're allowing them, or we're open to them advertising. We do have to have a certain percentage of our copies definitely going to a place that's 21 and up. And that's generally, I think, the rule for all advertising involving the industry. So yeah, that makes it easy for us. We're going to drop most of them off at dispensaries. But I mean, at this point, glass shops, spas, yoga studios, hotels. I mean, you can kind of contact me directly if you're open to our publication being at your location, and I can add you to the list, and you can tell me how many. You know, I recently went to the W Hotel, and I ran into a woman that's maybe an older lady. I don't know, she's probably in her 60s.
She's probably my age.
Oh, boy. I didn't want to go that
You can
far.
say it. It's okay.
About halfway across that bridge.
I get it. I probably knew her.
Yeah.
She loved it. I had
It's a beautiful magazine.
I had a magazine in my back pocket.
Yep.
She's like, this is perfect for a business that I work with that essentially is like an elderly home, a home for folks that are elderly.
Like they can learn about it.
She's like, please put me down, and so we're sending them there now at this point, like
Definitely
50
over
copies
21.
a month.
Yeah, definitely well over 21, as they say. Right.
But Rich, you started in Colorado, a mecca. You've come back to Mass, and we're a few years behind. We're getting started with our rec, and everything's going.
It's been interesting.
Give what is it like coming from Colorado and kind of the major leagues? We'll use an analogy in sports.
Yeah.
And you're kind of coming to the new expansion team that's 2 years in. What do you see?
It's been a wild few years for me. I mean, I moved out of Boston, where I lived for 10 years, to Austin briefly, where there was no cannabis happening. And I was like, get me out of here. And I got to Denver and was blown away at a Cincy night. My first cannabis event years ago, when we just had Denver, was a Cincy night full of brands. And I love branding. I love advertising and magazines and television. I'm big, sell me something, you know. And,
right.
So I was blown away, and I took all the brands home. I always say that. And early on, and there was a lot of shops and a lot of products and a lot of competition and a lot of marketing and a lot of just all that. And there still is in Denver. And so coming out here, I mean, when I first got here, moved back about maybe 6-7 months ago, I was a little shocked at just how little the amount of, considering how many years it's been happening, how many shops there actually were. And the shops, the retail locations, okay, we don't have a lot of those, but what's still kind of blowing my mind is there's not many product like brands. Like there's not a ton of different edible line options, and there's not a ton of different concentrate options yet. And I mean, now I've kind of come to understand why that is, as far as manufacturing and whatnot.
The reason why it is that the governor of this state wanted to drag this industry down and give it every single regulation and make it as difficult as possible to start.
For certain kinds of people.
I'm sorry, I'm going to continue to throw them under the bus.
I'm learning this.
Because, and you know, the thing about Massachusetts, Eddie Edelman, what was it? Sports, Politics, and Revenge. Wasn't that Eddie Edelman's line?
That was Edelman's line,
right? And it certainly still fits, doesn't it? That being said, extremely frustrating that he appointed the commission himself. And, you know, they're doing the best job they can, but he could have gotten a little bit wider variety of commissioners, let's just say. Okay? I mean, the only public official in Massachusetts that voted for question 4, which was the legalization of adult use cannabis, was Alex Morse, the mayor of Holyoke. And you heard his story a little bit, that the Alchemy League, there's a reason why they went out there. They're embraced. And he's turned that city around. That's the whole idea of this. Regulate it, tax it, and then throw that tax money back into education and put it into the roads, because we need help with both of those around here.
Yeah.
Hillary, what do you think of the Cannabis Commission?
You know, I think they're doing the best they can do. They have, well, okay, that's not true. They're not doing the best they can do. But I think they have so many different people and businesses and lobbyists and organizations, including, you know, the Mass Municipal Association that represents the governments of the towns and cities in Massachusetts, that some of them are fighting against this stuff. You know, public health and public safety groups, the Massachusetts State Police. Like, on the other side of the pro-legalization crowd, that we think everybody wants this, there's also a lot of, like, vocal, you know, against this, you know, for all kinds of reasons. So I think it's like, you know, they can't make everybody happy, right? So there's always going to be somebody who's upset about what they're doing, but it shouldn't be the most disenfranchised people that legally they're supposed to support.
The law actually in Massachusetts is supposed, it actually says right in there, those who've been most affected by the war on drugs should get the first crack at these licenses, and they have not done that. And you heard the frustration by the Alchemy League.
I think it's a money thing too. I think it's capitalism. It's when medical came around, there was the capital requirement that you had to have a lot of money in the bank and prove it. And so, I mean, even that process that was so politically, red tape to get a medical license for a dispensary shut out most people, most small business people, and most people in the existing cannabis industry. And then RMDs, medical dispensaries, were given priority, just the same as economic empowerment, whether they had opened their doors or not.
Right.
And so there's been this kind of question around, like, how fair could that possibly be? But things are starting to shift.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Rich, go ahead.
Back to like what comparing Colorado to this market and how things are progressing. I mean, there's a ton of brands, tons of shops. Hardly any of them were thinking about social equity when they opened up, and pretty much none of them are owned by anyone but a white male to this day. And there's a lot of business out there. So this. Yeah, maybe it's sticky and it's not working out perfectly yet, but we are having these conversations, and it is the time to make sure that it is integrated in that way. And it is, I think, it's looking good. I think we're going to have a lot more businesses here real quick that are focused on that, and so that's encouraging. Ultimately, as well, there's some things I saw out there and heard about what happened in the first few years of legalization, and even years later. That I don't think we're going to really, hopefully we're not going to see go down here, that involve a whole bunch of gray market, whole bunch of backroom dealing by the legal businesses with products going out the back door, that kind of thing. And I have a feeling Massachusetts, from what I can tell, we're being so maybe slow moving or really, really stickler about the details. And that's good. I mean, we should be doing that in every market. And it's
good in the beginning because as a parent, you set boundaries and parameters for your children, and your job is to keep them safe and to encourage them and all that. But in time, when they grow into young adults and then adults, it might be time to change those rules a little bit, right?
Well,
so the same thing's happening in California right now.
We need regulations.
We need regulations
on these plants, on this medicine, on these products, and
I'm
so
not saying Wild Wild West. I'm not saying that. Okay, I want you need regulations, but the process of actually opening stores, getting the business going. You need to put some gas on the fire here, guys, and get it going a little bit faster. That's just my point.
Just a caveat. Some of the slowness of the pace is due to what's called open meeting laws and things like mandatory public comment periods that kind of bake in like 30, 60, sometimes 90 days of a comment period. I think 60 days is typical, where you have to let it sit and give time for the public to read about it, to catch up on what's going on, to be able to give comment about specific things that they would support or not support. And the open meeting laws require the Cannabis Commission to do all of their business in public. If they can only talk two at a time, and any more than that, they have to be in a public forum that must be announced, 48 hours in advance, and otherwise they can't really talk to each other. So when it's a great thing that their meetings are open to the public and anybody can go. It's a great thing that we have, the due process of public discourse and the ability to contribute ideas. It's just a matter of who they're listening to.
Right, exactly right. And they shouldn't be afraid to be a little bit more proactive with getting those licenses out there instead of making a lot of public appearances. Now, I understand that the idea is the public can come to you and you can go to the public. Right, I get that. But with all the work that still has to get done, I feel like the priorities are a little skewed. But it's only the beginning. It's only this is the second year, for crying out loud. I mean, Rich, you came from Colorado. I don't know what the second year was like in Colorado.
I've heard crazy horror stories, and it was a mess. And
right, and they've
a lot of
and how many years now? 10, 12 years in Colorado?
for medical.
Yeah.
And I will say, I like drove around. I did pop-ups at different types of dispensaries. I hung out in all kinds of shops all over the state. And a lot of the businesses that are operating that, got their door, opened their doors in the beginning, a lot of the beginning shops, they, in the end, they didn't have much business know-how. They they just somehow got a license and somehow opened the door, and all these years later, they're struggling, they didn't grow, and I think that these towns that are putting these shops in place and the state overall, and I know myself, I want to see as many of these businesses thrive and grow and do a great job. I don't want to see failure in business, and I mean, I'm sure it's inevitable, but I wanted to plug the article for this month, The Great Green Hope, and I'll just read kind of what it's about. So
who wrote it?
It's by Emile Noel Provost.
Okay.
And it says a few economically disadvantaged cities and towns in Massachusetts have streamlined the process for cannabis companies to set up shop and launch worker education programs, welcoming the industry, as well as the jobs, tax revenue, ancillary businesses it brings with open arms. So that's the cover story of this month.
It's funny you mentioned that, because when the Alchemy League women were here, they talked about, we don't know. They just started an educational program in October, I believe, of 2019 to help those economically empowered. They just started an education program to say, here's how you can run your business. Here's how you do this.
The
Here's
social
how
equity
you do.
program.
They just started that.
It's different than economic empowerment.
Okay, thank you.
Two separate programs, but yeah, that's a great thing. They're providing training,
right?
Business advice, things like that to these companies that need a leg up.
Yeah. So again, it's the speed of the process that perhaps frustrates me the most, and I know it frustrates a lot of people.
I was talking to Ben Gelt, who we're friends today, and mentioned
did the Worcester didn't Worcester have a business journal thing yesterday?
He was in town for something like that.
Okay,
yeah. But we were just discussing the social equity aspect, and we spend so much time thinking about the business owners that are going to be having an opportunity through the social equity conversation. And he was mentioning that he felt like, and I agree, that like social equity is about the communities. It should be about the communities themselves, I think. And maybe we're missing that point, like, in the sense that, like, yes, individuals and maybe minority groups overall have been hurt by these archaic laws, but still have their families and the communities in these towns. So how is it that this new social equity program how is that going to trickle back to the communities themselves and not just individuals looking to do business? I mean, it's awesome that some folks like we had on here before are now have an opportunity that maybe they wouldn't have had to do some business and make some money. Right. But what about the communities themselves that have been affected by these laws?
Yeah.
Well, the social equity program, entrepreneurship is only one track. They have different tracks within the social equity program. So entrepreneurship track, you're getting support to start a business, to get a license, to open a marijuana establishment. Mm-hmm. On the other tracks, like cultivation or manufacturing, they're training people to take jobs at these businesses. So that's one aspect that they're training.
I guess I'm thinking, like, is their money going to go to the...
Well, that's what the positive impact...
That's
what the positive impact plans should be for. Like, obviously, 3%, the local tax revenue does go into the general fund of that municipality, that they can do what they want for their local community. But every marijuana establishment is supposed to have a positive impact plan that outlines exactly how, when, where, how much
and wouldn't
they're going to
it be great
contribute.
If that money went to these communities versus somewhere
well, that's the intention
not
of them, and a lot, same with the diversity plan. We heard at the Cannabis Control Commission meeting today that the required diversity plans, it doesn't look like they're being implemented when you look at the diversity numbers around the breakdown of who's getting licenses and who's working in the industry.
Yeah.
So I got to ask both of you, as one of our most divisive articles with the most comments we did this past year at cannabis.net, just on your own opinion, should towns that ban or is it called a ban anymore, or do not allow cannabis in their town, should they receive state tax revenue, because it all goes into a bin like the lottery, from cannabis sales?
Absolutely not.
Wasn't asking you.
Sorry.
I mean,
it hurts. It hurts when to hear it. It's Old Testament type. No, you can't do that. Go ahead, Hillary.
I'm torn on that one because on one hand, it doesn't sound fair, does it?
No. Not at all.
But on the other hand, like they're the residents of that town. Nobody deserves to be left behind, and like a rising tide should lift all ships. And these are people. These are our neighbors. Just because the local officials or a small majority of the population said no to this, doesn't mean that there aren't plenty of people that want to benefit and want to be able to have it enrich their community in some way. They're just kind of elbowed out of it by that local control.
That's a good answer. Rich, you're on the spot. That's a good answer.
I guess I'm just thinking there must be some examples in the past of other policies that led to taxes that led to, there were state taxes that the money was then allocated to the whole state.
So actually the lottery is like that.
Where there were towns that said we don't like it,
and they get the money.
I think that if we look at historically, this goes to everybody, no matter what their attitude is.
The answer from states, this state, at least Massachusetts, was it would be almost impossible to figure it out.
Yeah.
And same thing, there are a few towns that ban lottery tickets, but they get their whatever quarterly check for whatever megabucks and
makes me think of Colorado Springs, which for as many years as legality has happened in Colorado, still does not have recreational cannabis, and they're like the holdout there.
And you're up to $1 billion in tax revenue for the state, a little over, I guess, from recently. So Colorado Springs got that money. I mean, people are really angry when they even think about it. Like you said, it doesn't seem fair, but you're right. The small majority, if your town said no at 51%, those 49% who said yes shouldn't be. Or do they?
But think about how much more tax revenue the towns that said yes are getting. They're getting 3% of all the business.
Right.
Plus maybe some more that we don't know about it if it's outside the scope of what's the host community agreement. But that's gonna add up for those towns that did say yes and give them bigger windfall.
Good answers. Very nice people we have in studio tonight.
Hillary's
very nice people tonight.
Hillary's becoming a star, and I'm psyched.
No one's angry.
Soon enough, I'll be out of here, folks. Okay, so the demo can go down a little bit. I understand. One of the biggest frustrations I've had, and I've railed about this on this show and on my In the Weeds podcast as well, is there's no public service campaign that is pro-cannabis. So you're relying on people to learn about this plant on their own. Everything they hear from the media that they have access to is about what the industry is doing wrong, how they screwed this up or screwed that up or this fine or that fine, rather than the stories about Stephen Mandilli, who stopped taking, he was on 47 opioids and he got rid of all of them through cannabis. There's thousands of those stories. Do we ever see those stories on the news? Do we ever see those stories or profiles in the various media outlets that are out there? That's what pisses me off, because I want balanced reporting. I want balanced content. Okay? By the way, it's a lot harder to do a soft story and a good news story than it is a bad news story. It goes back to human. Let's face it, we work as hard as we have to, and that's just the nature of the beast here.
I wish there was a pro-cannabis media out there.
Yeah. Yeah. Subscribe, share, like, I wish there was please, something like that. Go ahead, Rich.
What are some ideas that you think that are not, what is not there? Like, what is it that we could be doing? I mean,
educate the public about.
Because in Colorado, they do have, you go into dispensaries especially, but lots of different locations. They have all kinds of pamphlets and all kinds of educational material that's required by law from the state.
And they're there here in Massachusetts too. But that's an opt-in. You have to go and make the effort in the dispensary, which means if you don't have a medical card, you're not going in. If you want to learn about it, you go to an adult use facility, and you can certainly do that. But my point is broadcasting and mass media. You are still the public is still reacting to 80 years of false propaganda about the evil weed that cannabis is, as opposed to how perhaps if they hadn't prohibited it in 1937, half my family would have died of cancer.
Right.
Sorry.
It is kind of just word of mouth right now, I guess, still. It just kind of sucks.
What's that?
Other than you and the work you do.
Thanks.
You're doing a great job. Well, it is like individuals trying to educate individuals, and a lot of us that are speaking about this to maybe new people that are ignorant about it, we're not necessarily pros either. So, yeah, it would be great to have, experts having that information feed.
We had dinner with Dr. Ryan Zachlin last night, and I said, you've got an opportunity to educate the public through what some of the benefits are. Explain what the endocannabinoid system actually is to humans, because it's in all of us. And when you tell a prohibitionist that they actually have this system in here that's waiting to be engaged with THC and CBD, they look at you like, oh, you're crazy. You're just pushing to something. You're just a nut. Well, I'm nuts, okay, because I'm passionate about this, because I see the benefits of this plant. And I hear these stories about how it saved people's lives and changed people's lives. This is my frustration.
I think you're right. It's easy to kind of forget that we live in like a cannabis bubble.
Right.
You know, we're following it. We're reading all this stuff. You know, it's like most people aren't that deep into it, so you know we're in a bubble. But that's why we're here.
Yeah,
but I will say
we're
something
normalizing, right?
Yeah,
right. We're all doing it.
Right.
But to counter what Hillary just said, I think Alabama and Mississippi approved the measure to vote. So I think this November, and I looked at the map, and you see Jeff Sessions, and you see Mississippi. I go, that's the beginning of the end right there. If those two go medical, like, come on,
Federal's
Mississippi and Alabama, like it's like what's left? I mean, what do we have to?
Well, as we know about Louisiana,
right?
Louisiana now has a medical program, but it's kind of a joke.
Right.
Yeah.
Although Arkansas is like on fire.
Oh, they are.
The numbers
Missouri,
of shops are out of control.
Missouri's going.
Oklahoma too.
A buddy of mine does a big hemp business, big hemp facility in Tennessee, and I was kind of asking him, well, you must have tons of everybody in Tennessee must buy hemp products, and he was saying more like he thought like 20% of the population is really educated about CBD.
Right.
That's just CBD.
Right.
In Tennessee. So how many of them are educated about THC? Probably like 5% or something.
Well, and then of course, let's get educated about THCA and CBN, because the plant has hundreds of chemicals
minor
in
cannabinoids.
It. Right, these minor cannabinoids are in there.
And terpenes and flavonoids.
And we're sitting here throwing these words out, and I guarantee you 90% of the people that are watching today or listening to us don't have a clue on what we're talking about.
Sometimes I think like actual television, you know, we've got so many hours and hours of stuff that you could watch on television.
Can we stop talking about the
why
damn
don't we have a
presidential
channel
race?
that educates people about, you know, health,
Wellness.
essentially, like all the time, that's paid for by the government? That would be nice.
No. I don't want anything to do with the government.
Okay. Well,
okay.
Who's going to pay for it? Like, it's just,
excuse me.
Who do we trust to put that out there? You know?
The people who understand. Well, first of all, the industry is growing. It should be an industry
for better or worse.
A station. It really should be. That's really. I mean, you look at the NCIA, the National Cannabis Industry Association, out of Washington D.C. They're the lobbyist group. Eventually, all the people that are in this business will be members of that association, and controlling your story. This is, by the way, it's been pitched to the NCIA. I just want you to know we are partners. Oh no, we are partners with the NCIA. Actually, making it work now is this. You know, we're just starting this, right? But they're awesome.
So the wheels are in motion.
Yeah, but they're going slowly, but they're going in the right direction. And I think that is very important. And there's now what also is happening, not only here in Massachusetts, but in other places. There's a lot of backbiting. There's a lot of people who are just trying to make that buck and make their, you know, humans, we are imperfect beings, okay? It's just how we're wired, okay? What's in it for me is what everybody wants to know immediately. It's just how we are wired, okay? But if you take a step back and you look at the whole picture, and that's really what I'm trying to do in this industry, is get them. Everybody needs to get together and work together, not separate. And we'll see this happen. It may not happen in my lifetime, but it will happen in your lifetime for sure, because you're the youngest one in the room, I think.
I mean, we're way closer than we were 5 years ago.
100%.
Let's assume it'll be twice as fast in the next 5 years to get even more together.
And Mitch McConnell and his farm bill, he had no idea what kind of a Pandora's box he was opening by signing on, by getting CBD legal.
Yeah,
right?
but you can bet that he's got investments in the hemp industry.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gee, do you think anybody else in politics might have money in the hemp? Or I'm just
moving
saying.
a lot quicker.
We got
Anyway.
we got about 30 seconds.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
I mean,
How do they get in touch with you, Rich?
How do they get in touch with you, Rich?
Richard.Guerra, Guerra at sensymag.com. And yeah, we've got awesome events coming up this year. We've got one next month, that's not a month at all.
No,
February 11th at Sonia, pretty much the Middle East. We're doing a Sensi Connect B2B event.
In Cambridge?
In Cambridge, yeah. Bringing a bunch of our advertisers together with other business owners and industry professionals.
Are you inviting the City Council of Cambridge too?
You know, not yet. We are talking, And as a matter of fact, we are Hillary and I are doing some city council work in Cambridge. We're doing decriminalized nature Cambridge, as well as decriminalized nature across Massachusetts.
We're moving in the right direction.
And nature being psilocybin, ayahuasca, DMT, that kind of thing. Plants.
We'll talk about pro-psilocybin media in a little while. Anyway, hey, Richie Guerra, thanks so much. Great to see you. Hillary King, welcome to the team.
Thank
Kurt
you.
Dalton, as always.
Great show.
Mike Zotos does the directing here and the technical stuff. Dan French helps me out and produces this thing.
Thanks,
I want to
guys.
thank all our guests. That'll do it for another edition of Weed Talk with Kurt and Jimmy. I'm Jimmy Young from Pro Cannabis Media.
And I'm Kurt Dalton from Cannabis.net.
See you next time.
Happy 2020. Oh, I got it in there.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Still go in, but we're definitely minimal people, and our production is normally a good 10 people. So I've stayed away, but pretty much every day, all day. Hi, Sonia. Pretty much every day, all day is Kush Queen for me. I am not just the CEO, but I operationally run the company. So from dealing with my team, I have 19 employees from all departments, from shipping to the THC products being made in the licensed facility. I'll be dealing with compliance. But it's pretty much it's boring and it's unglamorous, and it's really just the grind of running a business. So I could have a day where I have a bunch of calls and I'm talking to people like you, and then I have a day where I am literally in the shipping department helping because we had people call out. That was really the big thing with COVID. It's really truly gotten me back in working physically because of call outs, because of people coming down with symptoms and things like that. And I am the kind of person who is extremely hands-on. There isn't a crazy hierarchy at my company. There isn't, 50 people that something goes through. So it's pretty much all day, every day, dealing with the bumps, dealing with basically every detail of the business. The only thing that I can't do, which is kind of funny, is make bath bombs. With making bath bombs, you either use it or you lose it. And let me tell you, I lost it. And there was a couple days during COVID where we needed a couple tiny batches, and I tried to get in there and really get making bath bombs in again. And I was like, well, there you go. There's the one job I've lost. But yeah, it's pretty much just the grind, and I'm still, as an entrepreneur with Kush Queen, really in it.
Oh, cool. So you're saying like the bath bombs, so how did you go about picking the products, especially say if you didn't pick up the skill just yet, had to work towards it? How did you go about picking products, and then figuring out how to make them?
Well, I started in the cannabis industry as a bud tender when I was 18. And I was a bud tender. I worked for other cannabis companies. So over the years, that's where I learned how to grow, how to extract. I made cartridges at one point. I did all kinds of things. I've always been drawn to making things, not just products, but clothing. I grew up in the South, in a town of about 3,000 people when I lived there. My family was relatively poor, and so I grew up we couldn't buy it, so I made it, and that made me know how to just make things. My mother really, though, is my secret weapon. She's who formulated the bath bombs specifically. My first product that really got me into being an entrepreneur was a crystal vape. It was a Swarovski crystal vaporizer. And that vape pen was hand crystallized. And we started selling those. That's how I discovered sort of the Kush Queen audience. And I was selling people a vape really, really early on in the days of e-cigarettes and vape cartridges, which the technology just wasn't there. And honestly, I was pretty much on to the whole vape lung thing back in 2014, and I had only had the company for a year or two, and I was really concerned with selling people a product that wasn't actually good for them. And then after being in the cannabis industry, I had just seen people enter the industry with like tons of money and tons of resources just to sell a pre-roll. And I feel like so much of the industry is built around branding and packaging, and it does matter. It's not to say that it doesn't matter. It really does matter. But I wanted to make finished goods, and I've always been obsessed with the way that people are going to use cannabis in the future. Because for me, I'm always like one of those people who like being in the present is my challenge most of the time, because I'm always thinking like 5 years, 10 years down the line. And the bath bomb really became the Kush Queen product because, number one, it's a really effective way to consume cannabis. People look at it and they say, oh, it's just a bath bomb, social media, fizzy, whatever. Yeah. They write it off. And it's really, truly the absolute best way to consume cannabinoids. And also my body pain, anxiety, deep relaxation. Your skin's your biggest organ. So it really is a place where it all works together. And so also, we wanted a product that could change people's minds. You know, this was like a long time ago, not, this was like 5, 6, 7 years ago now. And I wanted a product that I could give to my grandmother. I wanted a product that I gave to the most stigmatized person and say, it won't get you high, but you're going to see how powerful it is. And that's why we started with the bath bomb. And then after the bath bomb, I was just really obsessed with making effective topical products. I feel like the topicals category gets written off as this like snake oil. It doesn't work. It's just a salve. And it is true for a lot of products. If you just put a little bit of something on a place right here, is it really absorbing into your bloodstream? Is it really effective? And so after people were just like, wow, that's just like the best bath I ever had. And I saw that I could sort of transform people's experiences with a really effective product. I just wanted to look into other products. What were people not making? What were people making but had like holes in the science or bad ingredients? Most of our products are vegan, and most of them are handmade and really clean, even though I don't really like use clean beauty, a lot of those words, because I just think that they're really uppity. And it's my other big thing with Kush Queen, the products, the brand, and what I want people to know is that wellness inherently is not inclusive. It's inherently unaffordable. And it doesn't make, I never felt like I belonged. I never felt like I looked at a wellness brand and said, oh, I relate to that. That wasn't my experience. And so I wanted to create wellness products that were also way more approachable, way more mass market, and would help people arrive to the conclusion that we need to be using cannabis every day. Our tagline is elevating you daily. And that's because for me, even being in the cannabis and using cannabis constantly, I wasn't using it for wellness. I was getting high. I was definitely using it to sleep and to try to feel better. I knew it made me feel better. But that's different than having a philosophy and understanding that your endocannabinoid system needs to be fed regularly, like with nutrients. You know, it's just like a carrot. It's like vitamin C. We need it in our bodies. So I also wanted to find products that people would use all the time. And what do we do every day? We go inside of our bathroom and we shower and we use all of these products regularly. It's one of the big sort of gripes of people trying to regulate the personal care space in mainstream is that the more you use those products, the more you're exposing yourself regularly to toxic chemicals. So I really just wanted products that were approachable, and the level in which I need to consume cannabis for my bipolar disorder is pretty extreme. And after smoking from 18 to like 25 and like early 2000s dabs, early, you know, unregulated product, my baby lungs were just damaged. And I just needed to come up with my own like philosophy and my own products to make myself feel better. And it really all just happened from there. I'm not one of those people who started with a firm business plan or just this idea that I was going to create these products and have a bunch of market research. It really just started with the bath bomb. And then gradually over time, I built it, and it just all sort of came to me. And then one day I just said, you know, we have to start making cosmetics. I really believe in the power of beauty and cannabis. I think beauty and cannabis, I don't know if you can see this.
I've been watching the dog the whole time since it was like eating.
But I'm like, a pager back here. But yeah, so I really believe cannabis belongs in beauty. And then when I saw people selling hemp seed oil products as cannabis, I was outraged. Because, you know, hemp and hemp seed oil, sure, it has benefits, but not the same benefits as cannabis. And I'm 32 and I have acne and I'm facing aging, and I can't imagine not using cannabis as part of that routine. So we just launched our first primer in the dispensaries, which is THC nano. So it's actually psychoactive and it can get you high. And I'm really just passionate about making people products that they don't expect and putting cannabis into sophisticated formulas where it can actually shine too. I'm really a huge proponent of defending the plant, you know, not just its history and where it came from and the communities it's affected, but also the science, its efficacy. I feel like there's still a ton of people who've maybe gotten past the stigma of, okay, you guys can have your legal weed, but they still don't actually believe it works. And you have to do so much convincing around this plant. And so I'm just passionate about the science of it and really just the future of where it's going to take us. Cause I think that's the most like interesting part that excites me every day is it's not the money. It's really not. It's like, where can this plant take us into the future? You know, that's what excites me at least.
Yeah. When you say you started in the cannabis industry officially, like when you were 18, working for somebody else, and then your product itself is skincare and then also makeup, with your products being like so genuine, like so like well taken care of and thought through, like for the age range between like you and your grandmother, and making products for the both of you to be able to use. How do you feel about wholesale like selling when it comes to your products, especially since you're like a team of 19? Like, how do you feel the pros and cons of it, or like if you're against it, just because
I mean, without wholesaling my products, I wouldn't have had a business, because in the beginning, everything that was Kush Queen was wholesalers, dispensaries, specifically California. It was the belief in that audience that has given me a business. It wasn't until about 2018 that I started selling things online and going direct to customer with the hemp products. And then we got into Urban Outfitters with our hemp products, and we've gotten into a nail chain called Bella Cures, who uses our products in manicures and pedicures. They call it the Canicure. We have our bath bombs in the Viceroy Hotel in Chicago in the minibar, so you could like stay in their hotel and have a CBD bath bomb. And you know, I think a lot of people, there's lots of different philosophies when it comes to growing your business as an entrepreneur, B2B, B2C, D2C. I do it all because I never had any other choice. If someone wanted to buy my product, I was going to sell it to them, even if I was in line at a Starbucks. I used to do it all the time. I would wear the merch and people would turn around and they would say, Kush Queen, what's that? And I'd have a bag of bath bombs and I'd say, it's this. And, you know, I believe that to be a company that's going to survive in this space, whether it be hemp or cannabis, you have to do everything. So, and also it made me have strong margins. You know, it's like if you're really going to grow a business from zero, you got to have a real business. And because I didn't have investors, because I didn't have most things people start businesses with, I really just had to do what it would take. And, without the support of my wholesalers, I would not be here.
And you did start in the cannabis industry fairly young. Did you ever see yourself taking over your own like cannabis brand, especially since you were selling like a vaporizer you weren't particularly in favor of? So you bettered your circumstance in the industry. Did you see yourself doing that, like making all these products for the body, all the beneficial products?
Yeah, when I was a bud tender, the dispensary I worked at, it's still open. It's called the Green Easy. I love them. I love to shout them out. They sold the most, it was old school. I mean, this was 2005, 6? No. Yeah. What is time? Basically, they sold earwax. They sold flour just in jars, and then there was a tiny little bit of edibles. There was the OG goldfish that everybody bought by Baked. There was the lollipop, and there was some like hard candies. And it was then that I told my dad, like, I need to start my own company. I need to make edibles. I need to make products. Like, I could do this. But it took me so many years to start my own company, and then it took me so many years just to learn. You know, I couldn't just like go from being a bud tender to just making stuff. I needed to learn about it. I think that's what makes my product special and me special as a human, is that I really only try to speak from what I know. And if I don't know about something, I'm going to seek out the knowledge. And then, you know, day after day, year after year, helping people with their cannabis companies, seeing people, you know, spend too much money or spend money on the wrong things or not listen to you. What I did for most cannabis companies was marketing. I helped with social media, advertising, digital strategy, and I really got lucky doing that. And so I just got to peek in. You know, it's like they're just starting to have like college classes dedicated to cannabis, but for me, it was really my education was in the industry. And every single day I was working for other people, I knew in my gut I would eventually have my own company. I would always say, well, whatever, one day I'll have my own brand and I'll do this and I'll do that and I won't need permission from people. And now I have it, and it's pretty trippy because you know, that's really the difference between working for someone and owning your own company is control of what we do and say and how we act. And it's weird, but I always knew I would end up here.
That's perfect. Especially with growing up, a lot of everything was like things you made, especially not being in the cannabis background growing up, or like just owning your own business. What would you say was the highlight of just even starting up, and like some errors you made that you reflected on and were just like, oh, if somebody could have told me this before I started?
Let me think about that.
Yeah, that one's always like a tricky one.
Big one. I mean, the moments that I remember the most are the period between getting my first warehouse and needing to scale. So basically, I'll never forget, I got an order from MedMen. It was the biggest order I'd ever gotten. And I didn't have enough money to make the order. I didn't have enough supplies to make the order, but I had the order.
Yeah.
And more than that, my formula was a hand formula. So I had to basically do the math to figure out, okay, well, the batch size has to go from 12 to 80. And I had to shut down production for a few days. I had to order new equipment, a new blender, bring in new equipment. And when I did that, I basically had everything fail. I had powdery bath bombs that were breaking because bath bombs are really sensitive to temperature and the room was really hot. Like, it was just everything that can go wrong will type of thing. And so I think that's really the biggest lesson that I learned and that I try to tell people or try to tell my younger self is just like, you will get through it. You always get through it. But that's really the magical time. It's just magical when you're still trying to figure it out. And the less resources a person has, normally the more creative they are, because scarcity creates, and abundance sometimes can just make people feel lazy or complacent or okay. And so I really just, if I could talk to my younger self or tell someone, you know, who's starting their own company, just keep going and know that the things you don't have and the things that you haven't figured out, that's where all the magic is. It's where you're going to figure everything out, and you're also going to be special. You know, I would look upon my journey and I would look at these people and I would say, they have everything. They have $10 million. They have 400 investors. Look at their facility. Look what they have. But they don't have innovative technology. Well, because they didn't need it. They had millions of dollars in help. I had to be better, and it was because I didn't have much. And I think that's really, I couldn't appreciate it then. Let's be real. I only appreciate it now. But I wish I had appreciated it more, because I learned more in that time period than any other time in my life.
Yeah, no, listening to it, because I just graduated, actually. That's why I'm the intern. I just graduated with my bachelor's in English, and I just started post-grad with my own business, but I don't have like a website or anything yet. I'm still like Instagram based, pretty small. So when I hear that, and like nobody in my family has their own business or anything, it's just like, oh, I had this idea, and I was like, okay, let's see what goes wrong, what goes right, who likes it, who doesn't, what do people like. And with this internship, just learning so much about the cannabis industry, it's very different, and also educating me at the same time, because being in college, you only know like one thing is where everybody just smokes the plant and like eats edibles. But for your brand and your company, especially with bath bombs, like that's such a hard thing to do, because I've worked at Lush while I was at school, so I was like thinking,
oh, well, you know.
Yeah. So when you said that, I was like, oh.
I try to tell people, like, I never try to get on my, like, oh, poor me thing, but I'm always like, well, bath bombs, they're really hard, especially when you're making thousands, you know. And then even crazier was when we got regulated, because previous I was in the medical market where you didn't have to have restrictive testing. And when it's a sphere, getting the dose right, you know, making sure that it actually has 100 milligrams, and then they're making them by hand, so they all weigh differently. But it's the lesson. Like, no one ever handed me anything. I mean, well, that's not true. I have had tons of breaks by people that I worked with. I shouldn't say that. I've had tons of breaks. Tons of those people who I was their employee have turned around and handed it to me and lifted me up. And that's the only reason I'm in this market even now, is because of their kindness. But figuring it out on your own is so undervalued in life, in entrepreneurship, especially in cannabis. No one's crazy enough to say that, because they're all just mostly here to make money. And that's fine. But I think because I'm younger and because I'm after something else, you know, I'm after the experience, the journey, that's what life is, you know. It really isn't the moments that you're like, oh, I have it all figured out. It's not. So you just keep going, and, you know, remember that no one is, I mean, it's so corny, but it's like, no one is you. Like, that's what I reminded myself too every day, is that they're all who they are, and I'm me. And if I just focus on me and stay in my lane and follow my gut and my heart, I know I'll be okay. It's just not a very common business thing that people say, but I don't see why people have this perspective of business that you've got to be this type of person, or you can't be vulnerable, or you can't admit to mistakes, because that's just wrong and crazy. But just my 2 cents.
When I look at your Instagram feed, because especially I go through like a bunch of Instagrams to get some more women in the cannabis industry, I would, like, when I first saw it, I was like, oh, it's very colorful, very urban, like very free. When you post and just select like the feed that you have, what would you want people to think when they go onto the page and see it? Like, what was the meaning behind like the way you orchestrate your social media?
Well, color is one. My world is colorful. I love rainbows. I love color. I love being loud and outrageous. And wellness is inherently nude and white. And I feel like when people think of luxury cannabis, they think of the Hermes orange or the Louis Vuitton or the Tiffany blue, which those are iconic, sure. But I wanted to define something, for me. And also I created a feed of my world. When you look at the Kush Queen world, that's me. That's my everyday. And also, it feels weird talking about inclusivity now because everyone's talking about inclusivity. But, years ago, I was one of the only people in cannabis who wanted to talk about the racial issues in cannabis and wanted to talk about the LGBT community in cannabis. And another thing that drove me to want Kush Queen was I wanted it for myself. I wanted a brand that made me feel like I could be my meest me and I could be whatever I wanted to be, whether I want to be, more masculine today or more feminine tomorrow. And the connection of brands and people, that's what a brand really is. It's connection. And so I just want people to look at our feed and see that we're fun and see that we're different and see that this is our world. And this is sort of like the future world I think we're building to, where if we say something, it needs to mean something. There was like a period where we were trying to figure out like what kind of content people would want to see. And I just was like, well, people want to see and engage with content that says something. So let's say something. If we're going to speak, let's make it matter. If we're going to push content out, let's push the boundaries. And so it's funny because at the end of last year, we had a creative meeting and we agreed that we were going to try to push the boundaries as far and as hard as we could without losing, a certain level of class. And obviously, we don't want to have people look at our brand and think that we don't respect women, but even pushing the boundary of how do we empower women sexually and how do we even show people's bodies, because the cannabis industry inherently has had a woman issue with fetishizing women smoking. I mean, my Kush Queen page started just as an Instagram page where I promoted women smoking. And there were so many men who find that as a fetish. And I was like, whoa, weird. Yeah. I never thought that. I just thought I was showing women smoking weed. That's it, So it's very complicated, but I'm really just trying to build a world where everyone belongs and where wellness is fun, because wellness is too boring. It's too uppity, and it needs to be a place where you feel like, wow, I want to know these people or I want to hang out with them, and plus content is, everyone's just getting so much all the time.
Yeah.
So I want to make it matter when I post something. If that makes sense.
No, it definitely makes sense. Just you just touched on it, women in the industry. How would you feel when you went into the cannabis industry, especially with your own brand? How would you say the industry reflects or responds to women creating their own door or bringing in their own product and creating this whole big thing within the cannabis industry?
When I started in the cannabis industry, the only place women had was to be a bud tender or to be a promo girl. Mm-hmm. At that point, I never knew of a woman CEO. I never knew of women who really even made products. I just knew them as sort of this object or this ancillary kind of a wife of a grower of a, you know, just not women in the power position. And I'll never forget whenever I met Corey Thomas, who's the founder of Honey Pot, the balms, and I saw her on the stage at the Cannabis Cup winning a Cannabis Cup, and she was a woman, and I was like, holy crap, that's going to be me one day. And I think the modern cannabis industry where we've come is really accepting of women.
Yeah.
And is really a place where women are thriving. There's just so many women entrepreneurs, people in all sorts of areas. Do we always need progress? Yeah, it's never enough, you know, like until the numbers of the cannabis industry represent the actual world, it's never enough. But I never asked people for permission on who to be, and I just showed up. And I pulled my chair up at the table and I said, hi, I'm Olivia. My brand is Kush Queen. Nice to meet you. And that's just what I urge other women to do, is make products and do things that you care about and know that people will want to be a part of it. Does it still feel like there are not enough women at the executive level, at the ownership level? Yeah, it really does. But every single day I see more and more brands for women, women-owned brands that are thing unique. And I feel like, you know, it excites me because it surely isn't the industry it was, you know, in 2005.
Yeah, in 2005, I was like in elementary school, but like growing up with like just like the taboo of like using dare and stuff and like cannabis being gateway drug. Like I just reflect on that, like especially now, working for a cannabis magazine, especially owned by a woman. I've only interviewed women thus far since June, and it's just like amazing. And like your answer pretty much like reflects everybody's answer in some sort of way. So it's not just you like feeling the same way, but everybody definitely wants women to have more of a voice in the cannabis industry. And you guys are all like genuinely taking care of your products, making sure it is for a wide variety of people, which is great with companies like Kush Queen, especially with just like 19 employees. With the Black Lives Matter movement right now, you do want to create a wide variety of products that can meet and help people of different communities. How do you say you emulate that or go about that?
Well, obviously, like when the movement sort of exploded recently, everyone started just sort of coming to the table with their receipts on what they do as a company. We released our Pull Up for Change numbers right away because I've always cared about having a diverse workplace, and I've always, you know, it's always mattered to me. I think that because I grew up in Louisiana in a predominantly Black community and then moved to Los Angeles when I was 13, I had a unique experience, and I'm the sum of those experiences. And so once I got in the cannabis industry, I had known people my entire life who had gone to jail for cannabis or worse, were killed during drug deals. I had a really, you know, unique childhood where a lot of bad stuff happened, and I've always been really hypersensitive to it. The fact that I'm a white woman, the fact that we're a white-owned company, and the fact that this industry is here because of two main groups. And that's unfortunately Black people and people of color who've been predominantly affected by the war on drugs, and then the LGBT community. And so I've always just tried to honor those communities every day in all that we do. That's what I think is really the future, not just of cannabis, but the future of consumerism. And so it's everywhere. It's been in our hiring. It's been in who represents my brand in dispensaries. It's been in our marketing. I was shocked to see brands who posted their first Black person, you know, in the last few months. And that was interesting, but it's every day. You know, I believe being a millennial and then having a lot of millennials in our audience has forced us to be a little bit more conscious than most people. But we've always been participating in community engagement. We've always been participating in events, local and also in other communities. Like, I'll never forget, like 2 years ago when this amazing group of women, Indo Black, reached out to us, and they were doing this like incredible work for Black women in endometriosis. I had never even heard of like that intersection, you know, but it's so important. And for me, I never got into cannabis and started this company to make money. I got into this industry to change the world. And so that's what I focus on. And everyone in this industry has a responsibility. That's it, period, point blank. We have a responsibility, and people are either going to do the work and be people that people know take that responsibility and do something with it, or you don't. I've always been one of those people who it's always been about action. It's always been about activism. And I like to think it's in not just in our philosophy and not just in our words, but more importantly, in our action at my company. I mean, we've raised money for the Born This Way Foundation, BYP 100. We've done work with Project Beagle Freedom, which rescues beagles who get animal testing on beauty products. We've done breast cancer. We've done basically not everything, but we've done so many different things, because that's what sets my heart ablaze. And like, even last year at this time, we were gearing up to go to BeautyCon, and I went to BeautyCon, and I was like one of like 3 cannabis companies out there. And the conversations just like we had at the booth with people, you know, that's also it. It's just being a part of the conversation on our blog, on our Instagram, just being willing to have the conversation, not running from it. You know, I think that's my big gripe with the cannabis industry. It's like, if we take this head on and we show the world, you know, not just how to do the right thing, but honor the history. Like, that's all it really is. It's just honoring history. And more than that, I just like, I personally understand why representation matters. I personally, like I said, when I saw Corey Thomas on the stage at the Cannabis Cup, that was representation. That was me seeing myself because she was up there. And that is what is so important. And it's not just like, oh, you need to have a Black model. It's about like, what color hands are you showing? What kind of, you know, vibe do you have at your company? There's so much. And I'm just happy that everybody else is like now sort of like expecting this, because for me, I've just been like, well, why would you do anything else? It's just the right thing, you know, like the right thing's the right thing. And unfortunately, I guess people just, they don't know that, or they're not focused on that. I used to try to figure it out. You know, when I worked for cannabis companies, I would tell them, you know, like, we should march in the Pride Parade. We should do this event. We should do this and that. And these people would just like look at me just like dead in the face. And it was just always really shocking to me. And that's also why I started Kush Queen, was because if you get a platform and you don't do something with it, well, you're just wasting the opportunity, you know, because everyone is also like very hyper focused on money because it's an industry and that's what capitalism is. But I think power, influence is also a currency.
Yeah.
And I always also, because Kush Queen has always been featured media, featured in things. I've just gotten so lucky. And I've always just said, well, if everyone sees me doing the right thing, maybe they'll copy doing the right thing. And maybe even if it isn't coming from their heart, like it's coming from mine, it doesn't matter. Because you got to do it. Honestly, Raul, I'm like, I'll accept it all. I know that some people aren't and they don't feel that way, but I will, because I think I just think people have got to engage, and brands more than ever have to. So just my 2 cents.
Well, that was amazing. I think, yes, we all need women in cannabis, just brands that include everyone. I've been doing a lot of interviews with other women on how to include or the specific audience they want to target. And when I look at your Instagram feed, I do see like the assets of other like minority and colored skin being shown, and then like the vivid like and vibrant like colors chosen for the feed for your social media, which is amazing. And you answered everything amazingly, especially like based off of what I've gotten from the Instagram as well. Would there be any closing out like quotes you wanted to say, if you have any new products coming out?
The only thing that I didn't mention is that this year for Pride, we partnered with a company or an organization called Asylum Connect. And it's really important to me that people know about Asylum Connect and know about that organization, because asylum seekers are currently under attack by the Trump administration. And on top of it, as a cannabis business, I have actually been turned down by so many 501c3s and organizations that didn't want to work with us because we were a cannabis company. And this year is different because Asylum Connect has really accepted us with open arms, and we're really working more in partnership with them. We donated $25,000 to their organization. And, you know, also just with the flurry of activism, smaller organizations really do need our love too. And so really just getting to work with Asylum Connect, we did 3 Pride products to sort of like honor the space. And I just really am proud of the work we're doing with them and want people to know about them. And we do have some amazing products coming out this fall. Our setting spray, our Kingdom THC setting spray is coming in probably like the next month. And so that one is really one to look out for. In all of our THC infused cosmetics, I think it's really interesting, the intersection between cannabis and beauty, and the fact that you can really get high through a product that isn't a joint or an edible. So I'm really excited about that.
Perfect. So I will include that into the article. I like doing things like that. Like I had another company give me a promo code just because she literally just started, like it was her first product ever. So we did stuff like that. And I like to just include, like if you have new things coming out at the bottom, so people make sure to check it out.
For sure.
Thank you so much again for meeting with me. And thank you, Sonia, for organizing.
Yeah, sorry I was late to join. I had an issue getting my computer restarted. But that was so wonderful to listen into. You asked really great questions. Thank you for the thoughtfulness.
I'm trying my best as an intern. I'm trying.
Yeah, no, you're so young. I'm like, whoa, you were in elementary school in 2005. I'm going to go have to take a puff of a joint on that one. But
I smoke 2 now, so we're getting there.
Well, thank you for the time, both of you, and you guys have a great week.
Thank you too.
Bye.
Hey, I am Chris Mile.
And I'm Chelsea Miles.
And together, we will take you miles away from sadness
into the realm of calmness and joy. In case you don't know,
we make delicious recipes infused with a magic ingredient:
cannabis. Don't worry if you cannot smoke your cannabis. Follow our videos and cook your food infused with marijuana.
We are here to make a bold statement that anyone can be a chef. Our easy recipes will not only fulfill your hunger pangs, but they will also give a dose of happiness by taking you to Cloud 9.
And the great part is that you don't have to worry about overdosing.
Visit our website and calculate the daily dose of your edibles.
Happiness has never been this delicious before.
We are on a mission to take your lifestyle to a different level because
Canacook.com, we're striving to make lives healthy, spiritually, mentally, and physically.
Hey everybody, it's your friends Chris and Chelsea here from Canacook.com.
Hey everybody.
Hey, we hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving.
That's right.
We sure did.
That's right. We just stayed at home and cooked random things.
Yeah, we did. So we figured today it's kind of getting where it's colder out now
That's
and all
right.
that. Why not make some hot chocolate?
Exactly. So we're going to show you guys how to do cannabis-infused hot chocolate.
Stick around and stay tuned.
To infuse this recipe, we are going to be making infused almond milk. Now you can use whatever type of milk you would like, whether it be almond milk, oat milk, dairy milk, soy milk, any kind will work. This recipe calls for 1 3/4 cup of milk, but we're going to be infusing 2 cups. Then I've also got my decarbed cannabis. You can use decarbed cannabis or decarbed CBD. Either one will work just fine. I'm using 6 grams of decarbed cannabis. The more you use, the stronger your hot chocolate is gonna be. And then for the first part of this recipe, you will also need a double broiler. I've got my double broiler going. I get my water boiling about like this. And then I turn it down to about medium heat on my stove so that it stays boiling like this. So we are going to get our 2 cups of almond milk added in. And then we are also going to add in our decarbed cannabis. After you get that in, just give it a good stir. We're gonna let this cook for a total of 30 minutes over low to medium heat. You don't want it to get too hot where it's boiling really a lot on top. So just be sure to keep a close eye on it and stir often. We will check back in here in a few. Just doing a little check-in. This is what it's looking like. It's smelling really good in my house. This is what the water is boiling like. I keep it over medium heat and just let it bubble like that the whole time. Just keeping a close eye on it, stirring it often. I've got about 10 more minutes left until it is ready to strain. The 30 minutes is up. This is what it's looking like. So I've got my strainer and cheesecloth. So we're just going to pour this right on through our strainer and cheesecloth. When you're cooking with cannabis, it's really helpful to have a good mesh strainer. After you get everything poured through, just fold your cheesecloth over and get some sort of masher. I like to use like a potato masher, and then just mash down. Fold again and mash again. You end up getting a lot more liquid out. So we're just gonna keep mashing like this until everything comes out. And then we are going to add our infused milk into the refrigerator to let it get a little bit cooled off. For this recipe, you will need 1/4 cup of unsweetened cocoa powder, a 1/2 cup and 1 tablespoon of white sugar, 1/4 teaspoon of salt. I am, as always, using this Himalayan pink sea salt, but you can use whatever type you'd like. 1/3 cup of boiling water, the 2 cups of infused almond milk that we made, 1/4 cup and 2 tablespoons of any half and half, and 1 teaspoon of vanilla. I've got the water boiling in a separate pan on my stove. Then I've got this other pan. So I'm gonna add in the white sugar, the cocoa, and the salt. And then I'm going to grab my already boiling water. Oh, very boiling water. And we're just gonna pour that in and we're going to mix. All right, so we've got it all combined, so we're just going to mix. I've got this pan over low to medium heat. It's on a 4 on my stove, and I think that equals medium heat. We're just gonna give this a good stir until it's all mixed. We've got everything nice and mixed. I've still got it over low heat, so we're gonna let this simmer for 2 minutes. And be sure to keep a close eye on it. You don't want it to get seared or overcooked. This has been cooking now for 2 minutes, so I've got my infused almond milk. We're gonna get this added in. Once we've got this added in, we're gonna stir, mix it up really nice. Cooking over low to medium heat, we're gonna let this cook for 1 to 2 minutes. Be sure to keep a close eye on it because you do not want this getting overly hot. The 2 minutes are up, so go ahead and turn your heat off. Now we are gonna get our vanilla extract and the half and half added in. We're gonna give it a good stir and then add it to our coffee cups. I'm gonna add marshmallows in mine. You can add peppermint or whipped cream. Ooh, that'll be a good one too. So now you've got yourself some easy, seriously easy and delicious cannabis infused hot chocolate. And here is the awesome hot chocolate. So we are gonna decorate them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put, I think, marshmallows. I like a lot of marshmallows in mine.
Yeah, she does. We've always been a fan of hot chocolate this time of year, though.
Oh gosh, yeah. I love having hot chocolate around. Ooh, yes. And then I've got to have some sprinkles. I'm kind of a chocolate fanatic.
Kind of?
Kind of, okay. More than kind of.
Yum.
So good, so easy. I hope you guys enjoy this. I know we're about to.
Ultimately, our measure of success is in the global change that we're affecting. We're changing legislation, we're changing medicine, we're changing science, for God's sake. We're changing everything. That's the success of the cannabis industry. That's the success that we all share together. We're all part of that.
That's attorney and CEO Monique Jackson Fitzgerald, just one of the many powerful speakers at the Women in Cannabis National Conference in Las Vegas. Women are influencing and carving out a very important niche in the emerging cannabis space, and we will meet the founders and event staffers coming up on a special edition of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Don't look now, but it's a whole new world of weed out there. Pot is flower, it's Bruce Banner and Blue Dream. You've got bongs and dabs, resin and shatter, vaping and edibles, new terms, new strains, and new ways to use cannabis sativa, the plant. Some just made with CBD, and hemp has minimal THC. There's sativa and indica strains, and 100 chemicals, all legal in 10 states for adult use. There's a lot to get to know. Get used to it, folks, because it's legal in the Bay State and it's not going away. Neither is In the Weeds with Jimmy Young next. Revolutionary Clinics is just one of 49 medical cannabis dispensaries in Massachusetts, but there's a reason why it's one of the most popular. It's their patient-first philosophy. All day long, they teach, they educate, they communicate about this complicated plant called cannabis sativa. That's true whether you visit their Cambridge location in Fresh Pond at 110 Fawcett Street or at 67 Broadway in Somerville. Revolutionary Clinics, where the patient comes first.
Hi everyone, welcome again to another very special edition of In the Weeds on the Road with Jimmy Young here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are actually at Planet Hollywood in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we are joined by the Women in Cannabis Conference Brain Trust. Absolutely. We have Stacy Thompson, we have Annie Epley, we have Parissa Rad, great name, and Danny Garner. Thank you, girls. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, women, for coming in and hanging out with me today so we can talk a little bit about your conference. First of all, Stacy is one of the founders. What were your impressions? Were you thrilled? I mean, first of all, congratulations on getting that award.
Thank you.
But tell me now a little bit about your impressions now that it's been a few days.
I'm still soaking it in. It has been absolutely amazing. The energy that we created on that day has just been transcending into the MJ Biz Week and running into ladies. We just keep on getting so many compliments on just the energy and really the empowerment, and the speaker lineup that we had was just outstanding. It was exciting.
It was almost like a contest. There was one, and then the next one got better. I mean, it was really fun. Andy, how about you? What was your impressions, and what do you take away from this conference? What did you learn about?
I learned how powerful that we are when we all get on the same page. I learned that energy is something that we all share when we're ready to share it. And I learned that we're really capable of anything when we all get on the same page and allow each other to fail.
Absolutely. What were your impressions?
I was just blown away. That was my first experience at a National Women of Cannabis conference, and it was just wonderful. It was actually the first time I ever met these ladies in real life, which is amazing. We've all connected on social media. You know, the power of social media, right? It's amazing, and it's connected us and created a bond, and I think this just solidified it, being able to meet in person and really, like she said, capture each other's energies and just be present and enjoy what we've worked really hard to create.
Yeah,
so.
it really was a celebration of your gender for sure. And Danny, what were your impressions of the event?
The flow, like, really impressed me. Like, no matter what happened or what was going on with everybody, the attendees, us working with everything, it just went perfect.
So let's start with the one person who I think stole the show. It was certainly amazing to hear a 15-year-old young woman tell her story about how cannabis has saved and changed her life. I would like to know a little bit more about Riley and how you learned about her story and how this all worked out with her. Who booked her?
I take care of who's being on stage. That's my lane. So Riley has been an inspiration to our industry. She has been an inspiration to our legislation. She's been going up against
Jeff Sessions.
Yeah.
He's an evil person in the camp.
So you know, she's been on that crusade of trying to really get the federal laws changed in this country, and she's just been a powerhouse in growing as an entrepreneur and building her own brand. So she is the youngest female in our industry, which is absolutely amazing, and she's just this really impressive young woman who is going to make just huge waves as she grows older.
Yeah. I have a saying, I worked with young people my whole life, and I say, you give young people an opportunity and treat them as humans as opposed to kids, and they will blow you away with their ability and their ability to perform and do great things. Tell a little bit more about her background, because I know she's from Delaware. She's 15, am I right?
She just turned 14, actually.
Oh, that was the 14th birthday?
Yes.
I don't want to put an underage on a female. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Get in trouble, although I guess when you're a teenager, you don't mind getting a little bit closer and closer to that adult age. But basically, she's trying to get cannabis, she's a caregiver, in the hands of other young people, kids under the age of 21 who wouldn't have access to it, who need the medicine to survive, correct?
Correct.
Annie, what did you take away from Riley?
You know, I have a 15-year-old. So that it was extremely powerful. It was priceless. You know, I think one of the things after Riley got off of the stage, I felt so empowered to share with the audience that she helped me to realize that we have to stop making our children the difference makers. You know, it's our responsibility to stand up as their parents and start doing something about protecting their health and being intentional about that.
Yeah. Parissa, what did you take away from Riley?
Well, I think I resonate the most with Riley as a speaker because my daughter Yazzie, who is now 18 but was 14 when she started using medical marijuana, is the reason that I'm in the cannabis industry. And so I pretty much just sobbed throughout her entire speech because, I mean, it hits so close to home. and all the reasons that I'm here and my why. So
Everybody has a cannabis story.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain that story with your child? Are you comfortable talking a little bit?
Absolutely.
How'd you get into cannabis, person? Go for it.
Well, Yazzie became very ill due to prescription opiates, and my daughter is in palliative care. So she receives nursing around the clock and eats from a surgical tube rather than orally. And as a desperate mother looking for some sort of answer to my daughter's severe chronic pain and nausea and dry heaving, we tried cannabis, and it was almost miraculous change in her overall health, and her definitely her mood had improved and her outlook on life. My daughter is visually impaired since birth, completely blind in both eyes, and has cerebral palsy. So things have always been challenging our whole lives, but cannabis is actually the first time that I can say my daughter is genuinely happy. And she says, you know, I'm so thankful. I'm happier now than I've ever been in my life. And this is coming from a chronically ill child. And I say child still because she's 18, but she'll always be my baby.
That's right.
And anyways, so that's my why. She's motivated me to be the change and be a voice for so many people that don't have a voice, or maybe they're too ill to speak up. So
I got to tell you, I hear so many of these stories now that I've been in this space for the last 2 years, and everyone is different, but everyone beams like you just did when you expressed yourself. You were so proud. You had a big smile on your face, and you were like, this is, you know, you can see the passion behind the story. Tell me a little bit about your impressions of Riley.
Well, I was a early childhood educator, so like you said before, just seeing the power of a child like come to fruition.
Right.
That
give them a chance.
Exactly, and that's I loved seeing that, just her blossom on that stage and get to witness it.
Absolutely. So now here's the fun question. Okay, I know that I saw similar outfits at the show with a really kind of cool looking. I don't know.
Shout out to Marijuana Town USA for hooking us up.
Yes, she donated all of those skirts to us to wear on stage.
Now,
we loved
is
it.
it purple and pink? Am I right there? Sometimes I get a little colorblind challenge.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. And then a white top. And then you girls look like teammates, which was great. And you look like teammates again now. So I'd like to know how you coordinated the whole purple thing going here. Is that a cannabis? Is purple a cannabis thing?
No, it's just a women of cannabis thing.
Yeah, it's kind of just our
Your color.
colors. Yeah,
that's cool.
Our branding.
Nothing deep. Nothing deep. Speaking of branding, let's give credit to Lady Jane Branding
Oh,
and Jen
wow.
Wetzel,
Wow.
because if it wasn't for her, I probably wouldn't be hanging out with you guys. When I met her I met her a few times, but and she's been great to me, and we've done a lot of interviews. I see her at different shows. But she's the one who explained to me what she was doing with her research project.
Yeah.
And that's why she got involved with your conference.
Yeah.
How did you first hear about Lady Jane Branding?
Well, Jennifer reached out to us, and she's
initiative.
yes,
Like
which
that.
was fantastic. It was absolutely wonderful hearing from her, and it was a no-brainer for us to include the Lady Jane Branding study and the Women in Cannabis study along with our conference. It was just, and that's what we like to do, is to empower other women to join us and bring their talents and expertise to all come together as one.
Yeah. What's your archetype, Annie? Come on.
I'm about to blow your mind, Jimmy, like you already didn't know what my archetype
By the way,
is.
every time I'm hanging with you, you blow my mind. I just want to say.
That's a good thing.
It's the energy, right?
You know, Jimmy, I'm all of the archetypes. When the biggest thing, if you will talk a little bit more with Jennifer, and I would love for you to ask her the question, why is Annie all of the archetypes? Specifically that. And she'll explain it just like she explained it to me, is that as women, we're told that we are one thing. You are the doctor, you are the lawyer, you are the artist, but we are all of these things.
And you have to.
We are all of these things. So, you know, I loved what Jennifer did because it did allow us to kind of sit in a space and, you know, relate with the doctor. You know, because I'm Dr. Payne. I call myself Dr. Payne all the time.
Good song.
I'm not a doctor, but I will take a look at it.
Yeah.
But you know, that's what the whole purpose of her archetype is to teach women that we're everything.
Right.
You know, we're all of those things.
Krista, do you have an archetype? Do you know what it came out to be?
I think that the advocate resonates the most with me.
Okay.
I'm not just, advocacy isn't something new to me. I've been an advocate for my daughter and
Mhm.
other children with special needs pretty much my whole entire life. So,
I get it.
you know, yeah.
So, Danny, do you have an archetype?
I'm too. I'm the artist and the best friend.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh,
Stacey,
she
we didn't get
is.
yours, Stacy. We didn't get
Just
yours,
a minute.
Stacy. What's your archetype?
What is it?
What is it?
What?
What is
I
it?
was so busy, I didn't even get to do any of the
That's all right.
archetypes.
You don't have to.
Sorry, Jennifer.
So, no, it's fine. So I'm gonna, since we really haven't had it, you guys have known me for what, 2 days. If you had to pick an archetype for me, which one do you think it would be?
Do we have the list of archetypes? Because this is hard without them
Well,
I know.
standing up around the room.
Oh,
I know, right?
Oh.
Maybe the unicorn. Maybe the unicorn.
That's fine. All right, I'll tell you what. All right,
This
so
is
I
a
come out
hard
as
game.
a teacher, okay, but I'm the eternal child. Come on.
Well, you're a man, so
I am a man, so I have
eternal
zero brain
child.
power, right? And I have a female in my life who I basically refer to as she who must be obeyed. And that is a term that David Faraday, a Golf Channel personality, uses to talk about his significant other. And by the way, I don't use the W word because we are not M word. We are committed to each other.
That's a lovely way.
Okay, and it's been 19 years.
Congratulations.
And she's only kicked me out a few times.
Well, that's good. That's pretty good. Not bad at all.
And it's her house too, so she pretty much can do whatever she wants. And when it comes to fashion, there's no way she's asking me for an opinion. I get it, but I do love you, Donna. You know that. Stormy Simon, I got to sit down with her after the show. Uh-oh, I'm hitting something in your heart. She's awesome.
Oh, yes.
But can I tell you something? All women, you guys can do something that we men will never be able to do. And why women have to prove themselves twice as much? Because you are mothers, you're fathers, you're providers, and you don't have a choice. That's what when you bring a child, another life into the world, you signed up for that. We get the fun, we get out of the way, and we're jerks. I don't like my gender that much. I'm very embarrassed by some of the behaviors that I hear about through the Me Too movement, come on guys, I mean, sexual harassment's been around since the 90s when we started taking our seminars, and here we are 30 years later, and it's not like anybody learned anything, which is kind of pathetic. So I get very frustrated by that. I actually, there's a book written by a guy by the name of Jackson Katz. It's called The Macho Paradox, and it basically calls on men to call on other men to act, more humane, more sensitive, more respectful, and don't be some of the jerks that men can be. I'm sorry, that's how I feel. That being said, let's talk about Stormy. So I know we talk about specific people here, but give us a little background on her. I mean, she really carved her own way up the corporate ladder at Overstock.com, right? Mm-hmm. And I know we're going to be playing excerpts from some of the speeches on our next show on the 19th, little bits here and there. Who wants to be the summarian on this one? Annie, you're dying to do it. Just tell us how you came about finding Stormy Simon.
Well, Stacy found her, and I was a Stormy fan. She's one of the women that, we've kind of watched that just empowered us to empower other women. Mm-hmm. You've been around Stormy, so you know how just pure and beautiful her soul is, and that's easy to be around. So Stormy and I fell in love.
Yeah, she's fantastic.
We absolutely connected on this trip. I think that's one of the biggest reasons that Stacy and I kind of built this idea of putting all of the women in a mansion, in a large house where we can all stay together, so that we do get that time to relate.
Right.
We do get that time to talk about our stories of our children and how, we're struggling, so that, we are those powerful women.
Yeah.
And I know we want to talk about Stormy, but I did want to say something really quickly.
Nobody can edit you, so go for it.
Okay, good. Good.
That's why we get along.
What we're doing isn't necessarily about men.
I know that. It's celebrating women.
Well, it's not even celebrating women. I really want to clear this up.
Go
So
ahead. This is
it's
good.
about encouraging women to break the behavioral habits that we have been exhibiting toward each other for centuries. Mm-hmm. we're all very guilty of judging women without another woman opening her mouth, by her hairpin, by her shoelaces.
By her cleavage.
Correct. By her cleavage.
Yeah.
You know, and women, we tear each other down almost organically, you know, and so we kind of, for me, I know this is my situation in this, and Stormy kind of just brought all that, you know, beautifully for me in this visit was, we need to change that. We need to change that behavior, and we change that behavior by accountability. And so it has a lot to do with men, because if we're better women, we can take better care of our men and encourage them to use better parts of their brain, or you know
Using
what I'm saying?
their brain.
Any part of their brain. I was trying to be sweet, Jim.
There were some fun outtakes of some of the speakers as well, I might add.
Oh, I can't wait to see.
Well, we'll have that, but I do want to talk about Cassandra for a second.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Cassandra Farrington, who's one of the co-founders of MJ BizCon, she came out, gave a little rah-rah, which was great, and the thing I wrote down was, I did this. Basically saying, you know what, look what I built, and she takes pride in that. And you're trying to do the same thing and empowering other women to do the same thing and follow the paths of those in your gender that are doing amazing things. Why is it the cannabis industry? Is it the fact that it's so new and you have an opportunity to carve a niche?
Absolutely.
I think it's the plant too. You know, she's a female plant.
That's right.
She's a female plant. She
By
reproduces.
the way, a lot of people do not know that the cannabis sativa plant has a male version and a female version.
Correct.
And the female version is gorgeous, some of these buds, correct? And these are the buds we like.
Correct. She is the medicinal. She's the reproducer. You know, there's no mistake. It was put here on purpose, and it's so much like females. It's silly. You know, if you think about it, and like I said, from a reproductive state, I mean, when you're cloning, you're taking her, you're taking her and creating more. So, for me, it is about a niche for a lot of folks, and I think that when you jump into things like that, it is like, holy cow, okay, how do we make money doing what we love? So yeah, but it is definitely more about the other as well.
There's so much science and research that's driving this green wave in Washington, D.C. and across the country. And we all know about the STEM initiative in education. Danny, I'm sure you're familiar with the STEM initiative in education. And a lot of times, talk about those prejudices and stereotypes. Women were kind of steered away from the sciences, were they not?
Yeah. Wow.
Does cannabis offer an opportunity again to educators to bring more women into the science community?
Oh, definitely. Definitely, especially because they already have that connection with the plant, and then if they already are science-minded that were stifled, it's going to arise again, and they're going to find, especially when they find women like us, and they find themselves in a speaker room going, wow, there's a woman right there doing what I want to do. And they might start to try to research that path and find it.
Great. So what other stories that really stand out? Because you had so many speakers. There's one right after another. Is there anyone in particular? We've already given Riley the prize, right? And then we'll talk about the competition in a moment.
Okay.
But is there anything that someone said on stage that really stuck with you? Is there, and one thing, it's tough when you narrow it down. I understand there's so many things, but is there anything that sticks with any of you?
Well, I will say, just because I'm the marketing director and I get a lot of the feedback online, and I would say that Nicole West really left a lasting impression on so many viewers. She really motivated and inspired and really spoke from a place of authenticity about her challenges and even mistakes. And I think that as women, being that we have to always prove ourselves to be strong and fearless and, like you said, almost, work double as hard to be where we are, I think it was really big of her to stand on that stage and say, I made big mistakes and I don't want you to make the same one, so I'm going to share with you. Right. And hopefully help you. So I think that just based on the comments and feedback that we got, that was
she was powerful.
Quite a few, right?
She was authentic.
Yeah.
She was relatable.
Right, absolutely. Interesting what you were just talking about with Nicole, and I think that all of us as humans, we are not perfect beings. We might strive for perfection. We might strive to be successful in business or in sports or whatever our passion truly is. But as humans, we do learn more from our mistakes than our successes.
Oh, for sure.
And that was a similar theme throughout the entire day. Don't you think, Stacey?
Absolutely.
Anything you got to comment on that? Do you agree with? I know you can agree with me. I appreciate it, but I'd like it when you just kind of expound a little bit more. You know, is she the shy one, Annie?
You know, I think that she's gotten so used to me talking for her. She's like, Annie, you got this.
You got this, girl. You got this. Is there any anything that you've done in your life that turned out to be a mistake, and you learned from that?
Life is just a bunch of learning experiences, and yes, absolutely, and especially in this industry, you know, there's no protocol, there's no books, there's no rules of what to do in any certain way. Everything's always changing, and so you have to adjust your styles, you have to pivot, you have to make sure that you're surrounding yourself with the right people, finding the right team. I am so blessed to have found these ladies, and they see my vision, see what I want for our future, and they believe in me and the vision, and believe in us women to be able to accomplish it. So that's pretty awesome. I've made so many mistakes along the way that I've been in this industry just over 4 years, and I swear if I had someone to mentor me, and I think that's one of the biggest key things, is to find a mentor that you can really trust in, and that they're going to give you good, sound, experienced advice.
That's great. Anything you'd like to share as far as a mistake that perhaps you've learned from, Annie? I mean, I've got so many too, okay, and I've shared them all already. So,
well, I would like to answer her question, you know, that she didn't answer before you asked that. You know, what I enjoy about our conference, what I get out of the conference mostly is that we're not there to talk about business and our product. That happens on the vendor level. What those speakers are there to do is to lift women from the base of what the heck it is they're going through and encourage them to continue to push forward. You know, Stacey's vision was very clear when her and I, you know, met each other and decided, okay, let's do this together, was that she wanted it to be stories of these powerful women that even her and I looked up to. You know, that it was like, oh my God, Stormy Simon. You know, I think a few times, even Mila. You know, Mila slept in the same house as we did. I mean, this woman has done so much that we're still playing catch up.
Oh,
yeah.
And still plenty more to share and everything.
Yes.
Would you like to share a mistake, either one of you two? I don't want to.
Danny's like, no.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you have to be careful about the relationships that you go into in this industry.
A bullshit detector, perhaps.
You know, there's
we need a Kristen Yoder with
That's
us.
Right. And by the way, I'm recruiting Kristen for my team as a correspondent, just so you guys know.
Sorry, Parisa.
Go ahead, Parisa.
No, I think that, you know, that's just a really important thing, is to, you know, trust your gut, really vet your clientele, and not just your, you know, it goes both ways when you're working with people. So just be careful. Things can happen on both ends, and I've learned, and I'm really grateful to be surrounding myself with women that I continue to respect and trust. So.
Right, and you know, those, like, I wear my heart on my sleeve. What a shock, right? And I do find good in all people and try to create a relationship around that. It's something I learned from my dad. And damn, have I been burnt a few times, you know? Oh, you're shady, you know.
I
think we all have.
You know what I mean? You got to put yourself out there, otherwise you're never going to know.
So
I mean, don't beat yourself up over your mistakes. Move on. Pivot quickly and keep it going.
I had a great mission statement last week: dare to dream, dare to do. And it really hit home with me because I am daring right now, and I'm doing what I love to do. Meet people, talk with them, tell their stories, let them tell their own stories, and I get the heck out of the way and share it with the world. Because we're in a very historic time right now.
Yes.
I feel like, as a history major at Tufts University, I'm documenting a new industry, the development of a new normal in the greatest country in the world, which is, you know, a fascinating time to be involved with. Never thought in a million years I would be ending up in this space, never thinking I'd see it legalized in my home state of Massachusetts. I mean, look, there's a God up there, guys, okay? And he's taking good care of me, too, okay? And I appreciate that. Talk about your competition. You actually did something new this year in your competition, letting the, you had, I think, 10 entrepreneurs. They did a 60-second elevator pitch in front of everybody, and then you had a vote, and then you had an award. You want to take me through how that all came about?
Yeah, we wanted to just expand and create some new aspect of the conference this year, and I'm sure we'll continue doing that each and every year. But we will definitely keep this female entrepreneur contest as part of our conference. It was so amazing. The women that participated, they had to get nominated. We took the top nominations, finalists. They came into Vegas, and we were able to have such hype on it. The women were amazing in being able to share their stories, and our winner is just ecstatic. She came to our master class for the second day yesterday and learned so much, and it was just an amazing opportunity for her.
Mindy Gravel?
Yes. Yes.
Sorry, I didn't want to blow that one.
Like I did on
Good
stage.
job. Hey, let me tell you, I interviewed somebody from the NCIA, and I butchered his last name not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Oh, man.
And I said, wait a second, your last name isn't what I said? He says, no, it's this. And I went, and you didn't correct me? You know, okay, great. I still love you anyway. And he does too. It all has worked out. Well, what's next? You've set the bar. Okay, you have set the bar with this conference. 350, 400 in
Yes,
that
range? Right around there.
415.
Yeah.
415.
Yeah.
Great. We were max capacity. They said it was more people than have ever been in that building ever before.
Fantastic. And a dozen vendors or so were showcasing
We
this
had
stuff.
24 vendors.
Thank you very much. I knew you'd know the exact number.
Yes.
And it was double what I said, which again does not surprise me. So what's next? You guys are talking about some different things. Do you have any idea?
We'll let Parisa tell.
All right, Parisa, what's
we're
next?
heading to Detroit, so we'll be there in May. And we're rolling out regional leaders and conferences, so definitely be on the lookout for a National Women of Cannabis Conference in Puerto Rico, as well as other states to be announced soon. So if you want to get involved, women can contact us and go to our website.
How do they contact you? And you know that's your camera over there.
wofcanna.com, and you can go to Facebook and Instagram obviously as well. We'd love to connect with women that are looking to lead their communities. So.
Yeah, and make a difference in the world, right?
Yeah, join, come walk the world with us.
I love that line.
WOCC though.
I love that line, and I think I love all of you. I really enjoyed being part of it.
We love you too, Jim.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Don't I love that? And I get so sensitive, I'm going to cry. So I want to thank Danny, Parisa, Annie, and Stacy for letting me into your world of women in cannabis.
Thank you for. It was a pleasure.
So for all of these wonderful women, I am your host of In the Weeds with Jimmy Young. I also have a great videographer and producer behind the scenes here named Dan French. And I thank you all for watching. And please remember, it's a whole new world of weed out there. Use it responsibly.
We are Pro Cannabis Media.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Green Nurse Podcast, where we bring hope and inspiration for growth and healing. And we often talk about things that people don't like to talk about because they are important subjects to be discussed to decrease stigma for healing. So, no one likes to talk about death and dying, especially with all the deaths that we're seeing surrounding COVID-19. So literally, death and dying need not be a horrible experience. And oftentimes it's just that for both patients and families and even providers that are taking care of patients. So I've done hospice nursing for 3 years. And honestly, it was one of the most rewarding jobs I've ever had to help a patient peacefully transition over from the physical world to the spiritual world. And it was actually equally as rewarding to help families process emotion around death, dying, and the grief that can be so overwhelming for so many people. So I'm just going to take a poll. Everyone raise their hand out there. How many people have thought about their own deaths and what you would like to happen to your body? So how many people have really thought about it? So I've actually looked death in the eye a few times. And I'm truly grateful that I've been able to process that experience. And Mom, I just want to say thank you for getting me a spot next to you so we can hang out together. Our ashes can hang out together. So anyways, I want to introduce my guest tonight. I'd like to welcome my Canna Soul sister, Jamie Rollins, Worcester, to the platform, who was on in September sharing her story of becoming a cannabis nurse. And she shared how cannabis and other plant entheogens have helped patients at the end of life. Jamie is a registered nurse, a cannabis nurse, a certified yoga instructor. She's a member of the American Cannabis Nurses Association, the Cannabis Nurses Network, and the International Association of Psychedelic Nurses. Jamie's background is in community health, hospice care, and psychiatric nursing. She is the founder of True Health Consulting, which provides quality consulting on cannabis as medicine and offers multiple other services for patients and health professionals. Jamie is also a green nurse working with us to build the platform with her expertise for our expansion across the country. So today we're going to discuss about how to have a loving discussion about death and dying and advance directives. So Jamie, welcome back.
Hey, thanks. Thanks for having me. One of my favorite topics to talk about.
Well, you know, it's good because you've done hospice nursing a lot more than I have, but I've also done it, and it's truly a discussion that people don't like to have. But you know, you've come on before and we've shared our experiences, is that the sooner we have these discussions with people, even going on to hospice care, the longer we've seen patients live.
Well, and a lot of times these discussions, I worked home health for a very long time, and the goal of home health is to get patients back into the community and independent, different from hospice, which is to provide quality of life. So, you know, the time to be bringing up the discussion of what you want to be doing is when you're meeting those patients in that home health setting, when you are getting the goals to get them back into the community, because that's when you have that touch point. Maybe they're dealing with a chronic illness. It's something that triggers them to think about what's going to happen when that chronic illness then progresses. And there's going to be a lot of other things in place that will happen. So if they have this out of the way, it can make things a lot easier down the road.
So how do you recommend having a conversation with a loved one, you know, about death and dying before they get sick? So how would people do that? Because, you know, around the holidays, you know, people are Zooming, some people are getting together. And, you know, with this time of COVID, you know, with cases popping up left and right, people dying, 90,000 people died the other day.
I know.
In the world, in the whole 90,000.
So we need to be, I mean, it just is more of an understanding as to why so many people because so many families now are dealing with figuring out what to do now after someone has passed away. And the statistics, I'm sure, will probably show that most of those people weren't expecting to need services like that in place. So yeah, it is something that we need to be discussing, and we need to be talking about more. And you know, it's tough because of COVID, but I told people all the time, I tell people to keep it light. It's literally like getting a health insurance plan. When you're talking about keep it light, I mean, take some of the emotion out of it. And just, it is what it is. It's something that as responsible adults, and, you know, we need to take care of planning the end of life because somebody has to do it. So if we aren't the ones to do it for ourselves, we leave that burden and that task on usually the ones we love who are left behind, who are already dealing with a ton of grief. So, you know, I keep it light, you know, as you're talking about whatever. I mean, our family's a jokester. A lot of families are different in the way they approach things. So if your family's more of a numbers people, bring some statistics. If your family's more of a money saving people, talk about the reason why you would want to plan early. It's going to save you money in the long run. So you really got to find, when you want to bring this up with family, we all learn differently and we all receive information differently. So if we can kind of find how that other person receives information and cater to that, so that we can be a little more gentle. You and meeting, we call it like it is. So
I know, we're like, we bottom line it. But
then again, Mom, Dad, we're getting these for you in place because, well, I put money aside. No, we're getting these in place because that money you put aside is not going to really cover it in 30 years when you need it, you know?
Right. So yeah, so it's, and this is the other thing that I look at. So just think about, you know, we enter into this world and we exit this world. So just think about when we enter into this world, what a celebration it is. Right? So what do we plan, we buy things, we pick out names,
registry. Yeah.
So why not? This is how I look at it. 420funerals.com. Like
Yeah.
seriously, why not think about having, planning something? And this is like what we're going to talk about. So,
Well,
I
they
want
do
to talk.
all sorts of wild things now. I mean,
know.
people are
And
not just ending up in a casket in the ground. People are being in Florida here. There's a reef. You can have your ashes scattered. You can be put in a pod and buried under a tree and become one with the forest. I mean, there are so many unique options that people are really thinking about. For like environmental reasons too, like the funeral industry. And when we do things like with the casket in a body, that embalming fluid is super toxic. Then you're being put into the ground. So people are even taking that into consideration in their death. How are they leaving? What kind of footprint are they leaving, even in death? And I love that. I love that people are going that far to think about it. And they're not afraid to talk about it. It's just the final piece. And how do you want that? How do you want your exit to be, right?
Right. How do you want to, exit out of this world? So let's just talk about a couple of scenarios of what it's looked like for patients that have not had plans and those that have had plans in place. So let's talk about those patients that you've worked with that have not had a death plan in place, an end of life and advanced directives. What kind of situations have you seen?
Just a lot of chaos. A lot of times younger families who weren't expecting to be dealing with, and younger, I'm talking in your late 30s, 40s, maybe something like cancer or car accident or a stroke or whatever tragedy, head injury, you just weren't planning for it. And, to have those young families witnessing that and having to deal with the intense, heavy grief of losing somebody, like the father or husband, and then to have to go to that next step of then figuring out financially how you're going to pay for it, and then what you're going to, when that's going to happen, and now with COVID, those decisions and those choices tend to be a little bit more challenging. So a lot of chaos. And even when they're older folks and they kind of know it's coming, and if things aren't planned, you have families. And we know the family dynamics when it comes to hospice. A lot of the hospice care really, as for nurses, really like embraces the family and helping the family to grieve appropriately or as healthy as possible and to facilitate those discussions. So I have helped. I have been that person that multiple times when they're like, what do we do now? Well, the family is responsible when it comes down to it, and hospice for making the arrangements for the funeral. Or the end of life cremation, whatever it is that you choose. It's the social worker typically will give recommendations, not the nursing staff. It's typically the social worker that will share. And so when I've gone in there and it's been a patient who's come onto hospice quickly and there isn't anything in place and the patient does pass away, it's the brother and the sister who don't talk to each other ever, who are now trying to figure out who's paying for what, how they're going to do it, or they're yelling across the room while they're both on phones with 3 different things, trying to price things out, when ideally they should be reminiscing and comforting each other and telling stories and not having to worry about costs or planning, or it just takes away from actually sitting through that moment in time. And like you said, it's like birth and death. You do it once and you get one chance to like get it right. So families remember the chaos when things are not in place. And then, and then I had a family where I came in a second time and they hadn't prepared. And then for mom, they were all set because they knew what happened with dad. They did not want to go through the chaos again. They made sure things were in place, and it was like night and day, just the difference in the energy in the space. So I can't stress it enough. I mean, after working hospice, I really became passionate about educating people about the importance of having a plan in place.
All right. So let's talk about what is a prepaid plan.
So there's a couple. So this is one thing I learned. I didn't know as a nurse, I didn't really learn it until after I was helping patients privately. So a prepaid plan versus, you can get prepaid funeral plans, and that way, and it depends on what you want as an individual. A lot of people, like my grandparents, They wanted to have the full open casket buried. They had, my grandfather was in the military. They did that thing. My other grandmother, she just wanted to be cremated, and that was it. There was no service. So this is really something that you need to decide for yourself. It's a very personal decision. What is the process that I want to happen for my family to be able to grieve appropriately, and for what my wishes are? And if you want a prepaid, there's prepaid funeral plans that include, the casket embalming. And then there's just simple prepaid cremation plans, which is what I'm going to do, because I don't need to be filled with embalming fluid and have my body, and have people walk. It's just not for me.
Well, just think about it, Jamie. The plants, lots of plant medicine has taught us to eliminate the box. That makes us think outside the box.
Yeah.
Why would we ever want to go back into
the box? Staying out of the box.
I'm staying out of the box. I am, let those ashes fly free.
Scatter me everywhere. I want to be just abundant and expansive. So I'm glad we talked to
Jamie. I know.
I can go every place that I've wanted, didn't make it when I was alive. I'm just like, just put a little bit of Jamie everywhere you go. But it's easy. So for me, I actually, and my husband and my mother and father, prepaid cremation plan. That means in advance you pay either a lump sum or you pay a monthly price. I share one that's like you can have $50 a month, 0% interest. So they make it affordable, which is really great for, a lot of people who are chronically ill, want to have some sort of coverage so they don't leave their family burdened, but they can't afford $3,000 up front or $2,000 up front. But $50 a month is more feasible, right?
Right.
So yeah, I mean, it's a prepaid plan is, it's just, you pay it up front, and then it's ready there when you need it. And then when you need it, it's a phone call, and your family doesn't have to do anything other than make that phone call and sign paperwork to get you, to get your ashes. That's it.
Okay, so how does it work? So say, for example, I sign on the dotted line for the prepaid cremation plan, and I'm done. Like I die. And so then my kids would have this information, and then they would make a phone call, and then based on what I set up with that plan is what they would get. Is that what that?
And the one that I now share, and the one that I use, it's the reason I chose it and the reason I support it is that it is simple. So it is.
Tell me, what is it?
So it's basically four pieces. It's like basic coverage, which covers the cremation fee, the facility fee, the death certificates, the taxes. And then, you get your urn, you get to pick out, they, send some other mementos with you. There's travel and relocation. So that's that piece that's, just fantastic, because I live in Florida and now I'm going to be a snowbird. So we're going to be Florida and Massachusetts. And so we have that in Florida a lot. People retire here, a vacation here. It covers you. So if you were to pass away in Florida, but you have, your family and everybody's in New England, you don't have to pay extra money to get your ashes there. It's no matter where you are, the company would contract with another cremation facility to have it covered, because if you have to ship your body back to the place that you have the facility, the cremation package with, they don't cover that. So a lot of times people will buy a prepaid plan and they'll pass away somewhere else, and then they have to pay like 10 grand, 5 grand, 8 grand to get the body back to then utilize the plan. The plan that I share and am having my family purchase has that travel insurance basically built into it.
So no matter where you are. So
no matter where you are.
And my body
Italy or Australia and die, and they will ship you and ship the ashes back to wherever you were supposed to be.
So that's really good to know. Okay.
Another really weird little thing about this, and this is another really morbid thing, but now we're in COVID times, we have to think about things like this. And when I was a kid, my mom told me she took a term life insurance policy out in case, God forbid, something happened and I passed as a child, they'd have money to cover any sort of expenses. The plan that I have and share also has like a grandchild and child rider, where if you have a plan, you've purchased a plan for yourself, if you have any children or grandchildren under the age of 21 who are unmarried, and it could be 15 grandkids, and say a terrible tragedy strikes and you need to provide services for a child or grandchild, because you purchased a plan, that their costs will, no matter how many, like a car accident, say it was a car accident, your plan would cover the costs for all of those children, and it wouldn't affect your plan. You would still be able to utilize your plan. So it's like it's a child and grandchild rider.
Okay, so just so I get it, I just want to get it. So say I buy a plan, and my kids have kids, and something happens to me and my kids' kids, my grandkids, the plan would cover all of us.
Yes.
Wow.
21 and under and unmarried. That was, yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah. So I know it's like one of those things people are like, that's so morbid. I'm like, it's morbid, but if you need it, you're going to be grateful that, and that covers any of them. So I sold a plan to a gentleman who had 15 grandkids. And he said, it's just something that I can have for me. And then if God forbid, then I know that I have the ability to help out my children to be able to cover any kind of expense like that. So, I mean, it's thinking ahead and covering,
Yeah. So it's
insurance essentially.
It's insurance. Well, there it is. It's you're birthing into another realm, right? You might as well prepare for it. Just kind of like having a baby. You have a due date, but you really don't know when the baby's going to come.
Yeah.
We all have something in our mind about how long we're going to live, but honestly, do we really know?
No, like tonight. So like, for instance, tonight I was driving home. I went out to do some Christmas shopping and I almost got T-boned. And it was like that fast. So people always put things off like this, or like, oh, I don't need it. I'm 39. I need a plan like this so that my family doesn't get stuck figuring out how they're going to do it and then you know what? The other benefit is I'm 39. If I pay $2,800 for a plan or $2,500 for a plan today, that plan the price never changes. So it's locked in. So because I work in this space, I know the statistics of the increase of costs of funerals and cremation services.
Tell me.
Costs in like 20. Well, it just continues to tick up. So, we're looking at a $3,000, $2,800, $2,500, depending on what region you're in the country, it changes. But, you're looking at a $2,500 plan now. In 10 years, that's going to look a lot different. Like,
yeah, you're right.
$8,000 or $10,000. So when people tell me I put money aside, that's great. But that money, like, put it to use now. So something's planned. It's like finishing half the job. I put money aside, but now you still have to deal with all the nonsense to figure out who you're going to use and the phone calls, kids. No, finish the job.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just like, have the, have the party all planned ahead of time, so that way you can truly spend time with your family. You can reminisce, peace of mind. So think about it. Holidays is a great time to give the gift, of peace of mind with a prepaid plan. So, peace of mind. So, everything's been taken care of. Everything's in order. So you don't have to stress. Your children don't have to stress. Peace of mind. So you don't have to do anything except to place a call. All the work is done. Your family can spend time together celebrating and reminiscing about the good times with one another.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. So Jamie, this has been awesome. So for more information, Jamie is offering this through True Health Consulting and also through the Green Nurse. So for more information on this, you can go to www.thegreennurse.com. I'm going to put in the comments below, info@thegreennurse.com, and you can ask.
And Jamie, I'm happy to do like a free consultation to just kind of talk to anybody who just wants to talk with a nurse who is focused on end of life and planning, and just kind of discuss maybe what you need, what you want. It might not be a prepaid plan, but if I can help you to kind of figure out, for maybe what direction you start in, I'd be happy to do that. So just reach out to the Green Nurse and.
So I'm gonna put your personal. So you have a bio on the Green Nurse website. So I'm gonna put your personal information right in there, so they can reach out directly to you. That way, we'll get out of the middle. So Yeah, we'll put your email right in there. And that way you can have a free consultation with Jamie to discuss prepaid plans and to see, if this is something that you'd want to think about for you or for your loved one, when it's time to have that conversation. So Jamie, any last words of wisdom for our viewers?
No, I just, it's something that people really stress about when they think of it. What I can say is the best way to not stop thinking about it is just get it done. Like, focus on it, get through it, plan it, and then you don't have to think about it anymore. It's finished. So I'm a procrastinator, and this is like last on my list, so I get it. But it is something to think about as you go into, as we end this crazy year of 2020. And you're right. It'd just be a really great gift to your family to know that it's not something they have to worry about down the road.
Yep. And that's what it is. It's you're not only giving a gift to yourself, but a gift to your family.
Well, it can save them substantial amount of money in the long run. So that's
there you go. And so the whole inheritance can go to them.
Yeah.
Exactly.
More to go on a trip with.
Exactly. Jamie, as always, it has been a true pleasure.
Love you.
Thank you for all that you do in the community. You truly do bring hope and inspiration for growth and healing. And everyone, remember what it's all about. It's about living your best life.
Thanks, Sherry.
Welcome to Vote Pro Podcast, the award-winning cannabis news podcast brought to you by VoteProPot.com. Here are your hosts, Phil Adams, Jay Britton, and Andrew McCreadies.
Medical marijuana gets a celebrity endorsement. We'll tell you who. Also, we got 7 ways marijuana businesses can survive an IRS audit. And NORML is circulating a petition demanding that both Trump and Biden back cannabis reform legislation in advance of the November elections. Hey everybody, welcome back to Vote Pro Podcast. Glad to have you with us today. We got a ton of stuff to get to. But first, Andrew has some very useful information that he would like to impart with us. What do you got, Andrew?
Well, a lot of people, when they clean their weed, they pull the stems out, and a lot of people save them. Now, I have a article here about what to do with said stems, and it's 8 useful ideas for using your marijuana stems. Now, you got to understand that there are little trichomes and THC and compounds still on these stems, especially the ones that you pull out of the middle of a bud.
Right.
And so there's a fair amount there. So the first thing you can do is what you want to do is decarboxylate it. So you want to put it in an oven at about 200 degrees for about 45 minutes. Then you let it cool. And then there's a few things you can do. You can make like a weed stem tea with it. You just put the stems in there and take it back. Now, I hear a lot of people do this. But I've always been under the impression that the cannabis compounds, the THC, has to be attached to a fat molecule for your body to absorb it. So when you do this, even though it's been decarboxylated, I'm sort of thinking, maybe you should put milk in the tea or some kind of,
Makes
fat.
sense. Yeah.
And maybe even honey might work, I think. The other thing you can do is make weed stem butter. And so you would make that just like you would normally make cannabis butter, except you just use you might want to grind up the stems and put them in a piece of cheesecloth and stick it in the melted butter and you let it simmer for like 30 minutes and at a very low simmer. You don't want a big boil.
How much THC is in the stems and stuff?
Well, it depends on the stem, But if you get a big, like I used to have this coffee can, and I put it in there, and I put a bunch of coins in there, and you just shake it. And one day I looked in, and there was like about an inch of just like keef powder in the bottom of that fucking thing.
Gotcha.
Which is something you could. That's the other thing you could do. My next one is you make weed keef or stem keef. And again, I do it by putting it in a can with coins and just sort of shaking it and then pouring it through a strainer. And now that you can just smoke, or you can decarboxylate it and put it in an edible. And now I would recommend decarboxylating it after you knock it off the stems. So when you have the actual keef.
Right.
The other thing you do is a weed tincture with alcohol. That's always cool. You do the same way. You can actually look up a lot of these. So I'm not going to give you the detailed recipes, but just look them up. How to do tincture. You just you take the stems. I'd crush them up, decarboxylate them, then you just put them in liquor and stick them in your freezer for a couple weeks. That's how I do it. The other thing is finger hash. If you ever dealt with a lot of weed, sometimes you'll get like this the tar on your hand. Yeah, but that's hash, and if you like scrape it off and like ball, you rub your hands together and like dirt will fall little balls. That's hash. And so what you do, you just take all your stems and just grind it between your hands until your hands sort of absorb that hash, and then you scrape it off.
Finger hash. I never heard it called that before.
Finger hash. Yeah. Another thing they do is you just take the stems and you dry it up, and you can beat it and process it until you get like this fiber, and you make paper out of it. There's a bunch of places on the internet that'll teach you how to make paper and then to weed.
You need a lot of stems for that.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, well, you guys are kind of featherweights, so you know.
That's right. Take you about a week.
They add up for you pretty quickly. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I made a sweater and a scarf in like a month and a half.
I just hand wrote the Bible.
You can actually make a fiber and make it turn into like a yarn.
Cool. Well, basically, you're saying don't throw your
stems away. Save them. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Right. You do
Another thing you can do, you can just I've heard some people, they just freaking take these stems, grind them up a little bit, put them in paper, and smoke them.
Yeah, why not? Probably doesn't taste great
because it tastes like crap.
It's harsh.
Yeah. But I guess there's trichromes in there, and I guess it gets the job done. But geez.
I remember the days of desperation, but that's not so much the case anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean, we would load up a bowl with everything, the stems, the seeds. You'd roll a joint and would go pop and would pop.
That's right. I mean, nowadays...
Like a little cannabis popcorn in your joint.
You run out now, you just go down to the dispensary, Back in the day, it was like, man, nobody's got anything. I've got this jar of sticks in my closet. Let's go through it, scrape the bong. Remember those days well.
Who did the song Down to the Stems and Seeds Blues?
Oh, yeah. Who was that? I don't know.
I think it was Commander Cody. Commander Cody and his Lost Planet Airmen.
Okay. Yeah. Wow, you're showing your age, bro.
Yeah, you can tell. Yeah. Well, Phil and I used to work at a record shop.
Yeah, right. That's right.
We know all that stuff. We've learned nothing and we've forgotten nothing.
Another friend of ours, Howard, worked there. The last time I saw him, and he could still remember the labels and the numbers off a bunch of the albums, because when you sold an album, you had to write down like if it was an AMC record, AMC or Columbia, COL 4533, and
didn't have the barcodes in those days.
I know, but God, it was like 40 years later, and he still remembers that shit.
Yeah, it's weird what sticks with you.
Yeah.
Well,
anyways, what else is new?
Well, Normal was in the news last week. Well, they're back this week. Last week, you remember, they were chiding Joe Biden on the proposal for cannabis reform that he introduced, which they felt didn't go nearly far enough. And now Normal is circulating a petition demanding, well, not demanding, but calling on both Donald Trump and Joe Biden to endorse legalization or cannabis legal reform in advance of the November election. So they want to make this an election issue, and we've talked about this before. It's very popular, but not high priority for a lot of people. But according to Normal, within the first couple of hours after they launched this petition, which they just did today, as we're recording this, they got like 5,000 people signing on.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, we put it on our Facebook page. So go up there, go to our votepropot.com, go to our Facebook page, and it's up there. I mean, what if they get 1 million signatures?
Right.
I mean, these guys can't ignore that, right?
Well, eventually, yeah. I mean, it gets to a point. So, absolutely. So check it out and sign the petition.
For sure. All right, got some state updates. You want to hear them?
Yeah, but real quick. Yeah. Cheech and Chong are opening a dispensary.
Yeah.
Did you hear about that?
Where?
California.
California.
And they'll probably eventually have a chain,
Maybe in East LA, man.
Probably somewhere out there.
Remember, Cheese came out with that Born in East LA.
Yeah.
Man, I was
in the bar business and we used to play it and people would dance to that.
Yeah.
But then again, they used to dance to Weird Al Yankovic too. So.
Yeah, right.
So-
Not saying much. All right,
So
state updates.
state
You ready?
updates. What do you got?
All right, I got a few here. Hawaii. So the state of Hawaii has legalized edibles, which is exciting. Hawaii lawmakers passed a bill allowing the sale of medical cannabis edibles, a move that could significantly boost the roughly $16 million to $20 million a year market in Hawaii. The legislation has been sent to the desk of Governor David Ige. Is that how you pronounce it? I-G-E? Ige?
I guess.
I don't know. Who has been resistant to some of the cannabis policy reforms that have been set forth in recent times. So we'll see what happens. But the bill enjoyed very strong support amongst the legislature. The Hawaii legislation would take effect on January 1st, 2021. But the state health department would need to develop rules before edibles could, the sales could begin. So, you know how that goes. Who knows how long that could take?
Yeah, well, we're in Maryland, we're still waiting in Maryland.
Exactly.
I mean, it used to be,
right.
At first,
Hawaii,
they would.
Hawaii currently has 30,000 registered medical cannabis patients, and the program is very heavily regulated with only 8 vertically integrated licensees. So I don't think that's so bad, 8. I mean, Virginia, we have 5, and we're a hell of a lot bigger than Hawaii. So it doesn't sound terrible to me. The
I wonder
next
how they
state,
do that. I wonder if it's like so many per island or.
yeah, I didn't look into that. I'm not sure. Illinois, $52 million in the first 6 months of legalization. That's of adult use. So those numbers exceed predictions. And this is during a pandemic. So since recreational cannabis became legal, dispensaries statewide have sold $239 million worth of product. The state collects both general sales tax and taxes specifically for cannabis. In its first disclosure, the cannabis taxes of since the state reported the first month take of $10 million on revenues of 39.2, sales hit 47.6 million in June. So looking good out there in Illinois.
So 52 million represents gross sales.
That's no.
Or is that the state's revenue from it?
No, you're right. It's the sales. 52. No, I'm sorry. 52 million is the tax revenue.
Revenue.
The sales was almost 240 million.
Yeah.
So if you do the math,
you think they might be able to think of what to do with that money? I bet some people there have some ideas.
Yeah, I'm guessing. Next is a state we don't hear a lot about, Idaho. Idaho. I'm the hoe. Tommy Simmons, this is a story by Tommy Simmons of the Idaho Press. An Idaho group working on a November initiative for the ballot to legalize medical cannabis has threatened to sue the state after later this week if officials don't give the group more time to obtain the necessary signatures. Earlier this month, through its legal counsel, it's Givens, Pursley, and Boise, the Idaho Citizens Coalition, the name of the group, sent a letter to the Idaho Secretary of State threatening to sue. And this gets interesting because here's why they're suing. The coalition pointed to a recent ruling by U.S. District Court Judge B. Lynn Windmill, and what the coalition says is a similar case, that the group called Reclaim Idaho, that organization is pushing for an Invest in Idaho ballot initiative that would generate $170 million for public schools and some other stuff. Coronavirus cancellations and the government stay-at-home order also hindered the Reclaim Idaho's signature gathering, and the state would not allow it more time to gather signatures electronically. In June, Windmill, the judge, ruled the state had to give them more time.
Okay.
And a panel of judges in the Ninth Circuit last week denied the state's appeal. So the organization that's trying to get more time to get signatures for the cannabis legalization has a pretty good case.
They were upheld by the appellate court.
Yeah.
Okay.
They have a good case because this other group trying to do the same thing, gather signatures for a completely different thing, got the judge to agree that they should be given more time. So looks good in Idaho. We'll see.
Right.
We'll keep an eye on that. Florida. This is from Jim Saunders in the Miami Herald. In a highly unusual move, the Florida Supreme Court on Tuesday ordered a second round of arguments in a battle about whether the state has properly carried out the 2016 constitutional amendment that broadly legalized medical cannabis. So this is kind of interesting too. Justices heard arguments in May in a lawsuit filed by FloriGrown, which is a Tampa-based firm that has challenged the constitutionality of the 2017 law that was designated to carry out the constitutional amendment. This is the amendment for legalization. That's how they got it through in Florida. The case centers on part of the law related to the licensing of companies to operate in a medical cannabis industry. But the Supreme Court on Tuesday issued an order scheduling another round of arguments on October 7th. This is a highly unusual incident. Rarely occurs.
Now, is this the Florida Supreme Court
of Florida? Correct.
Okay.
Whether the 2017 law is known as what they call a special law. And what that means, justices signaled after the first hearing that they were interested in the special law issue, asking FloriGrown and Florida Department of Health to file additional briefs on the issue. But the court rarely brings back parties for a second round of arguments. FloriGrown lawyers wrote in their brief filed June 17th, quote, "This court, the Supreme Court, has repeatedly held that the controlling question in evaluating whether a law is unconstitutional special law is whether the class in the law is closed. Here, the classes are so clearly closed, the legislature might as well have named the licensee in the statute." So what they're saying is the Constitution or the law says these companies have to be vertical. Okay, so this is an important case. So the law says it has to be vertical. They're claiming, this company who's filing this is saying it's unconstitutional. You can't set aside a class, meaning only companies who are vertical are allowed to do business in Florida, cannabis business. So they're going all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court heard this case, and just a mention of this special law, which is this issue we're discussing, and they called them back and said, wait, let's talk more about this special law. You have a point here, basically, is what they're saying. So, so here, you're saying in your rules, only vertical companies with shit tons of money can come in here and do business as a cannabis business. That's not fair. That may not be constitutional. Why can't the woman or man down the street who just wants to grow, why can't they get a license? Or the person who just wants to process, or the person or company that just wants to have a dispensary. So it's interesting to see how this turns out, because it could have an impact on other states. We're very familiar with that. A lot of states are doing it. Virginia's done it. Hawaii, all these states are doing the vertical thing, and they're saying that may be unconstitutional, at least in Florida. Now, how that applies to other states, we'll have to see. But that's pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
And for the Supreme Court itself in the state to reach out to the parties and say, come back, let's talk about this. Come back and let's talk. This might not be right. So that's the closeout of my state update. But I think that's kind of an interesting case. Didn't hear a lot in the news about it, but it could lead to, a lot of uproar in some other states. Because how many states require the vertical? Quite a few.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it
right.
doesn't seem fair at all I mean, and these special laws, there's a word for it, and I don't know the legal term for where you create a law for a specific person or a specific group of people.
Exactly. That's
but
what
it's
this is about.
Unconstitutional. Is equal justice under the law is the standard.
Well, and what it does is it is only, the bottom line is it is only allowing very wealthy, well-financed, huge companies or large companies to come into Florida or other states, and that they're the only ones who get to play the game, and that's bullshit.
Yeah, and this goes back to what I've often called, and a lot of people call crony capitalism.
Exactly. What it is.
It's the government making rules so stringent that only the biggest and most powerful and richest players can play, and the little guy gets squashed, and that's got to end.
More and more difficult to get ahead.
Yep.
For the small guys. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're right. You're exactly right, Andrew. What else you got, guys?
Well, speaking of Florida, as it turns out, now we all know that medical is legal now and has been decriminalized in the great Commonwealth. But now they're saying medical cannabis sales are set to commence in 2 months. Bum, 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 ba-da-dum-dum. So back in early 2016, Virginia legalized the CBD and THCA for treatment for epilepsy and other different forms of severe maladies. Right. But since then, I think they've added a bunch of stuff. And this is a perfect example of how medical marijuana laws evolve. They started off by being super strict, just a few things. And by the time it really sort of started rolling, more and more elements are available. And now in 2 months, I have a feeling there's I think in Virginia, can a doctor just recommend it for whatever reason he wants now?
Or is there a list of ailments that
Or is there a list of ailments? Didn't they, Jay, do you know?
I have my card in Virginia. I should know that, and I don't.
Yes,
I don't remember.
You're the expert here.
I'm surprised to hear you say that we're looking at 2 months because, again, it's vertical in Virginia. There's only 5 companies, and we talked about MedMen a couple weeks ago getting booted out because they didn't done shit.
That's right.
And my understanding is none of them are ready. So I'd be curious to know because the way it's set up in Virginia, again, to cover it again real quickly, each of these 5 companies gets a region. So when you're saying it'll be ready in 2 months, I'm wondering which region that is. Hopefully it's mine, because it could be like far southern Virginia, 10-hour drive from me. That's not going to do me any good.
Well, I would think that the northern Virginia, D.C. suburbs is probably going to ramp up quicker than other places. That's just a guess. I don't know why I think that. It just seems reasonable.
I hope you're right. For selfish reasons, I hope you're right.
So apparently in Virginia, you can get vape pens, patches, and edibles.
Right.
I guess that would mean also oil, like RSO.
Basically, the way I understand it, Andrew, is that in Virginia, it's being run by the pharmaceutical board or whatever they call it, right? So it's anything that would be dispensed through a pharmacy. In other words, no flour, anything that any kind of liquid, what we would call gummies, those kind of things that are what I understand they're going to have. 10 milligram maximum per dose.
Yeah. But there has been rumblings, little rumors, that they said Virginia probably will be seeing flower sales within the next 1 or 2 years.
Yeah, let's hope. That'd be great.
I think there are a lot of these very restrictive state laws that people just want to, the government just wants to dole out rights, piecemeal. And they want to be very careful about how they introduce cannabis into the and I understand that. But then a few years down the line, people are looking at these laws and going, well, this is dumb,
Well, we've seen it in so many states.
Right? Why does this state only sell edibles and this state you can't get edibles? I mean, it's just dumb.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, that's good news, Andrew. I mean, for me, you guys don't care, but no, that's great.
No, we care.
Is there reciprocity in Virginia?
Don't think so. I'm not positive, but I don't.
No.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I would guess no.
Yeah, me too.
Doesn't hurt to ask.
Yeah.
Well, medical marijuana, along with the 70% of the people who say that they are in favor of it, got another endorsement, a celebrity endorsement this time. Who do we have, Jay?
Well, we've got Dr. Oz.
The great Dr. Oz.
I saw this and I thought it had something to do with like Dorothy and Toto. I wasn't sure who Dr. Oz was. I guess I'm out of that loop, but I looked it up.
He's on the news morning shows. And
talking started from Oprah's show, didn't he?
Yeah, that's what I read.
One of Oprah's prodigies.
I know, I sound like an ignoramus. Well, this is from Mary Jane, and this is by Chris Moore. In a recent Instagram interview with Fat Man Scoop, another one I'm out of the loop. I'm not sure who Fat Man Scoop is.
I'm out of that loop, too. I've never been in that loop.
Dr. Oz claimed that officials from the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, and the DEA separately told him that both agencies are totally down for cannabis reform. However, each of these agencies has blamed the other for blocking their own efforts to put an end to the prohibition. So these comments came to light when Scoop asked Dr. Oz his professional opinion on cannabis. The doctor said that he became convinced of the medical value of pot after fellow TV host Montel Williams told him how he successfully used medical cannabis to treat symptoms from multiple sclerosis. Since then, Dr. Oz has become a proponent for medical cannabis, calling it one of the most underused tools in America, according to the Marijuana Moment. The doctor also made it clear that he was only advocating for medical cannabis and not adult use. I have never smoked pot in my life, never gotten high, and I only bring that up because I'm not someone who's saying this because I personally would use it, unquote, he said to Scoop. I just as a doctor think it makes sense. So the DEA has had several requests to remove cannabis from Schedule 1, as we know. The agency has said that they have been unable to reschedule cannabis because the FDA has not officially accepted it as a viable medical medicine. So, and the FDA has said that they have been unable to recommend cannabis as a medicine due to the DEA's outdated policies. Does that sound like the fucking government or what? They're each pointing the finger at each other. It's his fault. No, it's his fault. No, it's his fault.
Yeah, it's a clusterfuck of the first
So let me
order.
just fix it. Here's a little trivia question. About Dr. Oz. I did a little research today.
All right.
The interweb, which is never wrong. So how much money do you think Dr. Oz is worth? What do you think his net worth?
He's probably worth $300 million.
About $100.
$100 million.
About $100. Yeah.
Now this guy.
Yeah, he's about $100.
He's a cardiothoracic surgeon. He went to Harvard. He taught at Columbia. He is a journalist. He went to Wharton and got an MBA. What a prick. And he's got this super hot wife. I mean, his wife is just beautiful. Some kind of model or actress or something. So I hate him. I don't like the guy, you know. I don't know him, but just...
Because you're jealous?
Hell yeah, I'm jealous. The guy's like perfect. And he's good looking. Damn it.
Sounds like you got a crush on him.
No, a little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit of a man crush. So there's our celebrity endorsement of the week. We seem to have one every week, gentlemen.
Yep. So thank you, Dr. Oz, for weighing in. Now,
well, actually, I got a text message from Dr. Oz today.
Did you?
Apparently, yes. Apparently, he's selling the world's strongest boner pill.
Whoa!
No way.
How did he hear you needed it?
Dr. Oz is
how he got my number.
Boner pills?
Yeah. It's like I haven't had a girlfriend recently, and I'm really, not really.
Words on the street, Andrew. You need a little help, bro.
Yeah.
Really?
Hey, could you send me that link?
Well, she told me she never tell anybody. She said it happens all the time.
No wonder he's worth $100 million.
Yeah, selling the boner pills.
Got a cure for everything. All right, let's move on.
Well, actually, there's the whole marijuana cannabis business is being very heavily looked at by the government. We've talked about what the Justice Department has done with certain cannabis mergers, given them extra scrutiny, some say unwarranted scrutiny. The IRS is another one. And this is a story by Naomi Granger from Marijuana Business Daily. And they are, and according to Naomi, the cannabis companies, she said, should expect an uptick in IRS audits. A recent report by the Inspector General for Tax Administration has put a target on marijuana. And, I don't know if they've given their reasons why, but marijuana companies are, first of all, they have to deal in cash. And so that's something that is usually ripe for corruption and that sort of thing. So the IRS has taken a strong look at that. But companies that haven't paid their full federal tax bills or don't maintain clean books could be in for a shock as the IRS starts to look closer at this. But here's some tips. Naomi offers 7 tips to get for marijuana businesses to get your tax house in order. First, she says, don't bury your head in the sand. The books and records are always the responsibility of the business owner. CEOs cannot pretend, she says, that, or her point is that they can't pretend that it's not their problem. It is the owner who will be faced with litigation and liability, held responsible for any back taxes, and even jail time if the statements are considered fraudulent or criminal.
That's true with any business, yeah.
Any business. So keep your eyes on the ball and don't think that this doesn't matter, because it does. Number 2, are your expenses ordinary and necessary? She says it's tempting to claim deductions on business expenses, and this is true again across the board, but make sure those purchases truly meet the standard of being what they call ordinary in businesses. For example, when making large purchases such as a company car, a piece of new equipment, a new piece of software, you have to be able to make a business case for it. People will spend money on cars that, call it a business expense, and it's really their personal cars. Don't try that. Then there's the ordinary test. A delivery business wouldn't need to purchase a Maserati to perform these kinds of services. Even if they had a legitimate car expense, they don't need to spend $100,000 on it. A more reasonable, reliable, fuel-efficient vehicle would pass muster a lot easier with the IRS. Third, she says, keep an eye on substance over form. The IRS looks at the substance of the transactions over the legal form. For instance, if you're advised to set up multiple legal entities to get around a Section 280E, which is probably better known to business folks than to us, including federally legal businesses such as a management company, a payroll firm, a leasing company, that sort of thing. And these entities exist solely to support your cannabis business. The IRS will consider this as one cannabis enterprise, as the whole thing, and the entire structure will be subject to the tax law, the 280E tax law.
So if you have a dispensary and it sells cannabis, but then you have sort of like a side room that sells paraphernalia, and that's a different company altogether, the IRS still looks at it as one?
Well, if that company, a separate company,
got to keep separate books. That's all.
That separate company is just doing it for you, then the IRS is going to look at that as part of as one entity.
So if the same person owns them both,
right? Or if it's two different people, but it's like your dedicated limo driver or something like that.
I guess my question, Phil and Andrew both, is: do you think that cannabis businesses are being scrutinized to a higher degree than a regular business? Because if that's the case, then that's just corrupt. Because we've seen administrations presently and in the past politicize these, whether it's the IRS or the Justice Department, but to politicize the IRS. In other words, if word's coming down from on top that, hey, we're going to audit more cannabis businesses and we're going to, discriminate against them and scrutinize them. Is that happening? I hope not.
Well, I don't know that that's the case. Maybe the claim here is that the IRS is taking a closer look at cannabis companies than it had in the past. Maybe not a closer look than other companies, but now
or
that the cannabis industry is kind of coming into its own, some of these questions that hadn't arisen before are now arising. So that's just a guess on my part. But when it comes to business expenses and being able to write that off, which is basically the whole 280E issue,
itemized deduction thing,
then what have they let slide in the past versus what are they scrutinizing now? So, and I think the point of the author of the column is saying if what you may have gotten away with in the past, you may not get away with again. Nice. So keep your eyes on the ball. Number 4, keep receipts or it didn't happen. And of course, this is especially true in an industry that's a cash industry. Absolutely. You have to work up something with your accountant to set up an easy receipt and expense management system, something that you can keep to. And in the event of an audit, you're going to want to be able to substantiate, at minimum about 80% of your profit and loss line items. So not having that paper trail, that support, could open you up to more risk with the IRS. Number 5, document things to remember them. Not only do you need the support, but you also have to document the accounting treatment. What they mean by that is the cannabis industry is very highly regulated, and regulations are changing, and a properly trained accountant understands these changes. How to document the accounting treatment for these various purchases based on what is true, the facts and the circumstances at the time. So the IRS audits typically, come 3 to 4 years after the fact, but you're going to have to remember all of these things and why you did what you did based on what was going on at the time. So document as a paper trail to support your expenditures, but also document to remember what you did and why. Number 6, she says, time is of the essence. When working with the IRS, you'll need to be cognizant of and adhere to the deadline set during the audit. You'll need to respond, submit documentation, make whatever arguments or replies or contest these things within the deadlines, because missing these deadlines could result in your waiving your rights to appeal. So don't mess around with this. They are serious. And finally, number 7, don't go it alone. Make sure you have a good attorney and a tax accountant, CPA in place to help you through the process. Don't try to work through the audit, with your Uncle Ned or he used to be an accountant or a bookkeeper. Keep the IRS, provide them with all the information they request, and come to an agreement hopefully without taking it to litigation, because you're probably going to lose, and it can take a long time and be very expensive. So, do things properly up front, save time and save your money and save your business in the long run.
That's good advice for the business folks out there. It is past tax time. That was yesterday. But
yes, but it's always tax time in a way.
It's always tax time in business.
People got to report quarterly and that sort of thing. So, that's very useful advice, I think. Well, thanks, folks. We sure did enjoy having you with us. We'll see. You know what? I always find it funny when the guy on TV says, "We'll see you next week." No, you won't. You're not going to. I'll see you, but you're not going to see me. So we're not going to see you next week. But we're glad that you're seeing us and hope that you'll see us next week. If you have a moment and you feel inclined, go on Apple Podcasts, give us a 5-star rating, share us with a friend. Send us your comments and your thoughts, your questions, your corrections, any information you think that we and maybe our audience ought to have. What else, Jay?
Send us an email at podcast@votepropot.com and call our message line 240-257-2441. And please join our Facebook group. We got about 9,000 people on our Facebook page, I think. So
yes.
Our goal is to get to 15,000 by, I don't know, month?
Sometime between now and, the rapture.
Right. Yeah, there you go. So sign up. Andrew, what do you got?
Well, we cover a lot here on the Vote Pro podcast about marijuana and what's going on in the industry and the legalization aspect, and as well as the industrial and commercial and all that. But we can't cover it all. So we share a lot on social networking. And in addition to that, one thing we have started new here at Vote Pro Pot is now you can see our videos. That's our podcast on video.
And we'd like to apologize for that.
At least a dozen people have seen our video.
Tens of people have seen it.
Tens of people. Yeah. And I don't know about you, but I watched it 3 times. And
So that means 4 people have watched us. No, it's brand new for us, so we're still figuring it out.
Yep. So yeah, we're working it out. But I want to tell you, I have been working. I mean, since we started the video, absolutely 0 time on it. I mean, I have absolutely nothing to do with the video because the video is kind of that sort of Phil's forte. So he's sort of taking it.
Well, me and
Jay's the audio.
Jay's the audio guy. I'm the video guy.
Magician. Jay is just. I mean, ask a lot of local DC musicians. They'll say Jay's your sound producer
Guru.
guy. Guru. That's right. Yeah.
Thank you.
So anyway, so check that out. What else? Oh yeah, we're gonna start selling now the Dr. Oz boner pills. Just go to our website.
It's gonna be our new sponsor.
And
sweet.
Yeah,
that's right.
Phil is going to be our spokesman. And other than that, go to if you want.
Because I'm a big boner.
Well, that's why we love you, Phil. Well, so in the meantime, if you want to, please check us out on social networking. So go to LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter and do a search for Vote Pro Pot.
Welcome to Vote Pro Podcast, the award-winning cannabis news podcast brought to you by VoteProPot.com. Here are your hosts, Phil Adams, Jay Britton, and Andrew McCreadies.
Clint Eastwood is suing a bunch of CBD companies. We'll tell you why. Some ex-High Times staffers have joined a rival publication. And Mitch McConnell says legal hemp industry is off to a rocky start. Well, he's right about that. We will expound in a moment. But first, Jay, Andrew, I know what you're thinking. Did I do 6 bong hits or just 5? Well, you got to ask yourself, do I feel lucky? Well, do you, punk?
Have you guys been reading all this stuff on the internet? I thought it was
true.
What is
that? So I thought Clint Eastwood is a big stoner now,
baby. I love that's a great scene, man. Those were fun movies. Yeah, all this stuff on the internet lately about Clint Eastwood. The guy's 90 years old, but they keep saying he's retiring from directing and he's not going to make any more movies because he's going into selling CBD and all this. I mean, I keep seeing this stuff, and I thought it was for real. Well, yesterday, Clint Eastwood announced that he's suing several companies that sell CBD supplements, alleging that they are falsely using his name and image to push products he would never agree to endorse. 2 lawsuits filed in federal court in Los Angeles include allegations that companies have spread phony articles reporting that the 90-year-old actor-director is quitting the movie business, like I just said, to focus on his CBD business. Well, he doesn't have a CBD business
to focus on.
Right. And furthermore, he's been pretty anti-drugs in some of his statements in the past. Of course, we might be talking
he's pretty
30 or 40
conservative
years
Republican.
He's
pretty conservative.
He's almost a libertarian in a lot of ways. Some people would describe.
But also, he was
him.
a jazz musician too. Does he play piano? I've seen him play.
Does he?
He's like
He
loves jazz.
He loves jazz.
He's an
an
interesting
artist
guy.
too. You'd
I
think
like
he'd
him.
be cool with it.
He's made some very cool movies too in the last 20 years. Whether he's directed and acted or whatever. So,
what were those movies he did with the monk with the orangutans, man? Weren't those orangutans
Those
smoking in that
Fistful of Dollars or something like that?
Right,
Or
yeah.
Every Which Way But
No,
Loose.
Every Which Way
But Loose, yeah.
And I remember those monkeys were smoking. Those orangutans were smoking in the movie. And I'm pretty sure it was weed.
Yeah, I would think so. If you're hanging out with an orangutan, what are you going to be smoking?
An orangutan's going to smoke. He's going to smoke weed. Why would you smoke cigarettes if you're an orangutan?
The suits seek millions of dollars in damage. Eastwood names as defendants nearly 20 small companies based in the United States, including Arizona, California, Delaware, and Florida. They all sell CBD along with up to 60 anonymous entities, which may be named later. So he's pretty serious about this stuff.
Well,
man.
Those companies, it's really kind of low class and really bad business to appropriate somebody's name or like that without their permission. It's just a bad idea.
And I wonder what their defense is going to be. I mean,
I wonder if they thought maybe, well, Eastwood's an old Phoebe, he's not going to know or care,
or maybe because he's in the public eye, we can do anything we want. But I don't know, man.
Well, yeah, he's just sitting back saying, go ahead.
Sure, it wasn't some guy named Clint Eastwood with a K. Wasn't there some guy in Oklahoma, Clint with a K?
No, because they're using his image too. So.
Yeah, Clint Eastwood with a K.
So if you're out there, don't be buying any CBD products with Clint Eastwood's face on it because
it's not his.
It's bogus.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of celebrities going out. I think the big one, I think, as far as celebrity news, is Cheech and Chong opening up a dispensary.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
very
huge,
cool.
man. That's
but
big.
they really did, though. I mean, it's really there.
They really did. For real, yeah. That's not fake.
Well, at least that's what they're telling them. I don't know if it's actually
right. But if some dispensary just started putting, Cheech and Chong on their product and saying, this is endorsed, and it's not. That's
not cool.
It's bullshit.
Right. There's another product. Probably I just heard about this. Mike Tyson's coming out with a product. It's a disposable cup that has somehow I think it has some kind of water soluble weed in it, printed on the cup, or whatever. So when you fill it with the liquid and you drink it, you get high. I thought that was kind of neat.
It said something about he was printing, digital printing, or
it's like 3D digital
printing
that'll get you high. Yeah,
I don't know what that was about.
I don't know what.
I don't know, but man, more pats to him. I tell you, I like Mike Tyson's weed brand. I just think it's great.
Yeah, I like Mike.
Have you had any of that product, the Mike Tyson product?
No, I don't know if it's on the shelves in Maryland yet. I know we have Willie's is on the shelf.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But
Very
I don't
cool.
know. I haven't seen any other celebrities.
Well, that was our lead story.
Yeah.
What does that say?
Well, that's we're on top of the pop culture news as it pertains to the cannabis
there's
business.
one lead story. Come on, what's the elephant in the room, guys? There's a huge lead story, big front page news. And that is old Phil here is a grandfather now.
Yeah, that's right. We let that one slip for a minute.
Yep.
Our buddy Phil Adams became a grandfather yesterday, right?
Yes, but I won't let that affect me. Now get off my lawn, you punks.
Got your walker ready to go see the baby? All right, with the little tennis balls in the front.
That's right.
Little pouch to carry your shit. Congratulations, buddy.
We're going to go
Very
have
cool.
dinner at 6 o'clock.
So do you carry your weed in your fanny pack?
I carry it in my fanny. So.
Congratulations, buddy.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you,
So
man.
your
It's a
daughter
very
had
wonderful thing.
So
had a little girl.
What her name?
Her name is Willow.
Beautiful name. I love
Nice.
it.
That's pretty.
Isn't that a pretty name?
Yeah.
And mom's doing fine?
Mom and baby are both doing very well.
Is dad freaking the hell out?
No, apparently Daddy is just as pleased as he can be. He's holding up very well. He probably got a little worn out from staying up for all that hours, but not nearly as worn out as Mom did. So he's fine.
Good for them, man.
This stage of the game, the dads have it easy. It's the moms that you got to worry about.
That's right.
But the baby looks like Daddy. I mean, there's no mistaking it. Looks just like Daddy. So
That's
very
pleased,
pleased,
there was
very
a doubt
proud.
there for a second. Like, phew, thank God. No.
Well, no, I mean,
I'm joking,
it's when my daughter was born, that's what everybody said, is that she looked just like me, and it's just a very proud thing.
Oh,
so,
that's cool. That's cool.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you
sure.
can tell sometimes, right? I mean, as soon as you lay eyes on these
even
little
when they're a
kids.
day old, sometimes you can see it in
immediately.
the eyes or in the nose or the mouth or something.
There's a story. There's a girl when she had a nose job done, and because she had a rather pronounced profile, I guess you could say. And so she met this guy and they fell in love and they had a baby. And this baby was born with this like pronounced profile.
Schnozzola.
And they're all looking at it like, what the hell? She was like, I meant to tell you.
I had a nose job 20 years ago.
Yeah, about that.
All right, let's get back to some cannabis news here, guys. What do we got?
Senate Majority Leader. Now, we've talked about Mitch McConnell many times, and he has acknowledged that since the Farm Bill passed at the end of 2018, the legal hemp industry has gotten off to what he calls a rocky start. Would you say that's about accurate, Andrew?
No, I'd say, yeah, that's an understatement. The hemp industry fell flat on its face. It didn't get off to any start.
Well, and part of the problem, as Mitch sees it, is the regulatory uncertainty. Basically, nobody really knows. I mean, you can grow it, but nobody really knows what the hell you can do with it, you know? And that is because there's no FDA guidance about, what you can sell this stuff for. And in a press conference on Tuesday, McConnell was asked about the uncertainty that hemp farmers are facing in the absence of this guidance. Now, we talked last week, I believe we did, that the FDA is currently in the process of developing regulations that could allow CBD to be marketed as a food item or a dietary supplement instead of being regulated as a drug. But there's no official word yet from the FDA. And so Mitch said he got on the phone with the head of the FDA, I can't remember his name off the top of my head.
No, I can't either.
But he said, and this is the quote, regulatory certainty from the FDA is necessary for the hemp industry to seize, and this is what caught my eye, to seize the full potential that this versatile crop has to offer. So it sounds like Mitch is kind of on board with the crop. What else he may or may not be on board with remains to be seen, but he's making noises like he wants to kind of move this hemp industry along a little bit. What do you guys think?
Yeah, let's hope.
Well, it's really tough. The whole CBD thing, especially with the overproduction from farmers. They grew a lot of really good CBD hemp. The farmers did a great job, but the demand wasn't there. And then also with the CBD, with the regulations, you can't really make a edible out of it and market and go into business, and market this great product. Now, there are companies out there making some products, and some of it's, I think, in sort of a gray line area.
Right.
So if you're making a CBD product, it's more like an edible or a consumable, like a gummy or a tablet or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
They can be said, well, it's a supplement. It's a dietary.
Yeah,
it's a herbal supplement. But
what's the difference? You're ingesting it.
Well, they don't want you putting it in muffins or candy bars.
But my point is, why would they distinguish that from taking a pill that you're going to swallow and it's going through your digestive system?
Well, that's the big question, and the question, and only the FDA can answer that at this point. That they have to come up with some guidance on this, at least to know what the do's and don'ts are. Because you can't just go into a business when you don't know what the regulatory requirements are, what the limitations are.
Right.
And unfortunately, a lot of hemp farmers, after the Farm Bill was passed, were like, yippee.
Yeah, let's jump on this bandwagon.
Right. And